I found myself enamored with the girl sitting beside me. Yet when I confessed my feelings, she responded with a sharp slap. I may be an underdog, but I shall rise. Let us see in the end who yields to whom. My academic performance is lackluster, yet our kind homeroom teacher arranged for Lu Chu-Chu, a diligent student, to tutor me on weekends. Lu Chu-Chu is an exceptionally proud young woman, both academically gifted and strikingly beautiful, reminiscent of the celebrity Louis Fay. She is the goddess in the hearts of most boys in our class, myself included. On Friday afternoon, as school concluded, I approached Lu Chu-Chu and invited her to my home for dinner on Sunday, hoping my mother would treat her well. To my surprise, as soon as I finished speaking, she cast a disdainful glance in my direction and retorted, "Your home is in the urban-rural fringe, isn't it? There's no way I'm going there. If you want tutoring, come to my house though, honestly, I'd prefer you didn't." With that, she shot me a glare and strode away, leaving me humiliated in front of my classmates, who were laughing at my expense. My cheeks burned with embarrassment as I hastily packed my bag and fled the classroom. On my way home, I felt a surge of frustration. I am acutely aware of my family's financial struggles, and while our neighborhood is indeed less than desirable, Lu Chuch's public humiliation stung deeply. Nevertheless, after some reflection at home, I resolved to visit Lu Chuch's house. Despite her earlier insult, the prospect of spending time alone with my crush was too enticing to resist. The following afternoon, after a refreshing shower and dressing in clean clothes, I made my way to Lu Chuch's residence, which is a unit in an apartment building. Upon arriving at her doorstep, I took out a small mirror to tidy my hair before ringing the doorbell. To my surprise, I noticed that the door was ajar, likely not closed securely. After pondering for a moment, I decided to call Lu Chuch. Entering unannounced would be quite rude. Upon dialing, I heard her phone ringing inside. When she answered, her voice dripped with annoyance. "What do you want?" "I'm busy today." Before I could respond, she hung up, leaving me momentarily stunned. My thoughts raced with indignation. How dare she treat me this way? If she had no intention of helping me, why did she agree to tutor me? Though my initial impulse was to leave, I ultimately decided to see Lu Chuch's home for myself. If I could catch a glimpse of her private sanctuary, it would be worth it. With that in mind, I gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. Upon entering, I quickly realized that the living room was empty. However, I soon heard peculiar sounds emanating from one of the rooms. At first, I thought she might be watching television, but as I listened more closely, I sensed something was amiss. Could Lu Chu be unwell? A wave of concern washed over me, prompting me to turn the doorknob and push the door open. As the door swung open, a piercing scream erupted from within, startling me. There stood Lu Chu, her hair disheveled and her cheeks flushed, a pillow awkwardly placed on her lap. I found myself momentarily captivated by her long, fair legs. In my daze, she suddenly shouted, "Zhang Xiao, how did you get in here? Get out!" Her furious tone jolted me back to reality, and I quickly stammered an explanation. "You were the one who invited me for tutoring. I saw your door was open, so I thought I'd come in. Get out. Just leave." She bellowed, her anger palpable. Not wanting to provoke her further, I quietly closed the door behind me. A short while later, Lu Chu emerged from her room. Upon seeing me still there, she asked, "Why are you still here?" After a brief pause, her tone softened as she asked, almost in a whisper, "Could we keep what just happened to ourselves?" Her words left me in a state of confusion. What had transpired that warranted secrecy? As I pondered this, Lu Chuch's fierce demeanor returned. "Zhang Xiao, don't push your luck. If you say anything, I swear I will make you regret it." Her threatening words only deepened my bewilderment. What on earth had she been doing? I calmed my racing thoughts and began to recall the scene I had just witnessed. Suddenly, it dawned on me, could it be that she was engaged in something rather private? A smile threatened to break upon my lips. Lu Chu, the seemingly untouchable goddess, had been caught in such a vulnerable moment. I wondered if the boys who admired her were aware of this side of her. Noticing my expression shift, Lu Chu seemed to panic slightly, but quickly regained her composure. "You better not cross me," she warned, her voice laced with menace, "or I will make your life miserable." After she stomped her foot in frustration, she suddenly bent over, clutching her side as if in pain. Concerned, I stepped forward to steady her and asked, "Are you feeling unwell? Should I take you to a doctor?" This was my first time touching a girl, let alone someone like Lu Chu, and I was struck by a unique fragrance emanating from her. Being so close, the scent enveloped me, leaving me slightly dizzy. Lu Chu attempted to push me away, but seemed genuinely unwell, failing to escape my grasp. Eventually, She resigned herself to my support. I could feel her body trembling, prompting me to ask earnestly, "Are you all right? Should I take you to the hospital?" No, she shook her head, her eyes glistening. Seeing her in such distress stirred an unexpected sense of empathy within me. "All right, no hospital then. Just tell me what's wrong. I promise I will help," I insisted. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Chuchu bit her lip and finally murmured, "Zhang Xiao, could you please help me back to my room?" Her request struck a chord within me, and I eagerly agreed, assisting her toward her sanctuary. As I opened the door to her room, a wave of sweet fragrance enveloped me. I had been too flustered earlier to notice, but now I inhaled deeply, appreciating the delightful aroma. Once I helped Lu Chuchu settle on her bed, I inquired urgently about her condition, offering my assistance. To my surprise, her expression shifted dramatically, and she replied coldly, "Thank you for bringing me here, but you should go now. My parents will be home soon." With her dismissal, I had no choice but to comply. I stole a glance at her striking features, feeling a pang of reluctance as I said, "All right then, you'll head home. If you need anything, just call me." As she waved me off impatiently, I bid her farewell and exited her home. That on my way home, I felt quite elated. Lu Chuchu had always looked down on me, hadn't she? After today's incident, let's see if she dares to be so arrogant again. I began to contemplate the possibility of leveraging this situation to my advantage. If I could gain something from it, how splendid that would be. With this thought in mind, my spirits soared as I hummed a tune all the way back to my abode. Over the next 2 days, my mood remained buoyant. I attempted to call Lu Chuchu several times, yet she did not answer any of them. I took it in stride if she wouldn't respond. Then come tomorrow when we return to school, we shall see if she can maintain her haughty demeanor. That night, I found myself tossing and turning, unable to sleep, my thoughts incessantly drifting towards Lu Chuchu's charming visage and her long, graceful legs. Just then, my phone vibrated. Upon checking, I discovered a message from Lu Chuchu. "Zhang Xiao, regarding the events of that afternoon, please refrain from discussing it with our classmates. If you do, I assure you, I will make your life difficult." The threat within her message was palpable. Upon reading it, I erupted in curses. How dare she intimidate me? Who did she think she was? Yet, a moment later, I chuckled to myself. It seemed this girl was quite fearful of the matter being exposed. That made it easier for me to exploit the situation. Tomorrow, I would use this incident to threaten her. Let's see who truly has the upper hand. After tossing about, I finally succumbed to slumber in the early hours of the morning. On Monday morning, I arrived at school early, and when I reached my classroom, only a handful of students were present, with Lu Chuchu yet to arrive. Just as I settled into my seat, my friend Fatty Tao hurried over and perched beside me, raising his eyebrows and asking, "So, Brother Xiao, did you go to Lu Chuchu's house for tutoring on Sunday?" Fatty Tao, whose real name is Wei Tao, was my classmate from middle school and my only true friend. He stood at a modest height of 165 centimeters, yet his weight matched his stature. Despite his unremarkable appearance, his family held considerable influence. His father was the police chief of our county. Seeing me silent, Fatty Tao grew anxious and playfully tapped my head. "What's got you so dazed? You two haven't become romantically involved, have you?" Rolling my eyes at him, I retorted, "Romantically involved? Nonsense. I didn't attend yesterday because she looked down on me." Fatty Tao smirked and replied, "Look down on you? That's because you haven't made your move. If you had, she wouldn't dare to look down on you." After a brief pause, Fatty Tao pulled me along, saying, "Let's head to the restroom. I'm craving a smoke this early in the morning." Casting a glance at Lu Chuchu's empty seat, I nodded and followed him out of the classroom. Our school was considered decent in our county, though the atmosphere was typical. Smoking, fighting, and dating were commonplace. While Fatty Tao and I had yet to learn the art of wooing girls or brawling, we had mastered smoking early on, often saving our lunch money for cigarettes. Upon entering the restroom, we found a group of students from Class 8 already indulging in their vices. The leader, Hui Su, was a notorious figure with a scar across his face, one of the dominant personalities among the first-year students. Though Fatty Tao and I were not academically inclined, we had never associated with troublemakers. Thus, when we saw Hui Su and his gang smoking, we said nothing and merely took care of our business. Just as we were about to leave, Hui Su called out to us, "Hey, you two, come here." Fatty Tao and I exchanged puzzled glances. I asked, "Are you talking to us? Are you blind? Who else would I be talking to?" Hui Su snapped. Fatty Tao bristled at the insult, but I shot him a look and stepped forward. "Brother Su, what do you need from us?" While wiping himself, Hui Su grinned and said, "Hey, we forgot to bring money today, and we haven't had breakfast. Mind lending us a bit? I immediately grasped the situation. It was a shakedown, albeit couched in polite terms. Of course, I could only think this internally. Without hesitation, I reached into my pocket and pulled out 20 yuan, handing it to Hui Su. Brother Su, this 20 is my breakfast money for the week. Since you and your friends haven't eaten, consider it my treat. Hui Su, having fastened his pants by now, chuckled and accepted the money, replying, "Not bad, you're quite accommodating. Which class are you from? What's your name?" I responded, "I'm Zhang Xiao from class 2. Before I could finish, Hui Su waved his hand, dismissively. "Got it. If anyone gives you trouble, just mention my name." With that, he and his cronies left the restroom without sparing me another glance. Once they were gone, Fatty Tao pulled out a pack of cigarettes and offered me one. "Brother Xiao, our lives are truly constraining." After accepting the cigarette and lighting it, I sighed. We've never been involved in this world, and there's no need to provoke them. You saw what happened when Hui Su clashed with the other gang leader. Qin Feng, these people don't care about consequences. It's not worth it to make enemies. Fatty Tao lit his own cigarette and muttered, "Damn it. If they push me too far, they'll retaliate." I took his words as mere bravado. After finishing our cigarettes, we returned to the classroom. The moment I stepped inside, my gaze was drawn to Lu Chuch's seat. There she was, sitting there, yet she didn't even glance my way. After pondering for a while at my desk, I took out a piece of paper and scribbled a note, "Meet me in the grove for lunch, or else." You know what I mean? Chapter 3, The Cunning Lu Chu. After completing this note, I hesitated whether to give it to Lu Chu. Damn it, what if she handed it to the teacher? I would be utterly doomed. However, recalling the message she sent me last night, my fears began to dissipate. I had leverage over her now. Given her haughty demeanor, she would surely refrain from such a course of action. After all, if I were angered enough to expose her secrets, she would face severe humiliation. With this thought, excitement surged within me. At that moment, the classroom was still sparsely populated. I feigned nonchalance as I approached Lu Chu, glancing around to ensure no one was watching. Swiftly, I placed the note on her desk and returned to my seat. Once seated, I covertly observed Lu Chu's reaction. Seated at the back, I could only see her silhouette, unable to discern her expression, yet I sensed a slight tremor in her shoulders before witnessing her tear the note into shreds. Seeing her destroy the note alleviated my fears. I knew she was angry, but so what? I had been furious when she had publicly ridiculed me in front of the class. I spent the 4 periods of the morning wide awake, my heart racing at the prospect of a potential romantic encounter at noon. My friend, Fatty Tao, was sound asleep, and I chose not to share my excitement with him, as it was not a matter for casual conversation. Finally, the bell rang for lunch. Fatty Tao stirred from his slumber, wiping drool from his face, and exclaimed, "Xiao Ge, let us go eat." I replied, "I'm not hungry today. You go ahead." Fatty Tao, upon hearing this, merely nodded and left the classroom. As I made my way outside, I deliberately coughed as I passed Lu Chu's desk. She was still hunched over, and I was certain she heard me. As I exited the classroom, I glanced back at her, now sitting upright with red eyes. Seeing her like this made me feel somewhat despicable, but then again, I recalled her previous insults about my family's financial status. Men possess pride, and if she looked down on me, I would ensure she paid the price today. With this thought, I felt a sense of balance restored within me. Humming a tune, I soon found myself in the small grove behind the school, a sacred place for students. In the evenings, it transformed into a haven for young couples, and I had once hidden there with Fatty Tao to smoke. However, now, surrounded by couples, we had to retreat. I never imagined I would find myself here, eagerly awaiting Lu Chu's arrival. As I waited, I pondered what I would do when she arrived. Should I truly take advantage of her? Well, I thought, one must seize opportunities when they arise. After about 10 minutes, Lu Chu finally arrived. Upon seeing me, her eyes conveyed nothing but disdain. Yet, I remained unfazed. Lighting a cigarette, I smiled and said, "I thought you weren't coming." She impatiently retorted, "What is it? Speak quickly. I need to eat." Maintaining a distance of 3 to 4 meters, she appeared eager to leave. I smiled and feigned concern, asking, "How is your health? Are you feeling better?" Lu Chu frowned but politely replied, "Zhang Xiao, what do you want? If there is nothing, I'll be going." With that, she turned to leave. I quickly stepped forward, grasping her arm. Before I could say anything, she struggled against me, exclaiming, "Zhang Xiao, what the hell do you think you're doing? I'll report you to the authorities." Her words ignited my anger, and I snapped back, "Who are you insulting? You ridiculed me in front of everyone before. Today, I'm going to take advantage of you, or I'll expose your secrets. Before I could finish, Lu Chu abruptly slapped me across the face. Taking advantage of my stunned silence, she broke free and stepped back, smirking as she said, "Touch my chest? Have you no shame? Don't think you can threaten me. Who will believe you?" Pausing, she pulled out her phone, waving it in front of me. "I've recorded everything you just said. If you continue to harass me, I'll make sure you can't stay in this school." With that, she turned and walked away without a backward glance. Just as she was about to exit the grove, she paused and turned back, saying, "Idiot, not only are you poor, but you're also a perverted creep. You think you can take advantage of me? Go take a good look at yourself. You're not even worthy to carry my shoes." After she left, I was left in a daze. Her words etched into my mind. I admitted that my actions were despicable and lewd, driven largely by a desire for revenge. To my surprise, Lu Chu proved to be astute. Not only did I fail to gain any advantage, but I also received a slap in the face, her departing words piercing my pride. Though I felt irked, I found myself powerless, having thought I held the upper hand only to be outmaneuvered. After smoking a cigarette in the grove, I returned to class. Once inside, I saw Lu Chu seated at her desk, engrossed in a book. She glanced at me as I entered, her gaze somewhat defiant. I wanted to retort, but I held my tongue, pretending not to notice as I returned to my seat. Fatty Tao, still at his desk reading a novel, looked up and asked, "Where did you go during lunch? I tried calling you, but you didn't answer." I checked my phone and noticed 2 missed calls. Since my phone was on vibrate, it wasn't surprising that I hadn't heard it ring. I asked Fatty Tao, "What is going on? Did you need something when you called?" His eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Of course. You won't believe it. During lunch at the cafeteria, Hui Su and Qin Feng got into a fight. They had at least 20 people on each side, and it was absolute chaos." I shot him a sideways glance and chuckled. "Why are you so excited? It's like you were part of it." Before I could finish my sentence, Fatty Tao slammed his hand on the table, asserting, "Hey, you'd be surprised. I was right there when Hui Su and his crew started fighting." He recognized me and even handed me a cigarette, asking me to join in. Guess what happened next? I paused for a moment, then furrowed my brow and asked, "What? You actually joined in?" After I finished speaking, the chubby Tao proudly said to me, "You have no idea. There are way more people on Hui Su's side than on Qin Feng's. To be honest, I just want to tag along, but I must admit, participating in a group fight is surprisingly enjoyable. Haha." After Tao's words, I was left speechless. This fool, Hui Su and Qin Feng, are both prominent figures. We have no affiliation with Hui Su, so what business do we have in this? If Qin Feng remembers this, will we ever have a peaceful life again? Chapter 4. Qin Feng arrives. Noticing my furrowed brow, Tao nonchalantly smiled and said, "Don't worry. It's nothing. If Qin Feng dares to trouble me, Hui Su certainly won't sit idly by. We've lived too submissively before. A man must have passion. Without it, life is far too dull." Observing the exuberance on Tao's face, I refrained from dampening his spirits and mused aloud, "Have you decided to stick with Hui Su?" Upon hearing my question, Tao nodded solemnly, and after a moment's thought, he replied, "Let us follow Hui Su for now, and once we've made a name for ourselves, we can establish our own path." At this point, Tao suddenly looked at my face with curiosity. As he leaned in closer, I touched my face, puzzled. "What is wrong? Is there something dirty on my face?" Tao frowned and asked, "Xiao Ge, honestly tell me, who hit you? Why do you have a handprint on your face?" Taken aback by Tao's observation, I chuckled wryly and shook my head. "It's nothing. A fly landed on my face, so I swatted it. No one hit me." Tao, with his big heart, accepted my nonsensical explanation without question, responding with an "oh" before resuming his reading. At that moment, I glanced at Lu Chu in front of me, silently vowing to avenge this grievance, and I was determined to touch her chest someday. Just as I was lost in my thoughts, the classroom door was suddenly kicked open, startling both Tao and me. I turned to the entrance to see a long-haired young man swaggering into the classroom, followed by 7 or 8 boys. I recognized him as Qin Feng, another prominent figure from our first year. This guy was strikingly handsome, the kind of beauty that seemed almost otherworldly, and I heard he changed girlfriends weekly. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Tao's expression soured, and my heart raced as well. There was no doubt he had come for the incident at lunch. Just moments ago, we had been speculating whether he would confront Tao. To my surprise, he actually showed up. With a cigarette dangling from his mouth, exuding an air of arrogance, he approached the podium, propped himself up, and scanned the room with a piercing gaze. Then, with a slight smile, he asked, "Is Wei Tao in this class?" The classroom fell silent. No one dared to speak. Qin Feng chuckled, but suddenly slammed his fist onto the podium and yelled, "I'm asking you, is Wei Tao in this class?" At that moment, Tao, showing his mettle, set his novel aside, stood up, and replied, "I'm here, what do you want?" Seeing Tao stand his ground, Qin Feng twisted his neck and swaggered over with his entourage. As he approached, I had already concealed a leg of the desk within my grasp. Though Tao and I had never been part of any gang, we had prepared for situations like this. Realizing Qin Feng's presence made my heart race. I resolved that if they attacked Tao, I would fight back with the desk leg. After all, we were all flesh and bone. No one could intimidate the other. At that moment, Qin Feng and his gang arrived at our table. Tao sat inside while I was on the outside. Qin Feng didn't even glance at me, but smiled at Tao, instructing, "Please leave your seat, classmate." Who didn't he look at me? His words were clearly directed at me. I said nothing and moved aside. Once I stepped away, Qin Feng turned his attention back to Tao. Both Tao and I were proud individuals. Even though we weren't part of a gang, we feared being beaten. However, if it came down to it, we would stand our ground. Looking at Tao, Qin Feng smirked and said, "You were involved in the scuffle at the cafeteria today, weren't you?" After Qin Feng spoke, Tao glanced at him but remained silent. Suddenly, Qin Feng slapped Tao hard across the face, yanked his hair, and slammed his head against the wall while cursing. "Are you blind? You dare to hit me?" Everything unfolded in an instant. I was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained my senses. I had already hidden the desk leg in my embrace before leaving my seat. Seeing Qin Feng strike Tao so brutally ignited my fury. My mind went blank, and I rushed forward, swinging the desk leg directly at Qin Feng's back. With a grunt, Qin Feng crouched down, releasing his hold on Tao. Enraged, Tao grabbed Qin Feng's hair and slammed his head against the ground, unleashing a flurry of punches. Just watching it made me wince. In my daze, Qin Feng's entourage also grew furious, cursing as they charged towards us. My mind was blank as I swung the desk leg wildly, not caring where it landed. My only thought being to take down as many as I could. Though I appeared fierce, it was evident that Qin Feng's companions were seasoned fighters. While I flailed with the desk leg, they didn't rush in immediately. Suddenly, someone picked up a bench and smashed it against my arm. The pain shot through me, causing me to drop the desk leg. Just as I bent down to retrieve it, 3 or 4 of them surrounded me, bombarding me with punches and kicks. In no time, I was knocked to the ground. Once down, I curled up, clutching my head, adopting the classic posture of someone being beaten. The air was filled with shouts and curses, and I noticed Tao had also been taken down. Qin Feng, having risen from the ground, blood streaming from a gash on his head caused by Tao, paid no heed. He picked up the desk leg I had dropped and began striking Tao without restraint. Through my peripheral vision, I could see Tao rolling on the ground, clutching his head. I wanted to help him, but I felt utterly powerless. I couldn't even protect myself. I lost track of how long they continued the assault. Eventually, they halted, and I heard Qin Feng coldly declare, "You're all blind. This matter isn't over. You'll have a taste of what is to come," after delivering a kick to each of us. Qin Feng and his gang finally left the classroom. Once they departed, I struggled to rise from the ground, unsteadily making my way to Tao. He lay motionless, and I feared for his well-being. Squatting down, I pushed Fatty Tao a couple of times. At that moment, he sat up with a face smeared in blood, and the sight startled me. Fatty Tao brushed his face and, with a grin as if nothing had happened, chuckled. "It's nothing, just a broken nose. Damn it, I could take a hit." Hearing him say this, the worry in my heart finally eased. After helping him to his feet, I guided him out of the classroom. His face was covered in blood, and he needed to wash it off. Otherwise, if the teacher saw him, we would surely face consequences. As we left the classroom, the room fell silent, with all the classmates staring at us. Strangely enough, instead of feeling embarrassed, I felt a surge of pride, lifting my chin as I led Fatty Tao out. On our way to the sink, Fatty Tao began to curse. "Damn it, we need to find Huaishu soon. We must get revenge." Chapter 5. Others are unreliable. When Fatty Tao expressed this, I remained silent. His beating was indeed tied to the earlier fight with Huaishu and his gang, so it was only natural to seek Huaishu's help for retribution. After Fatty Tao washed the blood off his face, we headed towards the teaching building. It was midday after lunch, and there were hardly any teachers around. Our class was on the first floor, while Huaishu's was on the second. Upon reaching the second floor, Fatty Tao and I craned our necks to peek inside Huaishu's classroom. There weren't many people in there, and Huaishu was absent. Fatty Tao then suggested, Let's go. Brother Sue is probably in the dormitory. Let's check there. Nodding in agreement, I followed Fatty Tao downstairs towards Huaishu's dormitory. Soon, we arrived at the closed dormitory door. Fatty Tao knocked, and shortly after, I heard the sound of hurried footsteps and a few thud from inside. After a few seconds, someone inside asked, "Who is it?" Fatty Tao replied, "Brother Sue, it's me." "Fatty Tao, I need to talk to you." Just moments later, the dormitory door swung open. A pungent odor assaulted my senses, a mix of cigarette smoke and foot odor that was quite unpleasant. However, we were here to seek a favor, so we couldn't let a mere smell deter us. Fatty Tao cheerfully stepped inside, pulling out a pack of Huang Guishu cigarettes costing 5 yuan each, distributing them among Huaishu and his friends. Huaishu took a cigarette, glanced at it dismissively, and tucked it behind his ear. Once Fatty Tao finished handing out cigarettes, Huaishu lazily asked, "What is up? Why are you looking for me?" With a forced smile, Fatty Tao replied, "Brother Sue, I came to ask for your help." Hearing this, Huaishu perked up and sat up straight, saying, "Oh, what can I do for you?" Fatty Tao, with a face full of indignation, recounted this afternoon. "I was with you guys when we beat up that bastard Chinfeng, right? Just now, he brought a gang to our class and beat me and my brothers. Brother Sue, since I'm with you, his attack is essentially a slap in your face. You have to help me teach him a lesson." After Fatty Tao finished, I expected Huaishu to react strongly, rallying his crew to confront Chinfeng. However, Huaishu's response was rather muted. He merely cursed, "Damn it. That little brat dares to hit my people? He is really tired of living." After a brief pause, he continued, "We definitely need to get back at him, but..." Curiously, Fatty Tao asked, "But what?" Huaishu glanced at him and responded, "But if we're going to fight, we need to bring people along, and that means expenses, drinks, snacks, and whatnot. I'm a bit short on cash lately." With that, Huaishu shook his head in resignation. At this moment, I understood Huaishu's intention. Damn it. Wasn't he this just a clear attempt to extort money from Fatty Tao? I felt a surge of anger and confronted Huaishu. "Brother Sue, Fatty Tao fought alongside you against Chinfeng earlier, and he even shared a cigarette with you. Now that he has been assaulted, you expect him to buy cigarettes and drinks to recruit help for a fight?" As soon as I voiced my thoughts, Huaishu's expression soured, and he pointed at me, cursing. "When did this become your place to speak? Are you looking for trouble?" He then advanced towards me. Fatty Tao quickly stepped in between us, smiling as he said, "Brother Sue, don't be like that. Just tell me what kind of cigarettes you want. I'll go buy a pack right now." After hearing this, Huaishu scoffed. "A pack? Do you think I'm some beggar? I'm helping you deal with someone like Chinfeng. You should bring me a whole carton of Red Nanjing to show your sincerity." Fatty Tao was momentarily taken aback. Red Nanjing cigarettes cost over 100 yuan for a carton. Huaishu was clearly asking for a lot. The more I thought about it, the more I realized how unreasonable this was. Fatty Tao had been beaten because of Huaishu's troubles, yet now, to seek revenge, he was being asked to buy cigarettes as a tribute. Wasn't this blatant extortion? Just as I was about to argue further with Huaishu, Fatty Tao regained his composure and winked at me before smiling at Huaishu. "All right, Brother Sue, it's just a carton of Red Nanjing. I'll get it, but I've spent most of my money this month. Let me borrow some, and once I have it, I'll bring the cigarettes over. How does that sound?" After Fatty Tao spoke, Huaishu's expression brightened, and he laughed heartily, patting Fatty Tao on the shoulder. "You've got the right idea. Once you bring the cigarettes, I'll help you gather people to deal with him. Whatever he did to you, we'll return in kind." With that, Fatty Tao nodded repeatedly, bid farewell to Huaishu and his crew, and we left the dormitory. On our way back to class, I asked Fatty Tao, "Are you really going to buy a carton of Red Nanjing for them? Isn't that just obvious extortion?" After my comment, Fatty Tao spat on the ground and replied, "To hell with that. I'm not buying anything. This is just a delaying tactic. Do they really think I'm a fool?" After he said this, I smiled wryly and asked, "So what is your plan?" Fatty Tao thought for a moment and then grinned. "I'll just take it easy. I'm not counting on anyone else. If Chinfeng continues to cause trouble, I'll confront him directly. We're all just human beings. No one can intimidate anyone else." Nodding in agreement, I responded, "Right? We can't rely on others. If he dares to bother us again, we'll fight back fiercely and see who can intimidate whom." After I spoke, Fatty Tao and I exchanged glances and laughed. In truth, with Fatty Tao's background, he had all the makings to thrive in this environment. His father was the head of the county police department. However, Fatty Tao had always kept a low profile and never mentioned it to outsiders. If Huaishu and his gang were to discover Fatty Tao's true identity, the tables might turn. And They would be the ones trying to curry favor. Upon returning to the classroom with Fatty Tao, we beheld our homeroom teacher standing at the podium, while the students below sat in silence, awaiting our report. At that moment, a perplexity arose within me. Why was our teacher here at this midday hour instead of resting? Our homeroom teacher, a woman in her 40s with an authoritative demeanor, was typically stringent with us, yet she had proven to be quite amiable, as evidenced by her previous decision to allow Lu Chu-Chu to tutor me. After we called out our report, she did not permit us entry, but instead furrowed her brow and inquired, "Did you just get into a fight with students from another class?" The weight of her words sank heavily into my heart. How on earth did she find out about this? Although she was generally fair, she maintained strict discipline. Whenever a fight occurred, she would demand that the involved students bring their parents. The thought of my father's fiery temper made me anxious. Noticing our silence, the teacher pressed on, "I'm speaking to you. Have you lost your voices?" Chapter 6. Fatty Tao is ruthless. Seeing her anger escalate, I hastily responded, "Teacher, it was the students from another class who came to attack us. If they came to hit us, we certainly could not just stand there and let them." Upon hearing my explanation, the teacher frowned and retorted, "You think you have so many excuses? I only asked if you fought with the students from class 4. This time, Fatty Tao and I exchanged glances and nodded in unison, conceding our involvement in the altercation. The teacher's expression softened slightly as she instructed us, "You two may enter. I want you to copy the class rules 50 times. Surprised by the leniency of her punishment, we both stood momentarily in shock. Although transcribing the class rules 50 times would be a tedious ordeal, we were relieved we didn't have to involve our parents. We expressed our gratitude. "Thank you, teacher," before hastily returning to our seats. As we passed Lu Chu-Chu, I caught her smiling triumphantly at me, leaving me baffled. What was she so pleased about? Once seated, the teacher began her lengthy admonishment, reiterating the usual themes: no fighting, no smoking, no early romances, and so forth. After enduring her lecture for approximately half an hour, she finally concluded. As soon as she left, the classroom erupted into chaos again. Fatty Tao and I retrieved the class rule handbook and began to write diligently. During our fervent writing, the tall figure of Big Bear, who sat in front of us, turned around and said, "Xiao Gu, Tao Gu, do you know how the teacher found out about your fight?" Big Bear, whose real name was Zheng Xiong, was a towering figure at 6 feet tall, and we had chosen to sit behind him due to his imposing stature. He served as a natural barrier, shielding us from view while we napped during class. We shared a good rapport, having stayed in the same dormitory. However, he was somewhat timid, which is why he hadn't intervened during the fight. Nevertheless, Fatty Tao and I held no grudges against him, understanding his character. Fatty Tao set down his pen and asked, "Just spit out already. Why are you dilly-dallying?" Big Bear glanced around cautiously before whispering, "After you two left the classroom, class monitor Lu Chu-Chu went out too. When she returned, the teacher came back with her. I think you can figure out the rest." Upon hearing this, I cursed under my breath and slammed my hand on the desk, startling Big Bear. Fatty Tao quickly restrained me, warning, "Calm down. What are you going to do? Go and hit her. If you act on impulse, we might end up having to bring our parents." The mention of involving our parents quelled my fury, and I sighed in resignation. I truly did not expect Lu Chu-Chu to be so vindictive. Big Bear, with an air of mystery, added, "You might not know, but Lu Chu-Chu has been dating Qin Feng for some time now." At his revelation, Fatty Tao seemed unfazed, but I was left dumbfounded. When did this happen? How come I was completely unaware? It didn't make sense. If Lu Chu-Chu had a boyfriend, then what was she doing with a cucumber at home? Was she not just playing with a life-size doll? Curiosity piqued, I inquired, "How do you know they are together? I never noticed anything before." Big Bear chuckled and replied, "Well, it's not exactly official. Lu Chu-Chu likes Qin Feng and writes him letters every day. I heard this morning, Qin Feng finally accepted her feelings. But I'm puzzled. Why would she report you guys when you've already had a run-in with Qin Feng?" His words clarified my thoughts. Lu Chu-Chu had allied herself with Qin Feng, making any thoughts of revenge against her seem futile. Clearly, she had found a way to retaliate. As I had participated in the fight, and Qin Feng had been injured, it all made sense now. Fatty Tao resumed copying the class rules, grumbling, "Damn it. I've wasted so many years. The more well-off they are, the more they thrive. Just wait. One day, I'll make those campus queens kneel before me." I too began to copy the class rules, but my thoughts were consumed by Lu Chu-Chu and whether I would ever have the chance to confront her. It wasn't that I harbored a petty grudge against a girl. I had endured my father's beatings throughout my life, yet he had never struck my face. Lu Chu Chu was the first to slap me, and as a woman, that humiliation lingered in my heart, fueling my desire for revenge. In the following days, Huisu sought us out several times, demanding we procure a pack of cigarettes, which Fatty Tao and I consistently refused to do, despite having the funds. Eventually, Huisu grew frustrated and threatened us, stating that if we did not deliver the cigarettes within 3 days, he would deal with us directly. Although we could afford the cigarettes, our pride wouldn't allow us to yield to Huisu's intimidation. Fatty Tao and I resolved to stand our ground, and we decided that if it came to blows, we wouldn't back down. Meanwhile, Lu Chu Chu and Qin Feng seemed to be enjoying their newfound relationship, and he had ceased to trouble us. However, whenever they were in the classroom, their flirtation often glanced our way, their provocative looks leaving me feeling quite unsettled. On Friday, the deadline Huisu said approached, and that evening, he arrived at the dormitory with a gang of followers. Fatty Tao, wearing a broad grin, greeted him, "Su Ge, what brings you here so late?" Huisu shot him an icy glare and arrogantly retorted, "I've been in Huanglong No. 1 high school for a long time. No one dares to mess with me. You two are quite bold, aren't you? I now pose a question to you. Is there any of that cigarette available today?" Huisu has insulted us, calling us bastards, and of course I, alongside Fatty Tao, could not let this slide. With a furrowed brow, Fatty Tao confronted Huisu, demanding that he clean up his language. As soon as Fatty Tao finished speaking, Huisu delivered a swift kick to Fatty Tao's abdomen, catching him off guard and causing him to double over in pain. Huisu then pointed an accusatory finger at Fatty Tao, shouting, "What are you even worth? Who cares if I insult you? What will you do about it? Come at me." At that moment, I rushed to support Fatty Tao and inquired about his condition. He straightened up and shook his head, declaring he was fine. Suddenly, Fatty Tao pulled a fruit knife from his pocket, his face contorted with anger, and declared, "Damn it. If you want to play, I'll play along." Seeing the knife, Huisu was momentarily taken aback, but soon broke into a hearty laugh. After he finished laughing, Huisu, in a bravado-laden manner, pointed at his own chest and challenged Fatty Tao, "If you're a man, stab me here. If you don't, you're nothing." Upon hearing this, the group of followers accompanying Huisu erupted into mocking laughter, their gazes filled with derision towards Fatty Tao. Fearing that Fatty Tao might act impulsively, I was about to caution him, but before I could, Fatty Tao let out a furious roar and lunged at Huisu, aiming the fruit knife at his chest. Chapter 7. Climbing the Wall, Retreat. The entire situation unfolded unexpectedly. Initially, Huisu was stunned, but he quickly regained his composure. After all, he was no stranger to fights. Realizing Fatty Tao was serious, Huisu cursed and dodged to the side. Fortunately, he managed to evade just in time. Fatty Tao's knife sliced through the air, barely missing Huisu but tearing his shirt in the process. After evading the attack, Huisu ran without looking back, prompting his entourage to flee as well. Fatty Tao, now enraged, brandished the knife and prepared to charge forward. I swiftly wrapped my arms around him, shouting, "Don't be impulsive." My words seemed to snap Fatty Tao out of his fury. Meanwhile, Big Bear and another roommate, Xiao Fei, jumped off their beds and urged Fatty Tao to calm down. With the tension easing, I hurried to close the dormitory door and handed out cigarettes to Fatty Tao, Big Bear, and Xiao Fei, although they weren't frequent smokers. Once we settled down, I sighed and said to Fatty Tao, "Taozi, try not to be so impulsive in the future. Knives aren't toys. If you had killed Huisu today, I doubt even your father could save you." After my admonition, Fatty Tao took a drag from his cigarette and chuckled at first. I merely intended to scare him. I never expected him to provoke me further. I just lost my cool. At this point, Fatty Tao laughed and added, "You all saw it. What a bunch of pretentious fools. They all ran away, didn't they? Haha." With that, we all shared a hearty laugh, and the night passed without further incident. The following morning, as we made our way to class, news of Fatty Tao chasing Huisu away with a knife had spread throughout our grade. Wherever we went, we noticed familiar and unfamiliar faces sneaking glances at us. At that moment, Fatty Tao and I felt a surge of pride. Perhaps we had never been the center of attention before. Now, suddenly thrust into the limelight, we felt somewhat out of our element, and we were anxious about a critical concern. If word of this reached the school administration, I might be fine, but Fatty Tao would likely face severe consequences. We endured the day with bated breath until the last class, during which our homeroom teacher unexpectedly called on Lu Chu Chu, inquiring if I had attended her tutoring session the previous week. Lu Chu Chu replied softly that I had. The teacher nodded and instructed her to continue tutoring me that week in preparation for the upcoming monthly exam, emphasizing the need to see results. Lu Chu Chu acknowledged this, and I couldn't help but smile at the back of the classroom, initially thinking the tutoring would fall through. Now the teacher had brought it up again. Just wait until the weekend if she thinks I won't show up for tutoring. After class, Lu Chu Chu approached me, informing me to come to her house the next morning at 9 for 2 hours of tutoring. As she turned to leave, it was evident she was displeased, but I cared little for her mood. I relished the opportunity for some private interaction, where I could tease her at will. The weekend was upon us, and after tidying up in the dormitory, Fatty Tao and I prepared to head home. Just before we reached the school gate, my phone buzzed, revealing a call from Big Bear. Upon answering, Big Bear spoke urgently. "Xiao Ge, are you and Tao Ge still at school?" I replied affirmatively. "We're almost at the gate. What is up?" Big Bear continued. "You and Tao Ge need to climb over the wall and get out of there. Hui Su has brought a gang of people outside, many of whom are from the streets, and they're armed with knives. I saw Qin Feng leaving with Lu Chu Chu, so they're definitely waiting for you. Whatever you do, don't go out the front gate." Startled by Big Bear's warning, I recalled that it was common for students to call upon street thugs during holidays to settle scores. Although these were merely young ruffians, I still felt a twinge of apprehension. After acknowledging Big Bear, I pulled Fatty Tao back. Noticing my sudden retreat, he curiously asked, "What's wrong, Xiao Ge? Are we going back? Did you forget something?" I replied with a wry smile. "We Su has people waiting outside, and Big Bear just warned me they're armed. We should climb over the wall to escape." Fatty Tao, taken aback, swore under his breath and followed my lead in silence. The school walls weren't particularly high, but the top was lined with shards of broken glass. Despite the school's efforts to deter students from climbing over, we were well aware of a few secret spots to do so. We opted for a hidden location known only to us, situated behind the teacher's dormitory. As the saying goes, the most dangerous places often provide the safest escape routes. Upon reaching our destination, I climbed to the top of the wall and ensured the coast was clear before signaling for Fatty Tao to join me. Once we both scaled the wall, we sprinted across a stretch of desolate land to reach the street. Breathless, we finally hailed a tricycle taxi, and only then did we feel our anxieties begin to dissipate. Feeling a bit sheepish, Fatty Tao turned to me and said, "Xiao Ge, this really isn't your problem. I dragged you into this mess." I shot him a glare and retorted, "What are you talking about? Are you trying to sever ties? We're in this together. We share both joy and burdens. Have you forgotten our brotherhood?" Fatty Tao then produced a cigarette, offering it to me with a grin. "I haven't forgotten. How could I?" I found myself pondering. Having evaded today's troubles, what would the future hold? After Fatty Tao's words, I fell silent. He was indeed correct. My acquaintance with him did not extend beyond our shared school environment, and the only friends I had were Big Bear and Little Fei. While we shared a strong bond, both of them were not the type to instigate trouble. If we found ourselves in a brawl, they would undoubtedly call for an ambulance when it was all over, but persuading them to join the fray would be quite a challenge. Even if they did, it would be of little consequence, for the individuals we had offended were of considerable stature. As we approached Fatty Tao's home, we could not devise a better plan. I placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said, "Let go of your worries. We will address future matters in due time. To speak candidly, if we cannot win, we may only endure a beating. Surely, they cannot kill us. As men, we must not cower. Let them do as they please. A mere furrowed brow does not define our bravery." Upon hearing my words, Fatty Tao burst into laughter. By then, our motorcycle had arrived at the entrance of his community. As we disembarked, Fatty Tao abruptly said, "Don't worry. One day, we brothers will rise above." With a casual wave, he strolled into the complex. On my way home, I reflected on Fatty Tao's statement. In truth, neither of us excelled academically, and we had long abandoned hopes of attending university. Not everyone desires to be part of the underworld. Many are compelled by their surroundings. When pushed to a certain limit, one may as well embrace it and strive for success, just as Fatty Tao suggested. We will eventually make our mark. Chapter 8. A Heroic Rescue. As I lay in bed that night, I began to devise a plan for my tutoring session at Lu Chu Chu's house the following morning. After all, she had slapped me and caused me distress. It was only fair to seize an opportunity for my own gain. Moreover, she had begun dating that fool Qin Feng. To be honest, I believed I was not inferior in appearance to Qin Feng, but his family's wealth was apparent. Rumor had it that his parents were involved in substantial business ventures, though I was unaware of the specifics. Admittedly, seeing Lu Chuchu with Qin Feng sparked a twinge of jealousy within me. However, since the incident involving the cucumber, her reputation in my eyes had diminished. Subconsciously, I regarded Lu Chuchu as a rather risque individual, merely pretending to be serious in front of her peers. The thought of that cucumber made me feel a bit flushed, and I found myself drifting off to sleep. The next morning, perhaps due to my restless thoughts, I overslept. When I finally opened my eyes, it was nearly 9 o'clock. I hastily got dressed and began my morning routine. After finishing, I stepped outside, realizing it was already past 9. Our home was situated on the outskirts of the city, and it wasn't until around 9:30 that I managed to hail a motorcycle. As I traveled to Lu Chuchu's house, I checked my phone and discovered a message from her timestamped at 10 past 9, essentially stating that I was late and need not come. Since I was already en route, returning was not an option. I decided to go to her house anyway, thinking I could claim I hadn't received the message. Before long, I arrived at Lu Chuchu's complex and made my way to her door. This time, the entrance was not left ajar. Just as I was about to ring the doorbell, I overheard a heated argument inside, piquing my curiosity. It seemed that every visit to Lu Chuchu's house was fraught with drama. Leaning closer to the door, I discerned a man's voice exclaiming, "You little tease. If you wish to be my girlfriend, then why deny me? I'll come here today, and I intend to have my way." Following that, I heard Lu Chuchu pleading, "Qin Feng, please don't do this. I truly like you. Please respect my boundaries. I will not so easily sleep with you." At that moment, everything became clear. It was evident that Qin Feng had arrived with intentions of coercing Lu Chuchu into submission, and she was resisting. Truth be told, I initially considered leaving, thinking Lu Chuchu had brought this upon herself for being infatuated with such a fool. Everyone knew that Qin Feng changed girlfriends weekly. Yet, as I descended a few steps, I hesitated. The image of Lu Chuchu's pitiful state stirred something within me. Although I had not seen her in that moment, I imagined her with tears streaming down her face, evoking sympathy. Given that I had a grudge against Qin Feng, I figured it would be better to assist Lu Chuchu. The notion of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress is one that no man can easily resist, myself included. With that thought, I approached the door and knocked vigorously, calling out in a gruff voice, "Is anyone home? I'm here to check the water meter." To obscure my identity from the peephole, I covered it with my hand. Moments later, I heard Qin Feng's impatient voice from inside. "Who is it?" I continued in my rough tone, "Just checking the water meter. I have other stops to make." "Hurry up and open the door." As soon as I finished speaking, I heard Qin Feng grumbling, "Damn, when did checking the water meter become such a big deal?" With that, the door clicked open. Before he could fully register who I was, I delivered a swift kick to his stomach, exerting all my strength. Qin Feng doubled over, groaning in pain, and collapsed onto the floor. Without hesitation, I rushed inside, although I did not see Lu Chuchu at that moment. Qin Feng, now aware of my presence, clutched his belly and pointed at me, exclaiming, "You bastard! How dare you hit me?" I seized his hair and delivered a couple of slaps, not hesitating to add more punishment since the deed was already done. Qin Feng seemed taken aback by my audacity. After landing the blows, I ignored him and made my way toward Lu Chuchu's room. Upon entering, I found her sitting on the bed in tears, dressed properly, but with her hair in disarray. It was clear that Qin Feng had been aggressive. I grabbed some tissues from the desk and handed them to Lu Chuchu, saying, "Stop crying and wipe your face." She paused, recognizing my voice, and upon seeing me, she burst into tears, suddenly throwing herself into my arms, sobbing uncontrollably. I was taken aback by her sudden embrace. Having not anticipated such a reaction, I stood there rigidly, unsure what to do. Though it felt pleasant to be pressed against her, I remained motionless, my earlier thoughts of teasing her completely forgotten. After a while, Lu Chuchu finally released me and, sitting at the edge of the bed, tearfully apologized. My shirt was now damp from her tears, a testament to her distress. Upon hearing Lu Chuchu apologize to me, I smiled faintly and replied, "It's nothing. What's the matter? Weren't you in a relationship with Qin Feng? How did you end up arguing?" Immediately after uttering these words, I regretted my own curiosity, realizing it was a question I already knew the answer to. As expected, Lu Chuchu did not respond. Instead, her tears flowed more freely. He sat beside her, offering a tissue, and time slipped away until she finally ceased her sobbing. In fragmented sentences, she recounted the events. It turned out that this morning, Lu Chu had urged me not to come, partly because I was late, but mostly because she had no intention of tutoring me. My tardiness seemed to fortuitously align with her wishes. Additionally, Qin Feng, aware that Lu Chu's parents were at work and not home during the day, called her to say he was coming over to hang out. Hence, Lu Chu sent me a message requesting I not arrive. Once Qin Feng appeared, she initially harbored no ill thoughts, even contemplating preparing a delightful meal for him. However, to her surprise, he soon became inappropriate. What began as verbal teasing escalated into more brazen actions. Although Lu Chu held affection for Qin Feng, she was not the type of girl to yield easily. When he started to advance physically, she firmly rejected him. A woman who offers no resistance does not evoke much passion in a man, while a slight defiance is often cherished. Yet, upon witnessing Lu Chu's resolute stance, Qin Feng's frustration mounted. Relying on the public knowledge of their relationship, he attempted to overpower her just as I arrived on the scene. After hearing her account, I spat in disdain and addressed Lu Chu. I don't understand your thoughts. Qin Feng changes girlfriends weekly. It's obvious he is not a decent person. No sooner had I spoken than the door to Lu Chu's room was violently kicked open, and I saw Qin Feng storm in with a group of people. Chapter 9. Lu Chu's attitude towards me changed. I was still in shock when one of them struck me on the head with a baseball bat. A loud ringing filled my ears, and in an instant, my mind went blank. I collapsed, aware that my head was bleeding as a sticky fluid made my eyes seal shut, and when I forced them open, everything was a crimson blur. Amidst the haze, I heard Qin Feng's voice commanding, "Beat him hard. I'll take the blame for whatever happens." Soon, I felt numerous feet kicking me, and pain radiated through my entire body until I grew numb to it. At some point, I sensed someone leaning over me, pleading, "Stop, stop, you'll kill him." It was none other than Lu Chu, who had thrown herself over me, prompting the assailants to cease their assault. I heard her crying, deeply sorrowful. Strangely, at that moment, my pain dulled. The warmth of her protection enveloped me, making me forget my suffering. In my life, no girl had ever shielded me like this, and I felt an unexpected warmth in my heart. Then, I heard Qin Feng scoff, "Damn. I knew you were a loose woman. I should have guessed. Didn't you say you despise this little trash? Why are you protecting him now?" After a pause, he continued, "A girl like you is hardly worth my time. Come on, brothers, let us go." With that, I heard his mocking laughter fade into the distance. Finally, Lu Chu climbed off me and, with a quivering voice, asked if I was all right. Though my head swam and my body ached, I feigned toughness and replied, "Iem me fine." Lu Chu, still tearful, insisted, "How can you be fine? Look at all the blood on your head. I must call an ambulance." With that, she attempted to rise and reach for the phone on her bedside. I swiftly grabbed her arm, saying, "No, if you call an ambulance, this will cause a huge commotion. It's not suitable for you as a girl." Afterward, I struggled to my feet and dialed Fatty Tao on my small phone. After a few rings, his voice came through, "What's up, Xiao Ge?" I was still asleep. I urged him, "Stop sleeping. Come to Lu Chu's house quickly. I've just been beaten and lost a lot of blood. I need you to take me to the hospital." Upon hearing this, Fatty Tao shouted in disbelief, "What? Who beat you? Did Lu Chu hit you?" His words made me want to laugh and cry simultaneously. I replied, "Don't ask. It wasn't Lu Chu. Hurry up, or I might bleed to death." At that moment, Lu Chu realized my wound was still bleeding. In a panic, she rushed to fetch a towel from the bathroom to press against my injury. After hanging up, we sat in silence. Lu Chu ceased her tears and helped me sit on her bed. Since she was applying pressure to my wound, she was unusually close, allowing me to catch a whiff of her fragrance. While waiting for Fatty Tao, I reflected on how worthwhile this beating had been. Men can be foolish. I had once loathed the woman who had struck me, yet after these events, I found Lu Chu to be delicate and felt a sudden urge to protect her. At that moment, she softly murmured, "Zhang Xiao, I'm so sorry." Upon hearing her words, I smiled gently and replied, "There is no need for apologies. This incident has helped you realize what kind of person Qin Feng is." Lu Chu then softly said, "I treated you poorly before, and now you've been hurt trying to save me. I truly feel terrible." I offered a wry smile and asked, "Can I smoke? I need a cigarette." Lu Chu eagerly nodded, "Of course. Just press down on the towel. I'll go get my dad's ashtray." After I held the towel against my head, Lu Chu hurried to her father's room. Moments later, She returned with an ashtray and, to my surprise, a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes. I didn't hesitate to open the pack and took one, placing it in my mouth. She then used her father's lighter to ignite it for me. While I smoked, Lu Chu took a cigarette from the pack and lit it up. After a puff, she began to cough uncontrollably. Seeing her adorable expression, I couldn't help but laugh. Lu Chu shot me a playful glare, saying, "What are you laughing at?" She then attempted to mimic my smoking style, but for someone unaccustomed to it, such a feat was far from simple. Choking, she blushed and extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray, pouting, "I really don't understand how you boys find smoking enjoyable." Her question left me momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. Just then, the doorbell rang, and I knew Fatty Tao had arrived. I urged Lu Chu to answer it. She nodded and stepped out to open the door. Moments later, the door swung open, and I heard Fatty Tao's voice before he even entered. "Xiao Ge, where are you? Are you dead yet?" Lu Chu burst into laughter at his antics, and I rolled my eyes in exasperation, thinking dealing with such a ridiculous teammate truly leaves me speechless. At that moment, Lu Chu turned to Fatty Tao and said, "I'm in the room." Shortly after, Fatty Tao entered, and upon seeing my bloodied face, his expression shifted dramatically. With a stern countenance, he asked, "Xiao Ge, what happened? Who did this?" I tossed a cigarette to Fatty Tao and recounted the entire ordeal. Upon hearing my account, he became furious. I quickly gestured for him to calm down, saying, "Let us first go to the hospital to treat my wounds. We could discuss revenge later." Fatty Tao nodded in agreement and, along with Lu Chu, helped me to the bathroom to wash my face before escorting me out of her home. Initially, I intended for Lu Chu to remain behind, but she insisted on accompanying us, leaving me no choice but to acquiesce. Once at the hospital, Lu Chu stayed by my side while Fatty Tao busily handled the registration. The doctor examined my injuries, which were not severe enough to require stitches. He applied some medication and bandaged the wounds. By the time we left the hospital, it was already midday. We casually found a place nearby to have lunch. After our meal, I urged Lu Chu to head home, as she seemed quite remorseful about my situation and insisted on covering the bill. She reminded me to take care of myself before departing. Once Lu Chu left, Fatty Tao looked at me with a knowing expression and remarked, "Xiao Ge, you truly played this brilliantly." I was momentarily puzzled by his words, and upon noticing my frown, he chuckled and continued, "What a heroic rescue. I've been observing Lu Chu today, and I noticed her gaze towards you has changed. Did you not see? During lunch, she kept serving you food. It's evident that she has feelings for you." In response, I scoffed and retorted, "Come on, you sharp-eyed rascal. She's merely grateful for my help. You're twisting it into something else." After my words, Fatty Tao chuckled, but soon his expression grew serious as he asked, "Xiao Ge, what are your plans regarding Qinfeng?" Chapter 10. I'm armed today. After Fatty Tao's inquiry, a taxi conveniently arrived. I suggested we return to school, saying, "I can't go home looking like this. My father would surely skin me alive." Fatty Tao nodded, and we hailed the taxi back to school. It was a Sunday, and many students had already returned for the afternoon. The school wasn't very strict about it. Although most students returned on Monday mornings, a few, like us, arrived early for evening study sessions. In the early afternoon, the campus was relatively empty. Upon returning to the dormitory, Fatty Tao and I lay on our beds, smoking. Fatty Tao, cigarette in mouth and brow furrowed, asked, "Xiao Ge, do you have any plans?" I sighed and shook my head, then continued, "Taozi, we've known each other since the first year of middle school, and now we're in our first year of high school, over 3 years together. Although our academic performance hasn't been stellar, we've never been pushovers. The two individuals we've offended, Hui Su and Qin Feng, are quite prominent figures in our grade. Hui Su, as you know, is reputed to have connections in the underworld, and Qin Feng undoubtedly has backing as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to stand against Hui Su." With a sigh, I added, "Here we are, just the two of us. We're all just human, but when compared to them, our strength is significantly lacking. We're bound to be the ones getting beaten." Fatty Tao frowned and asked, "Xiao Ge, are you suggesting we back down?" I clarified, "I'm not suggesting we back down. If we do, we'll never hold our heads high in high school. I'm aware of that. What I mean is that we're at a disadvantage compared to them. If we confront them head-on, we'll only suffer." Fatty Tao nodded thoughtfully before asking, "So what do you propose we do? You're far more clever than I am. Just tell me your plan, and I'll follow you." Suddenly, Fatty Tao pulled out two objects wrapped in newspaper from his pocket and tossed them onto the bed with a clatter. I was taken aback, unsure of what he was up to. He pointed at the newspaper-wrapped items and said, "These are two machetes. Since you mentioned being beaten today, I thought I'd bring them from home. You decide how we use them. I'm with you." I was startled. While I could handle a fight with a wooden leg, wielding a machete was far beyond my comfort zone. Sensing my hesitation, Fatty Tao chuckled and reassured me. "Don't worry, these machetes are dull, bought from a street vendor. They're primarily for intimidation. They won't harm anyone. Remember last time when Hui Su tried to bully me in the dorm? He was scared off by a dagger. These people aren't invincible. If you show them you're fiercer, they'll back down. If you show weakness, they'll only bully you more." Fatty Tao's words made sense, and I nodded in agreement. I said, "You're right. If that is the case, let us do it. Chin Feng is a day student and 1 TB around tonight. Plus, it's the weekend, so there are 1 TB many teachers at school. Hui Su will definitely come for evening study sessions. We should confront him in front of our classmates to establish our reputation." Fatty Tao's enthusiasm was reignited by my plan. He sprang up from the bed, exclaiming, "Damn, I've been waiting for you to say that. Let us do it. Don't worry about any consequences. As long as it's not too severe, I'll get us out." I chuckled. "You have a chief for a father. But I don't. If you get out, I'll be the one suffering inside." Fatty Tao shot me an incredulous look and replied, "What are you talking about? If I get out, I'll definitely bring you with me. Remember, we're brothers." He emphasized the word brothers, and I nodded in agreement, saying nothing further. To avoid being ambushed by Hui Su, we took a brief rest in the dormitory before leaving. Hui Su hadn't found us last night, and it was likely he would seek us out today. We weren't foolish. Fatty Tao and I headed directly to a nearby hotel for a short rest, waiting for the evening study session to surprise Hui Su. As night fell and the bell signaling evening study rang, we exited the hotel. However, instead of heading to school immediately, we stopped by a small restaurant nearby for a meal. They say alcohol can bolster courage, so we each ordered half a pound of ergua too. After eating and drinking our fill, we strolled towards the school, slightly unsteady on our feet. After consuming half a gin of liquor, both I and my hefty companion, Tao, were still able to hold our ground, remaining coherent though slightly exhilarated, and perhaps a tad unsteady on our feet. This sensation has lingered in my memory for many years. As we made our way back to school, both of us were filled with a fervent zeal, eagerly anticipating our impending confrontation with Hui Su. It was a thrilling moment, and it must be said that alcohol is not a benevolent companion. Excessive indulgence often leads to unfortunate outcomes, and one should always exercise caution in its presence. Upon our triumphant return to school, we were greeted by the cacophony of various classes in uproar. Just then, my little communication device chimed. It was a call from Xiong. Upon answering, he warned, "Xiao Gu, you and Tao are not coming tonight, right? Do not attend evening study. Come back tomorrow morning instead. Hui Su just brought people to our class looking for you." I chuckled and replied, "No worries, Tao and I are actively searching for him. Tonight, we shall compel Hui Su to kneel and sing conquer for us." With that, I ended the call in a fit of laughter. However, just a few steps later, my device rang again. I answered, only to scold, "Xiong, why are you meddling so much?" I declared, "Tonight, let me show him." To my surprise, a female voice responded, "Zhang Xiao, Hui Su and his crew are planning to ambush you and Tao. Do not come to school." It was Lu Chu Chu. Recognizing her voice, I quickly apologized. "My apologies. I didn't check the number. I wasn't directing that at you." She replied lightly, "It's fine. Hui Su brought a lot of people to our class, including some from the streets. I just wanted to warn you. Anyway, I have to study, so I'll hang up now." After assuring her, I ended the call. Seeing me grinning foolishly at my device, Tao gave me a playful nudge. "You look ridiculous, grinning like that." Was it a call from Lu Chu Chu? His comment jolted me back to reality, and I furrowed my brow, saying, "Tao, it seems Hui Su truly has sent people to find us, including some from streets. What should we do?" Tao shrugged off my concern. "What is there to fear? So what if they are from the streets? I have a knife today. Chapitre 11, Richuis Coadis." Tao's bravado stirred my own spirit. I thought, to hell with it. We arrived at the teaching building and marched directly toward Class 8, Hui Su's domain. Peering through the window, we found it empty. Tao suggested, "Let us head to the dormitory. They must be there." I nodded in agreement, and we sprinted towards the dorms. Upon arrival, the lights were indeed on, and the door was ajar, revealing two familiar figures standing outside, smoking and chatting. We removed the wrapped machete from its newspaper covering, feeling a surge of confidence. As we approached, one of the smokers noticed us and shouted, "What the hell? You dare to come over? Are you tired of living?" Just as he spoke, we revealed the gleaming blade, reflecting the eerie moonlight, which caused the smoker to freeze momentarily. Despite his quick instinct to flee, he shouted, "Su Gu, someone's coming to chop us." We charged towards the dormitory's entrance. The two boys initially attempted to shut the door, but Tao swiftly barreled through, forcing it open. Inside, 7 or 8 individuals were gathered, including a few with bleached hair, likely from the streets, while Hui Su lounged on a bed, smoking. Upon spotting our machetes, Hui Su leapt from his seat, a flicker of fear crossing his features as he stammered, "What do you want?" Before I could respond, Tao struck one of the students near the door on the shoulder with the blunt blade, sending him sprawling. Though the machete was unsharpened, it still inflicted pain. The boy, whether feigning or genuinely in pain, clutched his shoulder and cried out, effectively establishing our intimidation. Tao then pointed his weapon at Hui Su, shouting, "What do you want from us? Haven't you been blocking me these past few days? Today I'm here." With that, Tao transformed into a whirlwind of chaos, swinging the machete at those nearest to him. Inspired, I joined in, wielding my own weapon with abandon, determined to avoid fatal strikes. The occupants of the dormitory scrambled to defend themselves, but primarily sought to evade us, particularly the bleached-haired youths who, upon sensing an opening, made their escape. Hui Su attempted to flee as well, but Tao kicked him back. At that moment, other than the two boys groaning on the floor, Hui Su was left standing. I dashed to the door and shut it tight, then approached Hui Su alongside Tao. The fallen Hui Su, clutching his abdomen, stood up, his expression betraying a hint of panic. Yet, having navigated this life for some time, he pointed at us defiantly, declaring, "Whoever dares to touch me, I, Hui Su, will ensure you can't survive in this school." Tao, unfazed, retorted with a curse, and swung his machete towards Hui Su's head. Though the blade was dull, such a blow could still be perilous. Just as I braced for the sight of bloodshed, Tao redirected his strike, the side of the machete slamming against Hui Su's skull. With a resounding thud, Hui Su crumpled to the ground, and Tao seized his hair, growling, "Who do you think you are?" After a few jarring impacts against the wall, Hui Su fell silent, blood streaming down his face. I cautioned Tao, "That's enough. We can't harm him too severely, or we'll suffer the consequences." Yet, in a fit of rage, Tao disregarded my plea, fetching a basin of water and dousing Hui Su's head. The cold water jolted Hui Su from his stupor, eliciting cries of pain as he writhed on the floor. At this moment, the stout Tao refrained from further assaulting his foes, instead coldly commanding, "All of you, kneel before me." After his words echoed, the 3 individuals sprawled on the ground initially remained motionless. Enraged, Tao seized one of the boys by the hair and slammed his head against the iron bed frame. After a couple of strikes, the boy, on the verge of tears, pleaded, Brother, please don't hit me anymore. I'll kneel if that's what you want." Upon witnessing his submission, Tao released his grip, and the boy, with snot and tears streaming down his face, knelt obediently. At this juncture, Hui Su and another boy, witnessing the scene, were equally frightened by Tao's ferocity. They struggled to rise from the ground and promptly knelt in compliance. Throughout this ordeal, I stood to the side, wielding a machete, not from a lack of desire to intervene, but because Tao's display of aggression had startled me. I had not anticipated such ferocity from him. Seeing all 3 kneeling, Tao handed me the machete and retrieved a towel from the clothesline. Understanding his intentions, I recalled having witnessed Tao previously use a towel to strike someone, an act that, while unlikely to cause serious injury, was undeniably painful. Although I had never been struck myself, the thought was enough to make me wince. Tao wrapped the towel around his hand and approached Hui Su, delivering a sharp slap to his face with it. The resounding crack made me instinctively touch my own face, realizing the pain must be intense. Hui Su, devoid of any semblance of composure, rolled on the ground, wailing in distress. Tao coldly remarked, "Aren't you so tough? What are you crying for? Kneel before me." At his icy command, I noticed Hui Su tremble, and he struggled to rise, ultimately kneeling before Tao. As Tao prepared to strike Hui Su again, I furrowed my brow and intervened, gently shaking my head to signal him to step aside so I could take over. Tao nodded and complied. Once he moved aside, I squatted down before Hui Su, maintaining a calm demeanor as I addressed him, "Brother Su, in this world, One cannot wander through life unscathed. There must be boundaries in how we treat one another. You sought to provoke us, and we would not retaliate unless you left us no choice. However, if you continue to threaten my brother and me, I shall ensure your suffering is profound." My voice crescendoed into a shout by the end. Huisu, now completely subdued, nodded fervently, his face bloodied and tear-streaked. I then stood and told him, "I understand your resentment, and you may seek revenge, but remember this. If you do not eliminate my brother Tao and me, we will make your life unbearable." Chapter 12. The Arrival of Dexiong and Xiao Fei. After delivering these words, I glanced at Tao and suggested, "Let us leave. There's little point in continuing this." Tao nodded, but as we departed, he kicked Huisu one last time. Following this, we exited their dormitory, initially keeping our machetes at hand, wary of any potential pursuers. However, upon leaving the dormitory building, we encountered no one, allowing us to tuck the machetes away. Tao intended to head toward the classroom, but I called out to him, "Let us not return to the classroom just yet. For safety's sake, we should hide the machetes first. If the school catches us, we'll be in deep trouble." Agreeing, Tao and I deliberated and ultimately decided to conceal the machetes in a nearby grove, ensuring we could retrieve them if necessary, given how close it was. After securing the weapons, we returned to class as if nothing had happened. It seemed the classmates were aware that Huisu and his crew were searching for us. As we entered, the previously noisy classroom fell silent. I noticed Lu Chu-Chu gazing at me with concern. Suppressing my excitement, I nodded gently to her, signaling that I was unharmed. Upon returning to my seat, I felt a rush of exhilaration. From Lu Chu-Chu's expression, it was evident she genuinely cared for my well-being. This led me to daydream, pondering whether the cliché from television might unfold in real life. Would the heroine eventually fall for her hero after being saved? Just as I was lost in thought, Tao playfully smacked the back of my head, teasing, "What are you daydreaming about? You're practically drooling." His words jolted me back to reality, and indeed, I realized I was caught up in my musings. At that moment, the large figure of Dexiong turned towards us. A look of concern etched on his face. "Brothers," he exclaimed, "didn't I advise you to lay low tonight? Why didn't you heed my warning? Huisu is truly after you, and he has brought along 2 or 3 thugs." After Dexiong's words, Tao and I exchanged amused glances, choosing not to respond. Dexiong, looking frustrated, implored us, "I'm serious. Do you think I'm joking?" I chuckled and replied, "We know Huisu is looking for us, but we've already handled him in his dormitory. He is probably on his way to the hospital now." My words elicited laughter from Tao. Dexiong, bewildered, pressed for details, and I recounted the encounter with Huisu. Upon hearing my story, Dexiong was left speechless, and after a prolonged silence, he stammered, "You really hurt Huisu?" Tao waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Believe it or not, you'll find out tomorrow. Now let me catch some sleep. After half a bottle of liquor, I feel so drowsy." With that, he laid his head on the desk and dozed off. Dexiong remained perplexed by Tao's dismissal, and I too felt fatigue wash over me, so I ignored him and rested my head on the desk, preparing to take a short nap. Hardly a minute had passed before I was nudged awake. Irritated, I lifted my head to find it was Dexiong. Sensing my annoyance, he cautiously said, "Xiao Ge, please don't be angry. Someone asked me to give you this note. They said it was from Lu Chu-Chu." With that, Dexiong placed a neatly folded note on my desk before quickly turning away. He needn't have worried. Upon hearing that the note was from Lu Chu-Chu, my heart soared. I picked up the note, inhaling its delightful scent. This was no ordinary paper. It was the fragrant stationery that had become popular among students for writing love letters. This was my first time receiving a note like this, especially from Lu Chu-Chu. I held it for a moment before carefully unfolding it, knowing well that she wouldn't write me a love letter, but would likely inform me about Huisu's intentions. Opening the note, I found her elegant handwriting. "Huisu is looking for you. Please be careful." Smiling at her neat script, I jotted a response below. "Don't worry. Huisu has already been dealt with by Tao and me. He should be in the hospital now." After writing, I asked Xiong to deliver the note. Once it was sent, my drowsiness vanished, and I waited eagerly for Lu Chu-Chu's reply. Unfortunately, to my disappointment, she did not respond by the time the evening study session ended. As evening self-study came to an end, Lu Chu-Chu did not say a word to me. She simply gathered a few books and departed without even glancing back, which left me feeling somewhat disheartened. At that moment, my friend Fatty Tao awakened, and together we exited the classroom, making our way to the dormitory. On our way, we inadvertently overheard a discussion among students from another class. One student exclaimed, "Have you heard? Hui Su was attacked." The surrounding students reacted with surprise, asking, "Attacked? By whom? Was it Qin Feng?" The initial speaker continued, "What are you talking about? Qin Feng is a day student and didn't he even come to school today? I heard from a buddy in Class 8 that 2 students from Class 2 went to the dormitory with machetes looking for Hui Su. A few of Hui Su's friends were there too, but they were scared off. Apparently, Hui Su was beaten quite badly. His face was covered in blood, and he has already been hospitalized." After this revelation, the students around him gasped in shock. Fatty Tao and I exchanged a knowing smile. Instead of heading directly back to the dorm, we decided to first retrieve the machetes from the small grove, hiding them in our dorm in case someone attempted to ambush us, ensuring we would not be left defenseless. Upon returning to the dormitory, we found a Xiong, Xiaofei, and other classmates animatedly discussing something. When they noticed our arrival, the others stood up. For some reason, I sensed a hint of fear in their gazes. Fatty Tao and I said nothing, moving to our respective beds and carelessly dropping the machetes onto the mattresses with a loud clang. Witnessing this, the other students quietly left our dorm. We then proceeded to fetch water and wash our feet as if nothing had happened. On the way back, Fatty Tao jokingly remarked, "Xiao Ge, doesn't it feel great when others are intimidated by you?" I smiled but said nothing. However, he was right. It did feel exhilarating. Once back in the dorm, I found Xiaofei and Dexiong playing with my machete. Upon seeing us, Dexiong set it down, looking at us with admiration, and exclaimed, "Wow, you two are incredible. Even if Hui Su doesn't fall from grace this time, it will certainly have a significant impact. Are we about to see a new leader emerge from our dorm? From now on, I can hold my head high in school. By the way, Xiao Ge Tao Ge, are you two taking an underlings? I want to join you." Dexiong rambled excitedly, and Xiaofei looked equally eager. I playfully scolded, "All right, let us chat after washing our feet." "Why all this chatter now?" After my words, Dexiong and Xiaofei nodded and promptly dashed off. Later that night, after the lights in the dormitory were turned off, the 4 of us engaged in casual conversation for quite some time. I cannot recall when we finally fell asleep, but I do remember Fatty Tao declaring, "From now on, the 4 of us are brothers. We will face everything together and share all fortunes." Chapter 13, The Alliance. Part 1. That night, we talked for hours, and I lost track of when everyone dozed off as I fell asleep amidst their lively discussions. I dreamt of Lu Chu Chu, but it was not a pleasant dream. In it, she was cold and distant, leaving my heart feeling heavy. Upon waking, my mood was somewhat dampened due to the dream, but I reassured myself that dreams often held the opposite meaning. The next morning, as Fatty Tao and I made our way to the morning reading class, we found the classroom devoid of teachers, yet filled with students chatting boisterously. As we entered, silence fell, and all eyes turned toward us. I understood their gaze. News of our attack on Hui Su had spread overnight, and it was no surprise that more students had become aware of the incident. Having never experienced such scrutiny before, I felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, Fatty Tao remained unfazed, returning to his seat with a calm demeanor. Once I sat down, he leaned in and whispered, "Xiao, did you see? Our decision last night was correct. After taking down Hui Su, we become the center of attention." I smiled wryly and shook my head, replying, "Attention? You forget, if the school finds out about this, we're done for." Fatty Tao shrugged off my concern, saying, "What is there to worry about? Hui Su is already a well-known figure in school. Rest assured, he won't report us. Even if the school finds out, if he doesn't admit it, it's meaningless." Hearing this, I felt slightly relieved. The morning passed without incident, and after lunch, Fatty Tao and I were boasting in the dorm with Dexiong and others when the door swung open. We straightened in our seats, watching as Qin Feng sauntered in, cigarette in hand, followed by a crowd. Though they carried no visible weapons, it was clear they were armed. Instinctively, Fatty Tao and I reached for the machetes hidden beneath our pillows. If a fight broke out, we would be ready. Noticing our tense expressions, Qin Feng smiled and said, "Don't be alarmed. I'm not here to fight." Fatty Tao frowned and asked, "What are you doing in our dorm with all these people?" After a chuckle, Qin Feng turned to us and said, "You two were the ones who attacked Hui Su last night, right?" Fatty Tao and I exchanged glances but remained silent, uncertain of Qin Feng's intentions. Logically, Since Hui Su was his nemesis, he should be pleased by our actions, not seeking revenge. When we did not respond, Qin Feng clapped his hands and said, Well, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you two to handle Hui Su so effectively with just 2 machetes. Impressive. Frowning, I confronted Qin Feng. What do you want? I had my grievances against him, primarily for attempting to force himself on Lu Chu and for previously attacking me. I had remained perturbed about that incident for quite some time. Qin Feng, smirking, waved a finger at me and said, No, don't hold such a grudge. I'm not here to fight. I'm here to propose a partnership. His words puzzle me further. He continued, I came to discuss a collaboration. Let me put it this way. Are you aware of Hui Su's influence? After a moment of surprise, Fatty Tao and I shook our heads. Qin Feng smiled and explained. Hui Su's arrogance stems from his brother, who is involved in organized crime. In Hong'an County, there is a powerful gang called the Hongmen, and Hui Su's brother is a hall master there named Hui Huang. After a brief pause, Qin Feng continued. Hui Huang is one of the 4 heroes of the Hongmen. As for who the other 3 are, I shall refrain from sharing that with you. It would be of little use, considering your current standing cannot yet grasp such existence. Upon hearing this, I furrowed my brow and urged him, Get to the point, please. Spare us the unnecessary details and explain what you mean by cooperation. In response, Qin Feng chuckled. My intention is quite straightforward. Hui Su is my adversary, and I'm certain that you share the same animosity towards him. Since you have incapacitated him, I know from my understanding of Hui Su that upon his recovery, he will unleash a frenzied retaliation against you. I am here to inquire whether you would be willing to ally with me, as our enemy is the same. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Upon discerning Qin Feng's intentions, I realized he sought an alliance with us. However, I found it hard to believe that his motives were altruistic. Under the circumstances, forming an alliance with us seemed imprudent. Were I in his position, I would likely remain indifferent and observe the unfolding conflict. Yet, Qin Feng's overtures left me perplexed. What did he see in us? My thoughts were interrupted as I turned to Qin Feng. Are you jesting? There are only 2 of us, and you wish to ally with us? Do you intend to recruit us as your subordinates? To be frank, we have no intention of following you. Upon hearing my words, Qin Feng's entourage grew agitated. A hefty man swiftly brandished a bench leg, pointing it at me. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you want to be taken out? In response, both I and my companion, Fatty Tao, retrieved our machetes from beneath our pillows. Standing up, Fatty Tao pointed his blade at the hefty man. Who are you trying to intimidate? If you want to fight, let's have one. Despite the escalating tension, Qin Feng remained composed, waving his hand to calm his followers. Put the bench leg away. You two should also sheath your blades. Those do not intimidate me. After a moment, he added, I am not seeking your allegiance to make you my subordinates. You may continue with your own group, and I shall not interfere. As for why I wish to ally with you, he glanced meaningfully at Fatty Tao, who frowned and interrupted. Can you just say it all at once? Why the suspense? Qin Feng nodded, then addressed Fatty Tao directly. The reason I seek an alliance is entirely due to you, Wei Tao. At this revelation, both Fatty Tao and I were taken aback. Qin Feng continued, Wei Tao, I did not expect you to possess such hidden depths. I sensed that you were not ordinary. You have courage and determination, which prompted me to investigate. I was astonished to discover your profound background. To put simply, I am aware of your identity and your father's occupation. It is precisely this that draws me to propose an alliance. Chapter 14, The Alliance. Qin Feng's words were candid. He had his eyes set on Fatty Tao's connections. Fatty Tao, accustomed to relying on my judgment during crucial moments, looked at me with furrowed brows. I contemplated our situation before responding to Qin Feng. We cannot provide you with an answer just yet. After our evening study session, come to our dormitory, and I will share our thoughts. My words, though neutral, agitated Qin Feng's followers, who brandished their bench legs triumphantly, clattering them against the metal bed frames. They jeered. Who do you think you speaks so boldly? Fatty Tao, infuriated, stood on his top bunk, brandishing his machete. What's the issue? If you're not satisfied, let us settle it. To my surprise, Big Bear and Little Fei also stood up, armed with hollow steel pipes, makeshift weapons from dismantled dormitory beds. Their solidarity moved me. Qin Feng, however, interjected, Calm down. I am here to discuss matters, not to engage in brawls. Put away your weapons. Once Qin Feng's followers complied, Fatty Tao and I followed suit. Qin Feng smiled. Let us not be hasty. I am here to form an alliance. Since you need time to ponder, I, Qin Feng, shall await your decision. I trust you are astute enough to discern the right course of action. With that, Qin Feng concluded, very well, I shall take my leave. I will return during your evening study session. After his departure, I noticed a crowd of onlookers outside our dormitory, drawn by the commotion. Fatty Tao jumped down, shutting the door, and when he saw students peering through the windows, he glared, prompting them to disperse. Returning to my bed, Fatty Tao, noticing my contemplative expression, asked, Xiao Ge, why wait until after study to respond to him? Forming an alliance would undoubtedly benefit us. I sat up and replied, indeed, an alliance could be advantageous. Given that we have incapacitated Hui Su, he will surely seek vengeance upon his release. As Qin Feng mentioned, Hui Wang, his brother, is a significant figure in the Hongmen. This is an established faction that everyone knows. Sighing, I continued, what Qin Feng said holds truth. If we continue to engage Hui Su without allies, we will ultimately suffer the consequences. However, if we ally with Qin Feng, we can mitigate that risk. His ability to stand on equal footing with Hui Su suggests he possesses power, the nature of which remains unknown to us. Before I could finish, Fatty Tao interjected, then let us ally with Qin Feng. What are we waiting for? I offered a rueful smile and shook my head, lying back on my bed. Fatty Tao, suddenly enlightened, exclaimed, I see. I understand your concern. Curious, Big Bear and Little Fei leaned in, with Big Bear asking, Tao, what have you figured out? Share it with the brothers. Fatty Tao grinned at me. What else could it be? Xiao Ge is lovesick, worried about a woman. At that moment, I was taken aback, but soon a bitter smile spread across my face. Fatty Tao was right. My thoughts had drifted to Lu Chu Chu. She and Qin Feng were now estranged, and it was evident that she harbored a deep resentment towards him. If I were to ally with Qin Feng now, Lu Chu Chu would likely sever ties with me entirely, a prospect I dreaded. Our relationship had only just begun to thaw, and I felt a twinge of disappointment at the thought of it unraveling. At this moment, Fatty Tao noticed my silence and chuckled, saying, they say a hero struggles at the gates of beauty. You aren't even a hero yet, and here you are, troubled by matters of the heart. If you're so concerned about your relationship with Lu Chu Chu, why not invite her out after evening study today? Share your troubles with her. I believe Lu Chu Chu is sensible enough. If she truly has feelings for you, she won't stand in the way of your alliance with Qin Feng. Conversely, at this point, Fatty Tao chuckled again, adding, then you shall be on your own. What Fatty Tao suggested resonated deeply with my own thoughts. We spent some time smoking in the dormitory, engaging in idle chatter before returning class. By noon, news of Qin Feng's visit to our dorm to see me and Fatty Tao had spread throughout the school, albeit with exaggerated versions. I heard many accounts, the most outrageous being that Qin Feng had brought dozens of people to confront us, only to be intimidated away by our mere presence wielding knives. Hearing such tales made me chuckle. It was amusing how rumors could morph into grand narratives. Nevertheless, this development worked in our favor. Previously, Fatty Tao and I were mere shadows in the school, hardly garnering any attention. But now, wherever we walked, eyes were upon us, and many students willingly made way for us. The most memorable moment was during lunchtime when we stood in line at the cafeteria, only to have classmates offer us their spots, something that felt quite foreign to us as newcomers to this social landscape. During afternoon classes, Fatty Tao dozed off while I found myself unable to sleep, preoccupied with thoughts of how to approach Lu Chu Chu. Just as I was in a daze, Lu Chu Chu unexpectedly sent a note my way. Upon opening it, I read her inquiry about whether Qin Feng had indeed sought me out and if he had caused me any trouble. It was evident she cared, which touched my heart. After pondering, I scribbled back, assuring her that all was well and asking if we could talk after dinner about something important. I hesitated for a moment, unsure if I should ask Big Bear to deliver the note. Finally, I steeled myself. What was there to fear? With that thought, I instructed Big Bear to pass it along. Once the note was sent, I felt a wave of anxiety wash over me, unable to even glance at Lu Chu Chu's silhouette. Instead, I buried my head on the desk, fiddling with a pen. About 5 minutes later, Big Bear returned, placing the note back on my desk. I straightened up, and, as I opened it, I found a single word, good. In that instant, my spirits soared, nearly prompting me to wake Fatty Tao for a jubilant embrace. Once my excitement subsided, I wrote back, confirming our meeting in the small grove after dinner, adding a reassurance that I would not act disrespectfully. After sending the note with Big Bear, I felt a weight lift off my shoulders. Lu Chuchu's agreement to speak with me privately filled me with joy, as it hinted that she held some affection for me, a thought that made me beam with delight. As the next classes dragged on, my mind was already in a euphoric daze, and as soon as the bell rang, Fatty Tao and I rushed out of the classroom. I had promised Lu Chuchu we would meet in the grove after dinner, and I was determined not to be late. Lu Chuchu did not respond to my note, which I took as a silent agreement. After dinner, I told Fatty Tao I had matters to attend to and asked him to head back to class alone. He smirked knowingly and teased, "Xiao Ge, I see you're off for a grand adventure. I'm rooting for you." Ignoring his jests, I hurried to the grove, where couples were already gathered, a scene that would have felt awkward in the past. However, today was different. I stood there waiting for Lu Chuchu, feeling a sense of exhilaration. After about 10 minutes, she finally arrived, clad in sportswear that accentuated her figure, although I did not react as dramatically as one might in a romance novel. I couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight of her. As she approached, she smiled and teased, "What is the big secret? You know this is a lovebird's paradise, right?" Her words flushed my cheeks. I took a moment before saying, "I wanted to talk to you about something concerning Qin. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuchu's expression shifted instantly. She frowned and replied, "I don't care about him and wish to know nothing of his affairs. You must have mistaken me for someone else. I have no ties with him." With that, she turned to leave, prompting me to call out, "Please don't go. Just hear me out." She paused, exhaling deeply before turning back to me. "Fine, but make it quick. I have studies to catch up on." Sensing her sudden chilliness, I felt disheartened, but knew I had to clarify the situation regarding our alliance with Qin to dispel any misunderstandings. With resolve, I looked her in the eye and sighed, "You know about the incident where Fatty Tao and I had to deal with Hui Su, right?" Upon my mention, Lu Chuchu shot me a glance of disdain, replying, "I know. You boys are all the same, always resorting to violence. So what happened next?" I nodded and continued, "Today, Qin came looking for Fatty Tao and me. He proposed an alliance to confront Hui Su. I watched her closely, expecting anger, but instead, she burst out laughing as if I had told her the most amusing joke. After a moment, she managed to regain her composure and said, "Zhang Xiao, you can't possibly believe this. What do you and Fatty Tao have that would interest him? Don't tell me he is drawn to your bravery. He is merely trying to use you." Her words stung, revealing her contempt for me and Fatty Tao. My face flushed crimson as I retorted, "Fatty Tao's father is a significant figure. That alone makes Qin think twice before underestimating us. Besides, we are passionate individuals, and I believe one day we will carve out our own path." After I finished speaking, Lu Chuchu smiled and shook her head. She glanced at me and said, "Zhang Xiao, a couple of days ago, you saved me from that beast Qin, and I remember this. I owe you a favor. As for your alliance with Qin, you really had no obligation to inform me. Your partnership with him has nothing to do with me." After saying this, Lu Chuchu perhaps felt that her words were too harsh, so she softened her tone and continued, "Actually, your alliance with Qin makes sense. Hui Su attended the same middle school as me, and I knew he had a powerful brother in our county. Qin family also wields influence, at least not inferior to Hui Su's. If you provoke someone as ruthless as Hui Su, he will eventually retaliate. If you ally with Qin, then you become one of his, and Hui Su is unlikely to act recklessly against you." Upon hearing Lu Chuchu's words, I suppressed my sorrow and replied, "We are not Qin people. I know you look down on me, but please believe that I will make a name for myself in this school." I then asked, "What would it take for you to be my girlfriend?" Lu Chuchu paused for a moment, but soon laughed, her smile enchanting. She replied, "My boyfriend must be a man among men. When you achieve that, then you can come and discuss this with me." After saying this, Lu Chuchu turned and left, leaving me standing there in a daze. For some reason, her words reminded me of a scene from Stephen Chow's film The King of Comedy, where he asked the female lead how to win her heart, and she replied that her husband must be a master of martial arts, a top scholar, someone who stands above all others. Though Lu Chuchu simply stated that her boyfriend must be a man among men, the sentiment was quite similar. I don't know how much time passed, but the bell for evening study rang. I glanced at the small grove and noticed that the couples who once whispered sweet nothings had all departed, leaving only me standing there foolishly. Taking a deep breath, I realized that Lu Chuchu was right. A girl of her caliber would never settle for someone inept. Initially, I thought she was mocking me, but now I viewed her words as motivation. Yes, motivation. If Lu Chu Chu desires a man among men, then I shall become that man. I understood that this ambition might seem a bit crazy for my current self, but that didn't matter. I firmly believed I could achieve it. With this newfound determination, I felt invigorated. Upon returning to class, I found Lu Chu Chu already engrossed in her studies, completely oblivious to my entrance. I paid her no mind and took my seat, radiating a cheerful demeanor. After settling in, my friend Fatty Tao gave me a sidelong glance, his eyes filled with mischief. However, I ignored him, my mind occupied with thoughts of how to become a man among men. The evening study session passed in a haze of my wild imaginings. Just before class ended, Fatty Tao nudged me and said, "Hey, stop grinning like an idiot. Class is almost over. You need to tell me if you're going to ally with Qin Feng." Coming back to reality at his words, I smiled and replied, "An alliance? Why not? But it will only be temporary. We need to grow strong quickly and become the banner of the first year." Fatty Tao raised an eyebrow and, touching my forehead, remarked, "You're not sick, are you? What has gotten into you?" Just then, the bell rang, and I stood up, smiling at Fatty Tao as I said, "The power of love. You, as a bachelor, wouldn't understand." With that, I hummed a cheerful tune and left the classroom in high spirits. Chapter 16. The Formation of a Small Group. After I had left, Big Bear turned to Fatty Tao with a serious expression and said, "Tao, do you think Xiao has been possessed?" In response, Fatty Tao rolled his eyes and retorted, "Possessed? More like he hit a wall and got himself knocked silly." After a moment, Fatty Tao added, "Let us go. Qin Feng will be coming to our dorm soon. Let's see how Xiao handles him." Big Bear nodded eagerly, and the two of them, along with little Fei, strolled toward the dormitory. Upon their return, I instructed Fatty Tao and the others, "When Qin Feng arrives, no one speaks but me. I'll handle the conversation." They all knew me well enough to understand my capabilities, so they nodded in agreement. After a brief wait, Qin Feng did not come, and we began washing our feet in preparation for bed. Just then, Qin Feng appeared, this time with only two burly subordinates, comparable in size to Big Bear. Once inside, Qin Feng casually sat on little Fei's bed across from me and asked, "So, Xiao, Tao, have you come to a decision?" I glanced at him and replied, "An alliance is acceptable, but we have one condition." Observing my serious demeanor, Qin Feng raised an eyebrow but soon smiled. "All right, let us hear it. What is your condition?" "As long as it's reasonable, I'll agree." I nodded and stated, "We are allying with you, but remember, this is an alliance, not subordination. Do not treat us as your subordinates. We can discuss matters, but do not command us. Furthermore, we wish to establish our own influence within the school. Regardless of our success, that is our own affair and has nothing to do with you. We hope you won't interfere." After I finished, Qin Feng paused. Then after a moment, he remarked, "It seems I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be quite astute." After a brief pause, he chuckled and added, "Well, you said isn't an issue. I can agree to it. However, I also have a request." I had anticipated this and feigned ignorance, asking, "What is your request?" He nodded and clarified, "Since we are allies now, we will be like family. We are bound to have frequent conflicts with Hui Su, and if any of our brothers get caught by the police, I need you to help get them out. That is not too much to ask, is it?" I had guessed this would be his request, but I knew I couldn't promise this, as my father wasn't the king of the police. I glanced at Fatty Tao, who understood it was his turn to step in. Furrowing his brow, he considered before responding, "If it's a matter of conflict with Hui Su and a brother gets caught, I can certainly call upon my contacts to assist in getting them out. However, let me be clear. If the situation is too severe, for instance, if someone is gravely injured or killed, I cannot guarantee the safety of our captured brothers." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's face lit up with a smile as he responded, "Great. That is all I need to hear. If it ever comes to that, I'll find another way to handle it. Just remember what you said." After Qin Feng finished speaking, Fatty Tao nodded to indicate that there was no problem. At that moment, Qin Feng stood up, stretched lazily, and said, "All right, since everything is settled, I'll head back now. After all, I am a day student." With that, Qin Feng swayed as he left our dormitory, accompanied by his two subordinates. Once Qin Feng departed, I looked at Fatty Tao and smiled. "Not bad, Tao Ge. I didn't expect you to be so astute now. When you were speaking to Qin Feng just now, I was worried you would foolishly agree without thinking." After I spoke, Fatty Tao shot me a glare and replied, "Go play. I've always had an IQ of around 170, all right? It's just that being around you has masked my brilliance." After Fatty Tao's words, we all laughed. After washing our feet, The dormitory lights were turned off by the school. Lying in bed, Fatty Tao asked me, Xiao Gu, today when you told Qin Feng you wanted to establish your own power, have you thought about how to do it? We can't compare ourselves to Qin Feng and the others. Even if you wave a flag, no one will come to our side, considering that in our first year, people either followed Qin Feng or Hui Su. No one would look our way. After Fatty Tao finished speaking, I sighed and replied, I know what you're saying. I'm not actually expecting anyone to follow us. I merely wanted to send a signal to Qin Feng that we are our own entity, independent of them. We aspire to become a force of our own. After a pause, I continued, all right, let us not dwell on that for now. We do have 4 of us, right? Remember our principle. We don't initiate trouble, but we aren't afraid of it either. If anything happens, we'll stick together. We can face anyone. As long as we stand united, there's nothing to fear. Actually, my words were not just for Fatty Tao. He and I would always stand on the same front, regardless of the circumstances. I intended these remarks for Xiong and Xiao Fei, who had only recently decided to join us. It was essential to convey our thoughts and principles to them, so that we could unite as a cohesive group. Perhaps Xiong and Xiao Fei understood that I was addressing them. After I finished speaking, they both fell silent for a moment. Then, Xiong cleared his throat and said, Xiao Gu, Tao Gu, I Xiong have been timid for so many years. Don't let my tall and strong appearance fool you. I'm actually quite cowardly. Back in middle school, many people bullied me, calling me a clumsy giant and often picking on me. At this point, Xiong's voice trembled slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and continued. My grades aren't great either. To be honest, I don't care about entering some prestigious university. I just want to get my high school diploma. The real reason I want to follow you too is that the other day, when you took down Hui Su, it deeply inspired me. Moreover, Si Ya Yi, you and Tao Ge have always treated me well, considering me a brother. I don't want to live a life of cowardice anymore. So rest assured, while I might still be a bit timid, if anyone dares to confront you, I'll be the first to stand against them. Xiong is a sincere person, and his words struck a chord with both Fatty Tao and me. Honestly, I felt a bit moved. At that moment, Xiao Fei chimed in, Tao Ge Xiao Ge. My thoughts are similar to Xiong's. Now that I've decided to follow you, we are brothers from this point on. No matter the situation, I, Xiao Fei, will stand with you. Whoever steps back is a coward. Xiao Fei's bold declaration pleasantly surprised us. Fatty Tao chuckled and said, good, well said. As long as we stick together, what do we have to fear? Just remember, if we unite, it doesn't matter who stands against us. If anyone opposes us, let us take them on. After Fatty Tao's words, Xiong, Xiao Fei, and I echoed in unison, yes, let's take them on. That night, our conversation was filled with passion. As they settled down to sleep, I remained awake, still feeling exhilarated, remembering Lu Chuchu's words. My man must be a man among men. I felt a surge of energy coursing through me. In the following days, school remained quite peaceful. One day after school, Qin Feng suddenly showed up with his gang to find us. The first thing he said was, Hui Su has been discharged from the hospital. Upon hearing this, my heart tightened, but I feigned nonchalance and replied, so he's out. What of it? Seeing my reaction, Qin Feng shot me a glance and smiled. Don't act tough. Hui Su is waiting outside with a lot of people for you and Fatty Tao. Hearing this, Fatty Tao and I exchanged glances, and then I looked at Qin Feng and asked, are you here to witness our embarrassment? After my words, Qin Feng tilted his head and laughed. How can you talk like that? Now that I, Qin Feng, have allied with you, we're on the same side. My people are all gathered. I came to ask if you want to join us or wait for us to clear the way before you come out. His tone was laced with mockery, which made me feel uncomfortable. Fatty Tao coldly replied, do you think we're going to hide? We'll go out with you. If there's a fight, we'll fight together. Upon hearing Fatty Tao's response, Qin Feng chuckled lazily and said, all right then, let us all head out together. But don't worry too much. With me around, tonight's fight won't escalate. Hui Su will have to weigh his own strength before he starts a war. After finishing his words, Qin Feng swaggered out of our classroom. Most of our classmates hadn't left yet, and as Qin Feng passed by Lu Chu, who was packing her bag, he swung his hand around and gave her a playful slap, eliciting a scream from her, followed by his boisterous laughter as he left the classroom. Witnessing this scene, my head buzzed with anger. I cursed under my breath and grabbed a stool, ready to chase after him. At that moment, Fatty Tao held me back and whispered in my ear, Xiao Ge, don't be impulsive. Now is not the time to confront Qin Feng. I clearly heard Fatty Tao's words, and noticed Lu Chu-Chu looking at me with red eyes before she stomped her foot and left with her bag. My emotions were difficult to articulate. To be honest, I felt a surge of rage towards Qin Feng. However, reason told me that I must not act impulsively. Fatty Tao was right. This was not the time to sever ties with Qin Feng. Letting out a deep sigh, I calmly turned to Fatty Tao and said, "I know what to do." With that, I turned to Xiong and Xiao Fei and instructed Xiong, Xiao Fei, go to the dormitory and bring our gear over. We'll meet up shortly. After speaking, I left the classroom with Fatty Tao. As we reached the ground floor, I was taken aback by the scene before me. A large crowd had gathered in front of the teaching building, all from our first year. There were at least 100 people, each holding makeshift weapons like stool legs or hollow steel pipes. At that moment, Qin Feng, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, looked like a charismatic leader. Upon seeing us, he ordered his followers, "Put away your weapons for now. Let us move out." After that, Qin Feng turned and swaggered ahead, his entourage concealing their weapons and following closely behind at a leisurely pace. As I watched those ruffians brawl on television, the sheer number of them appeared both imposing and impressive. When I found myself among such a crowd, the exhilaration surged within me, amplifying my sense of bravado. At that moment, both Fatty Tao and I felt invincible. If a confrontation with knives were to arise, I would charge forward without hesitation. For one, spirit can often be ignited by the surrounding atmosphere. Just as we were about to exit the school gate, Big Bear and Little Fei rushed over, panting heavily, and handed us our knives. Together, we advanced forward. Upon leaving the school premises, I noticed a few vans parked along the road to our right. Beside them, dozens of young men squatted, smoking. Among them, I immediately spotted Hui Su. That day, Hui Su had taken a severe beating from Fatty Tao. His head required stitches, and a small patch of his hair had been shaved off. Upon seeing our group emerge from the school, Hui Su angrily flicked his cigarette and approached us. Noticing Hui Su's movement, the others rose to their feet as well. Some were students from our first year, yet the majority appeared to be young men from the streets, exuding an air of nonchalance and camaraderie, seemingly undeterred by our presence. Soon, our two groups encountered each other in a nearby open area. I observed Hui Su furrowing his brow as he regarded us. He and Qin Feng exchanged no words initially. After a prolonged silence, Hui Su glanced at Qin Feng and declared, "Qin Feng, my target today is those two little bunnies. This matter has nothing to do with you, so best not to involve yourself." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng chuckled lightly before retorting, "Open your eyes and take a good look. Zhang Xiao and Fatty Tao are right behind me. Are you truly so clever that you fail to grasp the situation?" Hui Su did not respond with anger. Instead, he paused, then smiled and remarked, "Oh, you've been absent from school for a few days, and it seems you become quite idle. What is this? You think these two useless fools are worth your attention? Have you overindulged?" Hui Su's dismissive words revealed his ignorance of Fatty Tao's background. As he insulted us, Fatty Tao stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Hui Su, and shouted, "Go to hell. Do you have the audacity to flaunt yourself before me? Tell everyone, who was it that knelt like a dog in the dormitory that day? When you were on your knees, I didn't see your cowardly self acting so arrogant." Fatty Tao's words struck Hui Su like a slap in front of the gathered crowd. Just as Qin Feng prepared to intervene and halt Fatty Tao's tirade, it was already too late. Hui Su let out a furious roar, brandishing a half-meter-long machete towards Fatty Tao, declaring, "If I don't take you down today, Hui Su will no longer exist in Huanglong No. 1 High School." After issuing this threat, Hui Su gestured to his followers and commanded, "Get him. Whatever happens, Hui Su, will take responsibility." Without delay, Hui Su and his gang charged towards us. At that moment, I caught a glimpse of Qin Feng glaring at Fatty Tao, exclaiming, "Damn it, you fool." Following this, Qin Feng instructed everyone to arm themselves. Soon enough, the two factions clashed. Naturally, Fatty Tao and I became the primary targets. As fists began to fly, I urged Fatty Tao, "Ignore everyone else. Let us take down that son of a bitch Hui Su." Upon hearing my words, Fatty Tao nodded in agreement, and we charged towards Hui Su. However, we were soon halted by a throng of opponents. Hui Su's crew wielded steel pipes and similar weapons, many of whom were seasoned street fighters. Initially, Fatty Tao and I managed to hold our ground due to our sheer determination, but that advantage quickly waned. With both of us at the forefront, we soon found ourselves encircled, leaving Qin Feng and the others unable to assist us from the periphery. As Fatty Tao and I struggled to defend ourselves, I suddenly felt a heavy blow to my head from an assailant's weapon. Although it did not render me unconscious, it drained my strength, leaving me crumpled on the ground. In an instant, several individuals surrounded me, delivering merciless kicks. Perhaps due to Hui Su's earlier declaration of taking responsibility for any repercussions, the blows were particularly brutal. Before long, I was rolling on the ground, clutching my head in agony. Chapter 18. Tonight I treat. After both Fatty Tao and I had fallen, a poignant scene unfolded. Qin Feng and his crew refrained from charging into the fray. It seemed they had no intention of exerting themselves to rescue us. However, Big Bear and Little Fei bravely rushed in. Big Bear shielded Fatty Tao, while Little Fei protected me, preventing further harm. No one is invulnerable. After enduring such a brutal assault, Big Bear and Little Fei soon sagged down, slipping off us. At that moment, Hui Su and Qin Feng exchanged a knowing glance and commanded their respective followers to cease hostilities. Once everyone halted, Hui Su, cigarette in mouth, approached us with a fierce demeanor. He surveyed Fatty Tao and me, crumpled on the ground like defeated dogs, and scoffed. I thought you were tough? Get up. Show me your bravado. Though we lay on the ground, unable to move, we were still conscious enough to hear Hui Su's taunts clearly. I then heard Fatty Tao, gasping for breath, retort. Hui Su listened closely. I, Wei Tao, have declared that unless you kill or maim me, I will ensure you never have a moment of peace in this life. Upon hearing this, Hui Su launched a vicious kick to Fatty Tao's face, blood immediately streaming from his nose. Hui Su sneered, "You think this is my first day in the streets? Today I will end you." With that, he raised his knife, poised to strike Fatty Tao. Unlike our weapons, his was sharpened, and a blow would surely draw blood. At that critical moment, a voice shouted, "Stop!" Hui Su's descending blade halted midair. The voice belonged to none other than Qin Feng, our ally. As Hui Su paused, Qin Feng approached, cigarette in hand. The few students blocking his path hesitated, but gradually stepped aside. Qin Feng then stood before Hui Su, scrutinizing him with a smirk, and said, "If you bring that knife down, I assure you, even your brother won't be able to save you. Do you believe me?" Hui Su chuckled, pulling out his own cigarette, lighting it, and taking a drag. "You think you can intimidate me? With your cowardly demeanor, even if I were to stab him or cripple his limbs, it would mean nothing. Do you really think so?" After Hui Su finished speaking, Qin Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter. Turning around, he walked away while addressing Hui Su. "You fool, I can't be bothered to explain anything to an ignorant person like you. But don't say I didn't warn you. Wei Tao's father is the king of the police in our county. If you think that by harming the son of the police king, your brother will protect you, then go ahead and do it. I'll be right here cheering you on." Once Qin Feng finished speaking, he turned around with a beaming smile directed at Hui Su, who was left stunned, unsure of whether to believe Qin Feng's words. At that moment, a young man with dyed red hair whispered something in Hui Su's ear. Hui Su furrowed his brows, glancing at the panting Fat Tao on the ground, before asking in disbelief, "Is your father really Wei Fu?" After Hui Su's inquiry, Fat Tao ignored him. Qin Feng, with a cold smirk, interjected, "You idiot. If you don't believe me, just call your brother and you'll find out. You should know that your brother will confirm it." After Qin Feng spoke, Hui Su shot him a glare and retorted, "Shut up, you loser. What does this have to do with you?" Despite his words, Hui Su picked up his phone and stepped aside to make a call. A few minutes later, Hui Su returned with a grim expression. Having confirmed that Wei Fu indeed had a son named Wei Tao, who attended Huanglong No. 1 High School. Upon learning that his brother had harmed Wei Tao, Hui Su's brother, Hui Huang, scolded him fiercely over the phone. Although surprised by Fat Tao's identity, Hui Su was a person who valued his reputation and would not simply walk away after discovering it. He kicked Fat Tao again, this time targeting his backside. And after doing so, he pretended to be fierce, saying, "Damn it, behave yourself at Huanglong No. 1 High School from now on. This is not a playground for you rookies." After that, Hui Su beckoned to his group, and a crowd of dozens piled into a van, which soon drove off. Once they left, Qin Feng staggered over to us, smiling as he asked if we needed a ride to the hospital. Struggling to stand up, I replied to Qin Feng, "Our alliance is over, but remember this. You will pay for what you did to Lu Chu Chu. One day, you will face the consequences of your actions." Just as I finished speaking, Qin Feng suddenly kicked me in the stomach. Already battered, I collapsed to the ground, unable to get up. Qin Feng coldly remarked, "Who do you think you are? Do you think your father, is the police king? Huh, such an ignorant fool. He paused for a moment and then continued with a grin. Wei Tao, don't think that just because your father is the police king, you can act recklessly. If you keep to yourself, I won't bother you, but if you seek trouble, what does it matter if your father is the police king? If you cross me, I'll still take you down. After finishing, Qin Feng spat on the ground and walked away with his crew. There were still many onlookers around, and Fat Tao managed to get up from the ground, followed by me being helped up by them. We were all bruised and battered, but thankfully, everyone seemed to be all right. Fat Tao's nose was still bleeding, so I took out a tissue from my pocket to help him stop the bleeding. At that moment, Fat Tao pulled out cigarettes, handed one to each of us, and said, "So, how are we doing, guys? Can we still go on?" After receiving the cigarettes, Xiong was the first to respond with a hearty laugh. "I'm fine. I'm strong. This beating is nothing. My dad hits me with a stick at home." After Xiong's words, we all laughed, but I felt a bit guilty looking at the dirt on Xiong and Xiao Fei's faces. Just then, Fat Tao glanced around and said, "Let us go. There are too many people watching. Let us find a small clinic to treat ourselves, then go have dinner. Tonight, we're not going home. We can enjoy ourselves however we want. Dinner's on me." Hearing Fat Tao's plan, we all cheered up, and we helped each other as we walked forward. The crowd of onlookers began to disperse, but one girl stood at a distance with her backpack, watching us intently. It was none other than Lu Chu Chu. I noticed her biting her lip, seemingly wanting to approach us, but I quickened my pace, pretending not to see her. I was beginning to like Lu Chu Chu, but my pride prevented me from wanting her to see me in this state. There were plenty of small clinics nearby, and we found one to get checked out. The elderly doctor prescribed us some antiseptic and anti-inflammatory medication before we left. For dinner, we settled on a barbecue stall, and since we were 4, we decided not to go home that night. It was common for students to stay at school, so we didn't even bother to call home. After dinner, Fat Tao's proposal left us all in shock. He grinned and said, "Tonight, we're going to the Nightless City, and I'll find you some girls." Though I had never been to the Nightless City, I knew it was famous in our area. It was a venue that combined bathing, dining, and gaming, a place where all the leisure activities in our county converged. Naturally, it was also well known as a red light district, which I was aware of. Seeing our stunned expressions, Fat Tao teased, "What's wrong? Are you scared?" "Huh, I know you don't have the guts." After his words, I rolled my eyes at Fat Tao and replied, "Please, who says I'm scared? I just don't want to give away my first time to a prostitute." After I spoke, Fat Tao burst into laughter, glancing at Xiong and Xiao Fei, then asked, "What about you two? Don't you want girls?" The Xiong smiled and said, "Whatever. Let us just check it out first and see what the quality is like." With the Xiong's response, Fat Tao snapped his fingers and hailed a taxi. Once we were all in the car, Fat Tao instructed the driver to take us to the Nightless City. On the way there, I felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. My family was poor, and I knew the expenses at the Nightless City were high, which was why I had never been there. If it weren't for Fat Tao's wealth, I probably wouldn't have had the chance to experience such a place. Upon arrival, I was dazzled by the Nightless City's grandeur. Had it not been for the short taxi ride, I might have thought I had arrived in a mini Shanghai. The Nightless City was incredibly lavish, far exceeding my expectations. Everywhere I looked, the bright lights created an intoxicating atmosphere. Xiong and Xiao Fei clearly had never been to such an upscale place. We were all like country bumpkins stepping into a grand garden, feeling somewhat lost. Fat Tao then encouraged us, "Come on, guys. I've saved up several thousand for my New Year's money over the years. Let us relax tonight. Don't just stand there like bumpkins. It's my first time in the Nightless City too, so let us lighten up. We're not short on cash." With Fat Tao's words, we finally adjusted our mindset and followed him into the Nightless City. From external perspective, the Nightless City appears resplendently glorious. However, once we ventured inside, we discovered that the interior surpassed the exterior in opulence. The entertainment venues were ablaze with lights. After a leisurely stroll with our companion, Fatty Tao, he suggested, "Since it's still early, why don't we play a few rounds of billiards?" As the host for the evening, his word was final, and we promptly selected a billiard hall to begin our game. The expenses here were exorbitant. After 2 hours of play, we had exhausted a considerable sum. I felt a pang of regret as we settled the bill. Upon exiting the billiard hall, I turned to Fatty Tao and proposed, "Perhaps we should return to campus tonight. The costs here are exorbitantly high." My suggestion was met with nods of agreement from both Xiong and Xiao Fei. At that moment, Fatty Tao glanced at us and stated, "Gentlemen, today marks our first venture together as brothers. Although the outcome may be disappointing, this is our inaugural step into the world. Money can always be earned again. Tonight, let us indulge and unwind. Anyone who dares to voice dissent will face my wrath. Seeing his determination, we fell silent, and he cheerfully led us to select a bathing center. There were numerous bathing establishments in the nightless city, and after considerable deliberation, we settled on one of moderate prestige. The Seven Fairies Bathing Club, partly attracted by its whimsical name. Upon entering, a bespectacled male attendant approached us and inquired how many were in our party. Fatty Tao replied, 4. The attendant smiled and suggested, "Shall I arrange a medium room for you?" In retrospect, I find it amusing that we were utterly clueless about what a medium room entailed. After a brief pause, the attendant clarified that it consisted of 4 resting beds with a minimum charge of 48 yuan per person, which included bathing fees. Once we grasped the concept of the private room, Fatty Tao waved his hand and declared, "Then let us go with the medium room." After the attendant nodded in agreement, he led us to the shoe-changing area. After changing our shoes, we received numbered wristbands and were escorted to our room. Once the door was closed, De Xiong exclaimed, 48 for a bath? They might as well rob us. Fatty Tao, while opening his locker and undressing, retorted, "You know nothing. 48 is quite reasonable. We're staying the night, so it's actually a bargain." Encouraged by his words, we nodded in agreement and began to undress. After donning comfortable shorts, we exited the room, uncertain of the location of the bathing pool. Fortunately, the staff was plentiful, and someone guided us to the bathing area. Upon entering, I was astounded by the luxurious bathing facilities, far superior to the modest establishments I had frequented before, even equipped with toothbrushes and razors. The pool was sparsely populated, with only 2 young men soaking in the water, both exuding an unmistakable aura of streetwise toughness, one bald and the other with long hair, both approximately 24 or 25 years old. The bald man sported a thick gold chain around his neck, a somewhat gaudy yet imposing sight. After we settled into the pool, we chose to remain silent, feeling the weight of the presence of the 2 intimidating figures. After a while, the bald man shifted and splashed water toward the long-haired youth, saying, "Hui Wang, how is it going with Lao Ba?" I nearly leapt from the water in shock. What were the odds of encountering Hui Su's brother here? The long-haired youth was undoubtedly Hui Huang. I glanced at Fatty Tao and the others, all equally astonished. I signaled them to stay calm. Hui Huang flicked water from his hair and replied, "Fei Ge, everything is fine with Lao Ba. A few were lost in last night's skirmish, but their casualties were double ours. I estimate that we'll take Kong County soon." His nonchalant tone sent chills down my spine. The casual mention of death and violence was alarming. At that moment, Fei Ge abruptly stood in the pool, addressing Hui Huang. "Let us move to a private room to discuss. We don't want to scare the kids." He cast a glance at us, then exited the pool with a smile. Though not particularly tall, standing at about 5'5", he had a robust physique that conveyed strength. As Hui Huang followed suit, I noticed a tattoo on his back, not the usual dragons or tigers, but a depiction of a bear woman. Once they left, Fatty Tao remarked, "Did you see that? The woman on Hui Huang's back is called the Naked Angel." My father mentioned that those who bear such tattoos are formidable fighters and that ordinary people dare not get them. Chapter 20. The unparalleled beauty at that time. We held a deep-seated reverence for individuals with tattoos, subconsciously associating them with toughness. Hearing Fatty Tao's comments, it was evident that Hui Su's brother was indeed a formidable character. However, the conversation between Hui Huang and Fei Ge had genuinely unsettled us. The casualness with which they spoke of death was unnerving. If asked to confront someone with a knife, I might muster the courage. But the thought of taking a life was daunting. Murder carries grave consequences. After a quick wash, we returned to our private room, where a staff member served us tea. Before departing, the attendant politely inquired if we required massages. Fatty Tao waved him off, saying, "You may leave for now. We will call if needed." The attendant smiled and assured us that we could press a button on the table should we require assistance before exiting. Once alone, Fatty Tao encouraged us to discuss our predicament, saying, "So much has transpired today. What should our course of action be?" After his statement, both De Xiong and Xiao Fei turned their gazes toward me. I chuckled wryly. "Why are you all looking at me? Have I suddenly become the intellectual of this group?" Fatty Tao responded with a grin. "You are indeed the most astute among us. Who else would we turn to?" He then pressed on, "So what shall we do next?" Seeing that Fatty Tao had expressed his thoughts, I managed a wry smile and said, "Let me ponder for a moment." I then fell into deep contemplation. Currently, we were keeping our distance from Qin Feng and Hui Su, and to be candid, continuing to engage with them offered us no advantages. As for Hui Su, there were people in school and in society who supported him, particularly his brother, Hui Huang, whom we had just witnessed in all his glory. And then there was Qin Feng. The influence behind him remained a mystery to us, yet his indifference towards Hui Su's brother suggested that his background was undoubtedly formidable. Looking at our own situation, aside from Fatty Tao's father being a police officer, we had no substantial backing. Moreover, Fatty Tao's father was an adult who would not come to our aid over minor skirmishes unless something serious occurred. With this realization, I sighed and addressed Fatty Tao and the others. Hui Su and Qin Feng are not adversaries we can afford to provoke at this moment. They are our sworn enemies, and our current predicament is rather precarious. Upon hearing my words, Fatty Tao and the others furrowed their brows, fully aware of the truth in what I said. I continued, however, one thing is certain. As long as we refrain from instigating conflict, they will likely not trouble us either. After all, Fatty Tao's father's status carries weight. If they deny us our peace, they must first weigh the consequences. After I spoke, Fatty Tao, still frowning, asked me, Xiao Go, what should we do next? Are we just going to cower like cowards? I must avenge this grudge with Hui Su, and let us not forget how Qin Feng toyed with Lu Chu Chu. After Fatty Tao's declaration, I cast him a glance and lit a cigarette, saying, Taozi, I know your impulsive nature. In fact, I yearn for revenge even more than you do. However, this world is no longer one for brash individuals. Every action must be preceded by thoughtful consideration. Upon hearing my words, Fatty Tao awkwardly chuckled and replied, My apologies, Xiao Go. I was just anxious. Please, tell us what we should do next. We are all ears. Taking a drag from my cigarette, I said, For now, we shall not engage in conflict with Hui Su or Qin Feng, at least not proactively. Instead, we must focus on building our own influence. Since we have chosen this path, we must make something of it. Upon hearing this, Fatty Tao slammed his hand on the table and declared, All right, let us proceed with our plans. As for Qin Feng and Hui Su, we shall ignore them. If they do not provoke us, we will let them enjoy their days. But if they disrupt our peace, we shall retaliate and see who the real coward is. After laying out our strategy, Fatty Tao's mood lifted, and he eagerly inquired, So, are we going to find some girls today or not? Don't think I'm selfish. I'll treat this time. If you don't want to, I might just go for a girl myself. I've heard that the women in the nightlife district are stunning, with curves and bosoms to match, each one more alluring than the class beauties. Fatty Tao's words stirred excitement in the hearts of the two young rascals, De Xiong and Xiao Fei, and I too felt a twinge of desire. Yet, I maintained my own principles. When Fatty Tao sought my opinion, I resolutely shook my head, thinking to myself, My first time cannot be wasted on someone I do not care for. That would be utterly tasteless. Seeing my unwavering stance, Fatty Tao chuckled and said no more. After pressing a button, he remarked, You'll be envious soon enough, ha ha. Moments later, a server knocked and entered, asking if we needed assistance. Fatty Tao, feigning sophistication, inquired, Do you have any beautiful young ladies here? Bring a few over for us to choose from. The server nodded and cheerfully responded, We have the 388 level, the 588 level, and the 888 level, each more exquisite than the last. Which tier would you gentlemen prefer? Unable to contain my laughter, I chuckled, causing the server to glance at me in confusion. I quickly waved my hand and said, Ask that chubby boss over there. He is in charge here. The server nodded and smiled at Fatty Tao, who, after clearing his throat, asked, What are the differences between these tiers? The server eagerly explained, They differ greatly. The higher the price, the more exceptional the quality. Take the 888 level, for example. Anyone from that selection would meet the standards of an air hostess. Intrigued by this, Fatty Tao instructed, Let us go with the absolute beauty. Bring several over for us to choose from. The server, delighted, nodded enthusiastically and said, Of course. I'll fetch them right away. Please wait a moment. Once the server departed, I chuckled. What S with the server's excitement? You think he S the one looking for girls? Fatty Tao lit a cigarette and replied, You don't understand. He probably earns a commission. But honestly, 888 is quite steep. No matter. There are 4 of us, so 1 each should suffice. After saying this, he shot me a mischievous grin. Not wanting to engage further with Fatty Tao's jest, I turned away, but just then my phone rang. I initially thought it was a call from home, but upon checking, I I saw it was Lu Choo calling. I quickly signaled to Fatty Tao and the others to be quiet as I answered the call. Once they fell silent, I pressed the answer button, and Lu Choo's voice came through. Have you eaten yet? Rarely did she call me, making me slightly flustered as I stammered, yes. I have. How about you? She replied, I've eaten too. After a brief pause, she added, Zhang Xiao, I heard what you said at Qin Feng today. You were the first boy to stand up for me. Her words filled my heart with joy. Realizing that she had witnessed my confrontation with Qin Feng regarding his antics towards her. Just as I was about to respond, the door to our private room swung open, and the same server excitedly exclaimed, Gentlemen, the ladies you requested have arrived. Chapter 21. Lu Choo's explanation. Happy birthday to my loyal fans, World's Kid. Upon hearing the server's announcement, I sensed impending disaster. Indeed, Lu Choo on the other end of the line clearly heard the server's voice. After a moment of silence, she said, It's getting late. I need to rest now. With that, she hung up. As I put away my phone, I glared at the server with a fierce intensity. To be honest, I felt a strong urge to give him a good thrashing. The server, noticing my fierce gaze, stammered, What is wrong, brother? Did I do something wrong? Seeing the server's cautious demeanor, I refrained from being too harsh on him. After all, he was merely a worker. I sighed softly and made an effort to moderate my tone as I addressed the server, pleading, Please remember to knock before entering the private room next time. Otherwise, you might find yourself at the receiving end of a beating without even knowing why. Upon hearing my words, the server appeared to have an epiphany. He sheepishly scratched his head and replied, I apologize, my friend. I was just a bit too excited. With that, he called out to the door, Ladies, feel free to come in. Following his announcement, we observed a group of young women entering the room, around 7 or 8 of them, and I was taken aback by their beauty. Clearly, the server had not been misleading us. These women were all in their 20s, dressed in revealing attire that accentuated their curves, evoking a plethora of thoughts. However, the most noteworthy aspect was that they were indeed stunning. One could easily mistake any of them for an air hostess. Not just I, but also my friends were left dumbfounded. The server, seemingly anticipating our astonished expressions, proudly proclaimed, Gentlemen, these are the exquisite ladies from our 7 Fairy Spa. Take your time to choose. Just let me know who you fancy. Hearing this, my friends urged the chubby Tao to select first. Without hesitation, he scanned the room and chose a striking girl in a red short skirt, who possessed an ample bosom and striking features. Had I been in his position, I would have undoubtedly chosen her as well. Next, it was the turn of Dexiong and Xiao Fei to make their selections. Meanwhile, I found myself lost in contemplation, feeling a sense of despair. This situation was dire. Even a plunge into the Yellow River would not cleanse my reputation. What a predicament! Lu Choo had called me earlier that evening, expressing that she had never been protected by a boy in such a manner. This was, in essence, her way of showing affection towards me. Now, however, I felt that the server's casual remark had ruined everything. The thought alone troubled me deeply. Just as I was lost in thought, I suddenly felt a hand gripping my groin, startling me to the point where I nearly leaped off the bed. Initially, I assumed it was one of my friends playing a prank, only to discover that one of the enchanting ladies had taken a seat beside me, and it was her who had made that bold move. Seeing my startled reaction, she burst into laughter and teasingly asked, Oh, looks like you're still a novice? Little brother, would you like me to serve you? At this moment, I noticed that my friends had vanished, presumably having made their selections and left. With the girl now flirting with me, I managed a polite smile and replied, I'm sorry, but I already have a girlfriend, and I'm not interested in this sort of thing. The girl, undeterred by my response, continued to tease me until she finally departed upon noticing my growing displeasure. Once everyone had left, I found myself alone in the private room. I contemplated whether I should call Lu Choo to clarify the situation. It was better to explain things clearly rather than let her think poorly of me. Just as I took out my phone to dial her number, it vibrated, an incoming message from Lu Choo. I quickly opened it to find a brief yet pointed message. I never imagined you were this kind of person. Reading her words left me feeling dejected. It seemed I was indeed misunderstood. Yet, I questioned Lu Choo. Why did she jump to conclusions without hearing my side? She had previously claimed to be a conservative individual, yet here we were. After some thought, I decided to reply, clarifying, I was indeed at the bathhouse with my friends tonight, but nothing inappropriate occurred. Believe it or not. It's the truth, just as you claim you're not involved with that cucumber incident. After sending the message, I felt a pang of regret. Why did I have to bring up that incident again? Just then, my phone rang, and looking at the caller ID, I sighed. It was Lu Choo Choo calling, likely ready to unleash her wrath. After a moment's hesitation, I answered the call, keeping my distance from the phone, bracing myself for her potential outburst. To my surprise, she spoke calmly. Zhang Xiao, there is something I've wanted to discuss with you. Noticing her composed tone, I straightened up and encouraged her, sure, go ahead. I'm all ears. Lu Choo Choo took a moment before responding. The cucumber incident that day wasn't as you imagined. I was taken aback and asked, not as I imagined? What do you mean? After a brief pause, she sighed and continued, let us just say whether you believe it or not. The events that day were not as you think, and I'm still a virgin. With that, she abruptly hung up, leaving me in a state of bewilderment. I was unsure of her sudden revelation. She conveyed two messages. First, that the cucumber incident was not as I had perceived, and second, her declaration of being a virgin. This led me to question whether that day was truly a misunderstanding. If it wasn't how could she assert her virginity? The implications of her words left me confused. Ultimately, I decided to refrain from overthinking it. However, one thing was clear. Lu Choo Choo's explanation and her claim of being a virgin hinted that she was indeed a conservative woman. If this hypothesis held true, could it mean that her attitude towards me had changed following our earlier encounter? The mere thought exhilarated me. After some time, De Xiong and Xiao Fei returned, their camaraderie evident as they swaggered back with beaming smiles. I glanced at them and inquired, so, how was it? Was it enjoyable? Before I could finish my sentence, De Xiong slapped his thigh and exclaimed, man, you wouldn't believe how incredible it was. I'm telling you, the girl I was with had skills that were simply phenomenal. Before he could elaborate, I interrupted, all right, but did you take any precautions? There are plenty of risks involved. To this, De Xiong shrugged and replied, of course, but I didn't have time to prepare. The girl was just too enticing, and before I knew it, I was caught up in the moment. Watching him get carried away, I couldn't help but feel a sense of longing. But if the girl had been Lu Choo Choo, my desire would have undoubtedly intensified. Chapter 22. That girl is absolutely stunning. As we waited for the chubby Tao to return, nearly an hour passed without any sign of him. Growing anxious, we pressed the button on the table to summon the server, inquiring about our friend's prolonged absence. Who could have anticipated that upon hearing my words, the other party would also appear perplexed? With a furrowed brow, he remarked, that cannot be right. He finished half an hour ago. I distinctly saw him leave the massage room. Hearing this, both Big Bear and Little Fei exchanged anxious glances with me. Damn it. We were simultaneously worried about the safety of our friend Fatty Tao, while also realizing that collectively, we barely had 100 yuan among us. If he were to request payment, it would be a matter of life and death for us. Not to mention the 888s, we couldn't even afford the room fee. The server, clearly an experienced hand, seemed to sense the situation. He politely inquired, gentlemen, are you ready to settle the bill? Will it be by card or cash? How unfortunate that he brought up the very topic we were desperate to avoid. After his words, both Big Bear and Little Fei looked at me with wide eyes, and my mind was in a whirl. Yet, I knew I had to maintain my composure. Thus, feigning calmness, I waved my hand dismissively at the server and said, what's the rush? Are you worried that I am short on funds? Our friend's clothes are here. He must still be at the bathing center. First, go find him, and then we can discuss the bill. Upon hearing this, the server nodded politely and said, all right, I will go look for him, before turning to leave. Once the server departed, Big Bear and Little Fei anxiously asked, Xiao Ge, what should we do now? I shot them a look of exasperation and replied, what is there to worry about? Fatty Tao's clothes are here. He is definitely still in the bathing center. He might even have encountered someone he knows. Let us not rush. Let us wait here. We might receive news shortly. Seeing my confidence, Big Bear and Little Fei nodded in agreement and fell silent. I do not know how long it had been when the server returned, accompanied by Fatty Tao. At the sight of him, we collectively exhaled in relief. The server was particularly courteous at that moment, and after escorting Fatty Tao back, he asked if we needed anything, assuring us to let him know at any time. Fatty Tao, feeling at ease, waved his hand and requested, bring us some late-night snacks. We are starving. After his request, the server cheerfully responded, certainly, and quickly scurried off to prepare. Once the server was gone, I frowned and confronted Fatty Tao. Where on earth did you run off to? Your absence nearly gave us heart attacks. They were threatening to make us settle the bill. After taking a sip of water, Fatty Tao reclined on his bed and replied, no need to worry about the bill. Our expenses for tonight have already been covered by someone else. Feel free to order any legitimate massages or whatever you desire. One tea cost us a penny. Fatty Tao's word surprised me, prompting me to inquire about the details. He explained, after finishing my business, a server took me aside, mentioning someone was looking for me. It turned out to be Hui Guang and Brother Fei, whom we encountered earlier in the bathing pool. We were taken aback by this revelation. Hui Guang was the brother of Hui Su, and we had become bitter rivals with Hui Su. Would their summons of Fatty Tao spell trouble for us? Sensing our tension, Fatty Tao chuckled. What is there to be anxious about? Like I said, our expenses are covered. Rest assured, everything is fine. They merely wanted to have a chat. Skeptical, I pressed him. What did they want to discuss? Was it about Hui Su? Fatty Tao nodded and then shook his head. He then asked for a cigarette, took a puff, and continued. Actually, Hui Guang recognized me in the bathing house, which is not surprising. My father used to take me to his social gatherings, so it's normal for him to recognize me. After a brief pause, Fatty Tao elaborated. When I arrived at the private room, I asked what they wanted. Brother Fei smiled and asked, "Are you Wei Tao? Is your father Wang Weizhong, the police officer?" I confirmed and asked if there was an issue. Brother Fei then proceeded to discuss the matters between Hui Su and me. Hui Guang even formally apologized, claiming his younger brother was ignorant, and said that if Hui Su dared to provoke me again, he would break Hui Su's legs. After Fatty Tao finished, I frowned and inquired, "That is all they said? Did they not mention anything else?" He shook his head. No, that was it. They acknowledged me as a brother and assured me that if I ever needed assistance, I could approach them. They also said that tonight, we could do whatever we want to here, and Brother Fei would cover all expenses. I furrowed my brow and remarked, "While it's understandable that they want to curry favor with you, what exactly is Brother Fei's background? He seems influential enough for Hui Guang to heed his word." Fatty Tao contemplated for a moment before responding. I believe he introduced himself as Long Fei, but I do not know his status. He did not disclose it, and I didn't ask. Nodding in agreement, I stated this Long Fei is no ordinary individual. He is likely a significant figure within Hongman. Even if he isn't the leader, he must surely be part of the upper echelon, given that Hui Guang treats him as a subordinate. After hearing this, Fatty Tao waved his hand dismissively and said, "Shao Gu." Upon reflection, even though we have serious conflicts with Hui Su, I must admit that I detest Qin Feng even more. I always feel that Qin Feng is quite manipulative. It was he who sought an alliance with us. And during our confrontation with Hui Su, he was surrounded by so many people. If he had wanted to help us, we wouldn't have been beaten so severely. However, I cannot fathom why that cunning fellow halted Hui Su when he was about to strike me. If Hui Su had truly harmed me this afternoon, things would have escalated significantly, which would have been advantageous for Qin Feng. This is the one aspect that confounds me. After Fatty Tao spoke, I chuckled and replied, "That is quite comprehensible. Earlier, you mentioned sensing that Qin Feng is quite calculating, and you are absolutely right. His intervention today was likely a strategic move to have you owe him a favor, as he saved you at a critical moment. However, he does not understand your character. You likely did not take it to heart. I wonder how he would feel if he knew that." Upon hearing my words, Fatty Tao, Big Bear, and Little Fei all burst into laughter. After a while, I told Fatty Tao, "With this, Hui Su will likely refrain from provoking us further. However, we must remain wary of Qin Feng, as someone so scheming is bound to stir trouble. In any case, once we return to school, let us avoid provoking anyone and observe the situation. Do not forget that Qin Feng and Hui Su are also bitter enemies. Just because we choose to remain low-key does not mean they will be at peace. Let us adopt a strategy of watching the tigers fight from the mountainside." After I finished speaking, Fatty Tao gave me a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive, truly impressive." His exaggerated expression elicited laughter from Big Bear, Little Fei, and me. Soon after, the server indeed arranged a lavish late-night feast for us. After our meal, we engaged in a game in the private room, eventually falling asleep there until the following afternoon when we finally awoke and departed. Upon our return to school, it coincided perfectly with the time when the boarding students were returning. As we walked, the four of us became the center of attention. Although we had gained notoriety due to our recent altercation, such fame often deters others from approaching us. Just as we were about to head back to class, Fatty Tao pointed to the distant basketball court and exclaimed, "Shao Gu, look quickly. That girl is stunning." Admiring beautiful women has always been a delightful pastime for us. Upon hearing Fatty Tao mention a stunning girl, I quickly turned my gaze towards the basketball court. There I spotted a striking girl standing there, tall and elegant, her long, fair legs dazzling my eyes. She was exceptionally beautiful, even surpassing my secret crush, Lu Chu Chu, by a few degrees. Frowning, I turned to Fatty Tao and remarked, "This doesn't seem right. I don't recall anyone like her at our school." When we started the term, we thoroughly surveyed all the beauties from the first to the third year. I'm certain I have never seen her before. At that moment, a couple of classmates from our grade, also standing by the roadside to admire the girl, overheard us. One of them turned to his companion and said, "Did you see that? Her name is Du Yao, the campus beauty from Huanglong No. 2 High School. A friend of mine from there mentioned that she transferred here with her boyfriend. His name is Wu Tian, and he was quite a big deal at Huanglong No. 2. However, I heard he got into a brawl with the school's disciplinary director and left them with no choice but to transfer here." Pointing to a guy wearing a yellow vest on the court, he added, "That's him, Wu Tian." Upon hearing this, Fatty Tao and I quickly turned our attention to him, and my heart sank. Damn, if such a beautiful girl were to be with a handsome guy, I could somewhat accept it, but after seeing Wu Tian's appearance, I finally understood the meaning of a flower placed in cow dung. Wu Tian was dribbling the ball on the court, and though he was not very tall, similar in height to Fatty Tao, his weight seemed to be double that of Fatty Tao. Watching him struggle to catch his breath while handling the ball, I genuinely worried he might collapse from exhaustion. To make matters worse, his face was riddled with red acne, resembling a large plate, which was rather off-putting. At that moment, I heard Fatty Tao mutter, "Damn, how did such a remarkable girl end up with him?" After he finished speaking, Big Bear quietly added, "Didn't you hear what they said? He's a big shot from Huanglong No. 2. Don't beautiful girls always fancy heroes? So it's not surprising." After Big Bear's comment, Fatty Tao nodded and said, "I suddenly feel reinvigorated about life." After lingering by the roadside for a while, we returned to our dormitory, where the four of us, all bachelors, lay on our beds, sighing deeply. Their essay saying, "All the good ones are taken." We lamented for a bit, and perhaps due to our late-night escapades, we unknowingly drifted off to sleep. We awoke to the ringing of the evening study bell. The class monitor was calling roll, prompting us to rise and head back to the classroom. Upon entering, I sensed the lively atmosphere within the class. Lu Chu Chu smiled at me as I walked in before returning to her book. That smile sent ripples through me. Her attitude had noticeably improved towards me. In the past, she wouldn't even glance my way. Once I returned to my seat, I noticed something amiss. We were originally seated at the back of the classroom, but now there was an additional desk behind us. A girl with long hair was quietly reading there, and to my surprise, it was Du Yao, the campus beauty from Huanglong No. 2. No wonder the boys in our class kept stealing glances. We had gained a stunning new addition. After sitting down beside Fatty Tao, we both acted rather reserved. It's a common trait among boys. They often seek to impress beautiful girls. At that moment, Fatty Tao leaned closer and asked, "Do you think her ugly boyfriend is in our class too?" I shot him a look and replied, "How would I know? It doesn't really matter whether he is or not." Fatty Tao nodded, falling silent, and we both pulled out novels from our desks to read. A habitual pastime when we weren't sleeping. After a short while, a commotion erupted outside the classroom. Based on experience, it sounded like a fight had broken out. Fatty Tao and I, ever eager for excitement, hurried out to investigate. Upon exiting, we found the source of the conflict at the end of the corridor, near Qin Feng's class. As we approached, we noticed a crowd gathered around someone being attacked. To my amusement, I recognized the victim. It was none other than Wu Tian, Du Yao's boyfriend, being confronted by Qin Feng and his followers. Standing at a distance, Fatty Tao grinned and said, "This is getting interesting. I didn't expect Wu Tian and Qin Feng to be in the same class. One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. This is going to be quite the spectacle." Poor Wu Tian, on his first day at our school, he gets jumped. He has really lost face. I chuckled and replied, "This is definitely going to stir things up. With Qin Feng, Hui Su, and now Wu Tian in our first-year class, it's truly a gathering of talents." Just then, someone shouted that the teacher was coming, and Fatty Tao and I quickly dashed back to the classroom, hoping to avoid any repercussions. After we returned, the noise outside subsided somewhat. In a sudden moment of impulse, I turned to Du Yao and asked, "Excuse me, are you Du Yao?" She looked up from her book, smiled gently, and replied, "Yes, I'm Du Yao. I just transferred today. What is your name? Is there something you need?" Her smile was enchanting, complete with two adorable dimples. As I gazed at her, I felt increasingly disheartened. How could such a beauty be with someone as unattractive as Wu Tian? Seeing me lost in thought, Du Yao called out to me again, snapping me back to reality. I apologized and explained, I believe your boyfriend's name is Wu Tian, right? We just saw him outside getting beaten up. Would you like to check on him? I paused before adding, by the way, I'm Zhang Xiao. Du Yao calmly responded, it's fine. Let them beat him. I'm used to it. But don't worry, if he gets beaten today, he'll surely bring someone back to retaliate tomorrow. I've seen this happen too often. I've become numb to it. Taken aback by her nonchalance, I was left speechless. After muttering an apology, I turned away. Once I did, Fatty Tao remarked, what a shame. How could such a wonderful girl fall for Wu Tian? It's utterly absurd. I shook my head with a wry smile, realizing there were many things in this world that made no sense. If I pondered them all, I would certainly exhaust myself. I fell asleep again, only awakening at the end of the evening study period, thanks to Fatty Tao's nudging. Upon waking, Fatty Tao excitedly said, Xiao Ge, do you know why they fought? Seeing his enthusiasm, I sensed he had some inside scoop. I replied, go on, what is the reason? At this moment, Fatty Tao chuckled and remarked humorously that it was rather amusing. Qin Feng was unaware that Wu Tian was a prominent figure from No. 2 high school. When a new student transferred into the class, he innocently inquired about Wu Tian's name. Wu Tian, displaying a commendable bravado, retorted in front of the entire class. What business is it of yours what my name is? Naturally, Qin Feng could not swallow such an affront and immediately confronted Wu Tian. Chapter 24. A pinch from Du Yao. Upon hearing Fatty Tao's comment, I smiled and said, let them fight. The bigger the commotion, the better. You've heard Du Yao say it before, Wu Tian will certainly retaliate. We could just watch the spectacle unfold. Fatty Tao chuckled, but remained silent. At that moment I, along with Fatty Tao, De Xiong, and Xiao Fei, was making my way back to the dormitory. On the way, I overheard someone mention that Wu Tian had scaled the wall and left in the night, presumably to rally support from No. 2 high school. Fatty Tao and I exchanged amused glances. Let us see what chaos ensues. Qin Feng has landed himself in quite a predicament, we both thought. Not long after we returned to the dormitory, the door swung open, and Qin Feng entered, accompanied by Hui Su. If it had just been Qin Feng, it wouldn't have been a significant issue, but considering that Wu Tian was an outsider and Qin Feng was now aware of his identity, it was logical for him to seek an alliance with us. However, the tension between him and Hui Su had always been palpable. Their pairing caught me off guard. As they entered, Fatty Tao and I stood up. Fatty Tao frowned and asked, what brings you here? Qin Feng, stretching lazily, said, I assume you all heard that I had a little altercation with the new guy, Wu Tian, during evening study? After his words, we all stared at him in silence. Qin Feng chuckled and continued, Wu Tian is quite the figure from No. 2 high school. He only transferred here because he got into trouble. His arrival is hardly a boon for us. So tonight, Hui Su and I discussed putting our grievances aside temporarily. No. 1 high school is our territory. We cannot allow outsiders to encroach on it. Once we've dealt with Wu Tian, we can settle our own issues. I could discern his motives without him needing to elaborate. With a cold smile, I interjected, you could discuss this with Hui Su. What do you want from us? We have no influence here. I believe you're mistaken. After my words, Qin Feng replied with a chuckle. Oh, come on. You're underestimating yourselves. Who doesn't know that the two of you are the rising stars in the freshman year? As long as we have some clout, we should unite to fend off the intrusion of outsiders. Before Qin Feng could elaborate further, I interrupted him. That's enough. You needn't say more. Your affairs have nothing to do with us. Feel free to handle it however you like. Just don't involve us. Now, if you'll excuse us, we need to get some sleep. My words offered him no face. Yet Qin Feng, being far more composed than Hui Su, maintained a fluctuating expression before finally smiling and responding. All right, since you put it that way, I'll press further. But you'd best refrain from causing any trouble. Otherwise, you may find yourselves at odds with more than just me. At this point, Qin Feng glanced at Hui Su, who shrugged and remarked, don't look at me. If anyone tries to ally with outsiders against us, I'll make sure they know why the sun shines so brightly. In response, Fatty Tao shot back, what are you, some sort of king? Who do you think you are? Following Fatty Tao's retort, Hui Su became irate, cursing as he prepared to challenge him. At that moment, Qin Feng restrained Hui Su and offered us a knowing smile before ushering him out of our dormitory. Once they departed, Hui Su contemptuously muttered, what a joke. Do they really think they're the rulers of No. 1 high school? I chuckled lightly and replied, don't be upset. Their bluster only reveals their insecurity. Just wait and see. Wu Tian will surely surprise us. Hearing this, Fatty Tao grinned and said, Xiao Ge, what do you think about us uniting with Wu Tian? This is a prime opportunity to eliminate Hui Su and Qin Feng. After pondering, I shook my head and replied, no, we cannot forget that we currently possess no strength. Even if Wu Tian were to consider us, if we allied with him, we would essentially become traitors to no one high school. Upon hearing this, Fatty Tao frowned and asked, so how should we conduct ourselves now? I smiled and said, it's simple, let them fight it out. The more chaos, the better for us. Fatty Tao nodded in agreement, falling silent. The next morning, the school was as tranquil as ever. Through a friend of Fatty Tao's and Qin Feng's class, we learned that Wu Tian had yet to arrive at school, and Du Yao was quietly engrossed in her studies, as if nothing had occurred. However, I knew that beneath this calm surface, a storm was brewing. This was merely the calm before the tempest. During the third period, our homeroom teacher asked the new student Du Yao to introduce herself to the class. Subsequently, the teacher assigned Fatty Tao to a seat in a group that was already occupied by one boy, while Du Yao was seated in front of me. I was taken aback by the arrangement, but my embarrassment peaked when the teacher stated Zhang Xiao's grades are the lowest in our class. Du Yao, I've learned that you are consistently among the top 3 at number 2 high school. When you have time, please help Zhang Xiao with his studies and ensure he pays attention in class so he doesn't drag our class down. No one objected to the teacher's arrangement. Fatty Tao shot me a resentful glance as he rolled his eyes. I understood that this goofball wasn't upset about me, but rather envious that Du Yao would be my classmate. As Du Yao settled her belongings beside me, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air, distinct from Lu Chuchu's scent, yet equally pleasant, refreshing my spirit. Once seated, Du Yao mischievously looked at me and said, the teacher said I have to supervise you. If you dare to sleep in class again, just wait and see how I'll deal with you. I merely chuckled, thinking she was joking. How could someone so seemingly gentle ever be rough with me? Yet, to my astonishment, before the homeroom class had even concluded, I fell victim to her warning. Barely 20 minutes into the class, my eyelids began to droop. The teacher, an English instructor, was speaking a language I found far less engaging than my native tongue, and I soon succumbed to drowsiness, resting my head on the desk. Just as I began to drift into a dream of sweet moments with Lu Chu in a serene glade, a sharp pain shot through my thigh, jolting me upright. The teacher had been instructing the class on English vocabulary, and my sudden movement drew the attention of my classmates. The teacher inquired, what is going on? Why all the commotion during class? Thinking quickly, I replied, excuse me, teacher, I need to use the restroom. I can't hold it any longer. My response elicited laughter from my classmates, and the instigator of my predicament, Du Yao, couldn't help but chuckle as well. At that moment, the homeroom teacher rapped on the desk, urging everyone to quiet down, and then, with evident impatience, waved me away, signaling for me to leave. Grateful for the teacher's tacit approval, I hastily departed the classroom. With the end of class approaching, I decided to retreat to the restroom for a smoke. As I walked there, I absently touched the spot where Du Yao had pinched me, pondering how I would navigate the days ahead. I hadn't anticipated that this little girl would be so aggressive. Though her pinch wasn't particularly severe, it was certainly painful. Lost in these thoughts, I reached the restroom and chose the farthest squat toilet. I pulled out a cigarette, squatted down, and lit it. Just as I was about to finish my smoke, I overheard voices outside the restroom walls, and the sound of numerous footsteps followed. Suddenly, a figure appeared atop the wall. It was Wu Tian, Du Yao's boyfriend. Chapter 25. Wu Tian arrives with reinforcements. Though our school's restrooms were equipped with squat toilets, they did have partitions. Peering through the gap in the door, I watched as Wu Tian and his crew climbed over the wall. I had expected a handful of people at most, but as they filed in one after another, I realized Wu Tian had brought quite the entourage. Soon, once everyone had entered, I peered through the door gap again and saw a sea of faces. There must have been 40 or 50 of them. Wu Tian's voice, though not loud, commanded attention as he instructed, Sanner, you and Tian go guard the entrance. Stop any students who come in. After he spoke, 2 individuals emerged from the crowd and dashed toward the restroom entrance. Wu Tian continued addressing the others. When class ends, we'll go after Qin Feng. Make sure to be ruthless. Otherwise, I won't be able to show my face at Yizhong anymore. Upon hearing this, the group nodded in understanding. They seemed to be students from Air Zhong. I thought to myself, Is this a fierce invasion? With so many people around, I figured it was best to wait until class ended before making my exit. However, after squatting for a while, my legs grew numb. As I stood up to stretch, I inadvertently made some noise. Suddenly, I heard someone call out, "Who's in there?" Realizing I had been discovered, I decided not to hide any longer. After all, their fight was none of my concern. I opened the door. Wu Tian and his crew wouldn't recognize me. Wu Tian swaggered over to me and asked, "Which class are you from? Why are you hiding in the restroom during class?" I chuckled and replied, "Well, my friend, I'm clearly here to relieve myself. Who would hide in the restroom for no reason? To enjoy the aroma?" After saying this, I smiled and prepared to leave. At that moment, Wu Tian waved his hand, and several tall boys blocked my path. With a grin, he said, "Sorry, my friend, but please wait here for a moment. After class, you can leave with us." I understood his concern. He was worried I might warn Feng. Since he wouldn't let me go, I figured waiting wouldn't hurt, especially since class was about to end. Noticing my silence, Wu Tian seemed satisfied with my compliance. He approached me, pulled out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, and offered me one. "What's your name, brother?" I glanced at Wu Tian. Though not particularly handsome, he was polite. I accepted the cigarette and replied, "I'm Zhang Xiao, and you must be Wu Tian, right? I'm currently sitting next to your girlfriend, Du Yao." Upon hearing my words, Wu Tian paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. "So you're the Zhang Xiao from class 2. I heard your name last night." He then took out his lighter and lit my cigarette. Despite our young age, we adhered to the customary etiquette. When someone lights your cigarette, you must shield the flame with one hand and, once lit, lightly tap their hand to express gratitude. After he lit my cigarette, Wu Tian smiled and said, "Though I just transferred to Yizhong, I've already heard of your reputation. Everyone knows there are two tough guys in the first year. One is you, and the other is a guy named Fatty Tao, right?" Wu Tian's knowledge didn't surprise me. Our school was small, and even minor events became fodder for gossip. I simply smiled and replied, "What can I say? I had to stand up for myself when they bullied me." "Exactly," Wu Tian exclaimed, giving my shoulder a hearty slap that nearly knocked my cigarette from my mouth. He continued, "You probably heard about last night's incident. I came to Yizhong intending to avoid trouble, but that idiot Feng sought me out. I ignored him, but he couldn't handle the embarrassment and sent a group to jump me. Did he think I was a pushover?" He paused before declaring, "Today, I brought my brothers with me. If we don't take care of Feng, I won't call myself Wu Tian anymore." After taking a drag of my cigarette, I cautioned, "Brother Tian, I think you're quite straightforward. Just a heads up, after last night's evening study session, Feng and Hui Su teamed up. They even came to my dorm to recruit me and my friends, but we declined." Wu Tian waved dismissively, "No worries. I'm not afraid of them, even if they team up. I know they have backing, but so do I. If it comes to a fight, I'm not scared." Nodding in agreement, I remained silent, reflecting on the reality that those who hold significant sway often have connections. It seemed that making a name for oneself was not a simple endeavor. Just then, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. I exchanged a brief farewell with Wu Tian and exited the restroom, where he and his companions followed suit. As we emerged, it felt like a tide of bodies flooding out. Just as we stepped out, I spotted Feng and his cronies laughing and chatting as they rounded the corner of the academic building. Upon seeing me, Feng whistled, but his expression shifted when he noticed the imposing presence of Wu Tian and his crew behind me. I saw him freeze momentarily before pointing at me and shouting, "Zhang Xiao, you got guts." With that, he turned and ran, prompting Wu Tian and his friends to give chase. Feng's words momentarily stunned me, but then I thought, this is bad. He must think I've allied myself with Wu Tian. But then I shrugged it off. Why should I worry about something I didn't do? With that thought in mind, I ignored whether Wu Tian and his crew caught up with Feng and headed straight back to my class. When I arrived, the classroom was mostly empty, as many students had gone outside to play or visit the restroom during the break. Fatty Tao was still slumped over his desk, sleeping soundly. Watching him dozing like a pig, I felt a twinge of envy. Sitting next to a beauty like Du Yao was a rare fortune. But I realized that I probably wouldn't be able to sleep in class again. The homeroom teacher had entrusted Du Yao with the responsibility of keeping an eye on me, and I still vividly remembered the pinch on my thigh. As I returned to my seat, I noticed Du Yao was engrossed in a book. I tried to sit down quietly, but she noticed me immediately. With a playful tilt of her head, she smiled and asked, "So, Xiaoge, does that pinch from today still hurt?" When Du Yao smiles, she reveals two charming dimples. However, At this moment, she resembles a little sorceress in my eyes. Seeing her beaming expression, I quickly shook my head, asserting that the pain was trivial. Observing my reaction, Du Yao chuckled and remarked, "Well then, if you dare to doze off in class again, I will pinch you like this." Despite her delightful appearance, a shiver ran down my spine as I envisioned a grim future ahead. After a brief pause, I swiftly changed the subject, saying, "By the way, Du Yao, I just encountered your boyfriend, Wu Tian, in the restroom. He came in with a group of about 40 to 50 people. When I returned from the restroom, they happened to cross paths with Qin Feng, and it seems there might be a fight." Upon hearing my words, I expected Du Yao to be surprised. But to my astonishment, she simply smiled lightly and replied, "Oh, I know. Wu Tian texted me about it during class." Her calm demeanor piqued my curiosity. This girl was not ordinary. Her boyfriend was out there brawling, yet she appeared utterly unconcerned. Such composure was remarkable. However, this was ultimately her affair, and I refrained from probing further. If she wasn't too anxious, why should I be? Once the class bell rang, I overheard several returning students discussing how Qin Feng had been dealt with by Wu Tian from the second high school. The excitement on their faces suggested that the spectacle was quite a sight to behold. However, that was no longer my concern. During art class, Du Yao was busy texting. Since it was art class and there was little to do, I thought I might greet her, asking her not to pinch me if I fell asleep. Yet, Du Yao seemed preoccupied, merely nodding at me while gazing at her phone. I caught a glimpse of her latest model Motorola, indicating she likely came from a well-off family. Just as I was about to lay my head down for a nap, Du Yao suddenly warned me, "Zhang Xiao, be careful these next few days." Taken aback by her words, I furrowed my brow and asked, "What do you mean, be careful?" After my question, Du Yao shook her phone and replied, "It's a message from Wu Tian for you. I'm not sure why." Upon hearing this, I recalled Qin Feng's earlier words when he was fleeing. Putting two and two together, I surmised that Wu Tian's warning was to ensure I remained vigilant against any trouble from Qin Feng. I then asked Du Yao, "What is the situation between Wu Tian and Qin Feng? Did he say anything?" Du Yao glanced at me and calmly responded, "Qin Feng was badly beaten by Wu Tian. I heard he was sent to the hospital." My heart sank at her revelation. Wu Tian was indeed formidable, capable of sending someone to the hospital with a single blow. I pondered for a moment before inquiring, "And Wu Tian? How is he?" Du Yao smiled and said, "He is fine. He probably returned to class." After a brief pause, Du Yao added with a wry smile, "I find it hard to understand why you boys enjoy fighting so much. Isn't it better to quietly study at school?" Her question left me momentarily speechless. I had no answer. Noticing my silence, Du Yao smiled and returned to her phone. Just then, De Xiong passed me a note. At first, I thought it was from Lu Chu Chu, but upon opening it, I discovered it was from De Xiong, who wrote, "Xiaoge, take it easy. I noticed Lu Chu Chu has glanced over at you several times while you've been engrossed in conversation with Du Yao." After reading the note, I instinctively looked toward Lu Chu Chu's direction, and by coincidence, she happened to be looking our way. However, once she caught my gaze, she quickly turned her eyes elsewhere, feigning indifference. In truth, I sensed that my relationship with Lu Chu Chu had softened over the past few days. It no longer felt as frigid as before. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still amiss. I wasn't so narcissistic as to believe Lu Chu Chu had developed feelings for me. That was simply impossible at this stage. More likely, my repeated acts of protection had evoked some gratitude in her. Lacking experience in courting girls, I found myself at a loss for what to do next. At that moment, Du Yao finished with her phone, and seeing she had time, I asked her, "How can I win the heart of a girl I like?" Du Yao appeared taken aback by my abrupt question, then smiled and asked, "Have you taken a liking to someone?" Her response made me feel a bit awkward, considering our short acquaintance. It seemed inappropriate to ask her such things. I chuckled and replied, "It's nothing. I was just asking casually before laying my head down on the desk to sleep." When school ended for lunch, I was roused by Fatty Tao, as nearly all the students had left. Once awake, Fatty Tao asked Xiaoge, "Do you know about Wu Tian's situation from this morning?" I nodded yes. I saw him entering with a group while I was smoking in the restroom during the third period. He is a decent guy. He even shared a cigarette with me. Fatty Tao offered a wry smile and said, "Qin Feng is in trouble. I heard he was severely beaten by Wu Tian near the water fountain. He was knocked out and doused with cold water repeatedly." I was taken aback by the severity of Fatty Tao's words. I had realized Wu Tian was so ruthless. If something went awry, it could escalate into a significant issue. I stood up and said to Fatty Tao, "Let them fight it out. It has nothing to do with us. Qin Feng is no saint. He deserves it." After my remark, Fatty Tao shook his head with a rueful smile. "Xiaoge, did you know? People at school are saying you've allied with Wu Tian to strike against us from the first high school." I overheard many discussing it while I was in the restroom. Realizing the gravity of the situation, I felt a wave of unease wash over me. Just then, a large group entered, led by Wu Tian. As he approached, his loud voice preceded him. "Xiaoge, have you eaten? Join us." Fatty Tao and I stood up. To be honest, despite Wu Tian being a transfer student, I held a favorable impression of him, far better than that of Hui Su or Qin Feng. When Wu Tian reached my side, I chuckled and said, "Brother, you've caused me quite a predicament. After emerging from the restroom with you this morning, everyone will likely think I've joined forces with you. I'll surely be branded a traitor to the first high school." Wu Tian chuckled in response. "Bro, I'm actually here about that. I've heard some rumors, but they're of little concern. The reason I came is to suggest you join me. How about it?" Both Fatty Tao and I were momentarily stunned. Had the tides truly shifted? When did we become so sought after? While we were still processing this, Wu Tian candidly addressed us. "Please don't misunderstand. I know who Fatty Tao is. My interest in befriending you both isn't due to his status. Given the recent events, no matter how you explain yourselves, Qin Feng and his crowd will never believe you. If you join us, I promise you, no one will dare bully my brothers." Wu Tian's earnest words resonated with both myself and the rotund Tao, leading us to believe he spoke from the heart. However, being a rather cautious individual, I pondered for a moment before replying. "Brother Tian, let us contemplate this matter. We shall provide you with a response by this afternoon at the latest." Upon hearing my words, Wu Tian chuckled heartily and said, "Very well, I shall await your answer this afternoon. In the meantime, I won't intrude further. We shall return to our dormitory. Feel free to come to our dorm if anything arises." With that, Wu Tian departed, accompanied by his entourage, all of whom were from our school. It was evident that despite his brief tenure here, he had already garnered followers, suggesting he possessed considerable influence. After dining with Tao and returning to our dorm, I inquired about his thoughts on the matter. Tao glanced at me and replied, "I am unsure how to articulate it, but I genuinely believe Wu Tian is a decent fellow. At the very least, he is sincere, far more so than both Hui Su and Qin Feng. Moreover, he is not wrong. We are already in too deep to extricate ourselves from this predicament. I think it would be wiser to align ourselves with Wu Tian. That way, should Qin Feng cause us trouble upon his return, we would have someone to lean on. Wouldn't we?" After hearing Tao's words, I made up my mind. I responded, "My thoughts align with yours. Since we are on the same page, let's forge ahead with Wu Tian." As my words fell, applause echoed in our ears, and I turned to see Hui Su clapping derisively at us. Chapter 27. The relationship between Du Yao and Wu Tian. To be frank, ever since the incident where Tao was approached by Hui Guang and Fei Gu, our disdain for Hui Su remained unchanged, yet we no longer paid him any mind. He clapped at the doorway, and we lay in our beds, too lethargic to rise. Hui Su entered and remarked, "Ah, so you truly are in cahoots with Wu Tian. Aren't you afraid of becoming the pariahs of Huanglong No. 1 High School?" I scoffed at his words, replying, "The pariahs of Huanglong No. 1? Please don't label us so casually. Initially, we had no connection with Wu Tian, but Qin Feng, that fool, has already misconstrued my intentions. Even if we explain, it would be futile. Wu Tian is a good person, and forming a friendship with him is reasonable. Besides, for our own protection, aligning ourselves with him is quite justifiable." Just as I finished speaking, a voice boomed, "Well said." We turned to see Wu Tian entering with a large group of followers. Upon noticing Wu Tian's arrival, Hui Su merely sneered and said nothing. Wu Tian approached the beds of Tao and me, grinning as he addressed Hui Su. "What brings you here, Hui Su? Are you here to play with my brothers, or to stir up trouble? If it's trouble you're after, we can have a little spar." His voice was loud, and his jovial demeanor resembled that of a benevolent deity, yet no one dared underestimate him. Hui Su glanced at Wu Tian and retorted, "If you wish to spar, then so be it. Do you think I, Hui Su, fear you?" With that, tensions rose between the groups, and Hui Su smirked before warning Wu Tian, "You may be formidable at No. 2 High School, but do not forget this is No. 1. How you handle Qin Feng is of no concern to me. I have no intention of intervening, but listen well, Wu Tian. Should you provoke me, I will not hold back." After delivering this ultimatum, Hui Su cast a disdainful glance at us and exited our dormitory. Once Hui Su left, Wu Tian chuckled. It seems Hui Su has no intention of involving himself in our affairs with Qin Feng. That works in our favor. Once we deal with Qin Feng, we shall turn our attention to Hui Su. He then looked at Tao and me, saying, I overheard your earlier conversation. Rest assured, you are now my brothers, not subordinates. As long as I, Wu Tian, have a meal, my brother shall never go hungry. His sincerity moved both Tao and me deeply. Wu Tian instructed his followers to return first, and then he engaged us in conversation. Curious about his exploits at No. 2 high school, we asked him why he had assaulted that head teacher. Wu Tian, being straightforward, hesitated momentarily before responding. Noticing his reluctance, I smiled and said, Brother Tian, if it is uncomfortable to discuss, feel free to refrain. He replied, it's not that complicated. That head teacher behaved inappropriately towards Du Yao, and upon learning of it, I took action. Perhaps I was a bit too forceful. He might spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Tao and I were taken aback by his nonchalant tone. Wow, I thought, he truly is a force to be reckoned with, willing to incapacitate a head teacher for his girlfriend. I resolved to be cautious around Du Yao, recognizing that Wu Tian would not hesitate to retaliate should I cross any boundaries. Tao then remarked, Brother Tian, to be honest, your girlfriend is stunning, like a celebrity. Do you have any tips to share with us? Both Xiaoge and I are still single. Wu Tian shook his head with a wry smile before revealing something astonishing. I, Wu Tian, am quite forthright. Truth be told, since transferring to No. 1 high school, I have been quite interested in you all. Like me, you are unafraid of authority and possess straightforward personalities. Therefore, I desire to befriend you and become brothers. Since we are now brothers, I must confess, Du Yao is not my girlfriend. At his revelation, we were all left speechless. After a moment, I incredulously asked, but, Brother Tian, many believe you are in a romantic relationship. You transferred, and so did Du Yao. Just yesterday, we saw you playing basketball on the field while she watched. How can she not be your girlfriend? Wu Tian shook his head, smiling wearily. Du Yao is not my girlfriend. She is my half-sister. We present ourselves as a couple to the outside world solely because of her beauty, and she is not interested in dating at this time. No one knows our true relationship, so I have become her shield. This way, everyone believes she is my girlfriend, which discourages unwanted attention. My sister simply enjoys studying, and I indulge her whims. Upon hearing this, the situation became clearer. I felt a sense of relief, much like a blocked drain finally flowing free. Wu Tian then glanced at me and cautioned, by the way, Xiaoge, you sit next to my sister, so be careful. She may appear demure, but she can be quite mischievous. As her desk mate, you will likely find yourself the target of her pranks. I nodded with a wry smile, aware that Wu Tian was oblivious to the fact that I had already been subjected to one of his sister's antics. A pinch on my thigh that left a lasting impression. Wu Tian smiled and said, Xiaoge, please look after my sister and be patient with her. I nodded in agreement, remaining silent. We then discussed the matter of Qin Feng. Although Wu Tian had sent him to the hospital, I knew Qin Feng would not let this go easily. Given his cunning nature, I cautioned Wu Tian to remain vigilant of Qin Feng, lest he fall into the trap set by that scoundrel. After I finished speaking, Wu Tian nodded, then addressed me, saying, I have also inquired about Qin Feng's background through some contacts. However, this fellow's background is rather enigmatic. The information I managed to gather reveals that his parents are absent, leaving him to reside alone in their lavish home. They are engaged in substantial business ventures, and their wealth is quite notable. It is said that there are no fewer than 10 bodyguards at Qin Feng's villa. Yet, I could not ascertain the nature of his parents' occupations. As Wu Tian spoke, I contemplated inquiring about his own background, but ultimately decided against it. After all, it is a matter of his privacy. If he wished to share, he would do so at his own discretion, and my probing would be unwarranted. At that moment, Wu Tian produced a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, offering one to each of us in the dormitory. He then continued, It is said that Qin Feng has sustained a significant concussion and has been in the hospital for over half a month without any complications. During his absence, I intend to dismantle his influence from our freshman year. If you are willing to join me, I welcome your participation. If not, it is of no concern. I can handle these trivial matters myself. After Wu Tian concluded his statement, the chubby Tao chuckled and replied, Brother Tian, what are you saying? Since we have become brothers, your affairs are inherently our affairs. Just give us the signal when you are ready to act, and I, along with Xiao Gu, Dexiong, and Xiao Fei, will accompany you. Upon hearing Tao's words, Wu Tian smiled and said, "That is splendid. In fact, this is also a prime opportunity for you to establish a reputation. Here is the plan. Provide me with your phone numbers, and we shall communicate whenever there is an action to take." Subsequently, we exchanged contact numbers. During the afternoon classes, I found myself unusually energized, perhaps because I realized Du Yao was not Wu Tian's girlfriend. The fragrance emanating from Du Yao was not that of perfume, but rather a natural scent that was utterly captivating, akin to an intoxicating elixir that rendered me utterly entranced. Chapter 28. You must be responsible for me. Although I was deeply enchanted by Du Yao's aroma, she was Wu Tian's sister, and he had previously mentioned that she disapproved of early romantic entanglements. Moreover, I already harbored affections for another, so despite Du Yao's remarkable qualities, I maintained a respectful distance and hardly exchanged words with her over the next few days. However, Wu Tian's observation about his sister's quirky nature was undeniably accurate. Aware of my budding camaraderie with her brother, Du Yao embarked on a journey of mischief that often surpassed that of her male counterparts. Over the past few days, her antics nearly drove me to the brink of mental collapse. Have you ever awoken to find a toad glaring at you? Even boys would be unnerved by such a sight, yet Du Yao managed to conjure one, ensuring that I never dared to doze off in class again. On one occasion during mathematics class, I felt drowsy but refrained from succumbing to sleep, fearing that Du Yao would devise some peculiar method to torment me. In a moment of haze, Du Yao suddenly nudged my arm and whispered, "Zhang Xiao, the teacher is calling you to answer a question. Why aren't you standing up?" In my drowsy state, I failed to perceive the ruse and abruptly stood up. The mathematics teacher, adjusting his glasses, asked Zhang Xiao, "Why are you standing?" At that moment, the entire class turned to gaze at me, and even I, despite my foolishness, grasped the situation. Damn it, I knew I'd been tricked by Du Yao again. Thinking quickly, I replied to the teacher, "It's just that I was feeling a bit sleepy, and standing might help me stay awake. Please continue with your lesson. I'll be fine standing." My response elicited laughter from my classmates, and the mischievous Du Yao nearly doubled over with laughter at her desk. The teacher shot me a bemused glance before resuming the lesson. For nearly half an hour, I stood there, while Du Yao, the mastermind behind this, showed no sign of remorse as she giggled throughout the class. Once the bell rang, I was finally liberated. I slumped over my desk, feeling utterly defeated. It was evident that Du Yao was a little imp, and being such a beautiful girl, I had no inclination to quarrel with her, especially since she was Wu Tian's sister. Nevertheless, I sought opportunities to prank her, though none presented themselves until that fateful morning. During the morning's self-study session, Du Yao, clutching her stomach, lay on her desk, engrossed in her book. I, with good intentions, inquired if she was feeling unwell, only to be met with an unexpected outburst. "I'm not unwell. It's none of your concern," she snapped, her voice loud enough for several classmates to hear. I merely rolled my eyes, thinking to myself, damn, I was just trying to be considerate. After self-study, Du Yao stepped out momentarily, and I noticed a package precariously perched on the edge of her desk. With good intentions, I pushed it back, only to realize something was amiss. It felt soft and squishy, prompting my curiosity to take a closer look. To my shock, I nearly dropped the package when I discovered it contained sanitary pads. Oh no! I quickly shoved it back in her desk, realizing why she had been so irritable. She was indeed on her period. At that moment, Tao tossed a packet of instant noodles my way. We and T had breakfast, and he had gone to buy some. Upon opening the packet and discovering a sachet of chili powder, an audacious idea struck me. Looking back, I realized how brazen I was. In a moment of impulsive folly, I retrieved the top pad from Du Yao's package, deftly opened it, and punctured a small hole in it before pouring in the chili powder. After ensuring it would not be discovered before Du Yao used it, I carefully placed it back in the package and awaited the outcome with great anticipation. At that time, I had not considered the repercussions. I simply wanted to play a prank on Du Yao. As the days passed, I kept a close watch for the moment she would use that pad. During the second class, Du Yao rummaged through her desk and then stood up to leave the classroom. After she departed, I checked her desk and found the package still there, though the pad I had tampered with was conspicuously absent. To be honest, I felt a twinge of worry, but it was overshadowed by the thrill of revenge. Shortly before class resumed, Du Yao returned, her demeanor calm and collected. She handed me a note, saying, "Lu Chu asked me to give you this." In recent days, I have been corresponding with Lu Chu, as pen pals have become a trend. I had pondered for a while on how to pursue her, and ultimately, it was Du Yao who suggested I simply ask her if she would like to be pen pals. If she agreed, it could lead to greater opportunities in the future. Du Yao's advice proved to be astute, and to my delight, Lu Chuchu had indeed consented. In the following days, I wrote several letters to her, and although we did not delve into romantic themes, our salutations underwent a transformation. I no longer addressed her as Lu Chuchu, but simply as Chuchu, while she referred to me merely as Xiao. This subtle shift did not escape my notice, filling me with joy and a sense of progress in our relationship through our correspondence. As the bond between Du Yao and Lu Chuchu flourished, it seemed that an intrinsic attraction existed among these beautiful young women. Within mere days, their camaraderie blossomed to the extent that they would hold hands even when excusing themselves to the restroom, an act that appeared entirely natural. Du Yao became the intermediary for both Lu Chuchu and myself, facilitating the exchange of letters between us. After reading Lu Chuchu's correspondence, I composed a reply. Though our discussions revolved around trivial matters, I found immense joy in the exchange. Once I had sealed the letter in its envelope, class commenced, prompting me to tuck it away and prepare for the lesson. Initially, I had forgotten about the prank I had pulled, but around 10 minutes into class, I noticed something peculiar about Du Yao. She frequently shifted in her seat, as if discomfort by an unseen irritant. Gradually, I observed her reaching beneath her desk repeatedly, scratching briefly before withdrawing her hand with haste. I turned slightly, nearly suppressing laughter as I realized I had inadvertently affected her. After enduring this for what felt like an eternity, Du Yao finally raised her hand to request a restroom break. The teacher nodded in agreement, and as she exited the classroom, I noticed her gait was awkward, each step seemingly constrained. Du Yao returned just before class concluded, but her complexion was not as bright as it had been. A sense of unease washed over me. Had she discovered my mischief? Once she settled back in her seat, I discreetly observed her, only to be met with a sharp glare from her before she buried her face in her arms. The intensity of her gaze sent my heart racing. It appeared I had indeed been found out. I had promised Wu Tian to look after Du Yao. Yet here I was, having played a prank that had gone too far, particularly on a girl. Regret began to seep in as I pondered my actions. As class ended, I gently nudged Du Yao and whispered an apology, knowing full well she was aware of my involvement. Instead of denying the truth, I felt it best to be candid. When I prodded her a few times with no response, she abruptly lifted her head, her eyes red from previous tears. "Zhang Xiao," she declared, "you must take responsibility for this." Stunned, I could only stammer, "Responsible? For what?" My confusion stemmed from her assertion. While I acknowledged my role in her distress, I could not fathom how it warranted such a grave responsibility. Du Yao bit her lip as if grappling with unsaid words before collapsing back onto the desk, her shoulders shaking with silent sobs. The class bell rang, and as she lifted her head, her eyes remained swollen and red, causing my heart to ache inexplicably. Throughout the lesson, Du Yao refrained from speaking to me, and I felt as if I were perched upon a bed of thorns. I yearned to inquire about her troubles. Yet each attempt to reach out resulted in her pinching me sharply, more forcefully than before. At one point, the pain nearly escaped my lips, but I stifled any sound just in time. In a moment of levity, my ridiculous expressions elicited a brief chuckle from her. Yet her demeanor quickly reverted to one of sternness. "Little ancestor," I ventured cautiously, "what is troubling you?" "Please, I recognize my mistake." Without uttering a word, she seized a pen and tore a sheet from her notebook, swiftly writing a few lines before sliding the paper before me. I leaned in to read her note, which left me utterly speechless. It contained a stark confession. "My hymen is broken. It's all due to your prank. You must take responsibility." My mind raced as I processed her words. I had mischievously added chili powder to her belongings, and it seemed that her subsequent discovery led to an unfortunate incident. I shivered at the implications of her statement. Was this her way of indicating a lifelong connection? Feeling lost, I hesitated before scribbling a note in response. "I am truly sorry. I never intended for things to escalate this way. I merely wished to tease you. As you know, I have someone I care for. How can I possibly take responsibility?" After handing her the note, she read it, only to tear it into shreds, discarding the pieces in her own trash bag before returning her focus to the lesson as if nothing had transpired. Her reaction pierced my heart, and I found myself at a loss for words or actions. I had intended to apologize, yet I reconsidered and remained silent. In the days that followed, Du Yao transformed. no longer the vibrant spirit I once knew. Since the incident, her laughter had vanished, and she attended classes with unwavering focus, immersing herself in her studies. Even during moments when I would doze off, she remained indifferent to my presence, completely withdrawing from our once lively exchanges. During this period of silence, I had to enlist Big Bear to relay messages to Lu Choo Choo, which proved a slight inconvenience, but did not disrupt our correspondence. Lu Choo Choo noticed a change in her friend and inquired if I was aware of the cause. Relieved that Du Yao had not confided in her about my prank, I replied, I am uncertain, but perhaps things will improve in time. One evening after class, Wu Tian approached our dormitory with a heavy heart. I initially presumed he had come to confront me regarding his sister, but instead, he sat on my bed, imploring me for assistance. Xiao Gu, he began earnestly, my sister hasn't invited me to meals or spoken to me lately. She's been so distant. Do you know what's going on? Why is she in such low spirits? Wu Tian's concern struck a chord within me, yet he remained blissfully unaware of my involvement in Du Yao's distress. Considering their sibling bond, it was no surprise that such matters would remain unspoken. I reassured him, it's likely nothing serious. I'll talk to her tomorrow, and keep an eye out. Rest assured, if anything arises, I will inform you immediately. Upon hearing my words, Wu Tian felt a slight sense of relief. He then continued to address us, stating that although we had not encountered any significant conflict with Qin Feng's subordinates over the past few days, there had been constant minor skirmishes. Among Qin Feng's men were two fierce warriors, brothers named Zhu Taiji and Zhu Taiyuan, who served as his right and left arms. During Qin Feng's absence, these two had taken the helm of his faction. As tomorrow night was a holiday, Wu Tian resolved to ambush them then. He planned to call upon his brothers from the second high school to assist us, aiming to decisively dismantle Qin Feng's influence. Upon hearing Wu Tian's plan, neither I nor the portly Tao objected. Tao then said to Wu Tian, Brother Tian, just give us a call when the time comes, and we'll gather together. We're all in this as one, so we'll tackle whatever arises as a united front. After Tao spoke, Wu Tian stood up, gestured an okay, and retrieved 4 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket, distributing one to each of us in the dormitory. He remarked, all right, I'm heading off to sleep. These past few nights of staying up late playing cards have utterly exhausted me. After bidding us farewell, Wu Tian left our dormitory. Once Wu Tian departed, Tao opened a pack of Zhonghua, took a cigarette, and with a mischievous grin, looked at me and said, Xiao Gu, we're all brothers here, so you might as well confess. Have you been bullying Brother Tian's sister? I glanced at him and replied, nonsense. How could I possibly bully her? Although I said this, a twinge of guilt lingered in my heart. The matter concerning Du Yao had originated from me, and it seemed imperative that I have a serious conversation with her. The next morning, Du Yao maintained her usual serious demeanor. During class, I quietly leaned over to her and said, by the way, your brother Wu Tian came to see me yesterday. After I spoke, Du Yao ignored me. I forced a wry smile and continued, Brother Tian asked about you, and I didn't dare tell him. Du Yao, I know you're upset. How about we talk after lunch today? Upon hearing this, Du Yao, who had been in a cold war with me for several days, finally acknowledged me. She shot me a glance and said, talk? What's there talk about? After a pause, she added, if you want to talk that's fine, but I've already stated that you must promise to take responsibility for me before we can have this conversation. Otherwise, there's no point. After Du Yao finished speaking, I chuckled bitterly and replied, Sister, are you kidding me? I already have someone I like. How can you expect me to take responsibility for you? To my surprise, Du Yao smirked disdainfully, her dimples charming as ever. She looked at me and said, Zhang Xiao, I know you like Lu Choo Choo, but do you know if she likes you back? Chapter 30. Dignity is more important than anything. At Du Yao's words, I was momentarily taken aback. Whether Lu Choo Choo liked me or not was something I could not ascertain, which was profoundly disheartening. Although we corresponded daily, I had no certainty about her feelings. Du Yao chuckled lightly and said, You're oblivious, aren't you? But I know. Lu Choo Choo has privately told me that you're a decent guy, but she has always regarded you merely as a friend. She prefers someone who is not only handsome, but also exudes masculinity. In her eyes, you are just passable, and there is still a long way to go. However, she mentioned that you've been showing a bit more masculinity lately, but you're still far from her ideal. Right now, she is just nurturing you as a backup option. The day her Prince Charming appears, she will no longer pay you any attention. I knew this long ago. I just didn't want to shatter your self-esteem. Du Yao's words left me in profound silence. each sentence piercing my heart. I recognized the truth in her statements, which only intensified my sorrow. After a lengthy pause, I spoke in a subdued tone. Du Yao, thank you for telling me this, or rather, thank you for waking me up. I now understand what I should do moving forward. However, I must reiterate, what happened was my fault, and I apologize. But as for taking responsibility, I cannot do so for someone I do not have feelings for. If you wish to seek revenge, let your brother come find me. I will bear the consequences alone. As soon as I finished speaking, the bell rang for class, and I rose from my seat and left the classroom. The teacher had yet to exit, and my classmates stared at me in astonishment. Upon stepping outside, I suddenly felt like a fool. I had thought that Lu Chuchu's correspondence indicated she had feelings for me, only to discover that I was merely a backup option. How ironic it was to be seen as a backup. Though I may not be the most accomplished, I had not sunk to such depths. Instead of going to the restroom, I walked directly to the grove and started smoking. At that moment, my cell phone rang. It was Tao calling. Once I answered, he asked, "Bro, what drama are you acting out?" I furrowed my brow at his words and replied, "What drama? What do you mean by you guys?" Tao sighed and said, "I'm not sure what is going on, but you just left the classroom in quite a showy manner." And then Lu Chuchu approached her seat and exchanged a few words with Du Yao. I didn't catch what they said, but I did hear Du Yao ask, "Is there any point in stringing him along if you don't like him?" Then Lu Chuchu declared that she was cutting ties, and they parted ways in anger. Upon hearing this, I lit a cigarette and dismissed it, saying, "It's nothing. Don't worry about their petty squabbles." After hanging up, I continued to smoke in the grove. I could already imagine the scene of Du Yao and Lu Chuchu arguing, likely stemming from Lu Chuchu's concern after seeing me leave the classroom in a peculiar state. I knew from our interactions that Du Yao was straightforward and must have said something inappropriate, leading to their quarrel. However, I no longer had the inclination to concern myself with them. Lu Chuchu's attitude toward me was genuinely disheartening. There was a fleeting moment when I contemplated accepting Du Yao. After all, in various aspects, she was marginally superior to Lu Chuchu, and her pursuit of me had somewhat satisfied my pride, despite the ignoble beginnings. Yet, upon reflection, I decided against it. Du Yao and I lacked any emotional foundation, and girls often place significant importance on virginity, sometimes even more than we men do. My instincts told me that Du Yao wanted me to take responsibility solely because of her lost virginity. She likely did not harbor genuine feelings for me. Although I preferred beautiful girls, being with someone who didn't reciprocate my feelings was unacceptable to me. I skipped an entire class, having smoked half of the cigarettes Wu Tian had given me. As the class bell rang, clarity dawned upon me. I would naturally sever ties with Lu Chuchu, and as for Du Yao, I would reevaluate in the future. Nonetheless, I would strive to maintain my distance from her. I recognized that I was not yet exceptional. Thus, I would focus on improving myself. Once I became better, I need not worry about attracting the attention of girls. With these thoughts in mind, I returned to class, acutely aware of Lu Chuchu's gaze upon me. Yet, I resolved to remain steadfast, not allowing myself to look her way as I resumed my seat. At this moment, Du Yao sat there with red-rimmed eyes, and upon seeing my return, she inquired with genuine concern about my whereabouts during the previous class, expressing her worry for me. Strangely, I felt no sense of gratitude for her words. Instead, they struck me as somewhat insincere. After taking a seat, I let out a sigh and addressed Du Yao. "Thank you for everything you said. It has awakened me from my stupor. I have ended things with Lu Chuchu." Pausing briefly, I sensed the inappropriateness of my statement and continued, "No, that's not right. Lu Chuchu and I never truly began. It was merely my unreciprocated affection. However, that chapter of unrequited feelings has now come to a close, and from this moment forth, I shall have no ties to Lu Chuchu." After uttering these words, I glanced at Du Yao, who was regarding me with a complex expression. I further added, "You are Tianji's sister, which means you're also my sister, Zhang Xiao. Henceforth, I shall treat you as my own. As for the matter of your virginity, it was a consequence of one of my pranks. I, Zhang Xiao, am not devoid of responsibility. Rest assured, I will strive to gather the necessary funds and accompany you to the hospital for its restoration." Having said this, I turned to sit properly, feeling an inexplicable lightness wash over me. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Du Yao opening her mouth several times as if to speak, but ultimately, no words escaped her lips. During class, the large bear in front of me passed a note, claiming it was from Lu Chuchu. To be frank, I'd begun to harbor a sense of aversion towards her. So upon receiving the note, I did not even glance at it before tearing it to shreds and resting my head on the desk to sleep. This nap was unusually refreshing, and Du Yao did not disturb me. It wasn't until the school bell rang at noon that I awoke, groggily rising from my desk. As I rubbed my eyes, I noticed Lu Chuchu approaching my spot. At that moment, Du Yao was about to leave, but upon seeing Lu Chuchu, quietly sat down, pretending to tidy her books. Lu Chuchu reached me and asked, "Did you read the letter I wrote to you during class?" I was uncertain how to respond. When I heard Du Yao chuckle, "He tore it to pieces long ago, haha." After her remark, I frowned and shot Du Yao a glare. She seemed to realize her misstep and stuck out her tongue in silence. At that moment, Lu Chuchu addressed me. "Zhang Xiao, I wish to speak with you. Can you spare me 10 minutes? To be candid, I was tempted to simply say yes. But the thought of being a mere backup left a painful ache in my heart. I looked at Lu Chuchu and calmly replied, "I'm sorry, but we have no entanglements. From now on, you are you, and I am I. Please let us both live our lives in peace without further disturbance." With that, I stood up and circumvented the stunned Lu Chuchu to exit the classroom. Once outside, my friends, Fatty Tao, the large bear, and Xiao Fei rushed out. Noticing my grim demeanor, they hesitated to inquire about what had transpired, opting instead to remain silent. As we made our way to the cafeteria, my phone buzzed with a call from an unfamiliar number. I wondered who it could be. Upon answering, I heard a female voice urgently exclaim, "Zhang Xiao, hurry. My brother is cornered in the dorm. Chapitre 31, Du Yao Savidme." Recognizing Du Yao's voice, I sensed her distress regarding Wu Tian's predicament. Although my heart raced with anxiety, I reassured her, "Don't panic. Tell me what happened." After I spoke, Du Yao, her voice trembling, relayed, "My brother wasn't feeling well today and was asleep in the dorm. I just called to ask if he wanted lunch, and while we were talking, I heard shouting and cursing on his end before the call abruptly ended. I'm on my way to the boys' dorm now." Understanding her concern, I remained calm, instructing, "Stay outside the boys' dormitory and wait for us." After ending the call, I turned to Xiao Fei, saying, "Xiao Fei, go to class 6 and gather Wu Tian's friends. Inform them that he is cornered in the dorm." Quick-witted, Xiao Fei dashed off while Fatty Tao, the large bear, and I made our way toward the dormitory, making sure to retrieve the bench legs from our classroom along the way. Upon arriving at the boys' dormitory, we spotted Du Yao anxiously waiting with her phone in hand. Reaching her side, I urged, "Do not go in. We don't know what is happening inside. If anything happens, we won't be able to explain to your brother." After saying this, Fatty Tao, the large bear, and I proceeded inside the dormitory. However, Du Yao, being quite stubborn, insisted on following us, refusing to leave despite our protests. Eventually, we had no choice but to let her accompany us. As we rounded the corner on the second floor, we encountered a group emerging from the dormitory, which happened to be Wu Tian's. Among them were two familiar faces, Zhu Taiji and Zhu Taiyuan, the right-hand men of Qinfeng. Upon seeing them, Fatty Tao and I pointed our bench legs at them, hurling insults. Despite their numerical advantage, they were unarmed, which bolstered our confidence. I instructed Du Yao to find a safe spot to stand, and then we charged at Zhu Taiji and his gang. Realizing our approach, they initially tried to flee, but the lack of an escape route forced them to confront us. Though we lacked experience in fighting, the presence of the bench legs instilled us with courage and aggression. Except for the large bear, who fought timidly, Fatty Tao and I fought fiercely. As long as we avoided targeting the head, strikes from the bench legs were effective. After a few exchanges, we managed to knock down 4 or 5 of their number. However, we were still novices at fighting. Before long, the large bear lost his bench leg. Although he retained some fighting spirit, the overwhelming numbers soon took him down. Seeing the large bear surrounded and being relentlessly kicked, I felt a surge of panic. In my distraction, Zhu Taiji, who had seized the large bear's bench leg, struck my arm with it, sending a jolt of pain through me. The bench leg slipped from my grasp as Zhu Taiji kicked me in the stomach, toppling me to the ground. Experienced in group fights, they wasted no time in launching a flurry of kicks at me. Pain radiated from all over my body. But I knew from experience that the wisest choice was to protect my head. Infuriated, Zhu Taiji began kicking my head and cursing, his anger fueled by the fact that his brother, Zhu Taiyuan, had been knocked down by my earlier strikes. When I fell, he picked up the bench leg and swung it at my head. Although I was cradling my head, the initial blow missed, but it still hurt immensely. I let out a muffled grunt and loosened my grip. At that moment, in a blind rage, Zhu Taiji swung the bench leg once more toward my head. Though I was dazed from the beating, I could see his attack clearly and thought to myself, this is it. I'm definitely going to get hurt badly. At that very moment, I heard a piercing scream, followed by the sight of a shadow lunging towards me. In an instant, I heard a dull thud, and the soft figure that had collided with me collapsed to the ground. I felt warm droplets splatter on my face, and without a moment's thought to wipe them away, I focused my gaze. To my shock, it was none other than Du Yao, the girl I had instructed to stand still, who had taken the brunt of Zhu Taiji's blow. Her long, flowing hair was disheveled, and she lay limply in my arms, her eyes tightly shut and motionless. Blood streamed from her head, quickly staining her face. In a frenzy, I cradled Du Yao's head, calling her name repeatedly, but she remained unresponsive. Zhu Taiji, visibly startled by the scene, froze for a moment before instructing his subordinates to stop and retreat. After his command, the group, along with those we had incapacitated, hurried towards the staircase. Struggling to rise while holding Du Yao, I noticed that Fatty Tao had sustained little injury. He urged me, Xiao Ge, handle this. Hurry and take Du Yao to the hospital. I was momentarily at a loss, but Fatty Tao handed me a bank card, saying the password is 6 sixes. Quickly take Du Yao to the hospital. His voice was nearly a shout, and at that moment, I regained my composure and dashed towards the staircase, cradling Du Yao. It was mealtime, and the school was nearly deserted. I rushed out, and as I passed the security room, the guard, startled by the blood on Du Yao's face, blocked my path and inquired about my class and what had occurred. In a fit of desperation, I shouted, "Get out of my way, or I'll kill your whole family." The guard recoiled in fear, stepping aside, allowing me to burst through the school gates. Outside, there were always unlicensed taxis waiting to transport students. Typically, they would swarm around as we exited, but today, seeing Du Yao's bloodied face, they seemed equally alarmed. Without a moment to lose, I called out to a few drivers, who will take us to the hospital for $100. One driver, whose hair was graying, replied, "Get in my car." Grateful, I thanked the elderly man and climbed into his van. As we settled in, the driver, starting the engine, asked what happened to the girl. Why is she bleeding so much? I had no time to explain, suppressing my rising emotions. I urgently replied, "Sir, please just take us to the hospital." Sensing my distress, the seasoned driver nodded and said, "Buckle up," before accelerating forward. After approximately 10 minutes, we arrived at the county hospital. I handed the driver my last 100 yuan, but he kindly refused, saying it was on a house. Not the time for pleasantries. I nodded in appreciation and carried Du Yao from the vehicle. Upon entering the emergency room, I found it nearly empty at noon. The door was ajar, and I kicked it open, startling an elderly man who nearly dropped his teacup. Ignoring the decorum, I placed Du Yao on a nearby bed and urgently grasped the doctor's coat, exclaiming, "Doctor, please save my friend." Despite the roughness of my grip, the doctor maintained his composure and calmly replied, "Release me so I can assess her injuries." Complying quickly, I stepped aside as the doctor approached the unconscious Du Yao. After a thorough examination, he turned to me and said, "Who did this? She might have a skull fracture. I will clean her wounds. You need to go register and pay." Nodding in understanding, I rushed out. About half an hour later, everything was settled, and Du Yao had undergone her examination. Fortunately, the doctor had initially feared a fracture, but later confirmed it was merely a mild concussion. Now, with a bandaged head, Du Yao lay quietly on the bed. Observing her pale complexion, I felt a wave of guilt. Du Yao, who appeared delicate and gentle, revealed herself to be somewhat playful once you got to know her. Today's ordeal had significantly enhanced my fondness for her. Not every girl could exhibit such courage. While I kept vigil by Du Yao's side, Fatty Tao called me. I was still unaware of Wu Tian's condition, so I inquired, "How is Wu Tian?" Fatty Tao replied, "He's not seriously hurt, but he took quite a beating." "Where are you now?" "We just left with him." He then whispered, "Xiao Ge, is Du Yao all right?" Tian Ge looks furious. Sighing, I informed him, "I'm at the county hospital. Du Yao is here with me. The doctor said it's a mild concussion." Upon hearing this, Fatty Tao advised, "Send me your room number, and we'll come to you." After hanging up, I awaited their arrival. About 20 minutes later, Fatty Tao and Wu Tian arrived. Big Bear and Xiao Fei couldn't join us, as they had classes in the afternoon, which would raise suspicion if we all skipped. I noted that Wu Tian had indeed been badly beaten. His eyes were swollen, and his already round face bore bruises. Upon seeing his sister lying motionless with a bandaged head, Wu Tian remained silent, yet his fury was palpable. The rest of the afternoon passed in silence as Wu Tian brooded in the room, and sensing his distress, Fatty Tao and I refrained from disturbing him. During this time, I called Lu Chu Chu. Although I hesitated, it was prudent to inform her since Fatty Tao, Du Yao, and I were absent from class. Lu Chu Chu answered, saying she was already aware of the situation and assured me she would handle it. She then asked about Du Yao's condition, and upon learning of the mild concussion, she sighed, "Take good care of her." After our conversation, she hung up. As the afternoon wore on, Wu Tian began making calls. Approaching 4 o'clock, he announced, "I've gathered everyone. Zhu Taiji and Zhu Taiyuan are aware I'm coming for them and skip class this afternoon. However, my brothers have tracked them down to a KTV. One of them will come to pick me up at the hospital." Looking at me and Fatty Tao, he added, "You both stay here. Du Yao needs someone with her. I will handle this matter and return." Upon witnessing that Wu Tian did not take me along with Fatty Tao, both of us felt a surge of urgency. Ultimately, Fatty Tao suggested, "Xiao Ge can stay here to look after Du Yao. I will accompany you. If things escalate, I can lend a hand." Hearing this, Wu Tian furrowed his brow in contemplation before ultimately agreeing. Approximately half an hour later, Wu Tian received a phone call and informed us, "My people have arrived. We shall depart now." As we were leaving, Wu Tian reminded me, "Xiao Ge, I am aware of my sister's feelings. She mentioned to me during her call at noon that she likes you. It is precisely for this reason that she intervened on your behalf today. Although I am not well versed in matters of love, I sincerely hope you will treat my sister with care." His words left me at a loss for how to respond, but I nodded in acknowledgement. I couldn't shake the feeling that Wu Tian and his companions were bound to stir up trouble that day, so as they departed, I cautioned him, "Brother Tian, please do not act impulsively. These two scoundrels are not worth it." Wu Tian waved his hand in understanding and then left with Fatty Tao. Once they had gone, I settled down beside the hospital bed. Du Yao's complexion was remarkably pale, yet her beauty remained intact. Observing her tranquil demeanor stirred the softest corners of my heart. Wu Tian had just mentioned that Du Yao expressed her affection for me earlier. It seemed her feelings were genuine this time. This thought brought a hint of sweetness to my heart. Generally speaking, boys tend to be of a similar disposition, reserved yet passionate. To be favored by such a beautiful girl was undoubtedly a source of pride for any man. I felt fortunate. Having grown up, this was the first time a girl liked me, and such a stunning girl at that. Lost in these thoughts, Du Yao's voice broke through. "What are you thinking? Are you drooling?" Her voice was soft yet sufficient to jolt me back to reality. I quickly wiped my mouth, realizing with embarrassment that I had indeed been drooling. I hastily inquired, "How are you feeling? Is there any discomfort?" Du Yao replied softly, "I'm all right, just a slight headache and a bit thirsty." Upon hearing this, I promptly poured her a glass of water and said, "Please refrain from speaking. The doctor said you have a mild concussion and need a rest." After my words, Du Yao quietly nodded and then asked softly, "What about my brother? Is he okay?" I assured her, "He is fine. He just left with Fatty Tao and his friends to seek revenge on Zhu Taiji and Zhu Taiyuan." Du Yao's reaction was subdued. She merely acknowledged my words with an "oh" and fell silent. After a moment's hesitation, I decided to express my gratitude. "Du Yao, thank you for today. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been hurt." She smiled but said nothing in return. Her silence left me uncertain about what to say next. We remained in silence for a long while, and as the tea began to cool, I gently supported Du Yao. Initially, she hesitated a bit, but perhaps due to the pain from her injury, she let out a soft moan. I admonished her, "Don't move. Let me help you drink." With that, I carefully helped her sit up. Du Yao smelled wonderfully fragrant. This time, she did not resist and allowed me to feed her water. After she finished the glass, I looked at her and said, "Du Yao, besides your brother, I will also take care of you." After saying this, I gently laid her back down. Lying there, Du Yao smiled and shook her head lightly, then looked into my eyes and asked, "Are you trying to be my brother?" Her question momentarily stunned me, but I quickly shook my head in protest. "No, I don't want to be your brother. If you are willing to accept me, let us embark on a proper romantic relationship." Chapter 33. The Escape. Upon hearing my words, Du Yao appeared momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled calmly and replied, "Zhang Xiao, I know you said this because I saved you today and you feel indebted to me. Am I right?" Her words made me feel embarrassed. This morning I had mentioned seeing her as a sister, yet now I was suggesting a romantic involvement. It was a contradiction that anyone could see through. Noticing my silence, Du Yao smiled again and said, "Zhang Xiao, I admit I liked you from the moment I first saw you. Although I have never been in a relationship, I do not wish for something like that. After a pause, she continued, you should think of me as your sister, and I shall cherish these feelings quietly within my heart. With that, she lifted her cup and turned to lie down, preparing to sleep. As she began to drift off, I contemplated much. Du Yao was correct. I had acted impulsively. Who would blindly accept such a proposal? Love is not a trivial matter. It seems I should reconsider for the future. If there are true feelings between Du Yao and me, I trust we will find our way together. Around 7 o'clock, Du Yao awoke, and it was at that moment that Fatty Tao and Wu Tian returned. As they entered, I observed Fatty Tao's serious demeanor, while Wu Tian appeared relaxed, as if nothing had happened. Recognizing Wu Tian's arrival, Fatty Tao and I discreetly exited the hospital room and wandered to the end of the corridor to smoke. After lighting Fatty Tao's cigarette, I inquired, did you find Zhu Taiji and Zhu Taiyuan? Upon hearing my question, Fatty Tao did not respond immediately. He took a puff of his cigarette, gazed into the distance, and finally said, we found them. Noticing his serious expression, an unsettling feeling washed over me. I frowned and asked, what's wrong? You've never been this grave before. Is something amiss? Fatty Tao regarded me for a moment before solemnly stating, Xiao Ge, something has happened. Wu Tian has incapacitated Zhu Taiji and Zhu Taiyuan. Stunned by his revelation, I was at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, I finally managed to ask, incapacitated? What do you mean? Please clarify. Fatty Tao nodded and explained. After we located Zhu Taiji and Zhu Taiyuan at the KTV, Wu Tian took them to an abandoned house in the countryside, where he severed their tendons. His words left me dumbfounded. We were not a gang. Wu Tian's ruthlessness was astonishing. Such an act would undoubtedly provoke their families to alert the authorities. Yet, it also highlighted Wu Tian's deep affection for his sister. Once I regained my composure, I asked Fatty Tao, why would Wu Tian return? This is already a crime. Does he not fear the police will come after him? Fatty Tao waved his hand dismissively and replied, Wu Tian's background is quite formidable. After everything was done, he made a phone call. Who he called, I do not know. He informed the person on the line about the situation, and they did not seem concerned. They mentioned sending a car to pick him up later tonight, so he could lay low, promising to handle the matter and return once it calms down. After saying this, Fatty Tao glanced at his watch and remarked, the time is almost here. Just then, Wu Tian emerged from the hospital room, spotting Fatty Tao and me smoking at the end of the corridor. With a cheerful demeanor, he approached us. Upon reaching us, he smiled and said, I presume Taozi has filled you in on the situation? Haha, do not worry about me. It is nothing significant. After a while, once the storm has passed, I shall return. At this point, Wu Tian paused, then looked at me and said, Xiao Ge, during my absence, there are 2 matters I must entrust to you. I took a cigarette from my pack, offered it to Wu Tian, and replied, Brother Tian, speak freely, as long as it is within my capacity. I shall not let you down. Wu Tian accepted the cigarette, lit it, and nodded, saying, I estimate I will be on the run for at least a month or 2. During this time, I leave my sister in your care. She has taken a liking to you, but I have heard that you do not seem to reciprocate her feelings. I have only this one sister, and matters of the heart elude my understanding, so I shall not meddle. However, I hope you can look after her well while I am away. Can you manage that? After Wu Tian finished speaking, I nodded and assured him, rest easy, Brother Tian. Du Yao is your sister, thus she is also akin to my sister and Fatty Tao's. As long as I stand, I shall ensure not a single hair on Du Yao's head is harmed. At my words, Wu Tian finally smiled. He then pondered for a moment before continuing. As for the second matter, you are aware that I have incapacitated 2 of Qin Feng's subordinates. He will undoubtedly seek retribution, and in my absence, he may vent his anger upon you. This is what concerns me the most. After a brief pause, Wu Tian looked at me and Hui Su. But do not fret too much. I shall have my brothers spread the word. If anyone dares to create trouble for you while I am away, they shall face my wrath upon my return. However, most of my influence lies in second high school, and the people from first high school who have recently followed me lack a solid foundation. Once I am gone, they will surely scatter. If you find yourselves in need of assistance, feel free to call upon second high school. I've already spoken to them. During my absence, you 2 shall be their leaders. With that, Wu Tian gave me a phone number, saying this individual is a longtime ally of mine, Hu Tianxi, who we affectionately call the Tian Heir. He is exceptionally skilled in combat. Should you require help, simply call this number, and he will bring assistance. Wu Tian glanced at the time and declared, "It is time for me to depart. Do not worry. I shall return within a month at the earliest, or at most 2 to 3 months. When I return, we shall reclaim our territory together." After saying this, Wu Tian playfully punched both Fatty Tao and me in the chest, then left with a cheerful demeanor, entirely unlike someone fleeing. He appeared more like a traveler setting off on an adventure. Fatty Tao and I intended to see him off, but he declined our offer. Upon returning to the hospital room, I found Du Yao nestled at the head of the bed, her eyes reddened, clearly having cried recently. Fatty Tao then remarked, "Well, it is time for dinner. I will go buy something for you too." With that, he dashed off. After he left, I approached Du Yao's bedside and sat down. After a moment of silence, I reassured her, "Du Yao, do not worry too much. Brother Tian will be fine." In response, Du Yao calmly replied, "You need not comfort me. This is not the first time my brother has gone on the run. I have grown accustomed to it." Hearing her words left me at a loss for how to console her. After about 10 minutes, Fatty Tao returned with dinner. After we finished eating, I suggested that he head back, as there was no need for both of us to stay in the hospital without proper bedding. I could remain to care for Du Yao. Fatty Tao understood the unspoken bond between Du Yao and me and did not argue. After exchanging a few words, he left. Once Fatty Tao had departed, Du Yao told me, "I can manage on my own. You should go home. Your parents will worry." I responded nonchalantly, "It's fine. I am a day student. They do not mind whether I return or not. I will just call them and say I am staying at school." With my reassurance, Du Yao felt unable to protest further. To alleviate the awkwardness, I turned on the television. While watching, Du Yao suddenly blushed and asked, "Could you assist me to the restroom?" Such a request is one that no man could refuse, and I was no exception. However, I harbored no inappropriate thoughts. After supporting Du Yao to the restroom, I cautioned her to be careful, ready to turn and leave. Just then, Du Yao called out to me, catching me off guard. I thought, surely she does not want me to help her use the restroom, which would be exceedingly awkward. While I pondered this, Du Yao's next words snapped me back to reality. With a flushed face, she said, "Zhang Xiao, could you help me buy something?" I turned my attention to her and asked, "What do you need?" "I will go get it right away." Du Yao bit her lip and replied, "Could you please buy me a pack of feminine products?" I left mine at school. Understanding her request, I hesitated for a moment, assured her to be safe, and then left, making sure to lock the door behind me. Although this was a hospital, it was prudent to take precautions. There was a small convenience store downstairs, and upon arriving, I located the section for sanitary napkins. However, I hesitated for quite a while, unsure of which to choose. After contemplating, I decided to call Du Yao to ask her about the brand. On the call, she chuckled and teased, "Did you not play a prank last time? Do you not know which brand I use?" At that moment, I felt my face flush. Standing in front of the sanitary napkin section of the store, I noticed several people watching me, a big guy lingering there for too long. I hurriedly said, "All right, hurry up. Do you want or not? If not, I will leave." Seeing that I was becoming impatient, Du Yao laughed and said, "All right, just get me the Whisper brand." Luckily, that brand was right in front of me. I grabbed a pack and headed to the checkout when suddenly I heard a scream from Du Yao followed by the sound of the phone hitting the ground. I called out a couple of times, but the line had gone dead. My heart sank, and without waiting for change, I threw my only 100 yuan at the cashier and dashed upstairs. To save time, I opted for the stairs instead of the elevator, as it was only on the 6th floor and climbing was faster. When I reached Du Yao's hospital room, the door was still locked. I knocked several times, but there was no response. I was about to kick the door when it suddenly opened, revealing a flustered Du Yao. I rushed over to support her. Worry etched on my face and asked what happened. "Is everything all right?" Du Yao, trembling with fear, pointed towards the restroom and said, "There's a cockroach in there." It scared me to death. As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes, and such vulnerability naturally stirred a protective instinct within me. However, I could not help but chuckle. Previously, Du Yao had frightened me with a toad, and I had thought her courageous. I never expected her to be afraid of a mere cockroach. Despite my amusement, I stepped into the restroom, found the cockroach, and swiftly crushed it underfoot. I then handed the Whisper pack to Du Yao, saying, "It is taken care of. You can now go to the restroom without worry." At that moment, Du Yao, her cheeks flushed, accepted the sanitary napkins I purchased and proceeded into the restroom. However, she instructed me to remain at the door, and given her insistence, I dutifully complied. Before long, the unmistakable sounds of her relieving herself reached my ears, and though I could not see her, The sound stirred my imagination. 2 minutes later, Du Yao emerged from the restroom, this time without requiring my assistance to return to her hospital bed. When the nurse arrived later that evening to administer N4 to Du Yao, I inquired about her condition. The nurse assured me that with adequate rest and 3 days of intravenous therapy, she would be discharged. Throughout my life, I had never found myself in the role of a bedside companion. It was no simple task. I cobbled together a makeshift sleeping arrangement with a few chairs, but my restless slumber caused me to tumble to the floor on 2 or 3 occasions. Observing my plight, Du Yao bit her lip in contemplation and suggested, "Zhang Xiao, why don't you sleep on the bed? It's quite spacious." I understood her offer stemmed from genuine concern rather than any ulterior motives. While I wholeheartedly agreed with her proposition, I was acutely aware that we were not yet at a point in our relationship where sharing a bed felt appropriate. So I declined her kind offer and endured the night on the chairs. Over the course of the next 3 days, which coincided with our school holiday, I remained by Du Yao's side in the hospital, venturing nowhere else. Fortunately, Fatty Tao's card had sufficient funds to cover our medical expenses and basic needs. During this time, Fatty Tao, along with the Xiong and Xiao Fei, visited a few times, though their stays were brief. As Fatty Tao put it, they wanted to leave us ample time to bond. Yet, a lingering question troubled my mind. Why was no one from Du Yao's family visiting her in the hospital? I had not seen her make a single phone call home. In contrast, Wu Tian reached out to both Du Yao and me, informing us over the phone that he was out of town but doing well. After that call, however, he discarded his phone number, assuring us he would return soon and urging us not to worry. On the eve of our return to school, after finishing her 4 treatment, Du Yao insisted on going back to campus. I consulted the doctor, who confirmed there were no significant issues, and thus I escorted Du Yao back to school. Upon our arrival, we found our classmates engaged in evening self-study. All eyes turned towards us as we entered the classroom, including Lu Chu S., whose gaze was decidedly complex. However, I no longer felt perturbed by Lu Chu's scrutiny. Du Yao surpassed her in every regard, and most importantly, Du Yao had feelings for me, whereas Lu Chu merely viewed me as a backup. Once settled at my desk, De Xiong turned to me and remarked, "Xiao Ge, the school is already aware of the situation with Zhu Taiji and Zhu Taiyuan. I heard they plan to hold an assembly tomorrow." I had anticipated this development. It was only natural for the school to be informed. What remained uncertain was how they would respond. It seemed likely that Wu Tian's expulsion was all but guaranteed. As I contemplated laying my head down on the desk for a nap, our homeroom teacher, unusually present during self-study, entered the classroom. She called out the names of Fatty Tao, De Sha, and me, instructing us to follow her to the office. We were mentally prepared for this, so we rose and followed her out of the classroom. Initially, we assumed she would take us to her office, but instead, she led us directly to the disciplinary office. There, several male teachers regarded us with cold indifference. One particularly rotund teacher, known informally as Li Depanzi, impatiently ordered us to line up along the wall. He was the head of the disciplinary department at our school, tall and robust. Students who fell afoul of the rules often found themselves at his mercy. His infamous method of punishment involved slapping students with alarming frequency, a practice that few dared to challenge in our small town school. Once we stood in line, our homeroom teacher reassured us, "You need not be anxious. We're here to gather information. Please explain the conflict between Wu Tian and Zhu Taiji and Zhu Taiyuan. Also, do you know Wu Tian's whereabouts?" After she finished speaking, Fatty Tao, looking innocent, replied, "Teacher, how would we know about their conflicts? We aren't familiar with them." At that moment, Li Depanzi suddenly kicked Fatty Tao and then delivered 2 swift slaps to his face, barking, "Unfamiliar? Then why did you involve yourself in a fight with Zhu Taiji?" Chapter 35. The confrontation in the disciplinary office. Li Depanzi's unexpected assault left us all stunned. However, De Xiong was quick to react, pushing Li Depanzi away and demanding, "What kind of teacher are you hitting students like that? What is the meaning of this?" Before De Xiong could finish, Li Depanzi retaliated with a slap across his face, declaring, "What is wrong with disciplining you? You scoundrels only bring trouble to the school." In a moment of fury, Fatty Tao shouted and lunged at Li Depanzi, grabbing his hair and delivering a punch directly to his eye. We heard Li Depanzi yelp in pain as he crouched down, clutching his eye. The other teachers in the disciplinary office rushed towards us, and at that moment, Xiong, Xiao Fei, and I sprang into action. With the situation spiraling out of control, we resolved to fight back, whatever the consequences. Lita Pansy was visibly hurt from Fatty Tao's punch, groaning as he remained on the floor, while the remaining two teachers, who were not particularly strong, faced little resistance from us. Our homeroom teacher, however, was frantic, pleading with us to stop the fighting. We had no personal grievances with the two teachers, so after a brief scuffle, we ceased hostilities. Suddenly, Lita Pansy sprang to his feet and struck Fatty Tao with an electric baton. The sound of the zap echoed in the room, and we watched in horror as Fatty Tao convulsed and collapsed to the ground. Alarmed, da xiong, xiao fei, and I rushed to support him. Lita Pansy, now enraged, proceeded to shock Da Xiong and Xiao Fei with the baton as well, leaving them twitching on the floor. Lita Pansy appeared ready to turn his attention to me when our homeroom teacher stepped in front of me, exclaiming, "Director Lee, how can you treat them this way? They're still just seeing truth." Fatty Tao was not as severe as I had described. He was indeed smoking, but he was not foaming at the mouth. Fatty Tao's father became furious on the phone, and I heard a loud bang, likely him slamming his hand on the table. Shortly after, I heard him say, "What? You take care of my son first. I will come over immediately." After saying that, he hung up. Once he put away his phone, I noticed Li DePeo looking at me with disdain. I sneered at him and said, "I wonder how long you can remain so carefree. By the way, I forgot to mention that Wei Tao's father is the chief of police in our county. You probably didn't know that, did you? Haha, when Wei Tao's father arrives. You think you can still act so tough? Go ahead, let us see if you have the guts." I practically shouted this, filled with indignation. Yes, we had indeed fought with Zhu Taiji and Zhu Taiyuan, but at that time, we were the victims. Du Yao had her head broken. Now, with Zhu Taiji and Zhu Taiyuan incapacitated, they sought to vent their frustrations on us, not only slapping us, but also using electric batons. Upon hearing that Wei Tao's father was the county chief of police, Li DePeo was momentarily stunned, but he quickly sneered and retorted, "Who are you trying to scare? The chief's son would attend school here in our township? Are you joking?" At this point, I was disinclined to explain to Li DePeo that during the transition from junior high to high school, Fatty Tao had the opportunity to attend school in the county. Yet he chose to stay with me, his close friend. This decision had always moved me deeply. My homeroom teacher then addressed Li DePeo, saying directly, "The child is injured quite severely. Hurry and call for the hospital, lest something unfortunate occur that no one can take responsibility for." After her statement, Director Lee shot her a glare and said, "What are you talking about? Don't worry. He was merely shocked by the electric baton. He will be fine shortly." Following this, he pointed at the calm Du Yao and asked, "All right, why did you all go to confront Zhu Taiyuan and Zhu Taiji that day?" Li DePeo's words made me want to rush over and stab him. Moments ago, he claimed we were fighting Zhu Taiyuan and Zhu Taiji, and now it had turned into us attacking them. Du Yao remained silent, but our homeroom teacher stepped in, frowning as she said to Director Lee, "That's not true. According to students, they were mutually fighting, and Du Yao is a girl. She did not participate in the fighting. Many witnesses say Du Yao intervened and was struck on the head by Zhu Taiji with a baton. How can you claim Du Yao was there to attack Zhu Taiji? Isn't that a blatant falsehood?" Just as my homeroom teacher finished speaking, Li DePeo became furious, slamming his hand on the desk and yelling at her, "Teacher Liu, please be mindful of your position. How dare you speak to me like that?" At that moment, the sound of police sirens grew louder, and it was evident that more than one vehicle was approaching. I felt a sense of relief. Fatty Tao's father was definitely coming. I pulled my homeroom teacher aside and said, "Teacher, please hold your tongue for now. The truth will reveal itself soon. Fatty Tao's father has arrived. Let us see how this arrogant fool behaves now." Li DePeo also heard the sirens and appeared somewhat apprehensive. He instructed the two male teachers to help Fatty Tao sit up. I stood firmly in front of Fatty Tao, addressing the two male teachers, "Don't court trouble. If anyone lays a hand on Fatty Tao today, I will not hold back." Perhaps intimidated by my words, the two male teachers halted in their tracks. Li DePeo cursed and approached me, and I was ready to fight him. At that moment, my homeroom teacher intervened, standing in front of me, and said to Li DePeo, "Li Hongan, your actions today have gone too far. You are not to lay another hand on my student." At this point, I witnessed what it meant to be cornered. Li DePeo's face flushed red, and he furiously replied to my homeroom teacher, "Damn it, are you still a teacher at our school? How can you side with a student?" As he spoke, he attempted to grab my teacher. Being a woman, my homeroom teacher was no match for Li DePeo. After a few pushes, he forcefully shoved her aside, causing her to collide with the corner of a desk, and she crouched down, clutching her waist in pain. I was enraged, exclaiming, "Damn you." I then lunged at Lee DePeo, biting down on his shoulder. He retaliated with several punches, striking my face with a fierce intensity. I soon felt lightheaded and weak, sliding off him just as the door to the office was kicked open from the outside. Chapter 36. His father is even more fearsome. Although I was being pummeled by Lee DePeo, my mind remained clear. I saw a multitude of uniformed officers rushing through the door, all armed, commanding everyone to not move and to kneel with their hands on their heads. The scene was intimidating. I had only witnessed such occurrences on television, and now to experience it in reality, the sight of armed officers was quite alarming. However, at that moment, only Lee DePeo, the two male teachers, and Du Yao remained standing. Everyone else, including our homeroom teacher, had already crouched down due to the earlier incident. Du Yao and the two male teachers obeyed and crouched down, while Lee DePeo, although aware that trouble was brewing, was belligerently shouting at the officers. "Which police station are you from? Who allowed you to act recklessly in a public school?" Before Lee DePeo could finish his sentence, one officer kicked him in the stomach. As he bent over in pain, the officer swiftly subdued him to the ground. At that moment, a burly officer entered the room, bearing a striking resemblance to Fatty Tao. Instantly, I recognized him as Fatty Tao's father. Struggling to rise from the floor, I called out to him, "Uncle, Wei Tao is over there." Following my Fatty Tao's father glanced in the indicated direction and saw his son motionless on the ground. I noticed his expression change dramatically, and he hurried over to help Fatty Tao up. I then urged Du Yao to stand and check on our homeroom teacher, while I assisted Xiao Fei and Xiong to their feet. By this time, Fatty Tao had regained his senses. Though I had never been struck by an electric baton, I could only imagine how unpleasant it must be. Fatty Tao was now groaning, but I suspected he was merely putting on a show. Fatty Tao's father helped him to a chair and inquired who had done this to him. Fatty Tao, no longer crying out, pointed to Lee DePeo, who was pinned to the ground by an officer, and exclaimed, "This bastard. He even slapped me twice. Dad, you've never dared to strike me. But this scoundrel not only hit me, but also used an electric baton. Dad, you must stand up for me." As he spoke, his voice thickened with tears. Watching this, I was momentarily stunned. Although Fatty Tao's claims were true, his theatrics were rather exaggerated, and I felt a chuckle bubbling within me. Initially, I assumed that Fatty Tao's father would certainly take Lee DePeng and the others to the station, then clarify the circumstances before addressing Lee DePeng. However, once Fatty Tao revealed who had assaulted him, his father, Wei Zheng, immediately stood up, his expression radiating fury. At that moment, Wei Zheng instructed the two officers behind him, "Xiao Wang, Xiao Tian, guard the entrance. Allow no one to enter." Upon hearing this, the officers complied and exited, one of them even taking the time to draw the curtains shut. The scene that followed lingered in my mind for quite some time. Fatty Tao was inherently bold and unafraid of confrontation, but his father proved to be even more formidable. Wei Zheng first ordered the officer restraining Lee DePeng to step aside. Once the officer complied, Wei Zheng lunged forward and forcefully stomped on Lee DePeng's head. Caught off guard, Lee DePeng had no time to react, and with a resounding thud, his large face met the floor. We were then subjected to the agonizing cries of Lee DePeng, akin to a slaughtered pig, shrieking for help. Yet, Wei Zheng remained undeterred. Cursing, "Damn it, have you lost your mind? You dare to stomp on my son." Initially, Lee DePeng shouted in protest, but as time passed, he simply cradled his head. Ceasing his cries, Wei Zheng, evidently fatigued from his exertions, approached the desk, seized a chair, and began to hurl it at Lee DePeng with increasing ferocity. The sight was almost painful to witness, culminating in the chair splintering upon impact. On the ground, Lee DePeng writhed in agony, whimpering like a wounded creature. I expected Wei Zheng to relent at this point, but instead, I observed him procure a dark object from one of the officers. After receiving it, he pressed a red button, causing the baton to crackle with blue electricity, an ominous sound filling the air. It turned out to be a police stun baton. In a chilling tone, Wei Zheng remarked, "You enjoy shocking others, don't you? If you can inflict pain on such a young child, then today, you shall experience the taste of a police stun baton." With that, he pressed the baton against Lee DePeng's lower back. I recalled witnessing the electric fishing technique at my grandfather's home during my childhood, where the fish, upon being shocked, would float lifelessly to the surface. Now, Lee DePeng appeared even worse off than those fish, his limbs stiff and convulsing froth escaping his mouth, eyes rolling back in his head, resembling the description I had previously given Wei Zheng of Fatty Tao. At this juncture, Wei Zheng ignored Li Depeng on the ground and took a seat, beckoning Fatty Tao to recount the events. Fatty Tao, visibly intimidated by his father, approached without hesitation, despite having previously complained about his discomfort. He narrated the incident, explaining that a close friend had been assaulted during a meal, prompting him, alongside Daxiong and Xiaofei, to investigate. To their dismay, the aggressors not only attacked his friend, but also turned on them, resulting in one girl sustaining a serious head injury that required hospitalization. Fatty Tao continued, detailing how Wu Tian had retaliated against the two assailants, but upon learning of the incident, the schools sought to channel their frustration onto them, leading to their current predicament. As they were brought in, Li Depeng had struck each of them, and subsequently, when they questioned his justification for violence, the principal had used a stun baton on them. After Fatty Tao finished, our homeroom teacher, with Du Yao's assistance, approached Wei Zheng, stating, "Hello, I am Fatty Tao's homeroom teacher, and I can attest to everything he has just said. He is not lying." Hearing this affirmation, Wei Zheng nodded thoughtfully and instructed the other officers, "Take this fatty away." He then glanced at the two male teachers on the floor and pointed at them, asking Fatty Tao if they were also involved. The two teachers looked at Fatty Tao with terror, but he, recognizing their innocence, quickly declared, "These two male teachers did not participate. They are innocent." After this clarification, Wei Zheng nodded and allowed the teachers to rise, though he added, "You will still accompany me to the station for a statement." Relieved by Fatty Tao's defense, the two teachers agreed to follow Wei Zheng. As Wei Zheng stood from his chair, he muttered to himself, "Did anyone witness me assaulting this fatso today?" His subordinates promptly denied it. When Wei Zheng turned to the two male teachers, they hesitated, but one, quick-witted, responded, "I saw a directorly trip and fall." This response pleased Wei Zheng, who nodded and told everyone, "Let us all head to the station to make statements. There is nothing to worry about. However, I will definitely take action against this fatty, so you need not fear any repercussions." This statement seemed directed at the two male teachers and our homeroom teacher. Afterward, Wei Zheng opened the door and left the office, prompting us to follow him out. As it was a Sunday evening, the school was devoid of teachers, and we encountered only a few passing students watching the scene unfold. Li Depeng was dragged out like a lifeless dog by several officers and unceremoniously tossed into a police vehicle. Wei Zheng had arrived with 6 or 7 cars. The others boarded different police vehicles while Fatty Tao and I were summoned into a private car. Once inside, Wei Zheng remained silent at first. After starting the engine, he addressed us, "What is your relationship with Wu Tian? Do not conceal anything from me." Fatty Tao shuddered at his words, but swiftly replied, "He is our brother from school." After this admission, Wei Zheng said nothing further. As we drove on, he informed Fatty Tao, "I am aware of this matter concerning Wu Tian. He has significant backing, and the opposing party is already addressing the situation, so this issue should be manageable. It's merely a matter of time." After a pause, Wei Zheng glanced at Fatty Tao and me through the rearview mirror, then spoke directly to me, "Zhang Xiao, I have known about you since Wei Tao was in middle school. He often mentions you. I do not wish to pry into your youthful affairs, but heed my words, for I will only say this once." Sensing the gravity of his tone, I responded earnestly, "Uncle, please speak freely. Both Fatty Tao and I are listening." Upon hearing this, Wei Zheng nodded and continued, "You and my son are alike. You both seek amusement rather than education. With your current academic performance, not only is college beyond your reach, but even admission to a vocational school may pose a challenge." After a moment's pause, Wei Zheng continued, stating that while your academic performance may be lacking, he does not intend to pressure you into studying. However, he felt compelled to remind you that the depths of society can be treacherous. An individual you might overlook could possess formidable influence. You are all adults now, no longer children. Do you comprehend my meaning? Following Wei Zheng's remarks, we all nodded in acknowledgement. He sighed and added that he would refrain from elaborating further. From now on, you must forge your own paths. He could assist with minor issues, but should you encounter significant trouble, he would be powerless to help. You must exercise caution. After Wei Zheng's admonition, we remained silent until we arrived at the police station. However, I found myself reflecting on his words throughout the journey. His message was not particularly profound. To me, it conveyed that while you may choose to be carefree, you must maintain a sense of moderation. I could protect you in minor matters, but should you create a major disaster, I would be unable to assist. I was unsure if I interpreted his words correctly, but it seemed that Wei Zheng was tacitly endorsing my and Fatty Tao's current lack of diligence, which surprised me. I could not discern Wei Zheng's true thoughts. Upon reaching the police station, Wei Zheng took a brief statement from us before leading us, along with our homeroom teacher and 2 male instructors, to a nearby restaurant for dinner. As for Li DePeo, we lost sight of him after alighting from the vehicle, and no one seemed to care about that reckless fool. During dinner, Wei Zheng engaged in conversation with our homeroom teacher and the 2 male instructors. It was quite exhilarating for them to dine with a figure of authority from the county. Naturally, their discussion revolved around Li DePeo, and it appeared that the 2 male instructors were eager to divulge many stories about him, tales of corruption, bullying, and even an incident involving him peeping at a female teacher in the shower on a specific date. After the meal, Wei Zheng arranged for us to be driven back to school. As we departed, he reassured the 2 male instructors and our homeroom teacher that he had already informed the school leadership about the situation, and they would face no repercussions. His words provided everyone with a sense of relief, and after exchanging farewells with Wei Zheng, we boarded the vehicle back to school. In the days that followed, we did not see Li DePeo, and the position of a dean was filled by one of the 2 male instructors from that day. However, the news of Fatty Tao's father being a figure of authority spread widely among the students. As the saying goes, fame brings attention. Now that Fatty Tao was known, people began to flock around him, offering cigarettes and drinks, eager to associate with us. We were in the initial stages of our ascent, so we welcomed all comers. Although we declined many high school seniors who approached us, I recalled Fatty Tao's father's words about moderation and the importance of understanding the rules of each environment. So it seemed wiser to refrain from engaging with the older students. While Fatty Tao busied himself with gathering followers, I chose not to involve myself in that endeavor. With Big Bear and Little Fei assisting him, I felt it was sufficient. Instead, I focused on seeking a breakthrough in my relationship with Du Yao. The more time I spent with her, the more I realized that although she could be a bit mischievous at times, her qualities far outweighed any minor flaws. Since the incident at the dean's office, I had recognized that Du Yao was unlike other girls. She remained composed in the face of adversity and generally exuded a serene demeanor, almost ethereal. Understanding that matters of the heart require patience, I maintained a steady pace in our interactions, engaging her in light-hearted banter. Du Yao, true to form, occasionally played pranks on me, but during class when I would doze off, she refrained from pinching my thigh, opting instead to tickle me. As my feelings for Du Yao blossomed, one morning during the second period, Big Bear handed me a letter claiming it was from Lu Chu Chu. Nonchalantly, I glanced at the envelope while Du Yao was engrossed in her reading. Although she did not look up, I noticed her brow furrow slightly. I had initially intended to tear the letter up, not out of arrogance, but because Lu Chu Chu's previous comments had deeply affected me. Yet this time, I refrained from my earlier impulse. Given that Du Yao had been hospitalized and I had missed class, it was Lu Chu Chu who had requested our leave of absence. After some contemplation, I decided to open the envelope. To my surprise, it was not the usual brief note, but a full page filled with writing. After reading it from beginning to end, I found myself somewhat astonished. Lu Chu Chu recounted the events from the first day of our supplementary classes to the present, expressing her sincere gratitude for my timely interventions, particularly during critical moments. She conveyed how moved she was by my protective actions, as no one had ever treated her that way before. Lu Chu Chu candidly admitted that she had once regarded me merely as a backup, while still harboring feelings for Qin Feng. However, after some time had passed, she had come to understand many things and realized who truly cared for her. In the closing lines of her letter, she expressed a desire for us to consider giving each other a chance. Chapter 38, Wu Tian's Little Gathering. Such is the nature of human emotions. When I had feelings for Lu Chu Chu, she dismissed me, only to now show interest as my relationship with Du Yao deepened. This sudden development left me feeling somewhat bewildered. To be frank, I found myself in a quandary. Overall, Du Yao far surpassed Lu Chu Chu in many respects. Yet Lu Chu Chu was my first love, though we never dated. She was the first girl I truly liked. Despite her hurtful words, the allure of the unattainable can be powerful. Now that Lu Chu Chu had taken the initiative to reach out, I felt conflicted. If this were ancient times, I might have unhesitatingly accepted both Lu Chu Chu and Du Yao, a testament to the flaws inherent in men, of which I am no exception. After some reflection, I decided against responding to Lu Chu Chu's letter. Whether I agreed or declined, I was not in a position to make a decision. Rather than grapple with indecision, I opted for inaction and allowed time to dictate the outcome. With that resolution, I tore the letter into pieces and discarded it in the wastebasket beside my desk. At that moment, Du Yao remained absorbed in her reading, displaying no signs of concern. I then rested my head on the desk and resumed my nap. When the lunch bell rang, I left the classroom with Fatty Tao and the others. That day, Wu Tian's subordinate, De Tian, was scheduled to visit our school, and we had arranged to meet at a restaurant across the street. Unbeknownst to me, as I exited the classroom, Du Yao carefully retrieved the torn pieces of my letter from the trash and tucked them into her pocket before leaving the classroom. At noon today, De Tian came over primarily to familiarize himself with me and Fatty Tao. Since the last time I had a confrontation with the school's security, their attitude towards me has improved significantly. Moreover, now that everyone knows about Fatty Tao's father taking care of our school's director, when we passed by the security office, Fatty Tao handed a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes to the guard, who said nothing and let us through. Recently, Fatty Tao has been enjoying a surge of confidence. Having been together for quite some time, we were previously unnoticed, but things have changed. While others used to refer to him simply as Fatty Tao, they now call him Brother Tao, and even the quality of his cigarettes has dramatically shifted from 5 yuan to nearly 51 yuan a pack of Zhonghua. As Fatty Tao puts it, this way, we can maintain our dignity in public. Offering a 5 yuan cigarette would make others think poorly of us. However, many students now voluntarily offer cigarettes, so we hardly spend any money. I cannot help but recall how, during our school days, wealthy students often looked down on their less affluent peers, but would eagerly curry favor with those who held some status. Now that we are gaining traction, we encounter such individuals more frequently. Although Fatty Tao and I have our reservations about this type of student, we certainly appreciate their financial support. Nevertheless, I reminded Fatty Tao to remain discreet. His father was right. There will always be someone stronger, and we are still far from being a significant force ourselves. Those who have been following us recently, who might prove useful in critical moments, are hardly a fraction of our numbers. Thus, we must not be ostentatious. Instead, we should proceed with humility and patience. Once we have established our dominance over the first-year students, then we will have the leverage to be bold. Fatty Tao assured me that he understood, yet I remain concerned that his carefree demeanor might lead to trouble. However, as I spend my days with him, I feel confident that I can keep him in check. The restaurant across from our school has decent conditions, and it is a popular spot for our teachers and administrators. After requesting a private room from the proprietress, we called the Tian and waited for him to arrive. I had previously encountered the Tian in the restroom, and he appeared to be quite robust. Wu Tian had mentioned that the Tian is one of his most formidable subordinates. After about 10 minutes, the Tian finally arrived, accompanied by 2 others. These 2 students bore the unmistakable air of troublemakers. Upon his arrival, the Tian greeted us warmly, offering cigarettes to everyone before introducing his companions. The shorter yet sturdy young man was named Zhang Nao Mo, a rather flamboyant name. His buzz cut was strikingly close to that of a convict. The Tian then suggested we call him Cun Yuan. Despite his stature, he could easily take on 4 or 5 opponents without breaking a sweat. Cun Yuan had a hint of Burmese descent, and after shaking hands with us, he seemed somewhat reserved. Next, the Tian introduced another young man of average height, but slender build, with very dark skin. What caught my attention was his curly hair, not styled in a salon, but naturally curly, and it looked rather amusing due to its short length. The Tian continued, introducing him as Lu Shilong, nicknamed Black Curly Hair. He is known for both his fighting prowess and his sense of humor, which you will come to appreciate as you get to know him. After the Tian finished his introductions, I curiously remarked, "Brother Tian, aside from our brief encounter in the restroom, how do you seem so familiar with each of us? We haven't even introduced ourselves yet." Upon hearing this, the Tian chuckled and replied, "That's mandatory. You see, after you pledge brotherhood with Brother Tian, he frequently mentions you in our discussions, and he has told our brothers at No. 2 middle school that you all are destined for greatness. Brother Tian has a keen eye for recognizing potential." After the Tian comment, I could only smile wryly, while Fatty Tao burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Damn, Brother Tian is quite the talent. Not only is he fierce and bold, but he also has an eye for character." We all shared a laugh. After a brief moment, the Xiong eagerly called the waiter to bring out the dishes. At this point, the Tian turned to Fatty Tao and me, saying, "Xiao Gatao, I'm here not only to introduce Cun Yuan and Black Curly Hair to you, but also to discuss something important. Our main group isn't very large. It consists of just me, Cun Yuan, black curly hair, and Brother Tian, along with two others. One named Gui Xiaoming, nicknamed Ming Ming, and another named Zheng Jin Xin, known as the Wise Star, who serves as our strategist. However, those two clowns got into a scuffle with students from other classes this morning and are currently being dealt with at the school's disciplinary office, so they couldn't join us. After a pause, the Tian heir continued. Aside from meeting each other, I have something to discuss with Xiao Ge and Tao Ge. Seeing his serious demeanor, I nodded and said, Brother Tian heir, we're all in this together. Just speak your mind. After my words, the Tian heir nodded and informed me. I have received word that Qin Feng should be discharged from the hospital tomorrow. Brother Tian had previously instructed us that once Qin Feng is out, he will undoubtedly seek revenge, particularly since his right-hand men have been incapacitated by Brother Tian. As the leader, he cannot afford to show weakness. With Brother Tian absent, they might well target you too. So I'm here to discuss our strategy for tomorrow when Qin Feng returns to school. Should we make any preparations? Upon hearing the Tian heir's words, I furrow my brow. Considering the timeline, Qin Feng had been hospitalized for 2 to 3 weeks, and with his discharge imminent. The Tian heir was correct. Upon his return, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance for his subordinates. However, with Wu Tian no longer at school, it was reasonable for Qin Feng to direct his ire towards Fatty Tao and me, especially since he had previously mistaken my association with Wu Tian. Now that we are indeed united, it was natural for Qin Feng to transfer his anger to us. After contemplating for a moment, I responded to the Tian heir, let us consider this. We are not from the same school, and you want to always be by our side, right? Brother Tian has gathered quite a few supporters at school, and now they fall under our purview. Recently, we have also recruited many students, so even if conflict arises, we will not be defenseless. Moreover, within the school, Qin Feng is unlikely to act too recklessly. The weekend is approaching, and after school, I invite Brother Tian heir to bring your crew outside our school. If Qin Feng intends to confront us, it is likely to happen then. After I finished speaking, the Tian heir nodded in agreement and replied, Xiao Ge, you make a valid point. Let us proceed as you suggested. This weekend, I will definitely bring my brothers along. However, if tomorrow Qin Feng poses a threat to you, just give me a call, and I will bring my men to teach him a lesson. When the Tian heir spoke these words, his demeanor was fierce, indeed confirming Wu Tian's assertion that the Tian heir was a rare and formidable warrior. Soon after, the waiter began serving the dishes. At that time, the students were not fond of consuming baijiu. Rather, they had an affinity for beer. Although there were classes in the afternoon, for us few lackluster students, the distinction between having class and not having class was negligible. We relished that midday meal, as we were all of a similar ilk, quickly bonding over our shared experiences. The 7 of us consumed a total of 40 bottles of beer. I had never indulged to such an extent before and was surprised by my own capacity, managing to drink 7 bottles by myself. When we bid farewell after lunch, I was supported back to the classroom by the Xiong and Xiao Fei. Upon returning to my seat, I rested my head on the desk and fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, I was oblivious to how many classes had passed. As I regained consciousness, I noticed an unfamiliar garment draped over me, exuding a fragrant aroma. Du Yao was not in her seat at that moment. Initially, I assumed it was her jacket. However, upon closer inspection, I recognized that it was not hers, but rather a familiar piece belonging to Lu Chu Chu, which I had seen her wear previously. I glanced over at Lu Chu Chu's desk, where she was engrossed in her studies, clad in a sweater. The jacket was undoubtedly hers. For reasons I could not fully comprehend, I felt a twinge of emotion. Perhaps it was the first time a girl had shown me such concern. I stood up from my seat, still feeling slightly dizzy. Alcohol, even beer, can leave one feeling disoriented when consumed in excess. Shaking my head to clear my thoughts, I made my way towards Lu Chu Chu's desk. Upon reaching her, I gently tapped on her table. She looked up, and I handed her the pink jacket, saying, "This jacket is yours, right?" "Thank you." Lu Chu Chu accepted the jacket with a look of concern, rising to support me as she said, "You drank too much at lunch, didn't you? If you're not feeling well, you should go back to the dormitory and rest. I can inform the teacher for you. If you sleep here, you might catch a cold." Lu Chu Chu's sudden kindness caught me off guard. To be candid, I found it a bit unsettling. I politely declined her offer and turned to leave, but just then, she softly called out, "Wait a moment." Having already been prepared to return to my own seat, I halted upon hearing her voice. Before I could respond, Lu Chuchu inquired, Zhang Xiao, did you read the letter I wrote to you this morning? Upon her direct mention of the letter, I nodded, acknowledging that I had indeed seen it. Lu Chuchu continued, you haven't replied to my letter, and I'm uncertain of your thoughts. How about this? After evening study, we could go to the Grove to talk. Initially, I considered declining her invitation, but after some contemplation, I decided against it. I had previously invited Lu Chuchu to the Grove twice, and she had accepted both times. If I were to refuse now, it might seem pretentious. Additionally, it would be beneficial to have a discussion. I needed to make a decision tonight. With that in mind, I nodded and agreed, returning to my seat. Just before class began, Du Yao returned with the other girls to the classroom. After sitting down, Du Yao glanced at me and asked, are you sober now? Who did you go drinking with at lunch? I saw no reason to conceal the truth. So I explained that my friend's brother's group had come, and I had gone to meet them with Fatty Tao and the others. Du Yao responded with a simple "oh" and did not pursue the matter further. This class was a study period, and since I was still feeling the effects of alcohol, I prepared to rest my head on the desk once more. Suddenly, Du Yao spoke up, by the way, Zhang Xiao, have you reconciled with Lu Chuchu? I was taken aback by her question, not expecting her to bring it up. I furrowed my brow and replied, what makes you think Lu Chuchu and I have reconciled? Wait a moment. We were never together in the first place. What do you mean by reconciliation? Upon hearing my words, Du Yao scoffed and said, who are you trying to fool? If you two weren't on good terms, would Lu Chuchu treat you so kindly? After you fell asleep, she took off her jacket and draped it over you to keep you warm. The whole class saw it, and you still claim there's nothing between you? Du Yao's remarks elicited a smile from me. Suddenly, I felt a mischievous urge to tease her, so I said, what's this? Are you feeling jealous? Du Yao froze momentarily, her cheeks flushing before she retorted, jealous? What does it matter to me who you're with? I just don't want to see someone crying later. You forget your pain the moment someone treats you kindly. Although Du Yao spoke in a veiled manner, I understood her intentions. She was merely warning me that Lu Chuchu might only see me as a backup option, cautioning me against being left heartbroken one day. At that moment, I felt a slight pang of discomfort. To be frank, I had intended to clarify things with Lu Chuchu tonight. I had come to the realization that, without Du Yao, I might have forgiven Lu Chuchu once, believing that my charm could change her perception of me. However, I also had to compare. Du Yao had actively expressed her feelings for me, which held significant weight. Furthermore, Du Yao was undoubtedly superior to Lu Chuchu in many aspects, leading to my firm decision. Yet, hearing Du Yao's somewhat bitter comments made me uneasy. I turned to her and said, thank you for your concern, but how can you be so certain that she sees me as merely a backup? Do you think I, Zhang Xiao, possess no charm whatsoever? If that's the case, I might just have to show you whether I cry or laugh. At this, Du Yao grew agitated, her face reddening as she glared at me, her eyes wide, her chest rising and falling noticeably, indicating her irritation. Ultimately, she simply replied, fine, I look forward to it. Then, she turned away, ignoring me. My stubbornness flared up as I coldly remarked, just wait and see. With that, I laid my head down on the desk, attempting to sleep. Despite my fatigue, the earlier events kept me awake, and the images of Du Yao and Lu Chuchu flashed through my mind. I began to regret some of my words. But recalling Du Yao's comments, I felt a surge of defiance. I knew she had feelings for me. I could sense it through our interactions. However, she seemed hesitant to accept my affection or become my girlfriend, at least for now. Now that Lu Chuchu appeared to be open to the possibility of us getting closer, Du Yao resorted to making snide remarks, which left me feeling uncomfortable. I held on to the thought that I would prove myself capable of winning Lu Chuchu's heart. Chapter 40. The First Meal Together. Deep down, I truly wish Du Yao would confess, Zhang Xiao, the one who genuinely likes you is me. Let us be together. If she were to say such words, I would undoubtedly pursue a relationship with her. However, having spent considerable time with Du Yao, I recognized her stubborn nature. Our personalities were similar. The more she doubted me, the more determined I became to succeed. Lost in these thoughts, I eventually drifted off to sleep without realizing it. Later that evening, it was Fatty Tao who woke me up. After getting my meal from the cafeteria, I sat down with Fatty Tao, Dexiong, and Xiao Fei, chatting as we ate dinner. Before long, I spotted Lu Chuchu approaching with a stainless steel tray filled with food. The disloyalty of my friends was evident as they hastily fled with their trays upon seeing Lu Chuchu, not even bothering to bid me farewell. At that moment, Lu Chuchu smiled at me and asked, Zhang Xiao, Is anyone sitting here? After hearing her question, I rolled my eyes in exasperation. You can see there's no one here. That's a rather obvious question, isn't it? Lu Chu chuckled softly at my response, placing her tray on the table across from me before taking a seat. After Lu Chu took her seat, numerous classmates began to glance in our direction. I am not particularly shy. However, sharing a meal with a girl, especially one who has once captivated my thoughts, like Lu Chu, was a novel experience. Truth be told, I still harbored a fondness for her. To stave off any awkwardness, I instinctively quickened my pace, devouring my food. Lu Chu noticed my frenzied eating and chuckled softly, advising me to slow down for the sake of my stomach, assuring me that no one was competing for my meal. Her gentle reprimand made me self-conscious, prompting a cough as I turned to her and inquired, "You mentioned having something to discuss with me after evening study, didn't you? What is it?" After I spoke, Lu Chu smiled and shook her head, suggesting that this wasn't the appropriate setting for a conversation, and we should wait until after class. She then reminded me that I hadn't been to her house for tutoring in 2 weeks, and that our homeroom teacher had asked about my progress, leaving her unsure of how to respond. Her words left me momentarily stunned. Had it not been for her reminder, I might have entirely forgotten about the tutoring sessions. I glanced at Lu Chu and, with a teasing smile, remarked, "Weren't you quite opposed to me visiting your home before? What has changed?" Lu Chu detected a hint of hostility in my tone and chuckled lightly before replying, "Zhang Xiao, I acknowledge that I held some biases against you in the past. Can we agree to put those bygone days behind us?" With a sigh, she continued, "Throughout history, what woman does not desire her partner to be exceptional? I admit, I looked down on you before, but that was merely human nature. In the past, you didn't give me much to admire. And there were times during the first 2 months of school when I could barely recall your name. I longed to refute her assertions, yet they were grounded in truth, making it impossible to argue. The contrast between my recent self and the person I used to be was stark. Previously, my friend Fatty Tao and I seldom had opportunities to be noticed. We lacked prowess in fighting and academics. During our initial days of high school, we primarily occupied ourselves with sleeping in class and finding secluded spots to smoke. Aside from casual conversations with a couple of classmates, we were largely silent. Thus, it was understandable that Lu Chu might struggle to remember my name, given how ordinary I had been, engrossed in slumber and smoking. At that moment, while Lu Chu absent-mindedly stirred her food with her chopsticks, she mentioned, "When the homeroom teacher suggested you come to my house for tutoring, I was inclined to refuse. I perceived you as a student who merely coasted through school. Honestly, I had no fondness for you then. I tend to speak my mind, and I didn't wish to deceive you." I nodded in acknowledgement, encouraging her to continue. Lu Chu exhaled deeply before saying, "Our first encounter in my house was quite unpleasant, and you even resorted to threats. I genuinely found you distasteful then. I contemplated informing the teacher about it. However, you didn't overstep your bounds afterward, so I let it pass." She took a sip from her teacup before continuing, "What truly changed my perception of you was your second visit. Knowing Qin Feng's reputation at school, you still dared to come to my aid, and I found that remarkably courageous. However, a girl's choice in a partner involves many considerations. Hence, I didn't immediately accept your affection. I was aware of Du Yao's words, suggesting you were merely a backup option for me. I must clarify, that was a misunderstanding." I glanced at Lu Chu and replied, "If there are any misunderstandings, please share them now. I'm all ears." Seeing my sincerity, Lu Chu nodded and recounted. "I was quite friendly with Du Yao, who is a lovely and quiet girl. As close friends, we often discussed you. When she inquired about my thoughts on your pursuit, I jokingly remarked that you were merely qualifying as a backup, still far from being the first choice. I swear, it was just a playful remark among friends. And at that time, I hadn't fully acknowledged you yet. I never intended to treat you as my backup." After her explanation, I nodded, understanding the overall situation better. Du Yao was not entirely wrong, nor was Lu Chu. Du Yao liked me, and Lu Chu's comments were likely a reflection of that. It made sense that she wouldn't easily accept a confession from someone she deemed less capable. By now, I had finished my meal and, after a moment of contemplation, said to Lu Chu, "I genuinely like you, always have and still do. As you mentioned, you never regarded me as a backup, and I believe you. Some things are better demonstrated than merely spoken. Let us take our time to see how we fit together, shall we?" Upon hearing my words, Lu Chu smiled slightly, playfully accusing me. "It feels like I'm the one pursuing you now." In response, I managed a wry smile and said, "Let us not dwell on who is pursuing whom. The essence of our connection is a matter of fate. I hope you remember your words today. As Du Yao suggested, I'm your backup. Let our actions prove otherwise. What do you think?" After my statement, Lu Chu gazed deeply into my eyes before affirmatively nodding. After finishing dinner, I hummed a little tune as I returned to class, feeling unexpectedly elated. I had finally mustered the courage to express my feelings to Lu Chu, and my heart was content. Despite acknowledging that Du Yao was arguably a better match, the impression Lu Chu left on me was far more profound. I viewed Du Yao more as a sister. Upon returning to class, I noticed Du Yao resting her head on her desk, seemingly unwell. Initially, I intended to check on her, but reconsidered, realizing that doing so might imply I was giving in during our silent conflict. With that thought, I simply laid my head down and fell into a deep sleep, reflecting on how my stubborn pride was perhaps better discarded. During the final period of evening study, I remained alert, my heart racing with excitement. My relationship with Lu Chu had taken a significant turn during our meal. As I thought about sneaking off to the small woods after class, the image of couples kissing and embracing stirred within me, igniting a thrill. The thought of Lu Chu's alluring figure left me feeling somewhat constrained, as if my throat were caught in a vice. Chapter 41. She stealthily kissed me. Finally enduring till the end of evening study, I noticed Du Yao still resting her head on the desk. At this point, I felt compelled to inquire about her well-being. I nudged her gently, asking if she was feeling unwell. Surprisingly, she remained unresponsive, her temper flaring as she snapped, "Get lost. I don't need your concern." Du Yao had always struck me as calm and composed, so her sudden outburst caught me off guard. However, the strength in her voice suggested she was merely venting her frustrations. I decided to leave her be, knowing that girls can be unpredictable. One moment they're warm and inviting, and the next they could turn cold. She was certainly fine, and at that moment, I was too lazy to impose my warmth on someone who was indifferent. Lu Chu had already left the classroom, and as I watched her graceful figure from behind, my heart fluttered with a hint of excitement. I exchanged greetings with my friends, Tao and the others, informed them I would return later, and then I skipped out of the classroom. Once outside, I quickly caught up with Lu Chu. We walked in silence until we reached a small grove, devoid of other couples today. Fortunately, the streetlights illuminated our path, preventing it from being completely dark. After entering the grove, we found a spot to sit, with Lu Chu sitting quite close to me. As I settled down, I caught a whiff of her delightful fragrance. To be honest, at that moment, I felt a surge of desire and was tempted to embrace her passionately. However, I knew that I could not act impulsively again, as my previous recklessness had made her uncomfortable. Now that our relationship had improved, I didn't want to jeopardize it with a moment of folly. After a while of sitting in silence, it was Lu Chu who spoke first. Tilting her head, she asked, "Zhang Xiao, do you know why I like Qin Feng?" Her question left me momentarily speechless, and the mere mention of his name stirred unwelcome feelings within me. What was she doing talking about him while we were together? Unsure of her intentions, I masked my discomfort and simply asked her why. With a sigh, Lu Chu shared, "Actually, I knew Qin Feng back in elementary school. We were in the 3rd grade, and we got along very well, like childhood sweethearts. Then, his family moved for business and we lost touch." After a pause, she continued, "When I entered high school, I didn't recognize him, nor did he recognize me. It was a former classmate who informed me that the Qin Feng at our school was the same one I had known as a child." She glanced at me and added, "A seed was planted in my heart back then. I liked Qin Feng, and this encounter has unearthed that buried sentiment." Unable to contain myself, I interjected, "Did Qin Feng recognize you?" Lu Chu sighed again. At first, he didn't, but later, when I mentioned it to him at my house, he seemed to recall. However, he has changed so much that I hardly recognize the shy boy I once knew. Before we started dating, I had heard rumors about him changing girlfriends weekly, yet I held onto a sliver of hope that he would change for me. Lu Chu smiled wryly and shook her head. You know what happened next? When he visited my home, I told him about our past, and while he remembered, it only made him more reckless. Then, you appeared. Listening to Lu Chu, I finally understood why she was drawn to Qin Feng. I acknowledged that he was indeed handsome, tall, and had a face reminiscent of a Korean star. However, I had always believed that Lu Chu was not the type to be swayed solely by looks. Reflecting on her past with Qin Feng surprised me, revealing a deeper connection than I had anticipated. Lu Chu exhaled deeply and smiled at me. I've been holding this in for so long. It felt burdensome. Now that I've shared it with you, I feel much more at ease. I just want to clarify that I'm not the kind of girl who only cares about appearances. I nodded in agreement and gently wrapped my arms around Lu Chu Chu. Inside, my heart raced with uncertainty, wondering if she would push me away. Fortunately, my fears were unfounded. Though she stiffened momentarily, she nestled comfortably against me. In that moment, I felt a profound warmth, thinking that if I could hold Lu Chu Chu like this for the rest of my life, enduring any hardship would be worth it. A sudden wave of serene contentment washed over me. After a while, realizing that the dormitory would soon close, we stood up. I adjusted her position, and under the dim light of the street lamp, I gazed intently at her exquisite face. I had mentioned before that Lu Chu Chu resembled Lu Yifei, with a striking similarity exceeding 90%. As she noticed my intense gaze, Lu Chu Chu blushed and lowered her head, her fingers fidgeting aimlessly. Witnessing her bashfulness made my heart race even faster. I gently lifted her chin, and even though she looked up, her eyes remained averted. Softly I asked Chu Chu, "May I kiss you?" At my words, her cheeks flushed deeper. After a brief pause, she shyly nodded. My heart soared with joy as I leaned in closer to her rosy lips. Lu Chu Chu appeared nervous, her eyes closing tightly. Just as my lips were about to meet hers, a blinding light suddenly illuminated the area, causing both of us to instinctively shield our eyes from the harsh glare. Frustration welled up inside me. Why did this have to happen now? I was determined to confront whoever it was later. In that moment, we heard a booming voice ask, "Which class are you from? What are you doing here?" Startled, Lu Chu Chu and I exchanged glances. The voice was familiar. It belonged to Du Hai, the new head of the school's administration who had taken over after the previous instructor, Li, was dealt with by Tao's father. It was no surprise to see Du Hai here, as he had a reputation for patrolling the school grounds after evening classes to catch couples and students sneaking out. It seemed that the new administration was no different from the old. As we remained silent, Du Hai approached us, his flashlight still aimed at our faces. I furrowed my brow and said, "I'm Zhang Xiao. Put down that flashlight." After a moment of surprise, Du Hai quickly regained his composure and, lowering the flashlight, expressed his astonishment. "Oh, it's Zhang Xiao. What are you doing here?" His question seemed rather foolish, but I walked over and offered him a cigarette, saying, "Just having a chat. Nothing much, we'll head back soon." Du Hai accepted the cigarette, chuckling, "Better get back to sleep. The dorms will be turning off the lights soon." His tone was surprisingly amiable, likely influenced by our previous encounter. Acknowledging that the dormitory would indeed be closing soon, I took Lu Chu Chu's hand, bid farewell to Du Hai, and left the grove. On the way to the girls' dormitory, I felt a wave of frustration wash over me. Just when success was within reach, Du Hai had to ruin everything. As I escorted Lu Chu Chu to the entrance of the girls' dormitory, she let out a soft giggle. Curiosity piqued, I inquired about the reason for her amusement. With a playful roll of her eyes, Lu Chu Chu declared, "I want to tell you." After uttering those words, she unexpectedly stepped forward, rose onto her tiptoes, and planted a gentle kiss on my cheek, before laughing gleefully as she entered the dormitory. The kiss left me momentarily dazed. I stood there, touching my cheek in disbelief, until the dormitory supervisor chastised me. "This is the girls' dormitory. What are you doing standing here?" After regaining my senses, I began to walk toward the boys' dormitory, still lightly caressing the spot where Lu Chu Chu had kissed me. Unbeknownst to me, Du Yao was observing from a window on the third floor, biting her lip as tears streamed down her cheeks. Chapter 42. Qin Feng arrives. I felt a surge of joy at winning Lu Chu Chu's affection. After all, she was the first girl I genuinely liked from the depths of my heart. Women often place great significance on their first experiences, and some men do as well. I, too, hold my first romantic endeavors in high regard. This was especially true regarding love and intimacy. Despite my friends Fatty Tao and the others seeking out girls in the bustling nightlife, I remained unmoved by their allure. For my heart was already captured. As I returned to the dormitory humming a tune, the lights were just being extinguished. Fa Chitong, Da Xiong, and Xiao Fei were sprawled on their beds, enveloped in a cloud of smoke. Since deciding to join our group, Da Xiong and Xiao Fei quickly fell under Fatty Tao's influence and became fond of smoking, just as I had. Upon my return, Fatty Tao, with a teasing grin, remarked, "Hey Xiao, you're singing now? Looks like you're quite pleased with yourself." While pouring water to wash my feet, I playfully retorted, "Pleased? Nonsense. This is simply a normal romance. You single fellows wouldn't understand. Feeling a sense of satisfaction, I began to wash my feet, reveling in the fact that I was now the only one among our group who had escaped the shackles of singleness. Moreover, the fact that Lu Chu Chu was a stunning beauty only heightened my sense of elation. Suddenly, I heard Fatty Tao let out a deep sigh, something I had never witnessed in our years of friendship. I jokingly teased him, "Oh, Tao Gu, don't despair. I know you're still single, but don't lose hope. With your current charm, those young ladies will soon be vying for your attention." My jest elicited laughter from Xiong and Xiao Fei, and even Fatty Tao chuckled, though he soon turned serious and asked, "Xiao Gu, have you confirmed your relationship with Lu Chu Chu?" As I dried my feet, I replied affirmatively. Fatty Tao sighed again, "But what about Du Yao? Have you considered her feelings?" His words struck me, and my smile faltered. How could I not have thought of that? Du Yao and I spent every day together, and I was well aware of her feelings. She had once shielded me from harm, and to be honest, there was a time when I genuinely wished to be with her. However, not everything unfolds as one expects. I had liked Lu Chu Chu first, and my feelings for Du Yao had emerged during a misunderstanding regarding Lu Chu Chu. I had even expressed a desire to be in a relationship with Du Yao, but she had declined. Now, with Lu Chu Chu by my side, it was evident that fate had its whims. Noticing my silence, Fatty Tao chuckled ruefully. "You've struck some lucky fortune, my friend. Both Du Yao and Lu Chu Chu are exceptional beauties. How did you manage to capture their hearts?" After a pause, he continued, "However, I must say, I believe Du Yao is the better match for you. Lu Chu Chu seems rather cunning. I doubt you can truly handle her, whereas Du Yao would complement you far better." Upon hearing this, I lay back on my bed, deep in thought. Fatty Tao, noticing my silence, smiled and said, "Xiao Gu, I've been your brother for many years, and you know my nature. I speak my mind, but don't overthink it. Regardless of whom you choose, I will wholeheartedly support you. That is indisputable." Understanding his sentiment, I contemplated for a moment before responding, "It's getting late. Let us all get some rest. Tomorrow, we should gather everyone early. Qin Feng is sure to return to school, and we need to be prepared." Upon hearing this, Fatty Tao and the others fell silent. Before long, I could hear Fatty Tao's snores. He was carefree and never troubled. In contrast, I lay awake, tossing and turning, my mind flickering between thoughts of Lu Chu Chu and Du Yao. Fatty Tao was right. Du Yao was indeed a wonderful girl who had saved me. Reflecting on it now, I felt a deep sense of guilt toward her. Eventually, I felt a headache coming on, realizing how absurd it was to feel troubled about being liked by two girls after longing for a relationship while being single. I despised indecisiveness. Since I had committed to Lu Chu Chu, I would not abandon her unless she made a grievous mistake. "As for Du Yao, you understood the old heart. While I could not be her boyfriend, I could still be her brother and would take good care of her." With these thoughts settled, I soon drifted into a restless sleep. The next morning, before the sound of morning exercises could be heard, there was a frantic knocking at the door. Xiao Fei, who was closest, cursed under his breath and reluctantly crawled out of bed to answer it. When the door opened, the rest of us peeked out from our covers, curious to see who the early riser was. The visitor was not from our class, but rather from Wu Tian's class, who had followed him after transferring and now stuck with us. I had little interaction with him, barely knowing his name. Once Xiao Fei opened the door, the newcomer rushed in and exclaimed, "Xiao Gu, Tao Gu, it's bad news. Qin Feng is back." He continued, "He is bringing his crew over to your dorm." Upon hearing this, both Fatty Tao and I bolted upright in bed, while Fatty Tao stared wide-eyed at the boy, San Mao. "Are you serious? Qin Feng and his crew are really coming?" I learned that the newcomer's nickname was San Mao, a fitting title given his sparse hair. I wouldn't joke about something this serious. San Mao insisted. Qin Feng arrived before dawn and woke up his crew one dorm at a time. I saw it with my own eyes. "You need to climb over the wall and get out of here." After hearing San Mao's warning, Fatty Tao and I exchanged troubled glances. We hadn't expected Qin Feng to arrive so early. Fatty Tao furrowed his brow and asked Xiao Gu, "What should we do now? Should we climb over the wall to avoid him?" I shook my head, replying, "There is no need to hide. You can evade him for a moment, but can you evade him forever? Let's just get up. Xiao Fei, you and Xiong gather our people. This is the moment to assess the quality of those we VE recruited. Anyone unwilling to come will be excluded from our group starting today." After I finished speaking, Xiao Fei responded with an acknowledgement, and then he and Xiong began to dress. In less than a minute, both were ready. Subsequently, the two of them, along with the messenger San Mao, set out to rally support. At this moment, I and the plump Tao also began to put on our clothes. Before long, we were dressed, and as we exited the dormitory, both Tao and I retrieved the machetes hidden beneath our beds. Although we were not exceptionally skilled in combat, having the machetes in our hands bolstered our courage. As we stepped out of the dormitory, we noticed a large group of people emerging from the stairwell, led by Qin Feng. Today, he wore a black trench coat, and his dark red hair stood on end, giving him a vibrant appearance. He spotted us and, without uttering a word, approached with a cigarette dangling from his lips and a cold expression. Behind him, a dense throng of at least 30 individuals followed, all wielding weapons. At that moment, both Tao and I felt a surge of tension. It was evident that they were here for a fight. Chapter 43. Qin Feng's Roses. At this juncture, Tao and I instinctively reached into our jackets. Qin Feng and his entourage halted several meters in front of us, a mocking smile spreading across his face as he said, "Oh, my two older brothers. It seems that you've been doing quite well since we last met. How does it feel to be the lapdogs of No? To high school? Feeling quite prestigious, are we?" In response to Qin Feng's taunts, neither Tao nor I replied. We needed to buy time, at least until Xiao Fei managed to summon more people. If we engaged with Qin Feng now, even with our machetes, we would likely be overwhelmed by this crowd. Qin Feng cast a glance at us, chuckling as he remarked, "You two are not yet worthy of my harshness. Now tell me, where's your boss, Wu Tian?" After his words, I let out a cold laugh and replied, "Could you be any more ridiculous? Wu Tian hasn't come to school for nearly a month. How could we possibly know where he is? Moreover, even if we did, do you really think we would tell you?" Just then, De Xiong and Xiao Fei arrived with their group, but upon seeing the number of people in Qin Feng's crew, Tao and I were left speechless. Only about 10 individuals accompanied De Xiong, and 2 fled upon spotting Qin Feng's large group without so much as a farewell. However, the remaining 4 or 5 were quite resolute, hesitating for a moment before following De Xiong and Xiao Fei to stand behind us. At this point, Qin Feng laughed heartily, pointing at us with an air of dominance. "Huh, you're still trying to gather reinforcements? No worries, I'm back just to have some fun with you. But rest assured, I won't harm you today. I know you have a way to contact Wu Tian. Qin Feng, will give him 1 week to show up. If he doesn't don't blame me for being ruthless." After a pause, Qin Feng glanced our way, sneering. "Doesn't he have a girlfriend at our school? Why did he run away and leave her behind? Tell Wu Tian that if he doesn't appear within a week, he can't blame me for my cruelty." As he spoke, his expression turned somewhat menacing, but he quickly reverted to a grin. As he turned to leave, he leisurely instructed his subordinates, "In the coming days, feel free to stir things up. Let us see who dares associate with these 2 clowns. If anything happens, Qin Feng, will take the blame." Once Qin Feng's crew departed, Tao and I turned back, momentarily unfazed by the intimidating scene, only to find 4 individuals had followed us. Tao addressed them. "You all heard what was just said. If you continue to stick with us, you will undoubtedly face retaliation from them. Think carefully about your choice. However, we have no objections, as you've joined us. We consider you our brothers." After Tao's words, the 4 individuals pondered briefly, and soon one shorter boy spoke up. "Tao Ge, Xiao Ge, although we've only recently joined Tian Ge, we've been friends since middle school. After entering high school, we lost contact. But once Tian Ge arrived at our school, we decided to stick by him. Now that he is not here, our resolve remains steadfast. We won't be intimidated by few threats." He looked at us and continued, "So, please rest assured, no matter what happens, I Feng Zhan and my 3 old friends will stand by you without retreat." Feng Zhan's heartfelt declaration moved both Tao and me. Tao then asked Xiao Fei to fetch some cigarettes. Once Xiao Fei returned with his pack of Zhonghua, Tao handed one to Feng Zhan and said, "Zhang Ge, take out your phone and note down our numbers. If anything happens, call us immediately. Although our influence at this school is somewhat limited, we have many brothers at number 2 high school. It won't be so easy for Qin Feng to impose his will on us." After some more discussion, the sound of morning exercises began to ring out. Feng Zhan bid us farewell and departed, while Tao and I washed up and headed to the playground. What should have been a tranquil morning turned tumultuous due to Qin Feng's return. Practically every student discussed it as soon as classes ended. After all, the conflict between Qin Feng and Wu Tian had been quite significant, well known among the students. Meanwhile, Diao had completely ceased speaking to me, not even sparing me a glance, which left me feeling somewhat despondent. However, I understood that I could offer her nothing especially since I was now involved with Lu Chu. It was only natural that she would disregard me. I tried to care for Du Yao as a means to alleviate my guilt, and Qin Feng's seemingly casual remark about Wu Tian's absence while his girlfriend remained in school carried an unspoken implication. He was urging us to contact Wu Tian and ensure his return within a week, an impossible task since we had no means to reach him. When the second class ended, Qin Feng suddenly appeared at our classroom door, clutching a large bouquet of roses. I frowned and stood up, perplexed by his intentions. Given his past with Lu Chu, I wondered if he had come to present the flowers to her. However, I quickly dismissed that thought. Qin Feng tossed his hair back with flair and strode toward me. Upon reaching me, he didn't even glance my way. Instead, he elegantly addressed Du Yao, saying, Du Yao, Qin Feng like you. Would you be my girlfriend? His declaration struck me like a thunderclap. Goodness. Qin Feng shamelessly confessed his feelings to Du Yao. Although he was unaware that Du Yao was Wu Tian's biological sister, it was common knowledge among outsiders that Du Yao and Wu Tian were in a relationship. Given the enmity between Wu Tian and Qin Feng, his choice to profess his love to Du Yao was nothing short of self-sabotage. Recovering from my shock, I stepped in front of Qin Feng and said, Qin Feng, do you really think you're some kind of celebrity? Don't you know that Du Yao is Wu Tian's girlfriend? Setting aside that connection, do you honestly believe someone like you would catch her eye? As soon as I finished speaking, Du Yao's voice echoed behind me, leaving me momentarily stunned. Just as my thoughts began to drift, Qin Feng smiled and gently pushed me aside. He then turned to Du Yao and said, Du Yao, please accept my rose. I promise to cherish you even more than Wu Tian. Trust me. Du Yao remained silent at first, but her subsequent actions left the students in the classroom dumbfounded. She accepted the rose, brought it to her nose, and remarked, It smells delightful. At that moment, Qin Feng feigned nonchalance as he moved to embrace Du Yao. I snapped back to reality and rushed between them, joined by Fatty Tao, De Sha, and Xiao Fei, forming a barrier beside Qin Feng. With a slight smirk, Qin Feng addressed us, saying, You fools, can't you see that Du Yao has already accepted my rose? Haha, Du Yao, shall we have lunch together today? Du Yao softly replied, Sure, come to our class to pick me up at noon. After her words, Qin Feng smiled and affirmed, Absolutely, before turning to exit our classroom. As he passed by Lu Chu, he paused, smiling as he said, I heard you and Zhang Xiao are involved? Someone like you deserves nothing better than that trash. With that, Qin Feng cheerfully left our classroom. Chapter 44. What are you really thinking? Qin Feng not only insulted me, but also Lu Chu. As Lu Chu's boyfriend, I knew that if I hesitated now, I would become a subject of ridicule. I cursed under my breath and grabbed a stool leg, ready to storm out of the classroom. However, Lu Chu intercepted me, calmly saying, Xiao, if a dog bites a person, should the person bite back? He is nothing but trash. It's not worth getting worked up over his words. Hearing Lu Chu's words dissipated my anger. I smiled faintly and replied, You're right, my dear. It would be beneath our dignity to stoop to his level. After bidding Lu Chu farewell, I returned to my seat. Du Yao had already placed the rose that Qin Feng gave her under her desk, engrossed in her homework. The sight of that bouquet made me feel an overwhelming sense of discomfort. In a fit of heated emotion, I dragged the roses out and trampled them underfoot. The flowers were not large to begin with. After my brutal treatment, they were rendered unrecognizable. Initially, Du Yao seemed stunned, but once I had destroyed the roses, she abruptly stood up, her expression icy as she approached me. The ensuing scene left everyone in the classroom astounded. Du Yao, with a cold demeanor, slapped my face. I was momentarily taken aback. To be candid, men are often concerned with their pride, and it's rare for a man to be struck by a woman. However, in contemporary society, it seems increasingly common for women to retaliate against men. I found myself in a dismal predicament. Having already received a slap from Lu Chu, now I faced a similar fate from Du Yao, both women who had captured my heart. I stood there, bewildered, my mind a blank slate, unsure of my thoughts. Du Yao appeared equally stunned, opening her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately, no words escaped her lips, as silence enveloped the room. Lu Chu approached with a firm resolve. Unlike Du Yao, Lu Chu was not gentle. She pushed Du Yao and demanded, What is wrong with you? What right do you have to hit Zhang Xiao? Du Yao, initially taken aback, regained her composure and pushed Lu Chu back, asserting, My affairs are none of your concern. Lu Chu laughed coldly, retorting, I'm his girlfriend. What are you to him? Should I not be involved? With Lu Chuchu's words, Du Yao fell silent. Yet, upon seeing the ruined roses on the ground, she calmly addressed me. Zhang Xiao, please refrain from involving yourself in my matters. Lu Chuchu is correct. You should prioritize her concerns. I know how to handle my own issues, so please show me some respect. With that, Du Yao picked up the crushed roses and left the classroom without another word. Lu Chuchu then approached me, gently touching my face, and asked, Xiao Ge, are you all right? Having regained my composure, I glanced at Lu Chuchu and replied with a wry smile. I'm fine. You should return to your seat. There are too many witnesses here. Lu Chuchu nodded and returned to her seat. Once she had settled, I resumed my own, still fuming from Du Yao's slap. However, I am the type who, despite initial anger, calms down and reflects on the situation. If I recognize my own faults, my anger diminishes. Du Yao's slap stemmed from my trampling of her flowers. But ultimately, her acceptance of Qin Feng's rose was merely for my benefit. I cannot believe for a moment that Du Yao has feelings for Qin Feng, especially given the animosity between Qin Feng and her brother. Du Yao would never throw herself into the arms of her brother's enemy. Though I understand that Du Yao cannot possibly like Qin Feng, the thought of her inviting him to lunch gnaws at my heart. As the class neared its start, Du Yao returned to her normal demeanor, entering the classroom to disdainful glances from many. Most were unaware of our connection, but many knew she was Wu Tian's girlfriend, having transferred from the second school with him. By openly accepting the advances of Wu Tian's rival, Du Yao risked her reputation. Once seated, I attempted to sound calm as I addressed Du Yao. Du Yao, stop this nonsense. Do you not realize who Qin Feng is? If your brother finds out, I fear he might faint from rage. Du Yao met my gaze and replied coolly, Zhang Xiao, I've already made my position clear. I do not wish to involve myself in your relationship with Lu Chuchu, nor do I permit you to meddle in my affairs. Regarding my brother, I will handle it. He is my sibling, and I will explain things to him without your interference. Her words left me speechless, igniting a deeper frustration within me. As the class bell rang, I coldly warned Du Yao, since you have chosen your path, I will say no more. But heed my words. If that dog Qin Feng dares to lay a hand on you, I will ensure he pays dearly. As I spoke, Du Yao remained silent, pulling out her book to begin class. Seeing her disregard, I felt anxious but realized that any words at this moment would be futile. So, I simply laid my head on the desk and attempted to sleep. In truth, with so much turmoil in my mind, slumber was elusive. My thoughts were a jumbled mess until the end of the fourth class, when I straightened up. Soon, Qin Feng would come to escort Du Yao away. Although I could not prevent this from happening, I resolved to keep a vigilant watch on the situation. Should Qin Feng behave inappropriately, I would not hesitate to confront him, no matter the cost. My friends, Fatty Tao and Big Bear, had initially intended to invite me out for a meal, but noticing my stillness, they seemed to understand my sentiments and sat quietly. At that moment, Lu Chuchu approached and asked if I wanted to join for lunch. I replied, you go ahead. I'll join shortly. Upon hearing my response, Lu Chuchu glanced at me and then at Du Yao, who was tidying her belongings, before turning to leave. Mere minutes after Lu Chuchu departed, Qin Feng arrived. By then, our classroom had emptied significantly. He stood by the door, knocked, and called to Du Yao, darling. I'm here. Shall we go for lunch together? Hearing him utter the word darling pierced my heart like a fly in my throat. This man was insufferable, having addressed countless girls with such terms throughout his life. Furthermore, the only two girls I had ever liked were now entangled with him, which was a bitter pill to swallow. At that moment, Du Yao finished organizing her books and silently left her seat to walk forward. Qin Feng opened his arms, attempting to embrace her, but Du Yao deftly sidestepped him. He sensed a rejection, awkwardly lowered his arms, and walked beside her out of the classroom. Chapter 45. The support team with Du Yao and Qin Feng having exited, I, along with Fatty Tao and the others, naturally followed suit, trailing behind them. Qin Feng was acutely aware of our presence and spoke loudly, exuding an air of arrogance. I noticed with disdain how shamelessly he inched closer to Du Yao, almost making contact several times, yet Du Yao cleverly evaded him each time. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Du Yao and Qin Feng found a table and sat down. Qin Feng then began to flaunt his wealth, summoning a student and handing him 100 yuan, instructing him to fetch 2 portions of food, with the remainder as his tip. The boy, grinning with flattery at such generosity, hurried to the counter, leaving Fatty Tao and me scoffing at the display. It was clear that wealth alone did not equate to class, and his failure to inquire about Du Yao's preferences only underscored his inadequacy as a suitor. Big Bear and Monkey also went to help fetch our meals while Fatty Tao and I observed Qin Feng and Du Yao from a distance. Fatty Tao smirked and said, "Xiao Ge, it seems you still have feelings for Du Yao." Taken aback by his comment, I asked, "What makes you say that? How did you deduce my feelings for her?" Fatty Tao chuckled, then sighed. "Look at how agitated you were at lunch, trampling the flowers Qin Feng brought for Du Yao. Others might think you're just defending Wu Tian, but we know about his connection with Du Yao, so how could I miss your feelings?" After pondering Fatty Tao's words, I found myself at a loss for a response. Eventually, I replied, "I'm currently involved with Lu Chu as friends, and anything with Du Yao seems impossible now. I won't deny that I have feelings for her, but love alone does not guarantee a relationship. There are too many uncertainties involved." Taking a deep breath, I continued, "In any case, my emotional struggles are trivial. What perplexes me is why Du Yao would accept Qin Feng's advances, especially knowing he is aware of her relationship with Wu Tian. Why would he pursue her?" Fatty Tao chuckled again, then said, "Xiao Ge, they say you have the highest IQ in our group, yet this obvious matter has you stumped. What gives?" Turning to him, I frowned and asked, "What's your take on this?" He nodded and replied, "Du Yao accepting Qin Feng's roses doesn't indicate she has feelings for him. You saw how she deliberately maintained her distance from him. Her acceptance is undoubtedly a performance for your benefit. And what about Qin Feng?" I pressed on, intrigued by his insights. Fatty Tao continued, "Qin Feng pursuing Du Yao makes sense. She transferred from the second school with Wu Tian, and their bond must seem deep to others. Now that Wu Tian is gone, Qin Feng likely believes she knows his whereabouts and wishes to extract that information from her. Furthermore, if he were to succeed with Du Yao, Wu Tian would undoubtedly suffer a loss of face. Given Qin Feng's character, do you think he would let such an opportunity slip?" Fatty Tao's reasoning struck a chord with me, and I nodded, asking, "What should we do next?" He met my gaze with a knowing smile and said, "When did I become the wise one? They say love can dull one's intellect, and it seems that applies to both genders." Laughing lightly, he added, "In my opinion, we should do nothing for now and observe the situation. Du Yao has a youthful spirit. Her actions are likely intended to provoke you. However, I believe she knows her limits. Once she feels she has made her point, Qin Feng will be sent packing." Fatty Tao's words resonated with me, and I nodded in agreement, choosing to remain silent. Soon, Big Bear and Xiao Fei returned with our meals, and we began to eat while keeping an eye on Du Yao and Qin Feng. All seemed well. Qin Feng had not crossed any lines that we found intolerable. After lunch, Qin Feng escorted Du Yao back to the girls' dormitory, and we followed closely behind. After seeing Du Yao inside, Qin Feng turned, wearing a smug expression. As we prepared to return to our dorm, he taunted us from behind. "The woman I desire is one I can have whenever I choose. Ha! You fools! Let us see if you can keep up with us every day." His arrogant words ignited my anger, yet I knew that confronting someone as cunning as Qin Feng required more than mere emotion. So, despite my indignation, I suppressed my fury and left with Fatty Tao and the others. Upon returning to the dormitory, Fatty Tao exclaimed, "Xiao Ge, it's not right to let Qin Feng bully us like this. We must stand up for ourselves. If we don't, this fool will think we are pushovers." Indeed, what Fatty Tao expressed was nothing less than the thoughts that lingered in my own heart. I too yearned to see Qin Feng brought low, yet our limited strength rendered such aspirations futile. With merely a handful of us, we faced formidable opponents from the second high school. Alas, distant waters cannot quench nearby thirst. Even if we enlisted the aid of those from the second high to confront Qin Feng, as long as he remained unscathed, we would find ourselves in dire straits. After all, we would meet him 5 or 6 days a week, and he could easily batter us into submission, even to the point of forcing us to withdraw from school. Moreover, to speak candidly, none of us possessed the fortitude of Wu Tian to incapacitate someone outright. With a sigh, I share my sentiments with Fatty Tao and the others. At that moment, Fatty Tao's phone rang, and after a brief conversation, he dashed outside, urging us to follow, exclaiming that Feng Zhan and his 3 companions were cornered in the restroom. Responding swiftly, we rummaged through our belongings for a few hollow steel pipes and followed Fatty Tao towards the restroom. It was not far from our dormitory, and within minutes, we arrived to find a crowd gathered outside, with shouts of abuse emanating from within. As we pressed through the onlookers, brandishing our makeshift weapons, they began to scatter, clearing our path to the restroom. Once inside, we beheld a scene of chaos, with a group of over a dozen surrounding Feng Zhan and his companions. Only Feng Zhan remained on his feet, but it was evident he could not endure much longer. These were the very individuals who had accompanied Qin Feng, evidently fulfilling his orders without hesitation. Fatty Tao, incensed, hurled an insult before charging at the nearest assailant, striking his arm with a steel pipe. Seeing Fatty Tao take action, De Xiong, Xiao Fei, and I swiftly joined the fray. The attackers had come unarmed, likely underestimating Feng Zhan's group, believing victory was assured. They were sorely mistaken. Though we refrained from striking at their heads, a blow from a hollow steel pipe to the body was still a painful affair. Within mere minutes, aside from a few who fled, we had toppled 5 or 6 of them. After subduing our adversaries, we helped Feng Zhan and his companions to their feet. They bore some injuries, but thankfully, only one had a broken nose and a bit of bleeding. The others were relatively unscathed. Fatty Tao inquired about the events that transpired, and I suggested we return to the dormitory. The ones who escaped would undoubtedly seek reinforcements, so it was prudent to retreat for the time being. Nodding in agreement, we exited the restroom and made our way back to our dormitory. Upon our return, I locked the door, reasoning that if they sought revenge, we would not open it, for surely they would not dare to force their way in. Fatty Tao then produced cigarettes, distributing one to each of us, and before we could inquire, Feng Zhan began recounting the events leading to this altercation. Since Qin Feng had issued his threat, Feng Zhan and his companions had been vigilant, always going to meals and the restroom together. Earlier that day, as they made their way to the restroom, they indulged in a cigarette. Just as they were finishing, a group of boys from Qin Feng's class entered, numbering around 10, the same ones who had previously confronted us. Upon encountering one another, one of them inquired if they were associated with Zhang Xiao. Feng Zhan, displaying commendable bravado, responded affirmatively, leading to an immediate brawl, the details of which we had already learned. Once Feng Zhan concluded his narrative, I nodded in acknowledgement, realizing that our adversaries would not relent easily. We should remain in the dormitory and avoid confrontation until classes resumed in the afternoon. As I articulated this plan, everyone nodded in silent agreement. Approximately 10 minutes later, the very individuals we had bested returned with reinforcements, banging on our door and demanding entry. Glancing out the window, I noted that Qin Feng was not among them, evidently content to let his subordinates do the dirty work while he remained safely away. Regardless of their raucous taunts, we resolutely refused to open the door. Their insults grew increasingly provocative, branding us cowards for not daring to confront them. Yet we were not so easily swayed. They outnumbered us, and to engage them would be sheer folly. After some time, they grew weary of our silence and departed, leaving Feng Zhan frowning as he turned to me and Fatty Tao, saying, Tao Ge, we can't hide forever. We can't just stay holed up in the dormitory. When classes resume, they will undoubtedly seek us out during breaks. Feng Zhan's words resonated with truth, and we fell into silence, recognizing the futility of our current strategy. I began to contemplate a different approach to resolve this predicament. The influence of the second high school was currently of no use to us, and relying on others seemed futile. We had to depend on ourselves. Suddenly, a thought struck me. Since we cannot confront them directly, why not employ some cunning? After all, this was a school, and if they were so brazen, surely the institution could intervene. I share my thoughts with Fatty Tao and the others. Upon hearing my proposal, Fatty Tao frowned, questioning whether I intended to inform the teachers, deeming such an action shameful. I shook my head, explaining that informing the teachers would bear little fruit. However, the head of discipline, being newly appointed, would likely be interested in such matters. Moreover, with Fatty Tao's involvement, the head of discipline would surely heed his words. Contemplating this, Fatty Tao finally conceded, asking me how we should proceed. I outlined my plan, and as the afternoon bell rang, we departed the dormitory and returned to our respective classrooms. Fatty Tao did not accompany us. He followed my instructions to seek out the head of discipline and report the situation. I had previously advised him to provide a detailed account and acquire the head's contact information so that we could reach out promptly should any issues arise. The first 2 periods of the afternoon passed without incident, but as the second class neared its conclusion, I leaned towards Du Yao, saying, "Little miss, please refrain from causing trouble. We are currently entangled with Qin Feng. Your involvement complicates matters." Du Yao, a playful smirk on her face, replied, "What's the matter? Are you anxious? I relish seeing you flustered." Her words irked me, yet I maintained my composure. Addressing her, Du Yao, I genuinely do not understand why you take pleasure in my distress. Is it truly entertaining? Upon hearing this, Du Yao raised an eyebrow, then dismissed my question with a scoff, replying, Zhang Xiao, why do you think I want to see you anxious? You really don't know? At this moment, Du Yao let out a cold snort, and then, enunciating each word carefully, she said to me, Zhang Xiao, listen closely. Du Yao. I've never truly liked anyone throughout my life, nor do I wish to engage in romance at such an early stage. However, your presence has altered my initial intentions. There exists a term in this world called love at first sight. Do you know? My feelings for you are indeed love at first sight. My previous playful antics were merely attempts to capture your attention, as I was aware that you harbored feelings for me too. Am I correct? Seeing me stunned in silence, Du Yao exhaled deeply and continued, since we've clarified everything today, I shall be forthright. When you confessed to me in the hospital, I felt a mix of joy and disappointment. I recognized that your confession stemmed from gratitude for my saving you, which is why I initially turned you down. With a sigh, Du Yao continued, I had hoped that through our gradual interactions, feelings would blossom over time. Yet, who could have foreseen that men would be so predictable? Within a few days, you were already involved with Lu Chu Chu. I am aware of the letter she wrote to you, your rendezvous in the grove, and even the kiss she planted on you upon your return. I chose not to mention it, but now you understand why I wanted to see you anxious, right? Du Yao spoke with such candor that I found myself at a loss for words. She then gazed at me and added, Zhang Xiao, I can accept you being with anyone, but please do not pursue Lu Chu Chu. There are matters I cannot disclose, but trust me, being with her will lead to no favorable outcome. Upon hearing this, my brows furrowed in concern. I looked at Du Yao and replied, Du Yao, I am unaware of the reasons behind your disdain for Lu Chu Chu. However, I must tell you that she is not as unworthy as you perceive. If you have grievances, speak openly rather than disparaging her behind her back. After my words, Du Yao shook her head with a bitter smile. It seemed as if she were speaking to me, yet also conversing with herself. It appears I have meddled unnecessarily. Nevertheless, what I just said will soon come to pass, and you'll come to know whether to laugh or cry. Once she finished speaking, she turned away to resume her reading. I had intended to inquire further about the matter, but Du Yao ignored me completely, leaving me with no choice but to relent. It is the half-finished conversations that leave one feeling most unsettled. I could not discern the nature of Du Yao's concerns, but they undoubtedly related to Lu Chu Chu and likely did not bode well, which weighed heavily on my heart. I certainly could not inquire Lu Chu Chu about it. My thoughts were in disarray when, shortly after, the second class ended. Just 2 minutes after our teacher exited, a large group of individuals suddenly rushed into the classroom. I called out to Fatty Tao, who immediately grasped the situation and retrieved his phone. Chapter 47. The Strange Lu Chu Chu. Upon entering, this group headed straight for the back of our classroom. It was evident that they had come for us, as they were armed with various implements. At that moment, I, along with Big Bear and Xiao Fei, pulled out the legs of our desks in defense. No words were exchanged as the leader, a tall boy whom I had seen earlier in the restroom, led the charge. There were about 10 boys in total, and as they reached us, they swung their hollow steel pipes and desk legs towards us. Big Bear, Xiao Fei, and I quickly mounted a defense, but the surrounding students, particularly the girls, screamed and fled the classroom. We soon found ourselves overwhelmed. The confined space of the classroom and the sheer number of our assailants rendered us outmatched. At this moment, Fatty Tao dashed over to assist us. Upon seeing him arrive, I felt emboldened, knowing he had indeed made the call. Ignoring the risk of being struck myself, I swung a pipe at one of our attackers, knocking him down, but simultaneously I was struck on the head. The instant I was hit, it felt as though all my strength had been drained from me, and I slumped towards the ground. In my dazed state, I heard 2 screams. One was Du Yao's, and the other was Lu Chu Chu's as they both rushed to my side. Neither of them argued at that moment. One stood on my left, the other on my right, both inquiring about my condition. I initially wanted to play the tough guy and insist I was fine, but the dizziness overwhelmed me, and I could barely see clearly. Just then, a furious voice bellowed from the doorway, and I watched as a swarm of people entered, comprised of teachers and security personnel, led by the dean. I was oblivious to what had transpired, as Lu Chu Chu and Du Yao helped me to my feet when everything went dark and I lost consciousness. When I awoke, I found myself resting in a hospital bed. The room's decor indicated I was indeed in a medical facility, and beside my bed sat Lu Chu Chu and Du Yao. Upon noticing my awakening, both stood up simultaneously. I immediately felt a throbbing pain where I'd been struck, and I groaned softly, placing my hand over the injured area. I asked Du Yao where I was, but just as she was about to respond, Lu Chuchu interjected, exclaiming, "This is the school's infirmary. You've been asleep all afternoon." After Lu Chuchu spoke, she shot a challenging glance at Du Yao. However, Du Yao ignored her and gently asked me, "Zhang Xiao, how are you feeling now?" I touched my sore head and replied, "I'm fine. It's just a large bump where I was hit, but thankfully, it doesn't seem to be broken." At this point, I suddenly remembered Fatty Tao and the others and wondered how they were faring. However, since the dean had arrived, I assumed they were likely unharmed. I turned to Lu Chuchu and Du Yao and asked, "What about Fatty Tao and the others? Are they all right? What happened afterward? How was it resolved?" Just as Lu Chuchu was about to respond, Du Yao glanced at me and said, "Since you're fine now, I will return to class for evening study." After saying this, Du Yao calmly regarded Lu Chuchu before leaving the infirmary. Once Du Yao had departed, Lu Chuchu turned to me and explained, "When you fainted, the dean arrived with the school security and male teachers. The boys who attacked you were taken away. Fatty Tao, Big Bear, and Xiao Fei are all fine. They weren't taken by the dean and are currently in class for evening study." Upon hearing Lu Chuchu's words, I nodded, feeling relieved. However, her next statement caused my heart to race once more. Lu Chuchu sat beside me, gazing intently, and said, "Xiao Ge, be honest with me. Do you have a thing with that vixen?" I was taken aback by Lu Chuchu's question and frowned. "What vixen? Who are you referring to?" Lu Chuchu rolled her eyes at me and replied, "Who else could it be? Of course it's Du Yao. You were injured, and she seemed more anxious than I was. Anyone observing would think she was your girlfriend." Hearing Lu Chuchu's words, I couldn't help but smile ruefully. It dawned on me that the vixen she referred to was indeed Du Yao. Although our relationship was rather complex at the moment, I knew that Du Yao would undoubtedly be concerned about me when I was hurt, which was precisely the case. It was only natural for Lu Chuchu to feel a twinge of jealousy over this. Noticing my silence, Lu Chuchu suddenly said, "By the way, Xiao Ge, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. Is Du Yao really Wu Tian's girlfriend? I've been observing this for quite a while since she arrived at our school, and even back when she and I were close friends, I never witnessed her on a date with Wu Tian. It just doesn't add up. I'm aware that Du Yao has feelings for you. Otherwise, she wouldn't have endured a beating for your sake. I find myself increasingly curious about this woman. What does she truly desire? With Wu Tian, you, and Qin Feng all entangled in her life, does she not possess any self-respect? Enough is enough." Lu Chuchu attempted to voice her thoughts, but my furious shout silenced her. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and I realized my temper had flared. Casting a glance at Lu Chuchu, I softened my tone and said, "I apologize. I should not have raised my voice at you. Regardless of the circumstances, Du Yao has saved my life, and her character is beyond reproach. How can you speak of her with such disdain?" Noticing Lu Chuchu's silence, I sighed and continued, "There is something I've neglected to mention. Du Yao is not Wu Tian's girlfriend." Upon hearing my revelation, Lu Chuchu appeared momentarily stunned, though she remained silent. I pressed on, explaining their true relationship is that of siblings sharing the same mother but different fathers. They pretend to be a couple to prevent other boys from bothering his sister. Lu Chuchu's expression shifted to one of surprise. I added, "The only ones aware of this are Wu Tian, myself, and Fatty Tao. You know we have sworn brotherhood with Wu Tian. Yes, Du Yao has genuine feelings for me, but I had already developed feelings for you before her, which is why you suddenly reconsidered and agreed to be with me. You're my first love." With that admission, I sighed deeply. Since the truth was out, there was no need for further concealment. Looking at Lu Chuchu, who was still in shock, I continued, "The person I truly adore is you. I regard Du Yao merely as my sister, and she has helped me before. My concern arose upon seeing her accept Qin Feng's advances, but that has nothing to do with love, for my heart belongs solely to you. Do you understand?" After a long moment, Lu Chuchu nodded. She then asked, "By the way, Xiao Ge, what exactly is Wu Tian's background? I've heard about Zhu Taiyuan and Zhu Taiji. His family has already gone to the police to withdraw the case. This must be the work of Wu Tian's powerful connections. Who exactly is he to possess such influence?" In that moment, I should have questioned Lu Chuchu's knowledge, for she seemed far too concerned about Wu Tian's background, despite having no apparent connection to Zhu Taiyuan or Zhu Taiji. However, I was too engrossed in my feelings to ponder such matters. I frowned, Contemplating her inquiry before replying, Wu Tian undoubtedly has a significant background, though I am unsure of its true nature. After the incident, he received a call instructing him to lay low for a while, and once things settled, he could return. If the Zhu family has withdrawn their case, it is likely that Wu Tian will be back soon. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuchu nodded and asked, "Did you not inquire with Du Yao? Surely she knows Wu Tian's background." I chuckled lightly and remarked, "Chuchu, what has gotten into you today? Why the sudden interest in Wu Tian, more than in me? Are you hiding some secret from me?" Though I intended my words as a light-hearted jest, Lu Chuchu's expression shifted momentarily before she quickly regained her composure, playfully tugging at my arm and saying, "What are you talking about? I care about you. My curiosity about Wu Tian's background is merely to ensure my man is involved with someone competent. I fear you may be at a disadvantage against Qin Feng." Touched by her concern, I reassured her, "Rest assured, Wu Tian's connections are formidable. It would be improbable for him to simply flee after such a significant incident. You mentioned that the Zhu family is no longer pursuing this matter, which implies Wu Tian's return is imminent. He will surely contact us." Lu Chuchu nodded in agreement, checking her watch before asking, "Xiaoge, how are you feeling? Can you get out of bed?" I leaped from the bed and tested my mobility. I felt fine. Together, we exited the infirmary, where an elderly doctor, whom we affectionately referred to as Da Vinci, was lounging at the door, savoring a glass of red wine. His informal attire, a white coat over bare skin, with shorts and oversized slippers, was a common sight in summer. As we passed, he casually remarked, "20 yuan. Just leave it on the table." Exchanging glances with Lu Chuchu, I retrieved 20 yuan from my pocket and placed it on the table. Once outside the infirmary, Lu Chuchu expressed her amusement at the doctor's quirky demeanor, commenting on his scruffy appearance juxtaposed with his refined taste in wine. I chuckled silently, reflecting on the notion that there are countless capable individuals in the world, and sometimes those we overlook possess surprising abilities. As evening classes approached, we decided against returning to our classroom. Finding a secluded spot, I embraced Lu Chuchu and leaned in for a kiss. However, I refrained from pressing my lips against hers, having just smoked a cigarette and wishing to maintain my fresh demeanor. As we held each other close, I felt an undeniable reaction. Her warmth against my chest stirred something within me. Gradually, my hands ventured to her waist, inching upward. Lu Chuchu sensed my movements, initially squirming, but as my hand climbed higher, she stilled, her breath quickening. Finally, gathering my resolve, I placed my hand on her left breast, eliciting a soft gasp from her as she buried her face in my chest. It was my first experience of this nature. I felt a tremor in my hand, yet the thick winter clothing obscured the sensations I had anticipated. Still, I could feel her ample curves. Despite the barriers, desire surged within me. After some time, my impatience grew, and my hand slipped beneath her clothing, hastily exploring upward. Just as I reached her bra, Lu Chuchu suddenly lifted her head and gently pushed me away. As I stood there somewhat dazed, Lu Chuchu, her cheeks flushed, said to me, "Xiaoge, don't you think our progress is a bit too swift?" Given her remark, I certainly couldn't shamelessly counter that it wasn't fast. I absent-mindedly touched the spot on my head that I had forgotten had been struck, feeling a twinge of pain now that my excitement had subsided. Observing my foolish expression, Lu Chuchu chuckled and remarked, "Your head is hurting again, isn't it? You should hurry back to rest. I'll head back to my dorm now." After saying this, she tiptoed and planted a kiss on my cheek. I had intended to ask her when I could touch her, but upon reflection, I decided against it. That would have been too forward. After all, we were now a couple, and such opportunities would arise more frequently. Wasn't I scheduled to tutor at Lu Chuchu's house this weekend? Just thinking about it stirred excitement within me. I replied, "All right then, you should get some rest. I'll head back to sleep as well." Upon hearing this, Lu Chuchu nodded and walked toward the girls' dormitory. Once her figure disappeared from my sight, I hummed a little tune as I made my way to the boys' dormitory. I still felt the discomfort below, so upon returning to my dorm, I splashed cold water on my face to cool down. Many boys enjoy relieving their tension during moments of excitement, but that was not my habit. After washing my face, I lay on my bed and lit a cigarette. About 10 minutes later, the bell signaling the end of evening study rang, and my phone buzzed. Fatty Tao was calling. After answering, he asked if I was still in the infirmary. I replied that I was back in the dorm. Fatty Tao cheerfully acknowledged this and hung up. A few minutes later, he, along with Du Xiong and Xiao Fei, returned, followed by Feng Zhan and the others. Once in the dorm, Fatty Tao inquired about my condition, worried if my injuries were serious. I shook my head, assuring him it was merely some superficial wounds. By the way, what happened to Qin Feng's lackeys in the end? After I spoke, Fatty Tao burst into laughter. He instructed Feng Zhan to close the door and then eagerly said, "Xiao Gu, your tactic was brilliant. I heard those guys were taken to the dean and got a thorough reprimanding. I even contacted the dean about it. This time, there will be severe punishments. Tomorrow morning, there will be a school assembly after the second class, and I bet some of them will be expelled." Seeing Fatty Tao so animated, I couldn't help but feel delighted. This was indeed good news. While Qin Feng might not fear expulsion due to his family's background, it didn't mean his followers would be unafraid. If a few were truly expelled, I found it hard to believe those fools would still dare to trouble us. That night, as we lay in bed, everyone was enthusiastically discussing how many would be expelled the next day. I didn't join in. My thoughts were consumed by Lu Chuchu's graceful figure and her firm bosom. I could distinctly feel my affection for Lu Chuchu growing, perhaps even bordering on infatuation. The next morning, after the second class, the school indeed announced the details of the fight from the previous afternoon. In the announcement, Fatty Tao and I were portrayed as the underdogs, while our opponents were described as unfit bullies. The dean made an elaborate speech, but I only caught the final verdict. Out of 11 individuals, 7 received severe reprimands. 2 were placed under probation, and 2 were outright expelled. Just as I was reveling in this news, my phone rang again, this time from an unfamiliar out-of-town number. I wondered who it could be. Upon answering, the familiar booming voice of Wu Tian came through. "Zhang Xiao, did you miss me?" Initially taken aback, I quickly recognized his voice. Though excitement bubbled within me, I kept my voice low due to the surrounding crowd. "Brother Tian, is that you? I thought I would die for missing you." After I spoke, Wu Tian laughed heartily on the other end and replied, "Nonsense, of course it's me. How have you been? That fool Qin Feng should be back in school by now, right? Has he caused you any trouble?" After Wu Tian's inquiry, I updated him about Qin Feng's return, sharing the conversation we'd had a few days prior. However, I refrained from mentioning the incident with Du Yao accepting Qin Feng's rose, as she had merely been trying to provoke me. This morning, when Qin Feng invited Du Yao for breakfast, she had coldly rejected him, achieving her aim of irritating me. After I finished, Wu Tian chuckled on the phone and said, "So what if he knows my whereabouts? Am I supposed to be afraid of him?" After a pause, he continued, "That kid Qin Feng and I are destined to clash. Unless I drive him out of this school, I won't find peace. Zhang Xiao, I expect to return in 3 days. I'll gather the brothers from my school, and you should keep this under wraps. Only Fatty Tao and the others should know. Once we assemble, we'll strategize on how to deal with Qin Feng." Hearing that Wu Tian would be back in 3 days filled me with joy. Wu Tian exuded a brotherly confidence, and I felt reassured that with him around, Qin Feng wouldn't seem so formidable. I told Wu Tian, "Don't worry. I want to share this with anyone else. Hurry back. The brothers are waiting for you." Wu Tian laughed and said, "All right, I won't keep you long. I made a few friends while being away, and I'm heading to the bathhouse with them soon. When I return, I'll introduce them to you. They're quite impressive." After he said this, I smiled and agreed, then ended the call. The assembly was nearing its conclusion, but I was no longer concerned with it. Returning to class, I quietly said to Du Yao, "Du Yao, your brother is coming back. Did you know?" Recently, Du Yao had generally ignored me, even when I reached out. However, this time, concerning her brother, she paid attention. She frowned and asked, "How do you know my brother is coming back? Did he call you?" After her question, I quickly made a shushing gesture and then relayed the details of her brother's recent call. Du Yao sighed and said, "Zhang Xiao, I know you and my brother are close, but I hope you can persuade him. He's quite competitive, and I fear he'll end up in a bloody conflict with Qin Feng. Qin Feng has a complex background. You should advise my brother to steer clear of him." After her words, I glanced at her and replied, "I will talk to your brother, but you know his personality better than I do. He probably won't heed our advice. Even if we don't seek trouble with Qin Feng, he will likely come after us, unless we leave this school altogether." After I finished speaking, Du Yao sighed again and said, "Forget it. I know it's pointless to say anything. I understand my brother's nature well after all these years. However, I genuinely feel anxious this time. Yesterday, I exchanged several letters with Qin Feng, but still couldn't uncover his background. This cunning fellow seems to have realized my intentions and has been evasive in our conversations. With no opportunities left, I sent him a letter this morning, asking him not to bother me anymore." Upon hearing her, I instantly grasped several things. Du Yao's acceptance of Qin Feng seemed to serve a dual purpose, to irritate me and to uncover Qin Feng's background. Clearly, I had underestimated Du Yao. The intricacies of a woman's heart often surpass those of a man's. After Du Yao finished speaking, she fell silent, yet my heart brimmed with joy. With Du Yao severing ties with Qin Feng, I was liberated from my worries. Should Qin Feng shamelessly attempt to harass her again, I would have every right to confront him and demand his departure. In the following days, Qin Feng indeed sought out Du Yao several times. But I felt no need to intervene. Du Yao was decidedly frosty towards him, delivering remarks that left him without dignity. On one occasion, infuriated, Qin Feng raised his hand as if to strike Du Yao, but my friends and I stood up simultaneously, and he refrained from acting. Instead, he pointed at us and sneered, "You little brats, don't rush. I may not be able to deal with you in school, but once you step outside, you'll understand why the sunset is so red." We paid no heed to his threats. At that moment, my friend Fatty Tao proclaimed boldly, "My fate is in my own hands, not dictated by heaven. If heaven wishes to extinguish me, I shall extinguish heaven." What could Qin Feng possibly compare himself to heaven? To me, he was nothing. If he dared to challenge us, let him come. Stunned into silence by Fatty Tao's words, Qin Feng merely nodded coldly at us before turning away. That evening, Lu Chu Chu and I continued our rendezvous in the grove. We had established a delightful routine, meeting there every night after evening study sessions. During these days, we shared many tender moments, though we had yet to kiss, and while we touched each other, it remained above her bra. Despite my yearning to advance further, Lu Chu Chu seemed hesitant. Being inexperienced in love, I presumed she was simply shy, so I did not press the matter. I understood that such things could not be forced, especially since our time together had not been extensive. One day, after some affectionate exchanges, Lu Chu Chu suddenly asked to see my phone, wanting to check if I had been unfaithful. I initially thought she suspected I had been in contact with Du Yao, but feeling innocent, I readily handed my phone to her. After perusing it, she soon discovered a phone number and inquired, "Whose out-of-town number is this? Is it from some online girl?" I leaned in to glance at the screen, chuckling as I replied, "This ISNT from an online girl. It's Wu Tian calling me just a couple of days ago." Realizing I may have let something slip, I reassured myself that it was fine. Lu Chu Chu was trustworthy. She returned the phone, asking Wu Tian, "What prompted him to call you? ISNT he on the run?" I smiled and responded, "The issues here have been resolved, and he'll be back in a day or two." Upon hearing this, Lu Chu Chu sighed, "With Wu Tian back, you'll surely clash with Qin Feng again, right? You know I worry about you." Her concern touched me deeply, and in my excitement, I pulled her into an embrace. The next afternoon, which happened to be Friday, during the third period, Du Yao informed me, "My brother is back. He wants you to take me and Fatty Tao to Hongmin Restaurant after school." I teased Du Yao. "Hongmin Restaurant? Huh, what a name. Who would dare to eat there?" Du Yao ignored my jest. I merely mentioned it in passing, aware that businesses often resort to outrageous names to capture attention and boost profits. During class, I sent a message to Lu Chu Chu, informing her that I wouldn't accompany her home after school due to some matters. Her reply was swift, asking me what was going on. I decided to be open with her and explained that Wu Tian had returned and invited us to gather at Hongmin Restaurant that evening. After a long pause, Lu Chu Chu responded, "Is Du Yao going too? If so, I want to join you." Frankly, I hadn't intended for her to come, considering the tense relationship she had with Du Yao. Moreover, Wu Tian had asked me to look after his sister, who he mentioned had feelings for me. Bringing Lu Chu Chu along could create an awkward situation. I replied, "All right, I'll come to your house tomorrow for a tutoring session, and we can spend time then." Lu Chu Chu simply replied with an okay. After school, I gathered Fatty Tao and the others, and we called Xiao Fei to get Feng Zhan and the rest. Everyone was already aware of Wu Tian's return. Once everyone had assembled, I announced, "Brother Tian is back and waiting for us at a restaurant in the city. Let us head over now." The news delighted everyone, and as we left the school, we noted that Qin Feng and his lackeys have been rather subdued lately. Initially, we worried they would ambush us outside, but upon exiting the school, we realized we had overestimated the situation. Qin Feng had no one waiting for us outside. Outside the school, we found a black car, the same one I had used to take Du Yao to the hospital previously. The driver was amiable, having refused to charge me last time. Since we were heading to Hongmin Restaurant, the van was perfect for our group. The driver recognized me and greeted us with a smile, opening the door for us to enter. Once everyone was seated, he cheerfully asked, "Where to this time? young man. I mentioned our destination without discussing the fare, trusting the driver would not take advantage of us. On the way to Hongmin Restaurant, the driver glanced at Du Yao through the rearview mirror and remarked, "Oh, I isn't this the girl I took to the hospital last time? Hope she's all right." Du Yao looked puzzled, and I explained, "You had a head injury, and when no other drivers would take us, this kind man did so without charging a penny. You should thank him properly." Upon hearing this, Du Yao flashed a sweet smile at the driver and said, "Thank you, sir. I'm fine now." The driver continued chatting, and I found his banter endearing rather than tiresome. He said to Du Yao, "Your boyfriend is a good one. He was quite worried when you got hurt. I could tell he cares for you." Du Yao did not correct him, maintaining a bright smile. Her natural beauty was captivating, and when she smiled, it enhanced her serene charm, leaving me utterly mesmerized. At that moment, I felt a sharp pain in my thigh. Then, I heard Du Yao chuckling, saying, "Master, I believe you have misjudged him. He is quite the rogue, far from the admirable person you described." It had been a long time since Du Yao pinched my thigh, and surprisingly, I didn't find it particularly painful. Rather, there was a strange sense of nostalgia in the sensation. The driver of the unlicensed taxi, upon hearing Du Yao's remark, smiled and glanced at us through the rearview mirror, acknowledging our little exchange without uttering a word. After half an hour, we finally arrived at the Hongmin Restaurant. The establishment was not located in the city center, and the surrounding area was rather unremarkable. However, the restaurant itself was quite upscale, adorned with antiquated decor. Once we alighted from the vehicle, we spotted Tian Air, along with He Wan Mao and Cun Yuan, squatting by the roadside, smoking. Upon our arrival, they stood up with smiles and approached us. As they came closer, I noticed that, in addition to Tian Air, He Wan Mao, and Cun Yuan, there were two unfamiliar faces. After exchanging greetings, Tian Air introduced them, saying Xiao Ge Tao Ge. These are the two I mentioned before, Guo Xiaoming and Mingming, along with the brilliant strategist, Zhang Jinxin. Mingming had a robust physique, clearly someone who could hold his own in a fight. He was strikingly handsome, exuding the air of a muscular man. In contrast, Zhang Jinxin, a bespectacled young man, gave off the impression of an eager student, fittingly embodying his moniker of the brilliant strategist with a touch of intellectual charm. Once everyone was acquainted, the Tian Air cheerfully suggested, "Let us not linger here. Brother Tian is waiting for us inside. He has made two formidable friends, and I assure you, you will be astonished upon meeting them." Intrigued by the Tian Air's words, we followed him into the restaurant. Wu Tian's private room was located on the 4th floor, the highest level of the establishment, accessible only by stairs. Upon reaching the 4th floor, the Tian Air led us to a private room. As we entered, I immediately spotted Wu Tian, cigarette in mouth, animatedly chatting with two men. Upon noticing our arrival, Wu Tian stood up with a grin, exclaiming, "Ah, you're all here. Come, let me see if you've lost any weight." As Wu Tian spoke, laughter filled the room, and I took a moment to observe the two men beside him. They were clearly not students. One appeared to be in his 20s, with long hair tied back in a small braid, exuding an undeniable charisma. The other man appeared older, probably around 35, with a rugged face and a hint of stubble that lent him a distinguished air. He was strikingly handsome, his features sharp and chiseled, and he emanated a sense of gravitas, suggesting a life rich with stories. Wu Tian then introduced us. "Zhang Xiao, Taozi, come over here. Let me introduce you to these two brothers I met outside." As we approached, Wu Tian pointed to the man with the braid, saying, "This is Long, a 4-time champion of the Southeast Asian boxing circuit. Since his debut, he has dominated in Thailand, Myanmar, Cambodia, Japan, and South Korea, winning 111 out of 122 matches by knockout, with the only fight he didn't win by KO being a result of his opponent's surrender." After Wu Tian's words, everyone except the Tian Air was left speechless. I was utterly dumbfounded. No wonder the Tian Air had said we would be astonished. The term astonished hardly did justice to the shock we felt. Seeing our stunned expressions, Wu Tian seemed to anticipate our surprise. He then gestured towards the weathered middle-aged man beside Long, stating, "This is Lu Yunjiao, known as Jiuge. He is a mercenary, frequently operating in the Golden Triangle regions of Laos and Myanmar. The number of enemies he has dispatched surely exceeds 8,000, and he is renowned in Laos as the king of mercenaries." I had sensed something extraordinary about Lu Yunjiao, but never imagined he was the legendary mercenary. It was clear that only a man with battlefield experience could exude such an aura of lethal intensity. At that moment, I was completely taken aback, wondering how Wu Tian had managed to bring such formidable individuals into our circle. With their presence, we could easily rival the local ruffians, if not intimidate even some of the more prominent gangs. As we stood there, still processing the revelations, Wu Tian introduced us to Long and Jiuge, who were both affable and greeted us warmly with handshakes. For some reason, I felt a mix of surprise and honor while shaking their hands. After the introductions, Wu Tian invited us to sit down and chat while we awaited the arrival of our meal. Once we were all seated, he signaled for the server to begin bringing out the dishes. While we waited, Wu Tian smiled and addressed us. I know you must be astonished by Long and Jiuge's backgrounds. Let me share a bit about it. Both have retired this year, and my recent trip was to see them. As for how we became acquainted, I won't go into detail, but I want you all to know that Jiuge and Long are now our brothers. Upon hearing Wu Tian's words, both Long and Jiuge nodded in agreement, and we all enthusiastically addressed them as Brother Long and Brother Jiu. At that moment, Wu Tian cleared his throat and made a surprising announcement that left us all in shock. Now that we're all gathered here, I'd like to make an important announcement. This time, I want to be returning to school. I, Wu Tian, am destined for a life in society. I plan to establish our own gang with Jiuge and Long Ge. Wu Tian's declaration came as a complete surprise, catching us all off guard. Just as we were processing this unexpected turn of events, Du Yao frowned and addressed Wu Tian. Wu Tian, have you lost your mind? Don't you fear your mother's reaction to this? In response, Wu Tian chuckled. Oh, dear sister, don't worry. I've already spoken to my mother. She said I'm old enough to manage my own affairs and doesn't concern herself with my choices. She knows I'm not cut out for academics. So when I told her I wouldn't be continuing my studies, she didn't object. I just didn't mention my plans to venture into the underworld. Please keep this a secret, or my life will become quite miserable. Wu Tian's demeanor was comically subservient, a side of him that likely only emerged in front of Du Yao. However, without hesitation, Du Yao retorted, Secret? You said you would take care of me until I graduated from university. Now that you're dropping out, who will look after me at school? I absolutely must tell my mother. As Du Yao spoke, Wu Tian hurriedly replied, No. Don't do that, dear sister. I want to be in school. But Zhang Xiao is still there, right? You can rest assured that he will take care of you, not just until you graduate, but for your entire life. Upon hearing Wu Tian's words, I felt a surge of dread. Indeed, one often fears what they worry about the most. Wu Tian remained blissfully unaware of my relationship with Lu Chu. Indeed, once Wu Tian finished speaking, Du Yao cast a sidelong glance at me before addressing Wu Tian. Brother, you're overthinking it. She already has a boyfriend, so how could she possibly care for me for a lifetime? Her words dripped with a hint of jealousy, and I felt the same pang in my heart. At that moment, Wu Tian looked at me with surprise and said, What is going on, Xiaoge? Weren't you single when I left? Besides, I've told you my sister likes you. What on earth were you thinking? Is there someone in school more beautiful than my sister? After Wu Tian's remark, I could only manage a bitter smile, unsure of how to respond. It was Du Yao who spoke again, glancing at me before saying to Wu Tian, Brother, don't put Zhang Xiao in a difficult position. He already has someone he cares about, and they're getting along quite well. I refused to be the third wheel. I felt a wave of gratitude towards Du Yao for her understanding nature. It was evident that she was a sensible girl. Had she been petty, a rift could easily have formed between me and Wu Tian. At that moment, Wu Tian shrugged, saying, I don't understand matters of the heart. But I must say this, he glanced at me and continued, Zhang Xiao, don't blame me for being blunt. My sister is certainly better than your girlfriend. In time, you'll come to realize it. But let us set this aside for now. You can punish yourself with 3 drinks at dinner. Given Wu Tian's assertion, I had no objections and nodded in reluctant agreement. Just then, the waiter began serving the dishes. While we were dining, I inquired of Wu Tian whether he truly intended to establish a gang. He nodded, stating, Such a significant matter, do you think I would jest? After a brief pause, Wu Tian shared his thoughts with us, explaining that in our county, everyone knew that Hongmen was the only dominant force. For years, no other gang had risen to prominence. I want to claim to be a good person, but I am ambitious. I wish to overthrow the Hongmen dynasty. Wu Tian's words were indeed startling. We all understood the influence of Hongmen. I recalled my encounters with their illustrious members and a certain Fei, whose conversations in the bathhouse remained vivid in my memory. The audacity of Wu Tian wanting to dismantle such a formidable organization revealed the extent of his ambition. Noticing our astonishment, Wu Tian continued, I know you are all surprised. When I first conceived this idea, I was taken aback and found it quite ridiculous. However, after meeting Longe and Jiuge, I no longer see this as mere fantasy. He went on to explain that while Hongmen was the only major force in our county, there were still several smaller factions. Albeit weak, that posed no threat to Hongmen. This presents us with an opportunity. We can establish a small gang, nurturing our strength and secrecy. Though it may take time, we have plenty of it. I had previously thought of Wu Tian as a simple, rough man. Now hearing his words, my perception shifted. It seemed he was not merely a brawler, but a deeply contemplative individual, embodying the essence of being both coarse and meticulous. At that moment, Fatty Tao frowned and remarked, Tiangu, if you're entering the underworld, does that mean we have to drop out of school? That way we could assist you. After Fatty Tao's comment, Wu Tian waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. You should continue your studies. Don't underestimate school. It's a place where talents lie hidden. You should navigate school life while we handle matters outside. This way, we can support each other when the time comes. We all nodded in agreement. Just then, we heard the sudden screech of tires outside. Though we initially ignored it, Jiuge furrowed his brow and stood up, moving to the window to take a look. He turned back, calm yet grave, and said, 3 Jinbei vans have arrived below, likely carrying 30 to 40 individuals, and they're armed. In response to Jiugu's alarming statement, we were taken aback, but Wu Tian quickly regained his composure. He furrowed his brow and instructed to Tian Air, go lock the door. Hey Xiao, you and Siyu and Yuan help move the tables to barricade it. After his orders, the Tian Air and the others nodded and rushed to fortify the door. Wu Tian then turned to us, saying, aside from Qin Feng, we have no enemies here. The grievances with Hui Su are minor. If they are here for us, it can only be Qin Feng and his crew. However, I'm puzzled as to how Qin Feng found out we were here. At that moment, Oolong smirked. It's pointless to ponder now. Since they're here, let us engage them. I didn't expect Huanglong County to be so entertaining. We arrive and immediately have a fight. This is exhilarating, initially tense. We relax somewhat at Oolong's words. Jiuge moved to the corner where a large package lay and opened it at the dining table. To my astonishment, it was filled with steel pipes. Curiosity piqued. I wondered how he managed to bring them. Did Jiuge anticipate a brawl tonight? Wu Tian chuckled, surprised. Aren't you? Jiuge truly is impressive. When he brought these pipes to the hotel, I asked him what they were for, and he said for self-defense. I thought he was being overly cautious, but now it seems this is indeed a timely provision. After Wu Tian's words, he instructed each of us to grab a steel pipe. Once we were armed, I turned to Xiong and Xiao Fei, saying if a fight breaks out, don't run off. Stay close to Du Yao and ensure her safety. Understood? They nodded in agreement. I then noticed Du Yao watching me with crossed arms. Her expression complex. I glanced at her before turning away. Outside, chaotic footsteps echoed, and we heard the waiter at the door asking, who are you looking for? But soon after, a scream pierced the air, followed by the sound of someone kicking our door. The assailants yelled and cursed as they kicked, and I recognized a familiar voice outside. Laughing, I told you I can't kill you at school, but once you're out, I'll show you who is really in charge. The voice belonged to none other than our arch-nemesis, Qin Feng. I found myself curious. How'd he know we were here? My first thought was that he must have followed us, as there was no other reason for him to know our location. Wu Tian frowned and asked Jiuge, what should we do? At this rate, they kicked the door down. The people outside are the ones Qin Feng brought, and his backing is quite mysterious and powerful. Upon hearing Wu Tian, Jiuge nodded. We're on the 4th floor. Escaping through the window is impossible. However, we don't need to flee. They're only 30 to 40 in number and aren't armed with any lethal weapons. I'll lead the charge with Oolong, and you all follow behind. Jiuge's casual tone only deepened my anxiety. He was a former mercenary, casually mentioning firearms as if they were trivial. This was enough to terrify us, mere novices in this world. Not long later, the door to the private room ultimately succumbed to the onslaught from the other side, being forcefully kicked open. Before those outside could comprehend the situation within, Oolong and Jiuge, a cigarette dangling from Jiuji's lips, charged out wielding steel pipes. I watched from behind, filled with admiration. It was truly exhilarating. Those outside likely had no clue what was unfolding as Jiuge and Oolong burst forth like ferocious tigers. Soon, we heard the agonized cries of the adversaries. At that moment, Wu Tian and the others were not idle either. They too brandished their steel pipes and rushed out. Upon exiting, I realized the corridor was teeming with people, but they were already being forced back by the might of Jiogo and Olong. In that instant, I caught sight of Qin Feng within the opposing crowd. He appeared somewhat dazed, clearly not anticipating the presence of such formidable fighters on our side. Qin Feng had summoned a group of adults in their 20s, all clad in the attire of ruffians, brandishing steel pipes or machetes. They might intimidate students, but against the likes of Jiogo and Olong, they were no match. In no time, Jiogo and Olong had felled about 10 of their foes. At this juncture, someone shouted for a retreat, and we saw the group turn and dash towards the staircase. It is a common trait among our people to strike down the fallen, and the ferocity exhibited by Olong and Jiogo bolstered our confidence. Wu Tian shouted, "Let us pursue them. Let us take care of that scoundrel Qin Feng." With Wu Tian's command, we promptly followed suit, steel pipes in hand. At the entrance to the hall on the first floor, we caught up with a few more, swiftly bringing them down. I noticed that I, along with Fatty Tao and Fong Zhan, were rather restrained in our actions, while Wu Tian and the Tian heir were merciless, targeting the heads of their opponents without hesitation. Olong and Jiogo, of course, were even more ruthless. Each swing of their pipes sent their targets crashing to the ground. Incapacitated, the Hongmen restaurant was situated in a less bustling area, and once outside, the group dispersed. However, this mattered little to us, as our objective was Qin Feng. Not far into the chase, we spotted Qin Feng and a dozen of his entourage darting into an alley, and we naturally followed. Moments later, Qin Feng and his crew halted their flight, turning to face us with palpable tension. We too paused, and, as I tilted my head to observe, I couldn't help but chuckle. Fortune had clearly abandoned Qin Feng, for this alley was a dead end. At that moment, Wu Tian swaggered to the forefront, steel pipe in hand, and lit a cigarette, tauntingly addressing Qin Feng. "Run, why don't you? Go on, run." As Wu Tian spoke, I noticed two impeccably dressed individuals standing beside Qin Feng, their expressions stoic, reminiscent of bodyguards one might see on television. In the chaos of the earlier scuffle, I had failed to notice them. Jioge furrowed his brow and quietly warned Wu Tian, "Be cautious. Those two in suits are not to be trifled with." Given Jiuji's caution, Wu Tian nodded slightly. At this moment, Qin Feng spoke, his demeanor tense yet not entirely shattered. He sneered at Wu Tian. "Try to lay a finger on me today, and I'll ensure you regret it for a lifetime." Wu Tian chuckled, retorting, "You must be out of your mind. I plan to take you down today. Let us see what you can do about it." Qin Feng fell silent, coldly dialing a number on his phone. I was unable to hear his words, but when he hung up, he stepped out from the crowd, the two suited men closely following him. With an air of bravado, Qin Feng pointed his own head, challenging Wu Tian, "Come on, if you're so eager to take us down, aim for me. If you don't, you're a coward. But don't say I didn't warn you. Your sister Du Yao is now in my people's hands. If I lose a single hair, I'll ensure she pays the price." Panic surged within me as I suddenly remembered. In our haste to pursue, we had completely forgotten about Du Yao, De Xiong, and Xiao Fei, who had not followed us here. Chapter 53. A traitor emerges. I quickly reacted, dialing to Xiong and Xiao Fei, but both their phones rang without answer. My heart sank, and I rushed to call Du Yao, only to find her phone, like De Xiong's, connected but unanswered. I turned to Wu Tian, my voice steady. "Brother Tian, we can't reach Du Yao." Upon hearing this, Wu Tian's expression darkened, his teeth grinding audibly. Such a reaction was only seen when someone was extremely agitated. In that moment, unbeknownst to us, Jioge had quietly slipped away, disappearing into the shadows. Wu Tian fixed a cold gaze on Qin Feng and stated, "Everyone has a breaking point. Du Yao is my sister. This is mine. Qin Feng, you are the first on my list to eliminate. If anything happens to her, I will ensure you are torn limb from limb and fed to the dogs, believe it or not." Wu Tian's words were delivered without a hint of emotion. Though calm in tone, we all understood the gravity of his threat. At this moment, Qin Feng remained silent. But one of his suited bodyguards suddenly produced a dark object from his coat, pointing it directly at Wu Tian. When the moonlight illuminated the object, I felt a chill run down my spine. It was a gun, an alarming revelation that they were armed. Qin Feng laughed heartily, glancing at Wu Tian. "How fortunate for you. But do you truly believe you have a chance?" Before he could finish, a shadow darted in front of Qin Feng, and we were all taken aback as this figure struck with remarkable speed. It was none other than the dashing Olong, who had managed to seize the gun from Qin Feng's henchman, now pressing it against Qin Feng's temple. At this moment, both sides were stunned. I then noticed another bodyguard draw a gun, aiming it at Olong, demanding, "Drop the weapon. If you harm my young master, I'll shoot you dead." Olong, with a nonchalant smirk, retorted, "You should be the one to drop your weapon. Do you really think your reflexes are faster than mine?" The bodyguard hesitated, clearly aware of Olong's formidable prowess. Though Qin Feng tried to maintain an air of bravado, being at the mercy of a gun left his face ashen, like a blank sheet of paper. At this moment, Olong chuckled and addressed Qin Feng, reassuring him not to be anxious, as he was no novice. However, he warned that if Qin Feng did not safely deliver Du Yao within 10 minutes, he could not guarantee he wouldn't lose control and harm him. Cold sweat began to bead on Qin Feng's forehead. After all, he was still a child. Wiping his brow, he replied affirmatively and retrieved his phone to make a call. The line connected swiftly, and Qin Feng nearly bellowed into the receiver, demanding they deliver the person and to ensure not a hair was harmed. At this moment, a light chuckle emanated from the other end, followed by a stranger's voice. "Is this Qin Feng? Apologies, but I've taken care of your people. Don't fret. We will bring Du Yao to you shortly." Qin Feng was left dumbfounded, trembling as he asked, "Who are you? We're my people." The voice on the line responded with a hearty laugh. "As I said, your subordinates have been dealt with, but they merely fainted. No need to be overly anxious. As for me, remember my name, Lu Yunjiao, the one who was just chasing you." With that, the call abruptly ended. The volume of Qin Feng's phone was quite loud, and despite being several meters away, we overheard every word. Knowing Du Yao was unharmed brought us some relief. At this juncture, Wu Tian intended to confront Qin Feng, but the man aiming a gun at Olong suddenly shouted, "Stop right there. If you dare take another step, I will shoot." Wu Tian halted, aware that even Olong's formidable skills could not rival a bullet. For Olong's safety, he refrained from making any rash moves. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, Lu Yunjiao returned, accompanied by Du Yao, De Xiong, and Xiao Fei. Du Yao appeared unscathed, though De Xiong and Xiao Fei bore visible bruises, clearly having taken a beating. The moment we approached, Fatty Tao and I inquired about their well-being, to which they both shook their heads, indicating they were fine. The bodyguard who had lost his gun stepped forward and proposed, "Since your people are unharmed, how about we let this matter rest? Let's all take a step back." Upon hearing this, Wu Tian scoffed and seemed poised to respond, but Lu Yunjiao subtly nudged Fatty Tao and shook his head. Wu Tian, understanding the unspoken message, nodded and addressed the bodyguard. "Let us consider this matter settled for now. However, I have a few words for you, Qin Feng." He turned coldly to Qin Feng, saying, "Listen closely, Qin Feng. I, Wu Tian, have returned with no intention of continuing my studies. I may not know your background, but do not provoke me. If you push me, I can just as easily bring you down." Pausing, he pointed at us and Du Yao, declaring, "They are my closest kin. How you operate at school and your arrogance are of no concern to me, but if you dare to trouble them again, it will be the end of our peace." With that, Wu Tian arrogantly turned away, stating, "I'm leaving," and we followed him out of the alley. Olong lowered his gun, smiling, and without even glancing at the bodyguard who had threatened him, he casually exited the alley with us, exhibiting a fortitude beyond ordinary men. Once we were all outside, Qin Feng exhaled deeply, realizing his undershirt was thoroughly soaked. One of the bodyguards calmly remarked, "Young master, you have provoked someone beyond your means." After exiting the alley and on our way back to the Hongmen restaurant, Wu Tian asked Lu Yunjiao what had transpired. Lu Yunjiao smiled and recounted. "When I returned to rescue them, those two were engaged in a struggle, but they performed admirably. Despite their injuries, they consistently shielded Du Yao. Had they not held firm, she might have fallen into the hands of the adversary." The two individuals Lu Yunjiao referred to were, of course, De Xiong and Xiao Fei. Their efforts, despite being largely unnoticed, earned them a newfound respect, standing tall like victorious roosters, despite being somewhat battered. Upon our arrival at the Hongmen restaurant, we noticed 2 police cars stationed out front. To avoid complications, we refrained from approaching. However, to preempt any future issues, Fatty Tao approached the officers to exchange pleasantries. In our jurisdiction, Fatty Tao's familial ties proved quite advantageous. After his exchange, our appetites began to surface. Wu Tian had a van, and after boarding, we set out in search of a dining establishment. During our search, Lu Yunjiao calmly stated, "We have a mole among us." Following his declaration, silence enveloped us, as we had all considered this possibility. Qin Feng's knowledge of our meeting at the Hongmen could only have originated from someone tipping him off. Yet, we were left to ponder who this traitor might be. The thought of betrayal among our brothers was unbearable. Wu Tian broke the tension with a chuckle, declaring, "Regardless of who the mole is, let's not dwell on it now. We managed to escape unscathed, thanks to Lu Yunjiao and Olo. When we sit at the table, we must raise our glasses to them." His words elicited smiles from us, and we remained silent. Wu Tian's sentiments resonated with me. He too wished to avoid the notion of betrayal within our ranks. As we made our way to the hotel, I sensed Du Yao glancing at me intermittently. However, the moment our eyes met, we instinctively turned away. I was uncertain why, but it filled me with unease. Shortly thereafter, Wu Tian found a hotel. After disembarking, we reserved a private room. During dinner, Wu Tian earnestly addressed us. "Each of you present is my brother." Lu Yunjiu mentioned a mole, but I do not wish to know who it is, nor do I want to speculate. However, I must clarify something. My circle of brothers is small, yet for those I consider brothers, I will invest my heart. Mistakes are not insurmountable, and as long as one does not persist in wrongdoing, I will regard you as a lifelong brother. With a smile, he concluded, "Let this matter rest. We shall not speak of it again." His heartfelt words moved us, and we raised our glasses, toasting until the early hours of the morning. This was, without a doubt, the most I had ever consumed in one sitting, and I was oblivious to how we left the hotel. Upon awakening the next day, I found myself in an unfamiliar room. The walls were painted pink, adorned with plush toys, and everything bore the same hue. As I rubbed my throbbing head, I pondered, where am I? Is this a girl's room? I began to recall the events following our drinking session, but drew a blank, likely due to having overindulged. Just then, the door swung open, revealing Du Yao carrying a cup of tea. Noticing me seated on the edge of the bed, she set the cup down and inquired, "When did you wake up? Does her head still hurt?" I nodded in response. "It's manageable." "Where am I?" Du Yao glanced at me and said, "This is my home, the place where my brother and I reside. You need not worry. Throughout the year, it is only my brother and I who inhabit this villa, with no third party in sight. You have been asleep since last night. A full day has passed." Upon hearing Du Yao's words, I took out my phone to check the time, and indeed, it was already the evening of the following day. A wave of anxiety washed over me as I thought, "Oh no, wasn't it agreed that I would go to Lu Chuchu's house? Now that it was already evening, what could I possibly do?" I found it curious that Lu Chuchu had neither called nor messaged me. Was she upset? Du Yao served me tea and asked, "What are you daydreaming about?" "My brother said you should head straight to the nightless city. He, along with Jiogu, Olong, and Fatty Tao, are all there." After taking a sip of tea, Du Yao suddenly inquired, "Zhang Xiao, do you know who the informant that Jiogu mentioned is?" Her question caught me off guard. I placed the teacup down, astonished, and replied, "How would I know? Why do you ask?" Du Yao shook her head with a smile, saying, "Actually, I wanted to ask you if you've spoken about this matter with anyone else." Her words puzzled me, and I frowned, asking, "Which matter are you referring to?" Du Yao sighed and clarified, "The matter of my brother coming back to invite you all for dinner. Have you mentioned it to anyone else?" After pondering, I realized I had only discussed this with Fatty Tao and the duo, Da Xiong and Xiaofei, as well as Lu Chuchu. However, Lu Chuchu would never betray us. She and Qin Feng were fundamentally at odds. To be explicit, there was animosity between them, especially after Qin Feng had publicly insulted Lu Chuchu in class. She had every reason to despise him. How could she possibly conspire with him? Noticing my silence, Du Yao nudged me and asked, "What are you thinking? Have you mentioned it to anyone else?" I regained my composure and told her that I had indeed spoken to Lu Chuchu, but she would never betray us, given her conflict with Qin Feng, which she was well aware of. As soon as I finished speaking, Du Yao let out a cold laugh. Initially, she said nothing, but as she turned to leave, she looked at me and warned, "Zhang Xiao, I know you want to heed my words, but take care of yourself. One day, you will regret your blindness today." After delivering this cryptic message, Du Yao exited, leaving me in a state of bewilderment. I wasn't foolish. Du Yao's implication was unmistakable. She suspected Lu Chuchu of being the informant. Yet, I could never bring myself to believe it, as I saw no reason for Lu Chuchu to act in such a manner. After contemplating for a while, my headache intensified. Resolved to dismiss the thoughts, I donned my jacket and exited Du Yao's room. Indeed, Du Yao's villa was quite spacious and luxurious. Descending from a second floor, I found Du Yao in the living room watching television, seemingly indifferent to my presence. Unsure of what to say, I merely greeted her and departed from her home. On my way to the nightless city, I called Lu Chu Chu. After a few seconds, the call connected, and her voice came through. I asked her what she was up to, and she cheerfully responded, just watching TV at home. By the way, why didn't you come over today? Did you drink too much with Wu Tian last night? Her accurate guess prompted me to be honest about my drunken escapades the previous night. I intended to mention the trouble Qin Feng caused us, but reconsidered and decided against it. After I finished my story, Lu Chu Chu responded with an "oh," then suddenly asked, "Have you eaten dinner? If not, come over to my place. My parents are working late, and I'm home alone. It's a bit scary." Her words filled me with delight. I barely registered the rest, fixating instead on the fact that her parents would be absent. Was this an invitation to be alone with her? With that thought, I eagerly replied, "I haven't eaten yet. I was just contemplating what to have for dinner. Wait for me. I'll take a taxi over right now." Lu Chu Chu laughed and said, "Great. I'll start cooking, and we can enjoy dinner together when you arrive." After that, she hung up, and I promptly called Fatty Tao, inquiring if they were with Wu Tian. The line was noisy, and Fatty Tao cheerfully said, "Yes. Brother Tian is treating us to fun. Hurry over. We're waiting for you." I then asked Fatty Tao to pass the phone to Wu Tian. After a brief wait, Wu Tian's voice came through, playfully asking, "So, how is my sister's bed treating you? If it's comfortable, you need not come over. It's a good opportunity to bond with her." His jest left me both amused and exasperated. I sighed and replied, "Well, Brother Tian, I just left your home and was about to join you all. However, I received a call from my dad insisting I return home tonight, so I won't be able to join the fun. Sorry about that." Wu Tian was understanding and replied with a laugh, "No problem. There will be plenty of chances to hang out in the future. I'll have to cut the call now. We're having a blast here." With that, he bid me farewell and ended the call. On my way to Lu Chu Chu's house, I stopped by a nearby supermarket to buy a pack of cigarettes. As I checked out, I noticed Durex on display by the counter. For reasons I can't quite explain, I bought a box and, buoyed by excitement, headed towards Lu Chu Chu's home. Chapter 55. What is happening? By the time I arrived at Lu Chu Chu's house, it was nearly 8 in the evening. The moon shone particularly bright and full that night. Upon reaching the entrance of her apartment complex, I made an effort to calm my racing heart. After smoking 2 cigarettes outside her house, I finally gathered the courage to ascend stairs. I pressed the doorbell and waited. Lu Chu Chu, wearing an apron, opened the door. For some reason, seeing her in that attire gave me an overwhelming sense of homeliness. Upon seeing me, she smiled and asked, "Did you come alone? Where are your friends?" I thought to myself, what would they do here? Wouldn't that ruin my plans with Durex? I chuckled lightly and replied, "They all went to the nightless city. Aren't you going to invite me in?" After I spoke, Lu Chu Chu shyly smiled and opened the door wider, allowing me to enter. This wasn't my first visit to her home. The dining table was already set with several dishes, and to my surprise, there was a bottle of red wine and 2 tall red candles. I thought to myself, I didn't expect Lu Chu Chu to be such a romantic person. With a smile, she said, "Make yourself at home. I have a soup to finish, and then we can enjoy a candlelit dinner together." Just as she turned to head to the kitchen, I called out, "Chu Chu, are you sure your parents won TB back tonight?" Lu Chu Chu mischievously winked at me and responded, "They won TB returning. Are you planning something mischievous?" Realizing she had seen through my intentions, I chuckled and took a seat on the living room sofa. Noticing my silence, she playfully reassured me, "Don't worry, my parents are definitely not coming back. Tonight, it's just the 2 of us." With a mysterious smile, she turned and headed into the kitchen. While watching television, I found myself utterly unaware of what was airing, as my thoughts were consumed by the captivating allure of Lu Chu Chu's long legs and her prominent bosom. The words she had just spoken seemed to carry an unspoken implication. Given Lu Chu Chu's tone, any ordinary person would naturally think along those lines. However, I hesitated, for despite our romantic involvement, any physical intimacy had been limited to the confines of her bra. She had always refrained from allowing me deeper access, insisting that the time was not yet ripe. Thus, I was uncertain about her current intentions. Once Lu Chu Chu served the soup, I decided to cast aside my contemplations and let fate take its course. I thought to myself that if the moment proved right, this evening might very well mark the loss of my virginity. During dinner, Lu Chu Chu romantically lit candles and extinguished the lights in the house. This marked my first experience of a candlelit dinner with a girl, and I felt a flutter of excitement within me. She poured a glass of red wine for me and cheerfully remarked that it was her birthday, a detail I had evidently overlooked. Surprised by her revelation, I inwardly chastised myself for forgetting such an important date. Yet, considering our time together, we had never exchanged birthday information. Noticing my awkward expression, Lu Chu chuckled lightly and reassured me that it was no issue, given that I had not been informed of her birthday. She playfully criticized my carelessness for not inquiring about such matters concerning her. In a rush of guilt, I stood up, intending to fetch her a bouquet of flowers, but she stopped me, smiling as she said it was unnecessary and that we could celebrate it next year instead. With her words, I found no further argument. Upon sitting back down, I expressed my sincere apologies, vowing to make her next birthday unforgettable. Lu Chu seemed genuinely touched, her eyes shimmering as she declared that aside from her parents, I was the kindest person in her life, and she felt fulfilled with me by her side. Her heartfelt confession moved me deeply, and, as the evening progressed, I consumed nearly an entire bottle of red wine, while Lu Chu sipped on Sprite, claiming she was allergic to alcohol. I paid little heed to her words, but the effects of the wine began to overwhelm me, causing a haze to envelop my mind. I had never experienced such potency from wine before. After a while, I found my eyelids growing heavy, and the room began to spin. Suddenly, Lu Chu nudged my arm. Concern etched on her face as she suggested I rest in her room if I felt inebriated. At that moment, fatigue overcame me, and despite my intention to reassure her, darkness enveloped me as I collapsed, unconscious. Upon my fall, Lu Chu approached and kicked me lightly to ascertain my state. After confirming I was out cold, she scoffed and dialed a number on her phone. It was then that she noticed the protruding condom from my pocket, and her expression turned to one of disdain. After a brief conversation, she informed her caller, "He's out cold. Hurry over." I also found something unexpected. This lecher brought a condom with him. Although I had succumbed to a deep slumber, my sleep was restless. In a foggy state, I felt hands attempting to undress me, accompanied by several painful kicks. I struggled to open my eyes, but they remained stubbornly shut, and I barely heard a male voice exclaim, "Damn it, you think you can play me? Let us see how I deal with you this time." When I finally stirred from my stupor, I felt an icy chill enveloping me, and in the pitch-black surroundings, I pondered why I was not in Lu Chu's warm embrace. Shaking my head to clear my thoughts only intensified the pain, and as I instinctively reached for my aching head, I heard a metallic clink and realized handcuffs were fastened around my wrists. Bewildered, I wondered what Lu Chu's intentions were. Had she taken a turn towards the sadistic? My thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a loud noise as a door creaked open, flooding the space with blinding light. My mind was clouded with confusion, and I quickly deduced that I was no longer in Lu Chu's home. The sound of a stern voice broke through my disorientation. "Zhang Xiao, are you awake yet?" His words jolted me into reality, and I felt an intense dryness in my throat. Struggling to speak, I asked the shadowy figure at the doorway, "Who are you? How'd I end up here?" Upon seeing I was awake, the figure approached and roughly lifted me as if I were a mere child, brusquely instructing me, "You don't know what you've done? Stop pretending. Follow me." With that, he kicked me, forcing me forward. Anxiety gripped my heart as I feared I had encountered unsavory individuals, and I wondered what had become of Lu Chu. Realizing I was handcuffed, I understood that resisting would be futile, so I complied silently. Moments later, I was ushered into a room where two officers sat with serious expressions. On the wall behind them, the words "confess" for leniency, "resist" for severity loomed ominously. My mind raced as I questioned how I had ended up in a police station. Before I could gather my thoughts, the officer who had escorted me pushed me into a chair. The officer in front of me, devoid of emotion, asked for my name, age, and place of origin. I quickly responded, "You must have the wrong person. What crime have I committed?" Before I could finish, the older officer slammed the table and admonished, "Be straightforward. Answer my questions. You know what you've done." Confusion washed over me as I pondered what could warrant such a response. Had I committed a crime simply by drinking too much and sleeping at Lu Chu's? Despite my discomfort, I complied and provided my personal details. Once I finished, the younger officer scrutinized me, asking, "What did you do last night? Do you remember?" I replied, "I was at a friend's house for dinner, but I think I drank too much and then I lost consciousness. I need to know how I ended up here. Why are you detaining me?" His cold laughter sent a chill down my spine as he declared, "You raped a girl last night, And don't even think about denying it. We have sufficient evidence. The gravity of his accusation left me utterly stunned. How could anyone believe I had committed such an atrocity? Yesterday, I imbibed excessively at Lu Chuchu's residence. I vaguely recall her suggesting that I take a moment to rest. It is inconceivable that she would neglect my well-being. The notion of me committing such a heinous act as assaulting a woman is utterly preposterous. Furthermore, I hold a firm belief in my own integrity. Even inebriated, I would never stoop to such sordid behavior. With this thought, I calmly addressed the officer before me, insisting that there must be some mistake. How could I possibly be accused of such an act against her? If you claim that I violated a woman, I implore you to bring her forth so we may confront this matter directly. Upon hearing my words, the more senior officer let out a derisive snort and remarked, I have been in law enforcement for over 20 years. I have encountered numerous cunning criminals. You, a mere child, think you can outwit me? He then retrieved a photograph from the table, placing it before me. Take a good look. This is the individual you allegedly assaulted last night. As I leaned in to examine the image, I was taken aback, for it was none other than Lu Chuchu herself. She is my girlfriend. How could she possibly be labeled a victim? Even if we had engaged in intimacy, it would be the most natural occurrence between us. I chuckled and said to the officers, You must be mistaken. This is my girlfriend. I dined at her home last night. Where is she? If you doubt me, summon her here for confirmation. After my declaration, the older officer exchanged glances with his colleague, then turned to me with a cold smile. The one who reported the incident is indeed your girlfriend. Our focus is not on your relationship. Rather, it is on the fact that you consumed an excessive amount of alcohol and, under its influence, acted upon your baser instincts. Despite her vigorous resistance, you forcibly engaged with her. This constitutes the crime of rape. Do you comprehend the gravity of your situation? At that moment, my mind went blank, overwhelmed by confusion. What had transpired in my drunken state? Could it truly be, as the officer claimed, that I had forcibly engaged with Lu Chuchu? Yet that seemed implausible. Surely, she would not report me for such a thing, given our relationship. There must be some misunderstanding. Resolutely, I addressed the officers once more. Gentlemen, this situation undoubtedly involved a misunderstanding. May I inquire about my girlfriend's whereabouts? I wish to see her, for the truth will surely come to light. The younger officer smirked dismissively. You still cling to your fantasies? We have already collected evidence from the scene. Is this yours? He raised a transparent bag containing an open box of condoms, waving it in front of me. My brow furrowed. The box seemed eerily familiar. The younger officer seemed to sense my thoughts, sneering. What? Does this box of condoms ring a bell? This is one of the pieces of evidence collected at the crime scene. Did you purchase this? As realization dawned upon me, I remembered that I had indeed bought that box of condoms on my way to Lu Chuchu's house. How could it have ended up here? The young officer, sensing my bewilderment, read from his notebook at approximately 7:30 last night. The suspect purchased a box of condoms and a pack of cigarettes at the convenience store before arriving at the victim Lu's residence. Lu and the suspect are students at the same institution and share a close relationship. Last night was Lu's birthday, and she invited the suspect to dinner. During the evening, the suspect consumed a considerable amount of alcohol and, driven by intoxication, forcibly engaged with Lu. Following the incident, the victim reported it to the authorities, and we found a used condom at the scene, which, upon examination, matched the suspect's DNA. The young officer regarded me with a mocking smile. Do you have anything to say for yourself? At that moment, I felt utterly disoriented. It was clear that Lu was indeed the victim, and I was the accused. How had the situation spiraled to this point? Had I truly assaulted Lu Chuchu? Yet if I had, why would she report me? After all, we were in a relationship, and engaging in such acts was merely a matter of timing. Furthermore, had she not mentioned that her parents were away, prompting my decision to purchase the condoms in the first place? The older officer, observing my silence, looked at me with a serious expression and said, Young man, how could you allow yourself to be so reckless? I understand that you acted under the influence of alcohol, but as a man, you must bear the consequences of your actions. After a brief pause, he added, We have already informed your family. They will arrive shortly to discuss how to proceed. However, the evidence against you is overwhelming. The best course of action now is to seek the victim's forgiveness, for that may mitigate your predicament. The thought that my parents were aware of this situation left me feeling utterly defeated. I recalled my mother's word from high school. Your grades may falter, but always be a decent person. Your safety and well-being are my greatest wishes. Now, Having committed such a grievous act, I could only imagine how heartbroken she would be. My temperamental father would likely be furious upon learning of my situation, possibly to the point of apoplexy. At that moment, the younger officer interjected, "Well, do you have any further requests? If not, you will be returned to the detention room. Once your family arrives, we will escort you to them." Just as the officer who had been guarding the door approached to take me back, I hastily called out, "Wait, may I make a phone call?" The younger officer glanced at me and replied, "No. During detention, you are prohibited from contacting anyone." Not ready to give up, I nearly pleaded, "Could you at least bring Lu Chu Chu here? I need to speak with her in person." Chapter 57. I will not spare you, wretched woman. After my request, the younger officer shot me a disdainful look. "Do you really think the victim will want to meet with you? Why do you persist in asking such naive questions?" Despite his dismissive tone, the older officer was more accommodating. He looked at me and said, "I will convey your request to the victim. If she is willing to meet, I will inform you." With that, the older officer waved his hand, and the one who had escorted me earlier led me out of the interrogation room. Back in the detention room, I found a place to sit and began to drift into thought. At this juncture, I had come to a realization. Regardless of whether I had truly assaulted Lu Chu Chu, I was undeniably here because she had reported me. Everything had begun to connect, and while the outcome was difficult to accept, the signs indicated that I had acted foolishly. From this moment on, I began to confront the peculiarities of our prior encounters. Why had Lu Chu Chu suddenly approached me? Might it be true, as she had claimed? As I reflect on the affection I believed was reciprocated, I now realize it was merely my own misguided sentiment. Since Lu Chu Chu became part of my life, she has never engaged in any overtly intimate gestures, which I attributed to her modesty. After we began our relationship, she consistently inquired about Wu Tian, probing into his background and whereabouts, even asking when he would return. This led me to recall a crucial incident, the night we dined together, of which Lu Chu Chu was certainly aware. Could it be that she relayed this information to Qin Feng, prompting him to confront us? The thought sent a chill down my spine. If Lu Chu Chu were indeed aligned with Qin Feng, then everything that transpired, including the heinous act of assault, would fall into place. For only a despicable person like Qin Feng would orchestrate such treachery. As this notion settled in my heart, a profound ache emerged. There had been signs, subtle yet present. Yet as a novice in love, my unwavering trust in Lu Chu Chu was something many might fail to comprehend. However, those who have experienced their first love understand the blend of pain and beauty it entails, a captivating poison that can cloud one's judgment. Over the next few hours, I ruminated extensively, transitioning from denial to a somber acceptance of my foolishness. Du Yao had warned me repeatedly, and I finally stumbled into a pitfall of my own making. Yet two questions continue to haunt me. How did Lu Chu Chu manage to be nearly assaulted by Qin Feng at her home, an event that seemed genuine, only to later become involved with him? And why did Qin Feng and Lu Chu Chu conspire to ensnare me? Was their sole intention to see me imprisoned? The complexity of the situation suggested a deeper motive. Everyone knew Lu Chu Chu and I were in a romantic relationship, even if something had occurred between us. The repercussions would not be severe, especially as I was still months shy of 18. Even if the allegations held weight, I believed I would not face dire consequences, especially considering the connections of my friend, Fatty Tao, who would undoubtedly intervene on my behalf. As I wrestled with these thoughts, the door to the holding cell swung open once more, and the officer in charge beckoned me. "Zhang Xiao, come out. Your parents are here." My heart raced at the news. Though I felt unprepared to confront them, they were my only lifeline. I needed to relay my predicament to them, hoping they could inform Fatty Tao and Wu Tian. I believed that once they were aware, they would find a way to extricate me from this nightmare. Despite my anxiety, I endeavored to calm myself as I followed the officer into a room. Upon entering, I saw my mother seated, weeping, and my father standing, smoking. Their expressions shifted to shock as they beheld my appearance, and they rushed to embrace me, calling my name. My mother, tears streaming down her face, exclaimed, "Son, how could you be so foolish? If you end up in prison, how will your father and I survive?" My father, standing beside me, remained silent, his brow furrowed as he continued to smoke, his temper visibly frayed. Yet, rather than lash out, he seemed to have reached a boiling point of restraint. The officer intervened, directing us to sit and speak without causing him undue difficulty. As we settled, my mother prepared to speak, but I interrupted, calmly stating, "Mom, Dad, please don't panic. I've been framed. Discussing this now is futile. I need you to help me communicate with my friends. They are my only hope. Initially, my mother seemed poised to inquire further, but my father, having remained silent thus far, swiftly took out his phone, asking for the number. I relayed Fatty Tao's contact information, explaining, "This is my friend's number. His father is an influential officer. If you inform him of my situation, he will come to my aid." As I finished speaking, my father prepared to make the call, but the officer interrupted, cautioning him that any calls must be made outside due to surveillance. After my father nodded in agreement, he exited to make the call. While he was gone, my mother pressed me for details. I chose to be forthright, recounting the events, assuring her, "Many aspects are complicated, but rest assured I have been wronged." Seeing my mother's distress and tears weighed heavily on my heart, prompting a silent vow. Lu Chu and Chin Feng. Once I am free, I shall ensure you face the consequences of your treachery. Moments later, my father returned, informing me, "Your friend said he would arrive in 10 minutes. With this news, a weight lifted from my chest. Approximately 10 minutes later, commotion echoed from the corridor, and soon, the door opened to reveal Fatty Tao, Wu Tian, Jiugu, Oolong, and Du Yao, accompanied by 2 officers. Upon seeing me in handcuffs, they rushed toward me. I stood in excitement as Fatty Tao patted my shoulder, saying, "I just heard what Director Liu explained. Please wait a moment. We'll discuss this shortly." He then instructed the officers to take my parents for a brief respite, assuring them that with him present, I would be safe. The officers, clearly aware of Fatty Tao's status, complied and led my parents away. Once they were gone, Fatty Tao offered a wry smile and asked, "What happened between you and Lu Chu?" We saw her with Chin Feng at the station, and they were quite affectionate. At that moment, I remained silent, fully aware that my expression must have betrayed my inner turmoil. What had once been mere suspicion now felt like an undeniable truth, and I lamented my earlier blindness, regretting that I had disregarded Du Yao's warnings and fallen prey to the treacherous charms of Lu Chu. Wu Tian, sensing the gravity of the situation, chuckled. "Zhang Xiao, didn't you call us last night, saying you were going home? What brought you back to Lu Chu's place?" With no intention of concealing the truth now that Wu Tian had asked, I recounted the entire saga. As I finished, Du Yao scoffed, "You're no saint yourself. Buying protection like that. You brought this upon yourself." I refrained from commenting on Du Yao's lesson. What others said was indeed factual. At that moment, Fatty Tao furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "Xiao Gu, you can't be serious about Lu Chu, can you? Otherwise, why would that condom contain your seeds?" After Fatty Tao's words, I remained silent, while Du Yao shook her head and remarked, "It shouldn't be the case. Lu Chu is a very proud person, and I've long sensed she doesn't harbor feelings for Zhang Xiao." Last night, Zhang Xiao was inebriated and unaware of his surroundings. Acquiring those items doesn't necessarily require Lu Chu to surrender herself. Of course, we understood Du Yao's implications, yet she was still a girl, and, after saying this, her cheeks flushed. Nevertheless, she continued, "Moreover, there's another crucial point. I'm unsure if you've noticed it." Upon hearing this, we all turned our attention to her, curious about what this key point might be. Du Yao, not one to keep us in suspense, glanced at me and said, "Just now, Zhang Xiao mentioned he had a bottle of red wine that he hadn't finished, and he was disoriented. That seems implausible, doesn't it? The night before, when we dined together, he consumed nearly 1 kilogram of white spirits and 4 or 5 bottles of beer before passing out. How could he be rendered unconscious by just 1 bottle of red wine?" After Du Yao's words, I too furrowed my brow. Had it not been for Du Yao's reminder, I might have forgotten about this detail. Although I had never tasted red wine, I didn't perceive it to be particularly strong that night. Furthermore, before I succumbed, my vision of Lu Chu had been blurred, which was somewhat distinct from inebriation. At that moment, Fatty Tao, still frowning, addressed Du Yao. "Are you implying that Xiao Gu was drugged? But why would Lu Chu and Chin Feng resort to such measures? Was it merely to facilitate Xiao Ji's entrance?" After Fatty Tao's inquiry, Du Yao shook her head and replied, "I can't say for certain. Those items must have been disposed of by Lu Chu and her associates. I'm merely speculating, yet the likelihood seems substantial." After Du Yao's statement, I, who had remained silent until then, glanced at her and said, "Du Yao, you've previously urged me to pay attention to Lu Chu, suggesting you had uncovered something about her. However, when I inquired, you were reluctant to share. Now, could you disclose what you have discerned?" After hearing my words, Diao looked at me, sighed, and revealed, actually, while you were officially dating Lu Chu Chu, there was a weekend when I inadvertently spotted her shopping with Chin Feng. I alerted you at that time, and their dynamic at school was quite antagonistic. Even if I had told you then, you likely wouldn't have believed me, would you? Hence, I kept silent. After Du Yao's confession, I fell into a thoughtful silence. She was indeed correct. I had been deeply ensnared in my feelings at that time. Even if Du Yao had shared these observations, given my condition then, I would have not only disbelieved her, but likely suspected her motives as well. Reflecting on my past self, I couldn't help but feel foolish. Could it be that Lu Chu Chu genuinely liked me, yet refrained from even kissing me? Everyone remained quiet for a moment, during which Wu Tian turned to Fatty Tao and asked, Taozi, does her father have any means to extricate Zhang Xiao? At this point, words are futile. We must first ensure his release. After Wu Tian's statement, Fatty Tao pondered for a moment, then replied, this situation is neither trivial nor significant. Let me call my father and inquire about how he might resolve this. He is aware of my relationship with Xiao Ge, and if he has a solution, I am confident he will rescue him. Hearing Fatty Tao's words, we all nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Fatty Tao stepped outside to make the call. Once he left, Jiao Ge smiled at Wu Tian and said, it seems that my decision to accompany you to Huanglong County was indeed wise. Only a few days have passed, and so many intriguing events have transpired. I find myself increasingly yearning for what lies ahead. After Jiao Ji's remark, both Wu Tian and O Long chuckled, while I remained silent, as a feeling of unease gripped my heart. Lu Chu Chu and Qin Feng's machinations had left me utterly devastated. I knew that news of this incident would inevitably reach the school, and if all went awry, my academic pursuits might come to an end. Even if the school did not expel me, I could not bear to return, facing the scorn of others who would label me a rapist. Such a fate would be unbearable. As for whether I could escape this predicament, that remained uncertain. Contemplating these matters felt futile. However, seeds of vengeance had already taken root in my heart. Though I was oblivious to Lu Chu Chu and Qin Feng's motivations for targeting me, it was of little consequence now. I silently vowed to return the torment I had endured today to that despicable pair of scoundrels. Approximately 10 minutes later, Fatty Tao returned with a grave expression. Upon seeing his demeanor, my heart sank. I thought to myself, this is it. It seems I am truly doomed. Fatty Tao's expression indicated that even his father could not assist me. In that moment, Wu Tian, anxious, urged Fatty Tao, Taozi, what exactly is going on? Please don't leave me in suspense. Suddenly, Fatty Tao flashed a smile and said, my dad mentioned that there are many uncertainties surrounding this case. He assured me not to worry. He will come by shortly to clarify. At Fatty Tao's reassurance, we were momentarily stunned, but soon erupted in cheers. The weight on my heart began to lift. I never wished to set foot in this wretched place again. After about an hour, Fatty Tao's father finally arrived, accompanied by the station chief of the local police. Upon meeting me, Fatty Tao's father, Wei Zheng, instructed me to recount the events in detail. Once I had finished, Wei Zheng turned to the station chief, Lu, and stated, Director Lu, as you have heard from this young man, he and the alleged victim are acknowledged to be in a romantic relationship, and it was she who invited him to dinner. Moreover, the meal consisted solely of a single bottle of red wine. Is it plausible for a man to become disoriented after consuming merely one bottle of red wine? After Wei Zheng's statement, Director Lu nodded in agreement. Continuing, Wei Zheng remarked, you just mentioned that the alleged victim is still here, correct? You should approach her and inform her that there is suspicion of drugging, and a test is required immediately. After all, this young man has evidence from that day. A test will reveal if he was indeed drugged. If it turns out that there was foul play, I believe the case will be dropped, and everything will naturally come to light. Previously, I had sensed that Fatty Tao's father was quite formidable, but I was taken aback by his meticulous thinking. Following Wei Zheng's instructions, Director Lu left. Once he had departed, Fatty Tao's father smiled at me and said, I told you not to act recklessly. Look where you've landed yourself in such a short time. Truly concerning. Though Wei Zheng's words seemed to chastise us, we all understood that ultimately, he had our best interests at heart. Now, I could only hope that, as Fatty Tao's father had suggested, the other party would voluntarily withdraw the case. If that were the case, my accusations would be invalidated, and I would no longer need to worry about my academic future. Chapter 59. Living in chaos is still a form of existence. The subsequent wait felt interminable, Yet it was different this time, with Fatty Tao and his father present. My anxiety had lessened. After a little over an hour, Director Liu returned, visibly exhilarated. Fatty Tao's father inquired about the progress, and Director Liu, with admiration, addressed Fatty Tao's father, Director Wei. Your predictions were entirely accurate. This is a premeditated act of defamation. I personally interrogated the other party, and upon mentioning the examination, she was taken aback. Being a mere child, the young lady broke down in tears and recounted the events truthfully. At this moment, Wei Zheng furrowed his brow and inquired about the boy's situation, urging him to speak clearly without any hesitation. After Wei Zheng's remarks, Director Liu nodded but leaned closer to whisper in Wei Zheng's ear. Once Liu finished speaking, Wei Zheng's expression shifted. After a moment of contemplation, he furrowed his brow again and said, "Let it go for now. You may leave. I will discuss this matter with you later." Upon hearing this, Director Liu nodded and exited the room. After Liu's departure, Fatty Tao angrily exclaimed, "Damn, what a despicable person. Just as Du Yao suspected, Dad. These two are indeed committing a crime. They must be severely punished." After Fatty Tao's outburst, Wei Zheng swiftly slapped him and said, "Are you itching for trouble? Cursing in front of me?" Fatty Tao, taken aback by the slap, offered an awkward smile and stepped aside in silence. Wei Zheng let out a sigh and turned to me, saying, "Zhang Xiao, since you have clarified this matter, it no longer concerns you. You may return at any time." Naturally, I felt a surge of joy at Wei Zheng's words, but like Fatty Tao, I couldn't shake the thought that since the other party had already admitted to framing us, they should not be allowed to escape unscathed. Noticing my hesitance, Fatty Tao's father gave a wry smile and said, "Don't say anything. I know what you're thinking. Are you worried about those two kids?" After Wei Zheng's comment, I nodded eagerly. Wei Zheng sighed again and replied, "I don't know what you kids are up to. Those two cannot be arrested. They will be released just like you." This made me anxious, and I turned to Fatty Tao's father in confusion, asking why. "They have confessed. Isn't that enough?" Fatty Tao's father shook his head and explained, "You're right. They have confessed and indeed violated the law, but they still cannot be apprehended. Just like you, if you get into trouble, I will help you resolve it. And if they encounter issues, they have someone to cover for them. Director Liu has already informed me that a significant leader has intervened, and this matter must be settled quietly." I was about to inquire further when I felt a gentle pat on my back. Turning around, I saw Brother Zhou standing behind me, subtly shaking his head. Although I was uncertain of Brother Zhou's intent, I suppressed my impulse. Wei Zheng then said, "Let us go. Your parents are worried nearby. I'll take you to explain everything to them, so they don't have to fret any longer." I was immensely grateful for Wei Zheng's words. Having the authority figure from our county assure my parents that I was framed would be the most convincing way to ease their worries, which was my utmost desire at that moment. Accompanying Wei Zheng to the reception area of the police station, I found my parents seated there, their expressions mirroring each other's concern. As the sole child in a modest household, the thought of my potential incarceration was an unbearable burden for them. Upon our entrance, my parents immediately rose to their feet. Before they could utter a word, Wei Zheng cheerfully interjected, "You needn't worry about your son. We have thoroughly investigated the situation. It was merely a prank among students, and your son is completely unharmed. You may go home now." After Wei Zheng's declaration, my parents momentarily stood in shock, but soon their surprise transformed into joy as they profusely thanked Fatty Tao's father. Wei Zheng smiled, glanced at his watch, and said, "I have an important meeting to attend, so I cannot linger. Please take Zhang Xiao home." With that, he bid us farewell and departed. As Wei Zheng left, we too felt it was time to go. Exiting the police station, we caught sight of Qin Feng and Lu Chu stepping into a Mercedes-Benz. Lu Chu clearly noticed us, rolling down her window to glance our way. An overwhelming surge of anger welled up within me, and disregarding my parents' presence, I shouted at Lu Chu, damn you, I will ensure that you and that scoundrel Qin Feng pay for today." Lu Chu feigned ignorance, coldly rolling up her window as the car sped away. At that moment, it felt as though I had been struck across the face. I quickly turned to find my father glaring at me, saying, "You little rascal, do you even consider your mother and me?" He warned, "Just wait until we get home." My father's anger silenced me completely, while Wu Tian and the others struggled to contain their laughter. However, Du Yao, that little vixen, couldn't help but burst into laughter, prompting Fatty Tao and the others to join in. Even the usually composed Brother Zhou cracked a smile. After a brief moment of laughter, Wu Tian greeted my parents and led Fatty Tao and the others away. My parents, recognizing their assistance during this ordeal, treated them with utmost respect. After seeing them off, the three of us climbed onto the three-wheeled motorcycle my father had driven home. Upon returning home, I had expected my father to unleash his belt upon me. But to my surprise, he did not strike me. Instead, he took me to sit by a rice field. My father's unusual behavior startled me, prompting me to quickly apologize and promise that such an incident would never happen again, pleading with him not to stay angry. At that moment, my father pulled out a pack of cigarettes, and I noticed they were the cheaper brand, reflecting our financial struggles. As I pondered this, I felt a pang of guilt for my own extravagance, even though the cigarettes had not been purchased with my money. After finishing a cigarette, my father finally spoke. Son, do you understand why, despite our poverty, I insist on providing you with an education? I hesitated, wanted to say it was to help me succeed, but refrained, realizing it was better to hear him out. He continued, igniting another cigarette. I have led a life of hardship, toiling in the fields. My father was also a farmer, and I have endured the life of the impoverished for many years. Now that I have you, I do not wish for you to tread the same path I did. Thus, despite our difficulties, I will ensure you receive an education because, for us rural folk, education is the only reliable means to change our fate. Hearing these words made my nose tingle with emotion. My father continued, as for today's events, I will neither hit nor scold you. You're grown now. The path ahead is yours to navigate. I cannot accompany you through life. However, remember this, one may stray from the right path in life. So I hope you will always think before acting, for some mistakes can have irrevocable consequences. After sharing these thoughts, my father sighed and left. From that day forward, I found myself more composed, yet I did not view my struggles as futile, for I believed that one day, through my efforts, I would be able to provide my parents with a better life. Chapter 60. A Conversation with Lu Chu Chu. After smoking 4 or 5 cigarettes by the rice field, I contemplated many things. My parents indeed have it tough. Regardless of our financial situation, they have never skimped on my education or well-being. They have toiled for most of their lives for my sake, and I am determined to achieve success and allow them to enjoy a prosperous life. Upon returning home, I found my mother preparing dinner while my father was engrossed in the television. Since I had evening classes to attend, I initially intended to head straight to school. However, my mother insisted, stating that it was rare for a family of 3 to sit down together for a meal, and urged me to dine with them before leaving. Given her entreaty, I acquiesced and refrained from hurrying off to school. During dinner, my mother rambled on about various topics. In the past, I would have interrupted her out of impatience, but this time, I chose to listen patiently until she finished. After dinner, I bid farewell to my parents and made my way to school. On the way, I called my friend Fatty Tao, who informed me that they were already at school. He mentioned that Lu Chu Chu had also arrived, but was busy packing her things, leaving me uncertain whether she was taking a leave or something else, as she was no longer in our classroom. Upon hearing this, I let out a sigh and told Fatty Tao not to mention her in my presence anymore, declaring that one day I would make her pay for her actions. After hanging up, my hatred for Lu Chu Chu reached a peak, yet I remained composed, understanding that some matters require patience. I resolved to uncover her motivations behind her actions before seeking retribution. Upon arriving at school, the bell for evening study rang just as I entered the classroom. I noticed Lu Chu Chu's seat was empty, devoid of even a single book. After taking my seat, Duyao glanced at me and teased, "What's wrong? Are you disappointed that Lu Chu Chu is missing?" I managed a wry smile and replied, "Not at all. I'm merely curious as to why she packed everything up. Is she not continuing her studies?" Duyao smirked and said, "You underestimate Lu Chu Chu. She's still at our school. She simply switched classes." Her words caught me off guard, prompting me to frown and inquire, which class did she transfer to? Duyao looked at me incredulously and responded, "Where else could she go? Of course, she's in Qin Feng's class. If she remained in ours, it would be too embarrassing for her to face you." Nodding silently, I pondered for a moment before softly telling Duyao, "Yesterday was rushed, but there is something I wanted to say to you." Duyao tilted her head, playfully looking at me, and remarked, "Oh, Xiao Gu, don't tell me you're about to confess your feelings. I can't handle that." I was not offended by her teasing. Instead, I chuckled and shook my head, saying, "You're overthinking it. I'm not confessing. I merely wish to apologize. You've consistently advised me to steer clear of Lu Chu Chu, and I foolishly ignored your counsel, even arguing with you about it. Reflecting on it now, I truly regret not listening to you. Du Yao was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and replied, "It's all right. Let bygones be bygones. Just don't be so naive in the future." With that, she returned to her reading, and I chose not to pursue the conversation further. After evening study concluded, and I returned to the dormitory, I asked Fatty Tao about the current situation with Wu Tian and the others. While preparing to soak his feet, Fatty Tao replied, "Tiangu, Jiugu, and Oolong are currently scouting locations to establish a gang. We need a territory of our own. Although Huanglong County isn't large, nearly all the territory is dominated by various powers, which has been causing Tiangu and the others some headaches." Nodding in acknowledgement, I refrained from further comment. Once the lights were out, we lay in bed talking, eventually discussing Lu Chu-Chu and Qin Feng. I had previously instructed Fatty Tao not to bring up Lu Chu-Chu in front of me, yet I initiated the topic myself this time. Fatty Tao then asked, "What do you plan to do next? Whatever decision you make, we will support you." His statement received unanimous agreement from De Xiong and Xiao Fei. After some contemplation, I replied, "I will certainly seek vengeance, but we must not act impulsively. Qin Feng is undoubtedly protecting Lu Chu-Chu. His influence remains enigmatic. Yet today you heard your father mention a significant figure intervening on behalf of Qin Feng, indicating that his background is anything but ordinary. Therefore, we must deliberate carefully. For now, Qin Feng likely lacks the audacity to provoke us directly, but let us not forget that we are not the only ones at odds with him. There is also Hui Su, who is Qin Feng's nemesis. Recently, with our conflict escalating, Hui Su has been watching from the sidelines, enjoying the spectacle. Tonight, I need to devise a plan to incite discord between them, allowing us to remain observers while they weaken each other, regardless of which side suffers. It would serve our interests well." Upon hearing my thoughts, Fatty Tao nodded in agreement and remained silent. As I lay down to sleep, I reflected on the complexities of inciting their rivalry. It seems simple in theory, yet executing such plans would prove challenging. Nevertheless, time was on my side, and opportunities would arise. That night, I dreamt extensively, with Du Yao appearing unusually often, a stark contrast to previous experiences. In the ensuing days, life continued peacefully, devoid of conflict with Qin Feng, and Hui Su and his faction remained undisturbed. Curiously, Hui Su had adopted a notably low profile recently. I had only spotted him a few times while smoking in the restroom, and we exchanged no greetings, merely ignoring each other. During this span, I coincidentally encountered Lu Chu-Chu several times. Initially, I resisted the urge to confront her, especially with Qin Feng always by her side, leaving me without an opportunity to inquire about my pressing questions. However, just last night, during dinner in the cafeteria, I noticed Lu Chu-Chu alone at a table, with Qin Feng absent. Seizing the moment, I excused myself from Du Yao and the others and approached Lu Chu-Chu, taking a seat directly across from her. Caught off guard by my sudden presence, she soon regained her composure, continuing her meal without acknowledging me. I remained silent initially, simply observing her intently. Eventually, I addressed her coldly. "Why did you do it?" Setting down her bowl and chopsticks, Lu Chu-Chu replied with a smirk, "What's done is done. Is there any point in knowing why?" Her words ignited a surge of anger within me, and I felt an overwhelming impulse to strike her, yet I restrained myself. Once my emotions settled slightly, I fixed her with a steely gaze and said, "From the very beginning, when you agreed to date me, you were already plotting against me, weren't you? You constantly inquired about Wu Tian's background and whereabouts, which were merely inquiries on behalf of Qin Feng, weren't they? I want to understand why you and Qin Feng conspired against me. What benefit does this bring you?" And at this point, I exhaled deeply. Looking directly at Lu Chu-Chu, I also wish to know if you ever had any feelings for me. Indeed, my words are not born from any lingering feelings I might have for Lu Chu-Chu, regardless of her motivations. The undeniable truth remains that I have been harmed by her actions. My current objective is to uncover the reasons behind her betrayal. This is simply my nature. I tend to remain indifferent until something piques my curiosity, at which point I desire to grasp the entirety of the situation. At that moment, Lu Chu-Chu cast a disdainful glance in my direction, followed by a mocking laugh, and remarked, "Do you think I could possibly have feelings for you? What about you is worthy of my affection?" After a brief pause, she continued, "Let me make this clear. I only approached you out of necessity. I love Qin Feng, and he has instructed me to do this without any complaints. And don't get any ideas. In my eyes, you, Zhang Xiao, are not even worthy of being a backup option. From now on, refrain from speaking to me. I have no interest in engaging with you. If you have questions, direct them to Qin Feng. I won't hide it from you. I'm as clueless about his motives as you are. If you continue to bother me, don't blame me for being rude. With that, Lu Chuchu stood up and walked away, leaving me in stunned silence. I found it difficult to comprehend how she had transformed so completely, her words making it seem as though I were the one at fault. How could someone be so shameless? After a long while, I noticed the other students were watching me. Despite my thick skin, the attention was embarrassing, and I returned to the table with Fatty Tao and the others, my face flushed. Once I sat down, Fatty Tao, with a look of concern, asked Xiaoge, "Why are you just sitting there? What happened?" I saw that Lu Chuchu seemed pleased as she left. "What did you two discuss?" I did not respond to Fatty Tao's inquiries but waved my hand, signaling him to eat. Seeing my demeanor, they chose not to press further. After lunch, I headed back to the dormitory with Fatty Tao and the others. As we parted ways, Du Yao gently advised me, "Some things are best left in the past. What is done, and no amount of words will change that. Is there really no one else in this world besides Lu Chuchu who deserves your affection?" At this point, Du Yao's cheeks flushed slightly, and she did not continue, instead turning toward the girls' dormitory. Once she had walked away, Fatty Tao and the others approached. Looking at Du Yao's retreating figure, Fatty Tao sighed and said, "Xiaoge, to be honest, you are quite intelligent, which is something I admire about you. But when it comes to matters of the heart, your IQ seems to plummet. Du Yao is truly exceptional. She wouldn't even glance my way. If she were interested in me, I'd be over the moon." After a moment, Fatty Tao patted my shoulder and continued, "Xiaoge, Du Yao likes you, and that is evident to everyone. You've made a mistake once, don't let it happen again." With a sigh, Fatty Tao walked away with the Xiong and Xiao Fei toward the dormitory. As they departed, I began to walk in the same direction. I understood Fatty Tao's words and recognized Du Yao's feelings for me. However, the situation with Lu Chuchu left me feeling foolish, and I was deeply unsettled. Unless I resolved this matter, I would feel as though a fishbone was lodged in my throat, causing me immense discomfort. Lost in thought, I returned to the dormitory, and just as I prepared to light a cigarette, the door swung open. We turned to see Huaishu, the scar-faced man, swaggering in with a cigarette in his mouth. "What brings you here?" I frowned and said, "You're not welcome. Please leave." To which Huaishu shrugged and replied, "Oh, is that so? I was actually going to discuss some matters regarding Qin Feng and Lu Chuchu. But since you don't want me here, I see no reason to share." With a smirk, he turned to leave. Hearing him mention knowledge of Lu Chuchu and Qin Feng, I quickly called out to him. When he stopped, I narrowed my eyes and asked, "What do you know?" Huaishu sneered and said, "Who do you think you are? Do you think I'll just stand here or leave at your whim?" At this, Fatty Tao, the Xiong, and Xiao Fei jumped from their beds, with Fatty Tao pointing a finger at Huaishu and scolding him. "Watch your mouth, Huaishu. Who do you think you are?" I quickly intervened, calming Fatty Tao and addressing Huaishu. "You're right, I was out of line. I apologize. Now, tell me what you have to say." Huaishu scoffed, seemingly satisfied with my tone. "That sounds more like it. Since you're being sincere, I'll share." After a moment, he continued, "Have you noticed I've been keeping a low profile lately?" I nodded. "Indeed, I have. I've been observing the conflict between you, Qin Feng, and Lu Chuchu. I know you've been caught in their scheme, and I understand the full context." Leisurely, he lit a cigarette before elaborating, "Lu Chuchu is aligned with Qin Feng. I've known this all along. When they had their falling out, and she started dating you, I sensed something was amiss. It turns out I was right. According to my intel, Qin Feng used your feelings for Lu Chuchu to place her near you for two reasons: to extract information about Wu Tian and to have her act as an informant, keeping tabs on you." After a pause, Huaishu continued, "As for your recent troubles, I have also investigated. You likely know by now that Lu Chuchu and Qin Feng orchestrated it. But do you understand their motives? Given Qin Feng's power, he could have easily dealt with you without such complications." Feeling the weight of his words, I tensed, but remained stoic, uncertain of how credible his claims were. Huaishu, noticing my calm demeanor, chuckled and said, "From what I gather, Qin Feng's actions are guided by forces behind him. His true intent isn't to imprison you. It's about something much larger." With a gesture towards Fatty Tao, he added, "You see, everyone knows your bond with him. If you were to be imprisoned, as your steadfast brother, Fatty Tao would undoubtedly intervene, likely calling upon his father, the police chief, for assistance. Originally, Those behind Qin Feng intended to use your situation to ensnare Fatty Tao as father. However, it seems his father is remarkably astute, ultimately turning the tables on them. As Huishu finished, my mind was racing. If what he said were true, everything began to make sense. Qin Feng had formidable backing, which explained why Fatty Tao as father chose not to pursue the matter further. But who was this powerful figure behind Qin Feng? Even the notorious king of the underworld dares not offend him. Is the power behind Qin Feng truly that formidable? Chapter 62. Du Yao, shall we meet? At this moment, the portly Tao furrowed his brow and inquired, who exactly is that person? Why does he wish to harm my father? Upon hearing Tao's words, Huisu let out a cold laugh and responded, I am unaware of the identity of this individual. However, one thing is certain, he is undoubtedly a rival of your father, rather than a friend, and likely holds a higher status than your father. Frankly, instead of asking me, you might as well inquire with your father. He is surely more informed. After Huisu finished speaking, I glanced at him and remarked, Huisu, why do you show such kindness in sharing this information with us? If you have ulterior motives, please express them directly. We are all discerning individuals and do not appreciate pretense. Upon my statement, Huisu chuckled heartily, then looked at me with a grin and said, I enjoy conversing with perceptive individuals. To be frank, while your affairs are of no concern to me, I do understand the principle of when the rabbit dies. The hound is cooked. If you're subdued by Qin Feng, I will likely be his next target. After Huisu concluded his remarks, I shook my head and replied, Enough said. Are you suggesting that we should unite against Qin Feng? That is out of the question, just as you once allied with us. You are aware of the outcome. You and Qin Feng are both driven by your own agendas. To you, we are mere puppets, offered honeyed words when needed and struck down when not. Thus, there is no need for further discussion. We will not ally with you. Upon hearing my words, Huisu appeared momentarily taken aback, but soon broke into a broad smile. Afterward, he gave me a thumbs up and silently turned to leave. As he reached the dormitory entrance, he suddenly paused and said to us with a grin, Sometimes, ignorance can lead to your downfall. Over the past few days, Qin Feng has been in close association with that group of seniors. If I'm not mistaken, he is likely plotting something again. Do not say I did not warn you. After a brief pause, Huisu added, of course, this time his target may not necessarily be you. It could very well be me. Let us all watch closely and see what scheme Qin Feng devises next. With that, Huisu departed, leaving Tao frowning as he turned to me and asked, Xiao Ge, do you think Huisu's words are credible? After considering his question, I replied, Are you referring to Huisu's assertions about our matter, or his comments regarding Qin Feng's dealings with the seniors? Tao offered a wry smile and said both. I cannot discern whether what he says is true or false. Nodding in understanding, I responded, the credibility of both matters is quite high. Huisu likely did not deceive us. Furthermore, he is correct in his assessment that Qin Feng's engagement with the seniors could be aimed at Huisu rather than us. After all, with Brother Tian and your father's connections, Qin Feng knows we are not easily subdued. Currently, there are 3 factions including us in the first year. If Qin Feng manages to take down Huisu, our room for survival diminishes significantly. It is only a matter of time before Qin Feng consumes us. Pausing for a moment, I continued, Huisu's visit today served to unveil Qin Feng's plot and propose an alliance, undoubtedly aiming for us to stand united against Qin Feng. However, his attempts were in vain, resulting in a fruitless journey. After I finished speaking, Tao nodded and said, I understand, Xiao Ge. What should we do next? Taking a moment to ponder, I smiled at Tao and replied, We need not do anything. Let them wreak havoc. Regardless of which side falters, it will benefit us. However, now that the seniors are involved, it appears that we at Huanglong No. 1 High School shall have quite the spectacle ahead. Upon hearing my words, Tao and the others laughed, all eager spectators who now anticipated the unfolding drama. In the following days, the school remained unusually tranquil, with no reports of fights. The stillness only heightened my apprehension, as it felt like the calm before a storm. Over the past few days, Huisu has grown close with the prominent figures of the second-year class, which I viewed positively. With the seniors already embroiled in this conflict, it would be ideal if the second-year class also got involved. Such a scenario would either lead to no disturbances, or, if disturbances did occur, they would undoubtedly be of monumental significance. The leader of the second-year class, Wang Jiangwan, is a tall and well-built individual, reputedly a black belt in Taekwondo, making him quite formidable. It is said that he has been a rival of Donglang, the leader of the third-year class, since their first year. I had previously heard that when Wang Jiangwen entered high school, he single-handedly challenged 22 classes, quickly establishing his reputation. As a result, the first-year students rallied behind him, leading Donglang to publicly declare that he would no longer intervene in first-year affairs. This moment marked Wang Jiangwen's rise to prominence, significantly bolstering his influence. Donglang, nicknamed the prodigal son, has many tales surrounding his ascent. Some say his father is a major figure in the local underworld, while others attribute his rise entirely to his girlfriend's influence. This girlfriend, Lin Ran, is also a senior and is quite striking. I have seen her once, and she is indeed attractive, rivaling Du Yao in looks, though she possesses a wilder demeanor. She is often seen with a group of unruly girls, smoking and using foul language, making it evident that she embodies the archetype of a rebellious young woman. Nonetheless, these matters hold little relevance for us. Let them stir up trouble as they wish. The greater the chaos, the better it is for us. However, my focus in recent days has not been on these conflicts. Since the incident involving Lu Chu, Du Yao has not distanced herself from me. In fact, she has been more talkative than ever, helping me gradually emerge from the shadow cast by Lu Chu. Indeed, Du Yao is an exceptional young woman, and I find myself reflecting on my previous infatuation with Lu Chu, realizing how foolish I was to overlook Du Yao. As our relationship has deepened, I sense that Du Yao harbors feelings for me, which brings me great joy. One evening, as the weekend approached, I mustered the courage to approach Du Yao and said, "Yao Yao, the film Kung Fu by Stephen Chow is premiering tonight. Do you have time to join me at the cinema?" In matters of courtship, I am no expert and could only resort to such a clutch approach. To my surprise, Du Yao smiled and replied, "Sure, I enjoy Stephen Chow's movies as well." However, as she trailed off, her brow furrowed, suggesting an unspoken concern. Initially elated by her affirmative response, her however sent my heart racing with anxiety. I cautiously asked, "However, what? If there is something on your mind, please share. If today is inconvenient, we can always go another time. There will be plenty of opportunities." After my words, Du Yao smiled at me and said, "No, it's nothing serious. I will just be sleeping and watching television during the break. I'm quite the homebody." After a brief pause, she continued, "What I meant to say is that my brother is very strict with me. He doesn't allow me to go out at night. If you truly want to take me to the movies, you will need to win him over first. Once he agrees, I can go out with you without a care." After Du Yao finished speaking, I couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out that her concern was about this matter. It was quite simple. During the break, I called Wu Tian and directly expressed my intention to invite Du Yao to watch a movie. Wu Tian, on the other end of the line, exclaimed in surprise, "You little rascal, you're quite quick. So, have you already won over my sister?" Chapter 63. Even beautiful girls can be annoying. In response to Wu Tian's teasing, I could only manage a wry smile. At that moment, Wu Tian playfully scolded me. "All right, enough with the laughter. I must warn you, now that you've decided to be with my sister, you must treat her well. If you remain as distracted as before, just wait and see how I deal with you. Do you understand?" As Du Yao's brother, I certainly had to heed his words. Before hanging up, Wu Tian reminded me, "Make sure to come back early after the movie. You have quite a few enemies now, and I worry for my sister's safety." I reassured him, "Don't worry, Brother Tian. After the movie, I'll see Du Yao home. As long as she's with me, I'll ensure her safety, even if I face danger myself." Upon hearing my words, Wu Tian laughed and chided, "Enough of your nonsense. You're just like my sister." I genuinely hoped neither of them would come to harm. After that, he mentioned that he had matters to attend to with Jiu Gu and the others, and we ended the call. After hanging up, Du Yao mischievously blinked at me and asked, "So, did my brother agree?" Seeing her adorable expression made me want to sweep her into my arms. But that was clearly unrealistic. I chuckled and assured her, "Rest assured, your brother has given his blessing, but he asked us to return early after the movie." Hearing this, Du Yao responded with an "oh" and began packing her backpack while I wandered over to chat with Fatty Tao. It struck me as amusing how we, disinterested in academics, could hardly find our textbooks at school. While others packed their belongings to head home, I wished I could do the same. But my desk held little more than a single bench leg and a handful of books. There was hardly anything to pack. Approaching Fatty Tao, I inquired about his plans after school. He informed me that he had already made arrangements with Wu Tian to hang out with Xiong and Xiaofei after class. Wu Tian and his crew had their sights set on a particular piece of land, but it was currently under the influence of a small gang. They were planning to take action in the coming days to eliminate that gang and seize control of the area. Wu Tian had previously mentioned his ambition to make a name for himself in Huanglong County, but the numerous factions there made it challenging. According to Fatty Tao, they had finally identified a location and were gearing up to claim the territory. I felt a surge of excitement. Growing up watching gangster films, terms like gang and territory thrilled us. It's undeniable that those films had left a mark on our generation. Who wouldn't aspire to be the next Chen Haonan or Shanji? After chatting with Fatty Tao for a while, I noticed Du Yao had finished packing her bag. I said goodbye to Fatty Tao and left the classroom with her. Du Yao mentioned she wanted to drop off her bag in the dormitory, so I accompanied her to the girls' dorm. As we approached, we spotted Lu Chu-Chu and Qin Feng strolling hand in hand from the dormitory. Upon seeing us, Qin Feng casually pulled Lu Chu-Chu closer, his hand lewdly groping her chest. Lu Chu-Chu initially resisted, but after Qin Feng uttered a curse, she fell silent. To be honest, I swore I no longer held any feelings for Lu Chu-Chu, yet witnessing Qin Feng's brazen behavior toward her still left a sour taste in my mouth. At that moment, Du Yao gently linked her arm with mine and whispered, "Xiao Ge, are you feeling a bit heartbroken?" Recognizing that Du Yao was trying to support me, I smiled and replied, "No, I just find it utterly disgusting. Don't overthink it." Du Yao chuckled and remained silent as we approached Qin Feng and his group. As we brushed past them, I heard Qin Feng deliberately raise his voice, proclaiming, "Tonight I'll blow my horn, got it?" His loud voice reached both Du Yao and me. Although Du Yao was a quiet girl, she understood the implication of Qin Feng's words, causing her to furrow her brows. I felt equally repulsed. Qin Feng was shameless to speak so openly in front of others. Lu Chu-Chu was indeed asking for it. After Qin Feng's remark, we distinctly heard Lu Chu-Chu respond with a soft, Qin Feng then burst into arrogant laughter. Once they were out of earshot, Du Yao spat. How can someone like Qin Feng be so disgusting? Does Lu Chu-Chu have a screw loose for being with a guy like him? By that time, we had reached the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Du Yao asked me to wait a moment before heading inside. After she left, I couldn't shake off the earlier incident from my mind. Du Yao was right. What was wrong with Lu Chu-Chu? Was she blind? I couldn't fathom how she could be with someone like Qin Feng. I was certain that once the initial novelty wore off, he would undoubtedly dump her. As I pondered these thoughts, Du Yao emerged from the dormitory, now dressed in a beige sweater, a plaid skirt, and black stockings, topped with an adorable little hat. She looked incredibly cute, and I was momentarily taken aback. Noticing my dazed expression, Du Yao seemed pleased with my reaction, twirling around before asking, "So, Xiao Ge, do you think this outfit looks good? I've never worn it before. This is its debut." Her words brought me back to reality, and I swallowed hard before enthusiastically nodding. "It looks great. I've never seen anyone as beautiful as you in the entire school." Just then, a group of older female students walked by, and one of them remarked, "What a joke, dressed like a vixen." Both Du Yao and I heard her comment, and I felt a surge of anger. How dare she insult the woman I liked? Even if she was a girl, I wouldn't let her get away with it. Du Yao and I turned to look at the group, but just a glance left me stunned. They were clearly seniors, and the one who spoke was Lin Ran, the girlfriend of a notorious senior. When Lin Ran noticed me staring, she shot me a glare and flicked her cigarette, but at me, saying, "What are you looking at? You little brat? Got a problem, or what?" If a boy had said such a thing, I might not have been as offended. But hearing it from a girl pushed me over the edge. Just as I was about to react, Du Yao firmly grasped my arm and gently shook her head, urging me to walk away. As we distanced ourselves, Lin Ran and her friends erupted in laughter. Although Lin Ran was quite attractive, her vulgar demeanor repulsed me. After walking some distance, Du Yao quietly explained, "Xiao Ge, that girl is Lin Ran, the girlfriend of Senior. I've heard from the girls in our dorm that she's quite formidable. It's best not to provoke her." Her words only fueled my anger as I retorted, "To hell with that. I don't care how impressive she is. If she bullies you, I'll make sure she knows she's not so impressive after all." After I finished speaking, Du Yao let out a soft laugh, then comforted me, saying, "All right, let's not be disheartened by such a person. By the way, should we go to the old cinema in the county or the newly opened one in the new district?" Upon hearing Du Yao's suggestion, I contemplated for a moment and replied, "Let us go to the one in the county. The new district's location is too remote. Safety comes first." Seeing my point, Du Yao smiled and nodded, choosing not to say more. Little did we realize that a pair of eyes in the shadows were fixated on us. Chapter 64. There's often a reason for pity. It was evident that Du Yao was quite delighted to accompany me to the movies. Throughout our journey, She was as cheerful as a little bird. Witnessing her joy filled my heart with happiness, and I couldn't help but feel regret for previously choosing Lu Chuchu over Du Yao. Although we were going to watch a movie together, truthfully, there remained an unbroken barrier between us, which meant there were no intimate gestures during our outing, not even the simple act of holding hands. Typically, such things are not initiated by girls, yet for some inexplicable reason, every time I contemplated taking Du Yao's hand, my heart raced significantly. Several times I resolved to do so, only to falter at the last moment, which left me quite vexed. Upon our arrival at the cinema, we perused the evening's film offerings. Initially, we had planned to watch Stephen Chow's Kung Fu, but to our surprise, it had been rescheduled for the following day. Among the 4 films showing that night, 2 were horror movies. At that moment, an idea struck me, and I suggested to Du Yao, "How about we watch a horror film? We can't let our visit be for naught, can we?" Du Yao, displaying unexpected generosity, smiled and said, "It's all right. You decide. We shall watch whatever you choose." Her words brought me great joy. I had my own little scheme in mind. Given Du Yao's gentle demeanor, she would undoubtedly be frightened during a horror film, presenting me with an opportunity. There were only 2 horror films, and after careful consideration, I selected one that appeared particularly terrifying, and we proceeded to purchase our tickets. With some time to spare before the movie commenced, Du Yao and I ventured to a nearby CAF for coffee. While sipping our drinks, we engaged in delightful conversation. Despite my reserved nature and Du Yao's quiet disposition, our dialogue flowed effortlessly, as if we had endless topics to discuss. Just as we were enjoying our time together, 2 familiar figures entered the CAF. Upon seeing them, both Du Yao and I furrowed our brows. We had unexpectedly encountered Qin Feng and Lu Chuchu here. As Qin Feng and Lu Chuchu walked in, it was as if they were aware of our presence. They immediately turned their gaze toward us. Lu Chuchu's expression was cold, while Qin Feng wore a somewhat mocking smile. At that moment, Qin Feng wrapped his arm around Lu Chuchu's waist and strode toward us. When he reached our table, he jovially remarked to Du Yao, "Well, Du Yao, why are you sitting here drinking coffee with a rapist? How dangerous!" His words ignited my anger, prompting me to rise from my seat. However, Du Yao shot me a look, urging me to remain calm, and then she smiled and retorted to Qin Feng, "If a beast like you can attract a woman, surely our Xiao Ge, being so exceptional, is not inferior to you, right?" Du Yao's response effectively slapped Qin Feng in the face. Although he was thick-skinned, Du Yao's sarcasm still left him somewhat embarrassed. In a fit of rage, he pointed at Du Yao and spat, "You little wench, don't get too cocky. One day, I'll have you tied up and used by others." Following his threat, I coldly remarked, "Qin Feng, this is your final warning. If you dare to employ any underhanded tactics, especially against those close to me, I, Zhang Xiao, will ensure your demise." Upon hearing my words, Qin Feng paused briefly before bursting into laughter. "What are you boasting about? Do you truly believe that with Fatty Tao and his ridiculous father, you can secure your safety for life? Let me tell you, if you push me too far, I won't take care who you are." Rather than displaying the same agitation, I merely smirked and replied, "Feel free to give it a try." Qin Feng was momentarily rendered speechless by my retort. At that moment, Lu Chuchu glanced at us and softly advised Qin Feng, "Feng, let us ignore them and move to another table." However, without warning, Qin Feng suddenly slapped Lu Chuchu across the face and viciously growled, "Shut your mouth. Who asked you to speak? Do I need your guidance on how to act?" The suddenness of his assault stunned both Du Yao and me, as well as the other patrons in the CF, who began murmuring among themselves. Lu Chuchu was initially taken aback, but tears soon streamed down her face as she covered her bruised cheek and fled the CF. As she turned to leave, her tear-streaked face tugged at my heartstrings. Despite my disdain for Lu Chuchu, witnessing her being struck by Qin Feng in front of so many people stirred an uncomfortable feeling within me. Once Lu Chuchu had departed, Qin Feng, in a frenzied manner, began cursing at the other patrons. "What are you all staring at? Mind your own business, or I'll have someone take care of your entire family." His outburst drew disdain from the onlookers. However, true to the nature of the Chinese, no one was willing to create a scene, and after Qin Feng's tirade, they turned away, choosing not to engage further. Qin Feng then mockingly gave Du Yao and me a thumbs up and declared, "You two just wait. There will come a day when you will regret your choices." With that, he stormed off. After his departure, Du Yao sighed and remarked, Sometimes I truly do not understand Lu Chuchu's thought process. Qin Feng's character is hardly that of a decent person. What could she possibly see in him? Du Yao's sentiment echoed my own thoughts. Lu Chuchu's recent ordeal left me feeling pity for her. It is often true that those who are pitiful must also possess their own flaws. She can only blame herself for her circumstances. After the commotion caused by Qin Feng, Du Yao and I lost our desire to indulge in romantic conversations. I glanced at the time. The film was about to start soon. Thus, I took Du Yao's hand and led her out of the CF. As we left, I discreetly pocketed a knife from the table, not out of a desire for petty theft, but rather due to the unsettling encounter with Qin Feng. I could endure the risk alone, but I could not allow Du Yao to come to any harm while she was with me. Upon arriving at the cinema, we waited for a while before lining up to enter. The audience for the horror film was not particularly large. Once inside, Du Yao and I found a suitable spot to sit. I was apprehensive about whether Qin Feng might follow us in, but once all the patrons had entered, I was relieved not to see him or Lu Chuchu among them. As the film began, I once again miscalculated. During the suspenseful scenes, the cinema echoed with the screams of frightened girls. Yet Du Yao remained unfazed, munching on popcorn and engrossed in the film, completely unaffected by the tension. This left me feeling quite anxious. Eventually, feeling that I had no other option, I leaned over and whispered to Du Yao, "Isn't this terrifying? Aren't you even a little afraid?" In response, Du Yao looked at me quizzically and replied, "Afraid? Why should I be afraid?" From a young age, I often found myself alone in my room, engrossed in horror films, so I had grown accustomed to it. After Du Yao finished speaking, I silently cursed under my breath, feeling a wave of tragedy wash over me. In that moment, I made a bold decision and suddenly embraced Du Yao. She was taken aback and struggled for a brief moment. Although I trembled all over, I was resolute. Having taken the step to hold her, I cannot easily let her go. However, if she resisted too fiercely, I would certainly release her. To my surprise, Du Yao ceased her struggles almost immediately, lowering her head and softly asking, "Xiao Ge, why are you holding me?" At that moment, my mind went blank. Just then, a frightening scene flashed on the screen, causing gasps from the audience. Seizing the opportunity, I replied, "Why? Aren't you afraid of horror films? Shouldn't I be the one scared?" Upon hearing my response, Du Yao looked at me in astonishment, but soon a laugh escaped her lips. She playfully remarked, "You're not very manly. Scared of horror films? Well, if you're afraid, just hold on to me." After her words, I tightened my embrace and quietly muttered, "What is there to be afraid of? Who dares to laugh at me holding my girlfriend?" Though my voice was barely above a whisper, Du Yao, nestled in my arms, heard me clearly. At that moment, her small hand pinched the soft flesh at my waist, and she teased, "You shameless thing, who agreed to be your girlfriend?" Her pinch was gentle, yet I feigned pain, grimacing. Being a young girl, Du Yao was easily fooled by my act. With a worried expression, she asked, "I'm sorry, did I hurt you?" After saying this, she even rubbed the spot where she had pinched me. Initially, I felt no discomfort, but now, with her delicate hand massaging my waist, I found myself quite distracted. Du Yao remained in my embrace, and suddenly, I heard her softly exclaim, "Oh, Xiao Ge, your heart is racing. I can hear it." Seeing her curious expression, my already heightened emotions could no longer be contained. I leaned down and kissed her petite, rosy lips. At first, Du Yao let out a soft moan. This was my first kiss, likely hers as well. My inexperience made the kiss awkward, and she seemed unsure how to respond. Realizing the position was not conducive for such intimacy, I shifted her to sit on my lap, facing me. After all, we were in the back row, free from prying eyes. Once seated on my lap, her cheeks flushed as she scolded me, "You scoundrel, you've taken my first kiss, which I preserved for 17 years. What will you do about it now?" Without hesitation, I replied, "I will devote my entire heart to you for a lifetime, and I shall never waver." Upon hearing my words, Du Yao blushed and quietly said, "You rascal, just know how to sweet-talk me." Seeing her bashful demeanor, I couldn't resist and kissed her passionately once more. I had kissed Lu Chuchu before, but that was merely a peck on the cheek. The kiss I shared with Du Yao was an entirely different experience, filled with a bliss only those who have tasted it can truly appreciate. As is often the case, after a while, my hands began to wander. Du Yao, however, was not one to indulge me. The moment I became too bold, she pinched me, each pinch growing increasingly fierce until I dared not misbehave any further. I settled for sweet kisses, but with her sitting on my lap, I could distinctly feel her warmth. Before long, I found myself responding physically. Simultaneously, Diao noticed my reaction but did not turn crimson. Instead, her curiosity led her to squeeze gently. That squeeze sent electric shivers through my body. Noticing my sudden stiffness, she grew playful and squeezed again, prompting an involuntary grunt from me. In a panic, I quickly set Diao down. Though we were separated by denim, I was still a virgin, and I feared that if this continued, I might lose that status. Seeing my flushed face after I set her down, Diao chuckled and teased, "Oh, Xiao Ge, you can blush too? How surprising." I chose to ignore her playful jibes and urge her to focus on the movie. Yet, my mind was already racing with thoughts. After all, Du Yao was home alone, and her brother Wu Tian was busy with gang affairs, and wouldn't he be back tonight? I resolved to stay at her place, thinking of all the wonderful possibilities the night might hold. As I pondered this, a smile crept onto my lips. Noticing my expression, Du Yao furrowed her brows and asked, "What's wrong, Xiao Ge? Why do you look so lewd? Spit it out. Are you thinking something naughty?" Caught off guard, I quickly wiped away the drool that had escaped my mouth and assured her, "Don't worry, I have no wicked thoughts. Let us just continue watching the movie." With that, I straightened up, focusing intently on the film, while Du Yao resumed munching on popcorn. In truth, I paid no attention to the movie. My thoughts had already drifted far away. That night, the final barrier between Du Yao and me was finally broken, filling me with joy and satisfaction. As the film progressed, I found myself smiling at the thought of our future together, unable to contain my happiness. Du Yao occasionnally shot me puzzled glance, likely wondering why I was laughing during a horror movie. When the film ended, the clock had nearly struck 10. Hand in hand, Du Yao and I strolled down the street, embodying the essence of a couple in love. After walking for about 10 minutes, I asked her if she was hungry. Glancing at her watch, she replied, "Let us just grab a bite. It's getting late, and I need to head home soon. If my brother finds out, he'll definitely scold me." Initially, I intended to skip dinner and take her straight home, planning to stay the night at her place with a fabricated excuse about the remote location of her villa, making it hard to find a ride. However, since she suggested grabbing a bite, I gladly obliged, pulling her toward a nearby street lined with food stalls. Just a few steps in, a van parked by the roadside suddenly turned on its high beams, blinding both of us. At that moment, I heard the sound of a door opening, followed by hurried footsteps approaching from the van. An uneasy feeling washed over me, and I instinctively pulled Du Yao to turn back. Before we could retreat, I heard someone curse, "Fuck you," and then felt a sharp blow to my head, leaving me disoriented. The blow was forceful, and as stars filled my vision, I stumbled and fell to the ground, hearing Du Yao's voice asking what was wrong and demanding, "Who are you? Let go of me." Initially, I found myself somewhat disoriented, but upon hearing Du Yao's voice, an inexplicable surge of strength coursed through me, compelling me to rise from the ground. Clutching a small dining knife from my pocket, I staggered towards the group of individuals. At that moment, I discerned that there were approximately 5 or 6 of them. Perhaps fearing recognition, each was donned in black hoods, resembling terrorists. They had already dragged Du Yao to the side of a van, and as I realized she was on the brink of being forced into the vehicle, an unknown vigor surged within me. I shouted with all my might and lunged at the nearest assailant, wielding my makeshift weapon. However, a tall figure swiftly shoved my target aside, exclaiming in frustration, "Damn it, this kid has a knife." After this declaration, while 2 individuals continued to usher Du Yao into the van, the rest, armed with cleavers, converged upon me. Surrounded, they began to strike, and despite my attempts to defend myself, I soon felt the sting of their blades against my back and arms. Yet before succumbing, my dagger managed to slice one of their palms. Chapter 66. The bar at Galangiu. The individual I had wounded cried out in pain, and the sound struck me as eerily familiar. Before I could ponder further, a sudden blow landed on my forehead, plunging me into darkness. I lost track of time in my unconscious state, awakening abruptly, chilled to the bone. As I opened my eyes, I was met with impenetrable darkness and a throbbing headache that felt as if it could explode. Struggling to sit up, I clutched my aching head and suddenly remembered Du Yao. She had been captured. This thought flashed through my mind, and I called out her name, struggling to rise. After just 2 steps, my vision blurred, and I nearly collapsed once more. At that moment, my phone rang. It was Wu Tian calling. Hastily, I retrieved it from my pocket and answered. As soon as the call connected, Wu Tian's anxious voice surged through. Finally. What's going on with my sister? It's already midnight, and you haven't returned or answer my calls. Do you have any idea how worried I am? I could sense his anger, but there was no time for hesitation. I urgently replied, Tian Ge, something terrible has happened. Du Yao has been taken. What? Wu Tian's furious shout echoed through the line, but he quickly composed himself, his voice trembling with concern as he asked, Where are you? Who took my sister? I recounted the events leading up to her abduction, detailing my encounter with the masked men while I was on my way to the snack street. After hearing my account, Wu Tian instructed, Stay where you are. I'll be there immediately. He ended the call in haste. After hanging up, I staggered to the roadside and sat down, dialing Du Yao's number with my phone. It rang continuously, but no one answered. My emotions were beyond words. If anything happened to Du Yao, I would never forgive myself. I was increasingly convinced that Qin Feng was behind this, as he was the only one I could envision orchestrating such a heinous act. Our earlier confrontation had already been fraught with tension, and he had even threatened retaliation. I shuddered at the thought of what he might do to her now that she was in his clutches. The mere contemplation twisted my heart in anguish. Approximately 10 minutes later, Wu Tian arrived in a van, accompanied by Jiuge and Oolong. As they exited the vehicle, the first words from Wu Tian were not accusations, but rather concern for my well-being, asking whether I had sustained serious injuries. I shook my head, then slapped myself across the face, exclaiming, Tiange, I'm so sorry. I failed to protect Du Yao. Wu Tian shot me a glare and retorted, What good does that do? Get in the car and explain what happened. He then made his way to the vehicle, and Jiuge and Oolong helped me inside. Once seated, I recounted the entire ordeal, including my encounter with Qin Feng at the CF, ensuring to relay his words verbatim. After I finished, Wu Tian slammed his fist against the table in anger, declaring, If that bastard Qin Feng dares to harm a hair on my sister's head, I swear I will kill him. Jiuge, furrowing his brow, interjected, The priority now is to locate Qin Feng. Do you know where he lives? If you do, we need to go to his home immediately. We cannot afford any more delays. I quickly replied that I was aware of his location, as Lu Chuchu had mentioned that Qin Feng lived with his grandparents, and I had a mental image of their residence. Upon hearing this, Jiuge started the car, and I guided him. After about half an hour, we arrived at Qin Feng's house, a grand villa. We did not drive too close, as we could see two bodyguards stationed at the entrance. Jiuge found a secluded spot to park and instructed us, Stay here. I'll go check the situation. We all agreed without hesitation, recognizing that Jiuge, as an elite mercenary, was far more adept at reconnaissance than we were. After exchanging a brief farewell, he stealthily exited the vehicle, and under the moonlight, I witnessed him moving with the agility of a feline toward the villa. Moments later, he vanished from our view. After Jiuge departed, silence enveloped us in the vehicle. Wu Tian's expression was grim, and I understood that he was enduring a greater turmoil than I. Du Yao was his sister, and their bond was evident to anyone who had witnessed their relationship. Now that she had been taken, Wu Tian's fury was palpable. At that moment, Oolong produced cigarettes and distributed them to us, lighting one himself as he said to Wu Tian, Don't worry too much. I've seen Qin Feng in action before. He is not someone who can handle serious matters. If he did take Du Yao, he wouldn't dare to harm her. Oolong's words were both a comfort and a reflection of reality. Though Qin Feng projected a fierce demeanor, his bravado belied a cowardice that became evident during our previous confrontation when he had been terrified by a gun pointed at him. After his statement, Wu Tian remained expressionless, smoking in silence, leaving us to wonder what thoughts occupied his mind. Time passed, and soon Jiuge returned quietly and entered the vehicle. Wu Tian eagerly inquired, What did you find? Is Du Yao in the villa? Jiuge shook his head, his brow furrowed. Neither Du Yao nor Qin Feng is at the villa. While I was inside, I overheard someone mention that Qin Feng is at the Galangia bar tonight and won't be returning. I was familiar with the Galangia bar. It was the only upscale bar in our county, renowned for its vibrant atmosphere and high patronage, though I had never been there myself. I had heard tales of it from my friend, Fatty Tao. After Juga finished speaking, Wu Tian, without a moment's hesitation, declared, Juga, let us not wait any longer. Let us head to Galangiu at once. Acknowledging his urgency, Juga nodded and started the car. As we journeyed towards Galangiu, I contemplated the situation and decided to call Fatty Tao. When the call connected, his groggy voice echoed through the receiver. Without exchanging pleasantries, I relayed the distressing news about Du Yao's abduction. Initially bewildered, Fatty Tao processed the information, then exclaimed, "Damn, how could this happen? Do you know who did it?" I sighed and replied, "We suspect it was Qin Feng. Taozi, could you perhaps enlist your father's help? If the authorities could assist us, it would surely expedite our efforts." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Fatty Tao acknowledged and promptly ended the call. At that moment, my pager vibrated, signaling a message. To my astonishment, it was from Du Yao's phone number. I hurriedly opened the message, and my heart sank as I read the ominous text. "I told you I would take Du Yao. How does it feel? Are you anxious now?" Chapter 67. Finding Qin Feng. Without hesitation, I dialed Du Yao's phone, only to be met with the disheartening news that her phone was switched off. My actions caught Wu Tian's attention, and he furrowed his brow, inquiring about my distress. Realizing there was no point in concealing the truth, I disclosed that it was Qin Feng who had spoken to me the previous night, confirming my suspicions that he was behind Du Yao's abduction. I handed my pager to Wu Tian, explaining, "This message was sent from Du Yao's phone. Qin Feng said this to her at the CAF earlier. I just tried calling her, but her phone is off." Wu Tian read the message on my pager, his expression turning grave, his hands trembling with rage. I thought to myself that had it not been for my pager, he might have shattered it in his fury. After a moment, Wu Tian appeared to regain his composure. He returned the pager to me and coldly stated, "Qin Feng has crossed my line. If we find her unharmed, I will ensure he pays for this." Upon his declaration, silence enveloped us, our thoughts aligned. Even if Du Yao were to be safe, I would not let him escape unscathed. Should anything happen to her, I was certain I would seek vengeance. After approximately half an hour's drive, we finally arrived at the Galangia bar. As we exited the vehicle, Wu Tian retrieved a snakeskin bag from the back of the luxury car and, with a clang, emptied its contents onto the ground. I was taken aback to see an array of machetes and steel pipes spilling out. Wu Tian, without uttering a word, distributed a machete to each of us before leading the way towards the bar. Following suit, I tucked my machete into my jacket and trailed behind him as we entered the Galangia bar. The bar had its own rules. Men were required to purchase tickets for 20 yuan each, while women entered for free. Wu Tian, consumed by urgency, paid no heed to the ticket clerk and strode past him without a glance. The clerk, a scruffy young man with bleached hair, called out in vain after Wu Tian, who completely ignored him. As Jioga, Olong, and I followed closely behind, the clerk, seeing our disregard for the ticket policy, stepped out from behind the counter to block our path, exclaiming, "You lot have some nerve. Don't you know this is Fiji's territory?" Before he could finish his sentence, Jioga, finding him bothersome, swiftly struck the clerk's neck, rendering him unconscious. Without a backward glance, Jioga led us into the bar. Inside, the atmosphere was dimly lit, and in the center, a raised platform hosted a throng of men and women dancing wildly. Among them were several women, their figures voluptuous, tossing their hair as they swayed, creating a scene of unrestrained revelry. Jioga turned to us, saying, "Wu Tian is over there. Follow me." He made his way to a corner where I spotted Wu Tian sitting on a sofa, his expression blank as he surveyed the chaotic crowd, clearly searching for Qin Feng. We joined him in the corner, and when a server approached to take our drink orders, Jioga waved him away dismissively. As time passed, we began scouring the bar for any sign of Qin Feng. The venue was not large, and it wasn't long before we spotted him. Qin Feng was dancing frenetically at the center of the stage, a scantily clad girl grinding against him. This girl was not Lu Chu Chu, evidently. After receiving a slap from him, she had chosen to distance herself. Upon spotting Qin Feng, Wu Tian abruptly rose from the sofa, ready to confront him. Just as he took a step forward, a group of muscular men emerged from the side of the stage, their heads shaved or dyed in various colors, brandishing baseball bats, a clear indication they were there for trouble. Jioga leaned in to whisper to Wu Tian, "These fellows are here for us. Zhang Xiao, you and Wu Tian go after Qin Feng. I'll handle these guys with Olong." Wu Tian, without a word, strode toward the approaching thugs. I followed closely, initially intending to draw my machete, but seeing Wu Tian remain calm and weaponless, I refrained. As we neared the group, their leader, a bald man, raised his bat and shouted a curse at us. However, before he could continue, Jioga and Olong appeared before us, swinging their machetes with lethal precision, incapacitating their opponents with each strike. The sudden onset of violence stirred quite a commotion, yet the patrons of the bar, seasoned veterans of such encounters, did not flee. Instead, they cleared a space for the unfolding spectacle, retreating to the periphery to watch the drama unfold. Wu Tian, seemingly oblivious to the chaos around him, drew his machete and advanced step by step toward the crowd surrounding Qin Feng. Seeing Wu Tian brandishing his weapon, I too unsheathed my machete, following closely behind him. In that moment, we became the focal point of attention, exuding an undeniable aura as we approached. The onlookers quickly parted, leaving only Qin Feng and a few of his loyal companions. Even the girl who had been dancing with him had fled. As we closed the distance, I noticed Qin Feng's expression turn tense as he pointed at us, shouting, "Dare you block my way? Come at me. Stop them." Although Qin Feng's subordinates were indeed intimidated by the knives in our hands, they felt compelled to follow their leader's orders, even if it meant facing us with trepidation. Lacking any real weapons, they resorted to wielding chairs and beer bottles as they charged at us. With only 4 adversaries to contend with, and both Wu Tian and I armed with knives, we certainly did not regard them as a threat. Wu Tian, displaying remarkable ferocity, struck the foremost assailant directly on the shoulder with his knife, causing blood to erupt from the wound. It was unfortunate for that individual, as one would expect to wear additional layers during the winter chill. However, in a bar, dancing would naturally lead to warmth, and so they were clad in short sleeves. Thus, when Wu Tian's blade struck, the man was swiftly incapacitated. Not to be outdone, I swung my knife at another assailant wielding a stool. This opponent proved resilient, engaging me in several exchanges with the stool leg, and had I not maintained a firm grip, my knife might have been knocked from my hand. While I was embroiled in this struggle, Wu Tian decisively took down the other 2 opponents, swiftly joining me to confront the remaining adversary. With 2 of us against 1, victory was inevitable. Soon, Wu Tian landed a blow that severed the man's arm, causing the stool to clatter to the ground. Seizing the moment, I struck the back of the assailant's neck with the flat of my knife, rendering him unconscious. After this adversary collapsed, Wu Tian advanced toward Qin Feng, who was now retreating in terror, pleading, "What do you want?" Wu Tian, with a stoic demeanor, demanded, "Where have you taken my sister? Speak." At that moment, I noticed Qin Feng pause, his expression one of confusion as he replied, "Du Yao? When did I ever kidnap her?" Notice to readers, the process of publishing is a rite of passage for every writer. At this stage, many authors confide their grievances to their readers, lamenting their burdens, be it aging parents or young children. I had contemplated sharing a sob story of my own, perhaps about subsisting on instant noodles for a month, but I reconsidered. In the realm of writing, sincerity is paramount. If I extend genuine goodwill to others, they shall reciprocate in kind. Having penned over 300,000 words within the span of a year, my initial achievements have been modest. Yet, the true treasure lies in the friendships I have forged with fellow authors, editors, and supportive readers, which fills me with joy. During the initial phases of my new book, some readers expressed dissatisfaction with my pace, claiming I write too slowly. However, those familiar with my previous works understand that my output is not merely 3 chapters a day. Due to constraints imposed during the new book period, I have been compelled to limit my production. Now that I have published, I am finally able to provide updates worthy of your attention. To briefly introduce myself, I diverge from many other authors. While most juggle writing alongside their jobs, I have committed to writing full-time, often facing admonitions from my parents and witnessing a decline in my health. Nonetheless, I believe that effort begets reward, and your support is my greatest achievement. Let us speak plainly. Reading my work costs each reader less than 10 yuan a month. In today's society, this is a trivial sum, equivalent to the cost of a pack of cigarettes or a hearty breakfast. If we were to meet in person, who would truly fret over such a meal's cost? Many readers are not averse to spending money. Rather, the reluctance stems from the perceived inconvenience. Fortunately, the platform I utilize offers a variety of payment methods, including Alipay, WeChat Pay, bank cards, mobile top-ups, and various game cards. For my loyal readers, I have a policy. If you have been following my work and lack the necessary currency to read, I will gladly provide you with credits to assist you in times of need. In conclusion, I assure you that if you invest a mere 7 or 8 yuan monthly to read my work, I will not disappoint you. The content is truly exceptional. As the saying goes, to the north of the Yangtze River, Du Yao shines the brightest. Chapter 68. Qin Feng kneels. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, I charged forward and delivered a swift kick to his abdomen, seizing his hair as I retrieved my phone. I confronted him with a message from Du Yao, demanding, You dare to pretend in front of me? Did you not declare at the CAF that you would eventually claim Du Yao for yourself? Can you deny sending this message? With that, I struck him sharply across the face. Stunned by my slap, Qin Feng appeared dazed. Just as I prepared to deliver another blow, Wu Tian, with an unreadable expression, interjected, "Let me handle this." He advanced toward Qin Feng with an icy demeanor. Initially caught off guard, Qin Feng soon regained his composure. However, his reaction shocked me. He suddenly knelt before Wu Tian, tears in his eyes, and pleaded, "Brother Tian, believe me, I, Qin Feng, am no monster. But I swear I did not kidnap Du Yao. If I had, may my family suffer dire consequences." I cast a glance at Wu Tian, realizing why Qin Feng was so terrified. Despite being a figure of authority, he was now devoid of courage in the face of Wu Tian's palpable aura of menace, which was far removed from the typical schoolyard brawls. This was the unmistakable intent to kill. It was evident that Qin Feng, having held power for so long, could not ignore the threat posed by Wu Tian. Thus, his kneeling was a reasonable response. Yet, I found it perplexing that even at this juncture, Qin Feng continued to deny his involvement. He could easily leverage Du Yao's safety as a bargaining chip against us, which would have compelled us to reconsider our actions. At that moment, Wu Tian had approached Qin Feng's side and coldly stated, "You are at death's door, yet you insist on being defiant. I shall ask you one last time. Will you surrender my sister?" Upon hearing Wu Tian's words, Qin Feng nearly broke into tears, desperately pleading, Brother Tian, I truly have not captured your sister. Even if you were to kill me, I would have no means to deliver Du Yao to you. I swear, I sincerely vow that I have not abducted your sister." Wu Tian slightly furrowed his brow, then suddenly swung his knife toward Qin Feng's head. Although he had restrained some of his strength, the blade still inflicted a substantial wound, causing blood to gush forth from Qin Feng's scalp, quickly splattering his face. Qin Feng clutched his injury, writhing in agony on the ground, blood seeping through his fingers, leaving me shivering at the sight. Wu Tian seemed merciless. If not for the fact that he was merely a first-year high school student, one might think he had been a hardened criminal for years. As Wu Tian prepared to strike again, I sensed the gravity of the situation and rushed to restrain him, urgently advising, Brother Tian, cease the assault. If this continues, someone may lose their life, and I suspect that Qin Feng may truly be innocent. After my words, Wu Tian remained silent, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Just then, both Qin Feng and I heard a voice from behind us challenging, "What are you doing? Try moving." We swiftly turned to see the scene unfolding before us, and our hearts sank. The 10 or so patrons from Galanju Bar had been taken down by Jiogo and Oolong, but suddenly, 4 or 5 more individuals emerged, all impeccably attired in suits, except for a short, bald man among them. Jiogo and Oolong were now being held at gunpoint, not by handguns, but by long double-barreled shotguns. I had previously heard that during gang conflicts in Huanglong County, double-barreled shotguns were commonly used. Now it seemed the rumors were indeed true. However, my astonishment was not solely due to Jiogo and Oolong being threatened, but rather at the sight of the bald man. I recognized him as Defei, a member of the Hong Gang, the largest gang in our county, whose rank surpassed even that of Hui Su's brother, Hui Huang. I had not anticipated that the ticket seller's reference to Defei was indeed about this formidable figure. I whispered to Wu Tian, Brother Tian, that man is Defei, a senior member of the Hong Gang, ranking even higher than Hui Su's brother. We must tread carefully. Wu Tian, taken aback by the revelation of their identity, paused momentarily, but quickly regained his composure. We then witnessed Defei approaching Jiogo and Oolong with a smile, inquiring, "You two are quite skilled. Where have you been operating? I don't recall seeing you before." In response, Oolong smirked, "Why would you need to know us? However, today you will remember that I am Oolong." Just as he finished speaking, the man with the shotgun struck Oolong on the head with the butt of his weapon, scolding, "What is wrong with your eyes? You dare speak to Brother Fei like that? Do you want me to blow your brains out?" Blood began to flow from the top of Oolong's head, trickling down his sharply defined cheek to his lips. He licked the blood and remarked to the suited man, "Interesting. It's been years since I tasted blood. The flavor remains delightful." Oolong's words stunned not only the man pointing the gun, but also to Fei, whose expression shifted as he observed Oolong and Jioge. He then turned to me and Wu Tian, commanding, "You two, come here." Exchanging glances with Wu Tian, we approached Fei. Upon reaching him, he scrutinized Wu Tian and then me, furrowing his brow. "Have we met before?" You seem familiar. I replied. I encountered you last time when I was bathing in the city with the son of Officer Wang. I am a brother of Officer Wang's son. I mentioned this in hopes of invoking the name of Fatty Tao's father, as Jiugu and Oolong were currently at gunpoint, and I feared escalating the situation. After hearing my words, De Fei chuckled. Ah, now I remember. So it's you, little rascal. With that, De Fei frowned at me and asked, now tell me, what brings you to my territory to cause trouble? Just as I was about to respond, Wu Tian stepped forward, addressing De Fei, Brother Fei. We are here seeking revenge and do not wish to cause a disturbance in your domain. We will compensate for all damages incurred today, and I will cover all medical expenses for any injured brothers. Previously, I had thought Wu Tian to be of the reckless type, yet his eloquence in this moment elevated him in my esteem, akin to the sage Liu Bei. It seemed I had made the right choice in associating with him. After Wu Tian's statement, De Fei's interest in him peaked, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he asked, What is your name, little one? Which big brother do you follow? Wu Tian calmly replied, I am Wu Tian, and I have no big brother. I forge my own path. De Fei stared at him intently for a long moment, and just as I feared Wu Tian had offended him, De Fei suddenly burst into laughter. After a while, he looked at Wu Tian and said, Hey, you have guts. Today's events will be forgiven. You may leave. However, should you dare wreak havoc on Hong Gang's territory again, you will learn the consequences of provoking the tiger. After delivering this proclamation, De Fei waved his hand with authority, and his two henchmen lowered their shotguns. Seeing them relent, I rushed to Oolong's side, assisting him as I inquired, Brother Long, are you all right? He smiled slightly and reassured me. It's nothing. This minor injury is of no concern to me. Nodding in acknowledgement, I chose not to press the matter further. Wu Tian then expressed his gratitude to De Fei before turning back to Qin Feng, who was still on the ground moaning. Though Wu Tian's strike had not taken his life, it had left Qin Feng bloodied and looking quite fearsome. Approaching him, Wu Tian grasped Qin Feng by the hair and began to drag him away, eliciting a desperate cry from Qin Feng. Brother Fei, save me. My father is Qin Wan. While we were unfamiliar with the name Qin Wan, De Fei paused at the mention, his expression shifting as he scrutinized Qin Feng. He then asked, What did you just say? Your father is Qin Wan? The Jiangdong tiger, Qin Wan? Qin Feng, struggling, nodded vigorously, Yes, my father is indeed Jiangdong tiger, Qin Wan. Brother Fei, please save me. Upon hearing this, I observed that Fei's expression change once more. He then furrowed his brow and addressed Wu Tian. Young man, release this boy. Regardless of your grievances, you cannot take him today. After De Fei finished speaking, Wu Tian stood there with a furrowed brow. Yet his grip on Qin Feng's hair remained unyielding. Noticing that Wu Tian did not release Qin Feng, De Fei's anger flared. He kicked over a nearby table and shouted at Wu Tian, What the hell? Are you even listening to me? Following De Fei's words, I observed Wu Tian staring intently at him. I understood Wu Tian's character. He was fearless and unyielding. I genuinely feared that he might retaliate against De Fei in a fit of rage. If that were to happen, I would not hesitate to join the fray. Just then, Jiugu unexpectedly approached Wu Tian and whispered something in his ear. After their brief exchange, I saw Wu Tian nod and then release Qin Feng. Once freed, Qin Feng cradled his head on the ground, wailing incessantly. However, Wu Tian paid him no mind and silently walked towards the bar's exit. Seeing Wu Tian leaving, we hurriedly followed suit, while the onlookers parted to clear a path, allowing us an unobstructed exit from Galangyu Bar. After returning to the Jinbei vehicle, Jiugu silently started the engine. After driving a short distance, he stopped in front of a small clinic. Although Oolong's injuries were not severe, he still needed to be bandaged. Jiugu told Wu Tian and me, You two stay in the car. I will accompany Oolong. With that, Jiugu and Oolong exited the vehicle and headed towards the clinic. Once they left, I took out a cigarette and lit one for Wu Tian. Subsequently, I said to him, Brother Tian, I suspect that this incident may not have been orchestrated by Qin Feng. If it were truly him, he could have easily used Du Yao as leverage against us. Yet he chose not to. Hence, I suspect that someone else may be behind this. Wu Tian furrowed his brow as he lit his cigarette, inhaling deeply before responding, I share your thoughts. However, if it wasn't Qin Feng, then who could it be? Hui Su has no grievances with us. He has no reason to provoke us. We have had no dealings with either the second-year or third-year factions, making it improbable that they would have any conflict with us. Moreover, I have not made any significant moves in society. So I am genuinely perplexed as to who could be responsible. After Wu Tian finished speaking, silence enveloped us, as I too could not fathom who was opposing us. Meanwhile, anxiety gnawed at my heart, for I understood that the longer we delayed, the more perilous Du Yao's safety became. While we were both lost in our thoughts, my pager suddenly buzzed, startling both Wu Tian and me. I checked the screen and saw it was Fatty Tao calling. I quickly answered the phone. Upon connection, I could hardly contain my urgency as I inquired, "Taozi, how are things? Do you have any leads?" There was no immediate response from Fatty Tao, and his silence sent a wave of dread coursing through me. I practically shouted, "Speak up! Don't scare me!" After my outburst, Fatty Tao finally spoke softly, "Please don't panic. I've just spoken to a friend who is a police chief. They agreed to help me investigate. Just now, one of the chiefs called to inform me." At this point, Fatty Tao's voice trailed off, and I sensed something ominous. I struggled to maintain my composure, and, with a trembling voice, urged him, "Taozi, what happened? Please tell me." Fatty Tao sighed deeply before continuing, "Xiaogu, just now, the Xichao police station called to inform me that they discovered a headless female corpse, clad in a beige sweater and black leggings. She appears to be around 16 or 17 years old. I am at home and cannot confirm the identity of the corpse. Xiaogu, try not to worry too much. It could just be a coincidence. The headless body may not necessarily be Du Yao." The remainder of Fatty Tao's words faded from my hearing as my pager slipped from my grasp and fell to the ground. I was rendered speechless, my mind blank. Wu Tan, sitting beside me, was oblivious to the situation, but upon seeing my stunned expression, he too became alarmed. In a flurry, Wu Tian picked up the pager and shouted into it, "Taozi, it's Wu Tian. What is going on?" I vaguely heard Fatty Tao's voice on the other end, but Wu Tian and I shared a similar reaction, both in shock. After a prolonged silence, Wu Tian abruptly opened the car door and leaped out. Moments later, he returned with Jiu and a bandaged Olong. Once in the vehicle, Wu Tian, his voice trembling, instructed Jiu, head to the Xichao police station. Zhang Xiao, make sure to guide him. Jiu remained silent, starting the engine. The Jinbei vehicle sped away, like an arrow released from a bow. Though my heart was heavy with sorrow, I forcibly suppressed my emotions, directing Jiu while reminiscing about moments spent with Du Yao, even though I had yet to see the body. Every word spoken by Fatty Tao pierced my heart like a dagger, for I distinctly remembered that Du Yao had worn a beige top and black leggings that very evening. The age of the headless corpse matched hers as well. As we drove toward the Xichao police station, my heart ached with every beat, and tears began to slip down my cheeks. If anything were to happen to Du Yao, I would never forgive myself had she not gone out with me. This tragedy would not have occurred. Consumed by these thoughts, I struck myself several times across the face. At that moment, Wu Tian, who had been silent until now, shouted at me, "Enough! Are you certain that person is my sister?" His furious outburst left me momentarily stunned. Wu Tian then calmed himself and continued, "Zhang Xiao, I know you feel guilty and worried, but I am far more concerned. That is my sister, my flesh and blood." After saying this, Wu Tian suddenly covered his face and began to sob. It was the first time I had ever seen him cry, and, for a long time thereafter, I would not witness this man shed another tear. After several minutes, we arrived at the Xichao police station. Due to Fatty Tao's prior arrangements, we were promptly attended to. However, the body was not at the station. It had already been taken to the hospital's morgue. The officer who greeted us quickly led us to the hospital. The hospital was not far from the Xichao police station. It was our county's central hospital. Upon arrival, the officer presented his credentials to the morgue staff, who then opened the door to the facility, allowing us entry. Inside, the officer conversed with the morgue attendants, and soon they retrieved a storage cabinet containing a body, wrapped in a large bag, concealing the identity of the female corpse within. The officer cautioned us, "Regardless of whether the corpse is a relative of yours, I urge you to remain calm. The body is headless, and the sight may be disturbing, so please prepare yourselves." We all remained silent, nodding in unison. At that moment, the turmoil within me was unforgettable. The desire to see the body clashed with the fear of what I might find, leaving me breathless. At that moment, the officer gestured for the morgue staff to open the body bag. Upon seeing the headless corpse inside, my legs went weak and I nearly collapsed to the ground. Although the body lacked a head, the clothing was strikingly familiar, identical to what Du Yao used to wear. Wu Tian also stood in shock, but he quickly began tearing off the corpse's leggings. The officer and the morgue staff grew anxious, rushing to question Wu Tian's intentions. However, Jiu Gu and Long intervened, stopping the officer and the staff. By this time, Wu Tian had already ripped the leggings from the corpse's calves. I watched as he examined the right leg of the body for an extended period. Just when we were all somewhat dazed, Wu Tian suddenly burst into laughter and exclaimed, "This is not Du Yao. This is not my sister. My sister has a scar on her right calf from a burn caused by motorcycle exhaust when she was young. I have checked thoroughly, and this body bears no such scar, so this person is definitely not my sister." Hearing Wu Tian's words acted like a powerful stimulant for me, and I rushed to his side, closely inspecting the corpse's calves. The leg was as white as snow, and indeed, there was no scar as Wu Tian had described. It seemed he was correct. This individual was truly not Du Yao. At that moment, the officer who had brought us here sternly admonished us, stating, "Respect for the deceased is paramount. How can you so casually strip away someone's clothing? This is a desecration of a corpse and a crime." At that point, we had little interest in his lecture. After expressing our gratitude, we left the morgue. Once back in the car, although Wu Tian and I remained concerned for Du Yao's safety, our spirits were somewhat steadied. The realization that this corpse was not Du Yao offered us a measure of relief. After sitting in the van for a while, Jiu frowned and remarked, "Your enemies must be either Qin Feng or Hui Su. If Qin Feng is cleared of suspicion, then Hui Su is the prime suspect. Our main objective now is to locate Hui Su. Perhaps he holds the key to the truth." Jiu Ji's reasoning was sound, and Wu Tian made a decisive choice to seek out Hui Su. Suddenly, I remembered that I had Hui Su's phone number. He had given it to me during our first encounter, instructing me to mention my name if I needed to reach him. I had never deleted it, and it was still on my phone. I shared this with Wu Tian and asked if I should call Hui Su. Upon hearing I had Hui Su's number, Wu Tian immediately urged me to dial. I placed the call, and it took a lengthy moment for it to connect. When it did, I heard Hui Su's impatient voice on the other end. "Who the hell is this? What time is it? Are you trying to keep me from sleeping?" His tone indicated he had just awakened. I was too weary to argue, so I directly asked him, "Did you take Du Yao?" After my inquiry, Hui Su sounded bewildered. "Du Yao? Which Du Yao? Who the hell are you?" I remained calm and coldly responded, "I am Zhang Xiao. Du Yao was taken tonight. Did you have a hand in this?" After a brief silence, Hui Su began to laugh. "Oh, it's Zhang Xiao? So Du Yao was taken? Are you really this foolish? I have no major grievances with you. Why on earth would I want to abduct Du Yao? Have you lost your mind?" His retort left me speechless. Suddenly, I recalled the voice of the man whose palm I had cut. It sounded familiar. Although I cannot place it, I was sure I had heard it before. The fact that I had inflicted a wound was a crucial detail. If Hui Su had been injured, it would confirm my suspicions. I then asked Hui Su where he was, expressing my desire to meet. "After we meet, I will know if you are the culprit." Upon hearing this, Hui Su insulted me as an idiot and prepared to hang up. I quickly interjected, "Qin Feng has already been attacked by Wu Tian. If you want to avoid further trouble, it's best to meet with us." After my words, Hui Su hesitated but did not hang up. I then heard him coldly laugh. "You think I'm scared of Wu Tian? If you want to find me, I'm at the Seven Fairies bathhouse in the Night City. My brother is here too. If you want to come, just come." With that, he abruptly ended the call. Hui Su was with his brother, so he clearly had no fear of us approaching him. Wu Tian inquired about Hui Su's response, and I furrowed my brow, saying, "Tiange, we need to head to the Night City. I'll know if Hui Su is involved once I see him." Seeing my determination, Wu Tian frowned and asked, "How will meeting him confirm if he is the one who took my sister?" I nodded and clarified, I almost forgot a crucial detail. One of the abductors had their hand cut, and I recognized the voice when he cried out in pain. I must have known him previously, so if we visit Hui Su, I can determine if he was involved. After hearing this, Wu Tian nodded and instructed Jiu Gu to drive us to the Night City. The distance was not great, and within 7 or 8 minutes, we arrived. After disembarking, I led Wu Tian, Jiu Gu, and Long toward the Seven Fairies bathhouse. I had visited this establishment before with Fatty Tao, so I was familiar with its location. We soon reached the entrance. The nightlife in the Night City was vibrant, and upon our arrival at the Seven Fairies bathhouse, the place was ablaze with lights, with patrons frequently entering and exiting. We walked inside, and, as before, a young attendant approached us with a bright smile, asking how he could assist. I inquired, "Where are Hui Su and Hui Huang? We need to speak with them." The attendant regarded us suspiciously, but replied, "Please wait a moment. I will notify them. After about 10 minutes, the attendant returned with Hui Su and Hui Huang following closely behind, accompanied by a dozen bare-chested young men. I quickly glanced at Hui Su's hands, but my brow furrowed in disappointment. There were no signs of injury. Chapter 71. Uncovering the true culprit. Before long, Hui Su and Hui Huang stood before us. Hui Su lit a cigarette, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded us. Well, you actually came. Now that you've seen me, what do you want to say? But let me clarify. I know nothing about Du Yao's situation. You could suspect me, but to lay the blame at my feet is to declare outright hostility. At this moment, Huishu's elder brother, Hui Guang, glanced at us and, with a smile, remarked in truth, I should not interfere in the playful scuffles of children, nor do I wish to. However, Huishu is my brother, and, as his elder sibling, I cannot simply ignore his affairs. After a brief pause, Hui Guang continued, since Huishu has been with me since he got out of school, I assure you on my personal integrity that my brother is in no way involved in the matter you mentioned. If you refuse to listen to reason and persistently press for answers, do not blame me if I turn against you. Upon finishing his words, Hui Guang's expression grew stern. He emanated a formidable aura, vastly different from that of mere ruffians. At that moment, Wu Tian looked at me, and I subtly shook my head. I had already observed Huishu carefully, and there were no signs of injury on his hands. It was evident that he had not been involved in this incident at all. Seeing my gesture, Wu Tian understood the situation as well. He glanced at Huishu and said, Brother Su, I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour. We were in the wrong tonight, and we shall certainly apologize to you another day. After saying this, Wu Tian turned to leave with us. Just as we were about to exit the Seven Fairy Bath City, Huishu suddenly called out from behind us, By the way, it seems you have overlooked someone. At his words, Wu Tian and I turned almost in unison. I frowned and asked Huishu who? With a chuckle, Huishu replied, I wonder if you remember that Fatty Li? After Huishu's statement, both Wu Tian and I furrowed our brows, but it quickly dawned on me that Fatty Li was our former disciplinary director from over a month ago. Why would Huishu mention him? I frowned and said, Yes, wasn't he the disciplinary director at Huanglong No. 1 High School? However, after the last incident, he got into trouble due to Fatty Tao's father. Why'd he bring him up? Huishu shrugged and smiled. Oh, it's nothing. Yesterday afternoon, I happened to see Fatty Li in a van after school. I couldn't help but think that his dismissal from school was due to your situation. And considering his petty nature, he is the type to seek revenge. Now that Du Yao is also in trouble, you are all intelligent individuals, so I believe I need not be more explicit. Upon hearing Huishu's words, a multitude of realizations struck me. If what he said was indeed true, it was highly plausible that Fatty Li was involved in this matter. After all, during the last incident at the police station, he had furiously declared that he would find someone to take revenge on Du Yao. At the time, I had dismissed it as mere bluster, viewing him as a foolish hothead. However, it now seemed that Fatty Li could very well be behind this. Wu Tian, frowning, addressed Huishu. Thank you for sharing this vital clue. Do you know where Fatty Li lives? Please tell me. I will remember this favor. Huishu looked at Wu Tian and smiled. I do not know where Fatty Li lives, but coincidentally, when I saw him yesterday, I caught a glimpse of the van's license plate. My memory is good, and I have noted it down. Your brother Fatty Tao's father is a police officer. I believe it should not be difficult to find Fatty Li with the plate number. After Huishu finished speaking, I eagerly inquired, What is the license plate number? Huishu shot me a disdainful glance and retorted, What kind of tone is that? Is this how you ask for a favor? After a moment, Huishu smiled and said, It's fine. I can tell you the license plate. But you must agree to one condition. I felt a bit anxious at that point, while Wu Tian waved his hand, signaling me to remain silent. He then looked at Huishu and said, What is the condition? Just tell us, and as long as it's reasonable, we will agree. Upon hearing this, Huishu clapped his hands. Grinning, Brother Tian, you truly are a decisive person. I won't beat around the bush. My condition is quite simple. I have allied with Wang Jiangwen from the second year, and Qin Feng has allied with the third year's rogue. If all goes as planned, we will inevitably have some conflicts in the future. My request is straightforward. You, as a third-party force, join us to confront Qin Feng and the rogue. I understood Huishu's intentions without him needing to elaborate further. As I had surmised, he wanted us to join forces against Qin Feng. Under normal circumstances, we might have hesitated, but the situation had changed. Wu Tian likely remained unaware that we had just clashed with Qin Feng. The moment Wu Tian had struck him at the bar, Our relationship with Qin Feng had turned adversarial. Now, Hoeshu's proposition to join their ranks was quite fortuitous, as we shared a common enemy. Wu Tian evidently realized this too, as without a moment's hesitation, he agreed. All right, we accept your proposal. Now, can you share the license plate number with us? Taken aback by Wu Tian's swift agreement, Hoeshu paused for a moment, then clapped his hands and laughed. Excellent. Brother Tian truly acts decisively. The license plate I saw today was Su J1254. But let me be clear, I cannot guarantee that you will find them. After Hoeshu's statement, Wu Tian nodded and turned to leave. I, along with Jiuge and Oolong, followed him out of the Seven Fairy Bath City. Once back in the car, Wu Tian picked up his phone and called Fatty Tao. The call was answered almost immediately, as Fatty Tao had not been able to sleep due to the events. Upon answering, he eagerly asked, Brother Tian, what's the update? That headless female corpse has nothing to do with Du Yao, right? Wu Tian, maintaining his composure, replied, Taozi, the corpse is not Du Yao. However, we have acquired a crucial lead. Can you use your resources to check the license plate and find out where that vehicle is? Fatty Tao promptly responded, that's simple. Just tell me the license plate number, and I will have someone look into it right away. Hearing this, Wu Tian confirmed and relayed the license plate number Hoeshu had provided. Fatty Tao noted it down and said, all right, Brother Tian, I will hang up now. I'll have someone investigate, and I'll call you as soon as I have news. After that, Fatty Tao ended the call. We sat in the Jinbei van, smoking. As we had nowhere else to go, our hopes rested solely on Fatty Tao's ability to locate the van. Initially, silence enveloped us, but after a few moments, Wu Tian sighed and remarked, Qin Feng has become an unwitting scapegoat in this situation. We misjudged him. How unfortunate for him. After Wu Tian's words, Jiuge frowned and glanced at Fatty Tao, commenting, that big guy tonight was clearly someone formidable. Did you notice how his expression changed when he heard Qin Feng's father was the tiger of Jiangdong? He even saved Qin Feng. While I am uncertain of the extent of this tiger's influence, it's evident that Qin Feng's father is not a simple character. Chapter 72. The High Earth Slope, Rescuing Du Yao. Upon the conclusion of Ninth Brother's remarks, we all furrowed our brows. Had he not mentioned it, I might have completely forgotten the matter. Indeed, Qin Feng's father, Qin Wan, is known as the tiger of Jiangdong, although I'm unaware of the extent of Qin Wan's prowess. Big Fei's astonishment at the mere mention of his name suggests that he is quite a formidable figure. At this moment, Wu Tian let out a bitter smile and shook his head, saying, I am aware of what Ninth Brother has stated. However, it is too late to regret. We have already harmed Qin Feng, and there is no turning back. If anything, we have simply gained another enemy. In Huanglong County, as we strive to make a name for ourselves, we will inevitably cultivate many grudges. Even Big Fei and his Hong gang will be among them. If one day I possess the strength, I shall eradicate their gang and take their place. After Wu Tian finished speaking, Ninth Brother chuckled and patted his shoulder, saying, Tian, I followed you and Oolong to Huanglong County because I sense your ambition and charisma. My previous words were merely a reminder. There is no need for fear. No one can intimidate another in this world. None are invincible. Following Ninth Brother's declaration, Wu Tian smiled but offered no further comment. The rest of us settled into a prolonged wait in the vehicle, anxious for news from Fatty Tao regarding Du Yao's condition. We attempted to contact him multiple times, but to no avail. Around 3 in the morning, Fatty Tao suddenly called me. Upon answering, I heard Fatty Tao's excited voice, Xiaoge, I found it. The van is currently parked in front of a residence to the south of the High Earth Slope. It is in a demolition area, with only a 2-story building remaining. The van you mentioned is right there. Without pausing for further conversation, I hurriedly ended the call and instructed Ninth Brother to start the car. As the engine roared to life, Wu Tian inquired if we had located the vehicle and its whereabouts. While urging Ninth Brother to drive forward, I replied, yes. Fatty Tao said that the van is parked in front of a 2-story building to the south of the High Earth Slope. If nothing goes awry, Li Depeo and Du Yao should be there. Wu Tian then insisted that Ninth Brother disregard the traffic signals and drive as swiftly as possible. I completely understood his urgency. Du Yao had been in the clutches of Li Depeo for far too long, and it was only natural for her brother to be concerned. In truth, my own worries mirrored Wu Tian's. I had resolved to give Li Depeo a severe lesson, even if it meant facing imprisonment for injuring him. The High Earth Slope was quite a distance from our location, but after approximately 40 minutes, we finally arrived. Upon reaching, we spotted the two-story building, and indeed, the van was parked in front of it. It was just past 3 in the morning, and the lights were still on in the upper floor. To avoid raising suspicions, Ninth Brother turned off the engine and instructed us to disembark. Once we were all outside, we followed Ninth Brother as he led us toward the building. Before long, we stood beneath it, and the sounds of commotion from above were unmistakable. Someone was likely engaged in a game of cards. Ninth Brother approached the front door, inspected the lock, and then produced a small knife with a handle from his pocket, skillfully working on the door lock. We understood he was attempting to pick the lock, so we remained silent. A moment later, we heard a faint click, and Ninth Brother pocketed the knife. He then whispered to us when we enter, "Stay close behind me and follow my lead. Do not act impulsively. Haste may lead to mistakes." Ninth Brother, who had once been a mercenary, commanded our respect, and we nodded in agreement. With a gentle push, he opened the door, and we followed him inside. Once we were in, Olong quietly closed the door behind us, and we all drew our blades. Before we could ascend to the second floor, a familiar voice rang out, "Damn it, after this round, we're done. That beautiful lady will be shared among us." It was none other than Li DePeo. His words brought a glimmer of hope to both Wu Tian and me. It seemed Du Yao was safe for the time being, as they had not harmed her. Ninth Brother signaled for us to follow him upstairs, and we nodded in agreement, proceeding towards the staircase. To ensure silence, Ninth Brother removed his shoes and gestured for us to do the same. The 4 of us stealthily ascended to the second floor, where the noise emanated from one of the rooms. There were 3 rooms on this floor, 2 of which had their lights on. Excluding the room occupied by Li DePeo and his associates, Ninth Brother stealthily approached the other lit room, sensing that Du Yao might be inside. Upon reaching the door, he turned the knob gently. It was not locked and easily swung open. Inside, we saw someone bound to the bed, a cloth stuffed in their mouth. It was none other than Du Yao. She caught sight of us, and her eyes sparkled with excitement as she writhed in joy, attempting to say something through her muffled cries. Ninth Brother made a shushing gesture, and we stepped into the room, overwhelmed with emotion. Wu Tian and I rushed to free Du Yao from her bindings and the gag covering her mouth. Once we completed this, Du Yao burst into tears and threw herself into Wu Tian's embrace. At this moment, Ninth Brother exchanged a glance with Olong, and the two quietly exited the room. As I wiped Du Yao's tears, I said, "Yao Yao, do not cry. We are here now. Did that Li DePeo mistreat you?" Through her sobs, Du Yao replied, "He hasn't done anything to me yet, but Li DePeo did say they would violate me and then kill me, for I recognized him." Just then, we heard sounds of fighting and shouting from outside the room. I immediately turned to Wu Tian and said, "Tian Gu, protect Du Yao. I'm going to check outside." Wu Tian nodded and replied, "Be careful. I will keep Du Yao safe here." After acknowledging him, I nodded and rushed out with my blade drawn. Ninth Brother and the others were engaged in a skirmish with Li DePeo and his men in another room. By the time I arrived, the fight had already concluded. 4 men lay motionless on the ground, one of whom was Li DePeo, his right hand wrapped in bandages. Seeing this, I realized that the person I had injured the previous night was indeed Li DePeo. Startled at the sight of the 4 men lying still, I turned to Ninth Brother and asked, You didn't kill them, did you?" Ninth Brother and Olong both chuckled at my inquiry. Ninth Brother responded with a smile, "No, they have merely been knocked out. If we were to deal with them fatally, that task would be left to you and a Tian." After speaking, Olong exited the room, shortly returning with Wu Tian and Du Yao. Once they arrived, Jiogu pointed at the 4 individuals on the floor and addressed Wu Tian, saying, "Ah Tian, you decide their fate. Even if you kill them, it's not a big deal." Chapter 73. I saw nothing. Jiogu's words startled me. How could he so casually equate murder with squashing an ant? At that moment, Wu Tian, with a bitter smile, replied, "Jiogu, this is neither Southeast Asia nor the Golden Triangle. This is Huaxia. If you kill someone here, the state will demand your life in return. It's not worth it for such scum." After Wu Tian spoke, Jiogu glanced at him and said, "Ah Tian, since you have chosen this path, you will inevitably face the reality of taking lives. I hope you can discern who deserves to die and who does not. Take this fat man, for instance. He is petty and belongs to the type of despicable characters. Even if you choose not to deal with him now, you cannot guarantee that he won't resort to vile actions in the future. For someone like him, I advise against leaving potential threats. Simply." At this point, Jiogu made a gesture across his throat, sending chills down my spine. Wu Tian appeared hesitant, and Olong, standing beside him, chuckled, Jiugu is right. I think the same. If you can't bring yourself to do it, I'll handle him for you. Wu Tian furrowed his brow in contemplation, and after a moment, he sighed and said to Jiugu and Olong, let us wake this leader fatty first. After waking him, I'll ask him some questions and then decide whether he should live or die. Upon hearing this, Jiugu nodded. I then observed Jiugu and Olong retrieving some ropes and cloth strips from the room, blindfolding the other 3 individuals and binding their hands and feet. They then lifted Li de Fatty out of the room. Rather than lifting him, it was more accurate to say they dragged him. Olong, fierce and unyielding, tugged at Li de Fatty's hair, pulling him into the living room. Once they brought Li de Fatty into the living room, I prepared to fetch some cold water to rouse him, but soon realized it was unnecessary. Olong slapped Li de Fatty's face 4 or 5 times with great force, effectively waking him from his stupor. Upon regaining consciousness, Li de Fatty groaned, covering his face. When he saw Olong, he jumped in shock, exclaiming, Who are you? After uttering these words, he scanned the surroundings, noticing Jiugu, Wu Tian, and Du Yao beside Wu Tian. His expression shifted, and when he caught sight of me, smoking not far away, his legs weakened, causing him to plop down onto the ground. In a state of panic, Li de Fatty exclaimed, How did you find us? I coldly retorted, You scoundrel! How did you manage to get out? Didn't T Fatty Tao, as father put you away? After my words, Li de Fatty snorted disdainfully and fell silent, his expression revealing his contempt for us. Wu Tian then coldly confronted Li de Fatty. Why did you kidnap my sister? She had no part in that incident, so why did you do it? Li de Fatty smirked at Wu Tian and replied, True, she didn't provoke me much. However, your group did. You made me lose my livelihood and nearly landed me in jail. If I hadn't been released for medical reasons, I would be stuck in a cell right now. All of this is your gang-ass fault. You took everything from me, and I will ensure you suffer in return. His expression was fiercely menacing, and at that moment, I began to understand Jiugu's words. Jiugu had a keen eye for people. Li de Fatty's desire for revenge and his despicable methods made him akin to a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. After Li de Fatty finished speaking, Wu Tian remained silent, his face darkened. After a long pause, he suddenly burst into laughter. Li de Fatty, taken aback by Wu Tian's sudden mirth, sneered, You little brats, if you can't kill me today, just wait. One day, I will wipe out your entire family. I'll make sure of it. The moment Li de Fatty finished his threat, I sensed he might not see the light of day again. Indeed, at that instant, Wu Tian lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick to Li de Fatty's face. With a sickening crack, it seemed Wu Tian had broken his nose and blood gushed forth. Wu Tian then retrieved a baseball bat from the corner of the room, approaching Li de Fatty and saying, You scum. I was contemplating whether to end your life, but now it seems my worries were unfounded. You are nothing but a menace to society. With that, Wu Tian swung the bat mercilessly at Li de Fatty's head, creating a gruesome scene. I noticed Du Yao turning her head away in distress, so I took her back to the room, preferring she not witness such brutality. While I found fighting to be a commonplace affair, the notion of murder was beyond my courage and resolve, at least for now. Once back in a room with Du Yao, we sat on the bed, seeing the red marks on her wrists from the ropes. I felt a pang of sorrow and asked, Does it hurt? Du Yao gently shook her head, burying her face in my chest. In that moment, I felt a warmth envelop us. As I held her tenderly, we exchanged no words until I sensed her shoulders trembling, realizing she was silently crying. I quickly lifted her head, confirming my suspicions as tears streamed down her face. Seeing her like this made me panic. I hurriedly grabbed a tissue to wipe her tears while soothing her. It's all right, don't cry. You know, when you cry, my head turns to mush. Please, don't cry. After she dried her tears, Diao nestled her head back in my chest and softly said, Xiao Ge, do you know? When I was captured by Li de Fatty, I thought to myself, if they dare to do anything to me, even if it's just taking advantage of me, I would want to live in this world anymore. I even resolved to bite my tongue and end it before they could harm me, but deep down, I held on to the hope that you would come to save me. Do you know how long that waiting felt? She sniffled and continued, but thank God, you eventually came. Xiao Ge, thank you. I gently patted her back and replied, Du Yao, don't say such foolish things. You are the woman I, Zhang Xiao, have chosen. As long as I live, no one will ever bully you. After I spoke, Du Yao began to cry again, leaving me somewhat flustered. I said, Sister, can I call you sister? Please don't cry so easily. Did I say something wrong? After I finished speaking, Du Yao, with tears glistening on her face, Loud a soft laugh. As she wiped her eyes, she playfully scolded me. You little rascal, are you trying to make me cry? I was genuinely touched by your words. Don't you know that women tend to be sentimental? Once Du Yao finished her sentence, our gazes locked, and time seemed to freeze for a brief moment. Soon after, we embraced tightly, our lips meeting in a passionate kiss. However, just a few seconds into our kiss, the door swung open, and Wu Tian, looking rather dazed, stepped in. Upon witnessing our intimate moment, he paused for a moment before covering his eyes and exclaiming, You two carry on. I haven't seen anything, nothing at all. With that, he slammed the door shut behind him. Chapter 74. Survival of the Fittest. Wu Tian's interruption made it awkward for Du Yao and me to continue our embrace, so we quickly composed ourselves and exited hand in hand. Upon stepping outside, we found Wu Tian sitting alone on the sofa in the living room, lost in thought, while Jiugu, Oolong, and that hefty Li were nowhere to be seen. I furrowed my brow and inquired, Where did Jiugu and the others go? Wu Tian, regaining his composure, managed a wry smile and replied, They took Li out. They're probably dealing with him. Although I was somewhat prepared for what he was implying, I was still taken aback. I frowned at Wu Tian and asked, Brother Tian, did you really kill Li? After a deep breath, Wu Tian shook his head and said, I don't know if he is dead, but before they took him away, he was completely unresponsive. Even if he isn't dead, he is likely on the verge of it. At that moment, Du Yao grew anxious. She sat beside Wu Tian and urgently said, Brother, how could you kill someone? This is a serious matter. Even with his help, you shouldn't resort to this. The he she referred to was undoubtedly the mysterious individual who had assisted Wu Tian previously, a topic they had never discussed with me. Wu Tian glanced at Du Yao before responding. Yao, I've already embarked on this path. It's impossible to turn back now, nor have I ever considered it. I was born to navigate this world of shadows, as you should know from being with me. In middle school, I was the leader, and that continued into high school. Now that I've decided to leave school and enter society, incidents like today are inevitable. Besides, you saw how Li is a ticking time bomb. If I don't deal with him, he might one day come back to haunt us. Wu Tian's reasoning resonated with me, and after a moment of silence, he continued. Now that you're with Xiao Ge, I can rest easy. He may have his flaws, but aside from being a bit lecherous, he is fundamentally a good person. I'm relieved that you're with him. That love, I interjected, rolling my eyes at Wu Tian. What nonsense! When have I ever been lecherous? I've always been as pure as a little lamb. Wu Tian laughed and retorted, Get lost. Is that how you talk to your brother-in-law? You of all people. Not being lecherous? What were you doing every night in the woods with Lu Chu Chu? My sister told me everything. At that moment, Du Yao pinched Wu Tian's waist. Her cheeks flushed as she scolded him. Shut your mouth. What did I ever say that? Wu Tian, grimacing in pain, replied with a grin. All right, I made it up. Good sister, please let go. You're killing me. Only then did Du Yao release him with a triumphant expression. You never learn, do you? If you don't start remembering, I'll have to squeeze harder next time. Wu Tian and I exchanged wry smiles. Du Yao was far from the gentle and demure girl she appeared to be. She could easily transform into a fiery little bird. However, Wu Tian's earlier words made me chuckle inwardly. It seemed Du Yao had been quietly observing me and Lu Chu Chu during our time together, which explained how she knew about our daily visits to the woods. I found myself smiling at the thought, but I also felt a pang of guilt for having overlooked such a wonderful girl while being captivated by Lu Chu Chu. Afterward, I chatted with Wu Tian for a while and asked when he planned to seize territory. I had heard from Fatty Tao that he and Jiugu had their sights set on a certain area currently under the influence of a minor faction. Wu Tian and his crew aimed to take that territory from them. This was the nature of life on the streets. Every faction claimed its territory, and the world was one of survival of the fittest. Thus, when Fatty Tao mentioned their intent to take over, I had no objections. This was simply how things worked. Wu Tian nodded and said, We should make our move within the next week. By the way, we've already come up with a name for our gang. Can you guess what it is? Shaking my head, I replied, Are you kidding? How could I possibly guess? What is it? Is it impressive? With a smile, Wu Tian said, Absolutely formidable. After several nights of brainstorming, we decided to name our gang the Godslayers. Our mission is to eliminate any enemies, regardless of whether they are gods. I paused, taken aback by the audacity of the name. It was evident that Wu Tian and his crew harbored grand ambitions. Nodding in approval, I said, That is a great name, Brother Tian. If you need help from me and Fatty Tao, just let us know. We've known each other long enough. And I assure you we won't bring you shame. To my surprise, Wu Tian shook his head. No need for that. Just stay in school with Fatty Tao. The Tian heir, Hey Wan Mao, and Siyu and Yuan are already planning to drop out. They'll join us later. You guys should focus on having fun in school for now. You're in high school, and by the time you graduate, you might even cultivate a group to follow you. It will be better for you to bring people into our fold later. After a moment, Wu Tian glanced at Du Yao and added, besides, I can't rest easy with my sister alone in school. If you keep an eye on her, I won't have to worry so much. Wu Tian's logic was sound, and I chose not to argue further. In truth, even if Wu Tian agreed to let us join him in the underworld, Fatty Tao and I would likely struggle to drop out. Fatty Tao's father, known as the king of the police, would never allow him to abandon his studies for a life of crime. And Fatty Tao had confided in me that his father had only allowed him to attend the same school as me under the condition that he would enter the police academy after graduation. As for me, if I were to drop out, it would render all the sacrifices my parents made for my education in vain. The last incident with the police had already caused them great distress, and choosing to quit school now would not only invite my father's wrath, but would also leave me with an overwhelming sense of guilt for disappointing my parents. After discussing Qin Feng's situation with Wu Tian, he furrowed his brow in thought and then said to me, once he returned to school, you should form an alliance with Hui Su and the others. With the combined strength of your three factions, you should be able to contend with Qin Feng and the senior students from the rebellious group. There are rules within the school that they are well aware of, so you need not worry while you are there. During the holidays, I, along with Jioge and the others, will come to pick you up. We have wronged Qin Feng this time, and he will undoubtedly seek to reclaim his honor, so exercise caution while at school. It appears that conflict is unavoidable. After Wu Tian finished speaking, I nodded in agreement. Glancing at the time, I noticed it was nearly 4:30. Jioge and the others had yet to return. I couldn't help but wonder if something had gone awry. Wu Tian, sensing the time had dragged on, picked up his phone to call Jioge just as they ascended the stairs. Once they settled on the sofa, Wu Tian inquired about the status of Li Depeng and the other three. Jioge chuckled and replied, the other three have had their legs broken and were thrown outside. Their fates now lie in the hands of destiny. As for Li Depeng, at this point, Jioge smirked mischievously and did not continue. Chapter 75. Are you going to be responsible for me? Since Jioge remained silent, none of us pressed further. It was evident, even without saying, that Li Depeng's outcome would be quite dire. Sometime later, I heard from Oolong that they had placed Li Depeng in a large oil drum, added several bags of cement, mixed it with water, and turned him into a concrete block. Being near the Yangtze River, they disposed of the drum in the water afterward. I only learned of this later, but each time I recall it, a shiver runs down my spine. Du Yao was successfully rescued, and the necessary matters were resolved. We did not linger in the soon-to-be-demolished two-story building and left immediately. By now, it was around 4 or 5 o'clock. Wu Tian instructed Jioge to drive us to his home, where we could rest for a while, considering none of us had slept through the night. On our way to Wu Tian's house, Fatty Tao called to inform us that he had sighed in relief upon learning of Du Yao's rescue. He then asked who had kidnapped her and where that person was now. I chuckled and refrained from revealing the identity of the kidnapper, stating only that it was an unknown individual who attempted to kidnap her for ransom, and that we had dealt with him. Realizing the matter was settled, Fatty Tao yawned and said, since everything is fine, I'm going to sleep. I know you all haven't slept either. I've been worried all night. I told him to rest and that we would call him later in the afternoon to regroup before heading back to school. He acknowledged this and hung up. Upon arriving at Wu Tian's house, I found there were plenty of rooms available. I was tempted to sleep in Du Yao's room, but such thoughts were mere fantasies. Even if she had no objections, I had to consider the circumstances. Wu Tian was present, and it would be improper to act inappropriately in front of him. I chose a random room, took a shower, and then slipped into bed, embracing my long-standing habit of sleeping naked. With Du Yao rescued, a heavy weight had lifted from my heart. I soon fell into a deep slumber, the duration of which was unknown to me. I awoke not by my own volition, but due to an irritating sensation on my face. As I groggily scratched at it, I finally opened my eyes to find Du Yao, the little enchantress, staring at me with wide eyes, using the tip of her braid to tickle my face. Upon seeing me awake, Du Yao giggled and asked, "Little pig, do you know what time it is? Still sleeping?" I quickly grabbed the small phone beside my pillow to check the time. To my shock, it was already 6 p.m. I told Du Yao to hurry up and get out. It was time for me to get dressed and go to school. Du Yao stood up, crossed her arms, leaned against the wall, and laughed. Of course we're going. I'm here to wake you up for school. Why should I leave? Her words left me momentarily speechless. How could I respond? I couldn't just say, well, I'm naked and prefer to sleep this way. Noticing my inactivity, Du Yao's curiosity piqued, and she suddenly yanked the blanket off me. I was still contemplating how to coax her out when she revealed my state. I hadn't reacted quickly enough, but I soon saw her cover her mouth in surprise. Following her gaze, I realized my predicament. I was experiencing a typical male physiological response, especially as a virgin. My body reacted strongly. Du Yao blushed deeply, shot me an incredulous look, and then stomped away. After she left, I surprisingly felt less embarrassed and was overwhelmed by an urge to laugh. It wasn't as if I had intentionally displayed myself. She was the one who pulled back the covers. Due to time constraints, I hastily got dressed and washed up before stepping out of the room. Upon emerging, I saw Du Yao sitting on the sofa, engrossed in the television. I asked, "Where are your brother and Jioge?" Du Yao rolled her eyes and replied, "Do you think everyone can sleep as soundly as you? My brother and Jioge are already up and busy. Hurry up. Are we going to school or not?" I told her to turn off the television. It was time to head to school. On our way back, I called Fatty Tao, who informed me he had been trying to reach me and was already at school. He mentioned that we had severely beaten Chin Feng, who had come to school with a bandaged head and was taking a few days off. After a brief pause, Fatty Tao continued, "Hurry to school. I've heard that the seniors from the rebellious group and Wang Jiangwen from the second year are about to clash. Ever since we've been in high school, these two factions have kept the peace, but it seems they are finally going to fight. We must seize the opportunity to witness it." Fatty Tao was unaware of our alliance with Hui Su and Wang Jiangwen, but I didn't disclose that information over the phone. I simply assured him, "Got it. We're on our way to school now. We'll talk later." I hung up and, with Du Yao, took a taxi to school. I had initially planned to tease Du Yao about her earlier antics, but with the driver present, I had to restrain myself. Upon arriving at school, we headed straight to the cafeteria. I called Fatty Tao to ask him to bring Xiong and Xiao Fei to join us. When we reached the cafeteria, Fatty Tao and the others were already there. Upon seeing me, he asked, "Haven't you all had dinner yet? What time is it?" I pulled Du Yao along as we walked inside and replied, "I just woke up. I'm starving." As the dinner hour drew to a close, the cafeteria was sparsely populated. Du Yao and I casually selected a seat, while our friends Xiong and Xiao Fei eagerly fetched our meals. During their absence, I took it upon myself to recount the events of the previous night to Fatty Tao before he could speak. Upon hearing my account, Fatty Tao furrowed his brow and remarked, "Damn, it seems that the rift with Chin Feng has been irrevocably established. But why is Hui Su helping us? Without his assistance, Du Yao would have been in grave danger." Just as he finished speaking, Xiong and Xiao Fei returned with our food. I then addressed Fatty Tao, Xiong, and Xiao Fei, stating, "This is precisely why I summoned you. Hui Su aided us last night, but he has laid down a condition. He has allied with Wang Jiangwen, and his proposal is that we join forces with them to confront Chin Feng and his companions." After I finished speaking, my friends did not seem particularly surprised. Fatty Tao swore under his breath. I thought he was being unusually kind. "Xiao Gu, have you agreed to this?" I rolled my eyes at him and replied, "Of course we had to agree. How else could we save Du Yao? Besides, given the current situation with Chin Feng, partnering with Hui Su and his group seems advantageous." With my words, Fatty Tao refrained from further comment, and Du Yao and I began our meal. Fatty Tao and the others, having already dined, bid us farewell and returned to the classroom. Once they departed, Du Yao and I continued to eat. Suddenly, I turned to her and quipped, "Now that you've seen me, are you going to take responsibility?" At my words, Du Yao erupted in laughter. "What are you laughing at? I haven't even touched you. And you expect me to take responsibility? Now that you've seen my most concealed parts, don't you think you should be the one responsible?" After my teasing, Du Yao managed to stifle her laughter and retorted, "Zhang Xiao, you are a man. Are you not embarrassed to ask me for responsibility?" I chuckled and lit a cigarette, saying, "What is there to be embarrassed about? Just say whether you will take responsibility or not." Du Yao, wrinkling her nose in disapproval, said, "Put that cigarette out. What is wrong with you? Smoking while we're eating. Can't you let people enjoy their meal?" Noticing her aversion to my smoking, I promptly extinguished the cigarette. After finishing our meal, we walked hand in hand toward the classroom. As we strolled back, passing students cast glances our way. After all, it was uncommon for couples to hold hands openly at school, and many were aware that Du Yao was Wu Tian's girlfriend. While I had previously associated with Wu Tian, but now dropped out. In others' eyes, I was merely the ungrateful scoundrel who had seduced the elder brother's girlfriend. However, I remained indifferent, unwilling to explain myself, as I was not close to them and saw no reason to care about their opinions. Upon returning to the classroom, I instinctively glanced at Lu Chuchu's former seat. Although she had transferred to Qin Feng's class, I still found myself checking her old spot. If someone were to ask whether I still had feelings for Lu Chuchu, I would undoubtedly shake my head and deny it. Yet forgetting my first love entirely was no simple feat. Unbeknownst to me, Diao noticed my lingering gaze. Upon settling back into my seat, she lightly pinched the inner side of my thigh. Despite her gentle touch, the sensitivity of that area made it quite painful. I grimaced and said, "Sister, what have I done wrong? Why are you pinching me so hard?" She shot me an exasperated look and replied, "You deserve it. Who told you to glance at Lu Chuchu's old seat every time you return to the classroom? Honestly, do you still have feelings for her?" In response to her inquiry, I quickly swore to her, "I do not. If I still harbored feelings for her, may I be struck by lightning." Duyao rolled her eyes and said, "Enough with the oaths. You men are all the same, making promises like that. Is it really necessary?" Sensing her growing irritation, I sought to placate her, saying, "Duyao, let us not bicker. I mean every word. My heart is solely yours. Although forgetting Lu Chuchu is challenging, it bears no relation to love. I hope you can understand this." After a few moments of scrutiny, Duyao's lips curled into a playful smile, making her appear exceedingly charming. Seeing her smile alleviated some of my tension. Then she declared, "Zhang Xiao, I believe in you, and I believe in myself. I am confident that I am not inferior to Lu Chuchu. I will help you forget her." After her heartfelt declaration, I pondered for a while, unsure of how to respond, but I nodded resolutely. At that moment, the bell for evening study rang, and I rested my head on the desk, preparing to sleep. As I closed my eyes, I soon heard someone calling my name. The once boisterous classroom fell silent. I had not truly been asleep, so I lifted my head to see Hui Su waving at me from the window, accompanied by a long-haired young man whose appearance suggested he was no ordinary student, though I did not recognize him. Understanding Hui Su's purpose for calling me, I wasted no time in bidding Du Yao farewell, preparing to rise and exit. Du Yao did not stop me. She understood that it was Hui Su's clues that had enabled us to save her. In a sense, Hui Su was her savior. Fatty Tao and the others attempted to follow me, but I instructed De Xiong and Xiao Fei to remain seated, opting to take only Fatty Tao with me, as it was not a confrontation, and bringing too many was unnecessary. Once outside the classroom, Hui Su approached us with a smile. Upon reaching us, he gestured toward the long-haired young man, saying, "This is Wang Jiangwen from the second year. You must have heard of his name?" We certainly had heard of Wang Jiangwen, a prominent figure in the second year, though he was notably more low-key than the third year's Donglang. Thus, we had only known of his reputation without having met him. Now that I could observe him closely, I noted that Wang Jiangwen did not appear particularly strong. Yet rumors suggested he was quite skilled in combat, having once taken down several classes with a single bench leg. At this moment, Hui Su had yet to introduce me and Fatty Tao, and Wang Jiangwen smiled slightly, addressing us. "I've heard of both your names. I've been in high school for 2 years, and while there haven't been many remarkable individuals in the school, this year's first-year class has truly surprised me with one talent after another. You two are exceptional." Not comprehending his intent, Fatty Tao and I remained silent, creating an awkward pause. Hui Su then smiled and said, "All right, this isn't the place for chit-chat. Let's head to my dorm. I have matters to discuss with you." After his words, we nodded in agreement, and Hui Su turned to lead us toward the dormitory building. In a short while, we arrived at Hui Su's dormitory. After closing the door, Hui Su handed a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes to both me and Fatty Tao. To be honest, in the past, seeing Zhonghua would have delighted us, but now, having indulged too much, it no longer held the same allure. Reflecting on it, one realizes that weakness is not an option. During our first encounter with Hui Su, he extorted 20 yuan from us. Now that we have gained a foothold, it is somewhat ironic that he is now offering us cigarettes. After accepting the Zhonghua, Hui Su smiled and said, "You should know why I called you here. Currently, in the first and second year, aside from Qin Feng, everyone with a bit of capability is here. Qin Feng was dealt with by you last night, and he went TB at school for the next few days. I just confer with Brother One, and this period presents us with the perfect opportunity to take down Donglang." I had already suspected this was the reason for Hui Su's invitation. I held no reservations about targeting Donglang, especially since his girlfriend, Lin Ran, had insulted Du Yao previously. This grudge still lingered in my mind. While I couldn't act against her, her partner was fair game. With a frown, I inquired, "So, when do you plan to take action?" Before Hui Su could respond, Wang Jiangwan interjected coldly. "After the evening's self-study session, all the teachers will be in a meeting. This is our optimal moment to strike." I had anticipated Hui Su and Wang Jiangwan's intent, yet I was surprised at their eagerness to act so swiftly. I frowned and remarked, "Isn't tonight a bit hasty?" Wang Jiangwan lit a cigarette for himself, not even offering us one, and after taking a puff, he squinted at us and said, "If you're afraid, you don't have to join. Hui Su and I can handle Donglang without you." His words irked me. What else with the bravado? If you're so formidable, why do you need us? Chapter 77, An Agonizing Class. Noticing my displeasure, Hui Su quickly chuckled and offered a cigarette to both me and Fatty Tao, saying, "We're all in this together. Let's not create conflict. If we can drive Donglang and Qin Feng out of this school, we can establish a society where every member pays a monthly fee. With time, we'll earn money, and life will improve for all of us. We're just at the initial stage. We must maintain our composure." Truthfully, I found Hui Su's words quite contemptible. I looked down upon the notion of collecting protection fees, as it conjured images of the small-time thugs in gangster films, arrogant yet inept. Seeing that neither Fatty Tao nor I responded, Hui Su laughed and declared, "All right, it's settled. After class, I'll send someone to call you. We'll collectively show Donglang our strength." With that, Fatty Tao and I left Hui Su's dormitory. On our way back, Fatty Tao expressed his frustration. "That Wang Jiangwan is truly insufferable. Who does he think he is? So arrogant. If it weren't for Hui Su, I'd have taught him a lesson." I shook my head with a wry smile and replied, "Do you think Hui Su is playing peacemaker to avoid offending us? You're mistaken. He is merely trying to prevent any discord before he brings us into his fold. He has become quite astute lately. I wonder if someone clever is advising him." Hui Su chuckled. "How would I know? But it seems he has acquired some strategic counsel. Otherwise, how could he leverage Du Yao's situation against us? Regardless, Hui Su is just a clown, someone who extorts 20 yuan 1T amount to anything significant." Fatty Tao's comment made me laugh. It was clear he was still mulling over the previous incident. Once back in class, I instructed Fatty Tao to inform De Xiong and the others about our plan to confront them after class. Upon returning to my seat, Du Yao inquired about Hui Su et Sumon. I didn't conceal anything from Du Yao and explained that Hui Su wanted us to join him in confronting the third-year Donglang. After I finished, Du Yao frowned and said, "Another fight? You boys are relentless, always battling each other. Is there any enjoyment in that?" I responded with a bitter smile. "Honestly, I'd prefer not to partake in this endeavor, but I promised Hui Su last night to save you. Since I made a promise, I can't back out. And with our enmity towards Qin Feng and his alliance with Donglang, even if we don't collaborate with Hui Su, they would eventually retaliate. Thus, joining forces with Hui Su presents a beneficial opportunity for us." Seeing my point, Du Yao shook her head, but offered a warning to remain cautious, reminding me to think before acting since I was no longer alone. The feeling of being cared for is delightful, especially when it comes from someone who loves you. In a moment of excitement, I gently kissed Du Yao on the cheek and whispered, "Yao Yao, when shall we find a time to do something together?" To this, Du Yao promptly pushed me away and exclaimed, "What are you talking about? I know all you boys are just after one thing, but be prepared. I take the first time very seriously, and 1T easily given." Her words left me speechless, and I helplessly retorted, "What nonsense! Didn't you already lose it? If we were to do it, it would be a second time, all right?" Upon hearing this, Du Yao paused, then playfully pinched me several times, causing me discomfort. Though I dared not retaliate, I took the opportunity to lean in closer to her. After a brief moment, Du Yao, blushing, said, "Zhang Xiao, our time together hasn't been long, but if you love me, you must respect my decisions." I understood what she meant. Typically, when faced with such a situation, boys would assure girls that they would honor their wishes. Yet, few men follow through on such promises. I have always prided myself on my honesty, so I refrained from making empty promises. I looked at Du Yao and said, "What if I get too excited in the future? They say holding it in can lead to impotence. If I become impotent, there'll be nothing for you to enjoy." My words seemed to amuse Du Yao, as she burst into laughter and retorted, "Then go have a good time. Don't all you boys enjoy that? Do I really need to teach you?" I replied earnestly, "But I'm a virgin. Do you think I would do such things?" Perhaps you could assist me? After saying this, I gazed at Du Yao with a cheeky grin. Du Yao furrowed her brow and replied, Assist you? How would I help? Are you suggesting I do it for you? ISNT, that just like doing it yourself? I almost blurted out that yes, that was precisely what I meant, but the words were too vulgar to utter. Instead, Du Yao nudged me and insisted, What are you dawdling for? Just answer me. As long as it doesn't involve anything physical, I can help you out. After Du Yao finished speaking, I was filled with surprise. We were seated in the last row of the classroom, surrounded by few students. I managed to contain my excitement and asked Du Yao, Really? Are you truly willing to help me? Upon hearing my words, Du Yao looked at me with a puzzled expression and replied, Is there a problem? You are my boyfriend. Of course, I should help you. Oh, wait. First tell me how you want me to assist. At this point, Du Yao seemed to realize something and inquire how she could help me. I cleverly refrained from suggesting anything inappropriate and simply told her, It's quite simple. Just use your hands. No one is paying attention to us. Shall we give it a try? This scenario is not merely a figment of my imagination. It indeed transpired during my school days. Though somewhat crude, it remains a cherished memory. After I spoke, Du Yao glanced around to ensure no one was observing us, then suddenly grabbed my crotch. Although I was wearing jeans, they were not tight-fitting. Du Yao, bless her, had no experience whatsoever. She managed to grasp something. Yet even the two delicate eggs were not spared. Her unexpected grip rendered me utterly stiff, and the following moment, I let out a harrowing scream that sent chills down everyone's spine, subsequently collapsing onto the table in agony. My reaction startled Du Yao, causing her to retract her hand in a flash, her face filled with terror. Not just Du Yao, but the previously boisterous classroom fell silent, with all eyes now fixed on me. At that moment, Fatty Tao, frowning, flipped the table and rushed to my side, asking Xiaoge what is wrong. Are you unwell? At this juncture, the pain lingered, an experience that girls could never truly comprehend, but us boys certainly shared the sentiment. Those who have experienced such discomfort would know just how excruciating it was for me. I chose not to raise my head, but gestured to Fatty Tao, indicating I was fine. Meanwhile, Wu Tian turned to the crimson-faced Du Yao and inquired, Du Yao, what is wrong with Xiaoge? Why is he making such a racket? Du Yao, fully aware of my plight, could never admit it outright. Stuttering for a while, she failed to articulate the situation. Fatty Tao, growing anxious, urged her sister Yao Yao, Just tell us what is going on with Xiaoge. At that moment, I overheard Du Yao utter a nearly faint-inducing phrase. Chapter 78. Damn it. She was prepared. I heard Du Yao innocently say to Fatty Tao, He just mentioned he has a pain. There shouldn't be any serious issue. Don't worry too much, Tao Ge. Upon hearing this, Fatty Tao cast a dubious glance at Du Yao, then at me. Eventually, he seemed to grasp something, smiled, and said nothing more, returning to his seat. The students, seeing there was no longer any spectacle, resumed their chatter. I still felt a twinge of pain, though it was not as severe as before. Du Yao leaned in and whispered in my ear, Zhang Xiao, what is wrong? Are you really in pain? I understood that Du Yao did not intend any harm, yet her words left me somewhat speechless. I lifted my head, grimacing, and replied, Sister, do you think I'm made of iron? Your grip was so harsh. If you do it again, I might very well become a eunuch. Upon hearing this, Du Yao burst into laughter, and then, still chuckling, she said, Xiaoge, I'm sorry. How about I give you a massage? I promptly declined. How could I entrust my most vital part to this girl who knew nothing? After resting for a considerable time on the table, I finally began to recover. When the bell rang for class to end, I stood up. Du Yao glanced down at me and asked, Does it still hurt? Maybe you shouldn't fight? I shook my head with a wry smile and moved to sit beside Fatty Tao, as Huaishu and the others would send someone to summon us. I wanted to discuss our plans with Fatty Tao first. Once seated, Fatty Tao mischievously grinned and asked, What were you and Du Yao up to during class? Were you trying to engage in some inappropriate behavior and ended up failing miserably? I ignored his teasing and said, When Huaishu sends someone to call us, we'll go together, but let us be smart about it. We'll just show up to support and avoid rushing in. We shouldn't be used as pawns by Huaishu's crew. Upon hearing this, Fatty Tao nodded and called over to Xiong and Xiaofei to brief them. As class approached, one of Huaishu's subordinates came to summon us. We had seen this fellow before, though his name eluded us. This guy, upon calling us, was particularly brash, standing at our door and pointing at us seated at the back, declaring, Hey, you lot, Brother Su wants you to come to his dorm. His dismissive tone was evident. Fatty Tao, irate, hurled a bench leg at him, shouting, "Go screw yourself. Can't you talk properly?" The boy dodged the thrown bench leg, momentarily stunned, then merely pointed for us to leave. Once he departed, we each grabbed a bench leg and exited the classroom. Upon reaching the dormitory building, we noticed a significant number of individuals loitering in the corridor, smoking and chatting. Some were second-year students, while others were from our first year. Most of them recognized us, and as we walked by, their gazes were not particularly friendly, yet they parted to let us through. When we arrived at Huishu's dorm, I saw him and Wang Jiangwen crouched on a bunk bed, smoking. Upon our arrival, Huishu leaped down and handed each of us a cigarette. After lighting up, he cheerfully said, "When the bell rings for the second night study session, we'll head to the third-year area to find Donglang. But don't let your guard down. That group from the third year is quite united and close to graduation, so they have little to lose. They can be ruthless, so everyone should be cautious." After Huishu finished speaking, we nodded silently and began smoking. By the time we finished our cigarettes, the bell for the second night study session rang. Huishu and Wang Jiangwen, who had been silent, stood up and headed out of the dorm. Huishu notably draped an arm around me and Fatty Tao. Though I was reluctant to be so close to him, the circumstances made it inappropriate to voice my discomfort. As we stepped outside the dormitory, I glanced back and was taken aback. Behind us stood a dense crowd, likely numbering at least 70 or 80. The sheer number instilled a sense of courage, and along the way, everyone was laughing and chatting, entirely devoid of the tension one might expect before a brawl. Donglang's class was on the top floor of our teaching building. I wasn't aware of a specific class, but Huishu and the others clearly were. Upon reaching the top floor, Huishu and Wang Jiangwen led us toward a particular classroom. As we passed by other classrooms, several third-year students stood up, pointing and whispering about us. We paid them no mind. To me, they seemed just slightly taller, and in terms of toughness, they were hardly intimidating. After all, how could Wang Jiangwen have faced so many third-year classes alone? Before long, we arrived at the entrance of the classroom. Huishu kicked the door open, and we streamed in, quickly filling the room with our group of over a dozen individuals. Originally, I was positioned at the forefront alongside my stout companion, Tao. Upon squeezing into the classroom, I observed that the number of students within was rather modest, perhaps around 30, comprising both boys and girls. The sight of our sizable group storming in elicited a mild surprise among the seated students, yet there was no evident panic. I quickly scanned the room and soon spotted Donglang, who was nestled in the corner of the last row, cradling none other than Lin Ran, a person I found somewhat distasteful. As our crowd surged in, the 10 or so boys in the class rose from their seats, encircling Donglang and Lin Ran. In that moment, I witnessed Donglang pat Lin Ran playfully on the rear, prompting her to sit upright, after which Donglang stood up with a grin. With an air of nonchalance, he emerged from the throng and addressed us with a smirk. "Well, look at you all, feeling rather bold. Are we? Coming to confront me in our senior year?" After his jest, Huisu chuckled and glanced at Donglang, responding, "Brother Lang, you jest. We had no choice. If we hadn't come early to deal with you, would we wait for Qin Feng to return and have you two team up against us?" Following Huisu's remark, Donglang chuckled, surveying us and the students still pressing in from outside, before saying, "Freshmen and sophomores, you are in for a rough time. Did you think you could leave unscathed?" As Donglang's words hung in the air, we were suddenly jolted by the clamorous sound from the corridor, where someone shouted, "Sugu, a multitude of seniors are here. We're ambushed." The announcement left Huisu, Wang Jiangwen, and me momentarily stunned. We had underestimated Donglang and the cunning of the seniors, who had evidently anticipated our arrival and prepared accordingly. At that moment, Wang Jiangwen abruptly turned to me with a fierce gaze, and feeling the intensity of his stare, I snapped back, "What are you staring at? It's not like I leaked any secrets." My retort ignited Wang Jiangwen's anger, and he cursed before aiming to confront me. Huisu swiftly intervened, grasping him firmly. "Brother Wen, calm down. This is not the time for infighting." Just then, a woman's laughter drifted from Donglang's group. To our astonishment, Lin Ran sauntered over to Donglang. A cigarette perched between her lips, disdain etched on her face, as she declared, "You dare lay a hand on my man? Brothers, grab your weapons." At her command, the boys drew glistening knives from their waists, and my heart sank. We had indeed fallen into a trap, the opposition prepared with blades, awaiting our self-invitation. Huisu exchanged glances with Wang Jiangwen, speaking in hushed tones, "Brother Wen, what should we do now?" In response, I noticed Wang Jiangwen coldly brandishing a stool leg. Challenging Huisu, "What do you suggest?" Let us take them down. With that, he charged towards the adversaries, and Huisu followed suit, rallying us with, let us go all in. Without needing further encouragement, Tao and I had already lifted stool legs, determined to fight back. The situation left no room for retreat. As we clashed with Donglang's crew, the weapons wielded by his followers were blunt, yet the primal fear evoked by knives left us hesitating. While they grew more emboldened, I noted with surprise that Lin Ran, despite being a woman, fought fiercely with a knife, revealing her tenacity. Tao and I avoided direct confrontation with Donglang, opting instead to fend off his subordinates. Despite the blunt blades grazing us, causing minor pain, we pressed on. Meanwhile, Huisu and Wang Jiangwan attempted to corner Donglang, who, far from being a pushover, fought back vigorously, his stature and weaponry proving formidable. Outside, the chaos escalated, with our junior and sophomore ranks lacking the unity of the seniors, leading to a swift retreat from our side, while the seniors pressed on with increasing ferocity. Closing in on our classroom, I remained vigilant, noting the advancing seniors, and shouted to Huisu, we need to retreat now. It's time. My words prompted a moment of hesitation from him, only to be met with Wang Jiangwan's angry retort. Retreat? If you dare waver now, I swear I'll make you regret it. His bravado infuriated me. This fool, bursting with bravado yet lacking foresight, was risking everything. Il chose silence, instead pulling Tao and the others towards the exit, leading the charge. Upon escaping the classroom, we sprinted towards our dormitory without looking back. Once inside, Dexiong swiftly locked the door, panting as he remarked, they clearly knew we were coming. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been ambushed like this. After his observation, Tao produced cigarettes, distributing them before lighting one for himself, saying, that much is certain, but my concern lies elsewhere. He glanced at me, shout, Guh. We abandon Huisu and Wang Jiangwan. They will surely label us as traitors. What do we do now? I lit my cigarette, inhaling deeply. I understood his concerns, yet they no longer preoccupied my mind. Had we not fought our way out, we would have faced a severe beating. Our relationship with Huisu and Wang Jiangwan was merely collaborative, not brotherly. There was no obligation to risk ourselves for them. I voiced my thoughts, and Tao nodded, managing a wry smile. Well, if we offended them, so be it. Wang Jiangwan isn't sane either. He accused us of leaking information, showing no basic trust. There is no need for us to collaborate with them. In the ensuing hours, we remained in the dormitory, refraining from venturing out. As evening study hours approached, a knock echoed from outside. Tao approached the door, inquiring, who's there? A familiar voice responded, it's me, Huisu. Open up. Tao, cautious, peered through the window, confirming it was indeed Huisu before unlocking the door. Once inside, Huisu looked disheveled, as if he had just emerged from a battlefield, his clothes smeared with dirt and his face bearing bruises and a menacing scar. After Huisu entered, he plopped down on the bear's bed, shivering as he fumbled for a cigarette from the pack. He attempted to ignite it with a lighter several times, but his trembling hands prevented him from succeeding. Frustrated, he crushed the cigarette and tossed it to the ground. Witnessing Huisu's actions left me bewildered. What was happening? Had he been rendered senseless by the encounter? At that moment, Huisu uttered a statement that left us all dumbfounded. He exhaled deeply and said, this time, things have escalated. Dong Lang has been stabbed to death by Wang Jiangwan. After Huisu's declaration, we were all left in a state of shock. Fatty Tao was the first to react, furrowing his brow as he asked Huisu what happened. Is it true that Dong Lang has really been killed by Wang Jiangwan? Huisu's mood calmed slightly as he retrieved another cigarette, lit it, and took a drag before continuing. Just as you all fled, I tried to escape with Wang Jiangwan, but that fool was too obstinate to listen to me. Sensing the situation was dire, I ran off on my own. After I got out, I heard cries of murder from the senior year, and then I saw Wang Jiangwan emerge, drenched in blood. When we met up, he confessed to stabbing Dong Lang, and it might have resulted in a fatality. We smoked a cigarette in the grove before he scaled the wall and left. Now, the police and an ambulance have arrived at the school, and my men called to inform me that Dong Lang is indeed dead at the hands of Wang Jiangwan. Upon hearing Huisu's words, we fell silent, unable to fathom how events had spiraled to this extent, nor could we comprehend Wang Jiangwan's ruthlessness in actually killing Dong Lang. Fistfights among students typically amount to little, but once a life is lost, the situation becomes uncontrollable. If I wasn't mistaken, the school would soon be investigating us. Noticing our silence, Huisu took another drag from his cigarette and addressed us. You needn't worry too much. If the school wants to find you, they will. Wang Jiangwan is still loyal. Before he fled, he had some of his underclassmen take the blame for him, shouldering all the responsibility. What troubles me most is not the school, but rather an individual. After Huisu's statement, we all frowned at him. He glanced back at us and sighed. Lin Ran has already made it clear that she will not rest until we are dealt with after this incident. Furrowing my brow, I inquired, Huisu, what exactly is going on? What kind of background does Lin Ran have? Why do you seem to fear her so? After my question, Huisu regarded me and replied, Dong Lang didn't have much of a background. He has reached this point mainly because he can fight, and Lin Ran has been protecting him. However, the power behind Lin Ran is incredibly formidable, as her father is the godfather of the underworld in our city. Huisu's revelation left us all in disbelief. In my mind, the Hong Gang was already quite formidable, but Huisu just mentioned that Lin Ran's father is the godfather of the underworld in our city, which surpassed even the Hong Gang. The Hong Gang is merely the strongest faction in Huanglong County. This situation had truly escalated, and I felt a deep sense of regret. Huisu was utterly irresponsible. How could he not warn us about the terrifying power behind Lin Ran? If she sought revenge, none of us would be able to escape. At this moment, before I could respond, Fatty Tao angrily confronted Huisu. Huisu, why are you so malicious? If Lin Ran has such a background, why don't you deal with him alone? Why drag us down with you? Are you really that foolish? Don't you understand the danger of provoking a tiger? After Fatty Tao's outburst, Huisu became furious as well. He stood up abruptly, pointing at Fatty Tao and shouted, Why should I do as you say? I only just learned that Lin Ran's father is the godfather of the underworld in our city. Had I known earlier, I would never have dared to provoke her. Huisu spat angrily. Damn it, I've been duped by that wretched girl. If it weren't for her pushing me to partner with Wang Jiangwan and claiming that now was the best time to eliminate the senior class, I wouldn't have been so reckless in confronting Dong Lang. Now look at the result. Dong Lang is dead, Wang Jiangwan has fled, and it's just me, Qin Feng. And you left at Huanglong No. 1 High School. Moreover, we have antagonized Lin Ran, a psychotic presence. Life is going to be difficult from now on. After Huisu finished speaking, I furrowed my brow and asked him, Who is this wretched girl you mentioned? I had suspected that someone was advising Huisu behind the scenes, and his words confirmed my suspicions. However, Huisu did not reveal who that person was. He merely glanced at us and said, You all participated in this incident as well. It seems you've been ensnared in it too. Well, let's see what tricks Lin Ran has up her sleeve. Just don't push me too hard. If you do, I will retaliate. With that, Huisu left our dormitory. Once he departed, Fatty Tao frowned at me and said, Xiao Gu, who do you think this wretched girl could be? Could it be Lu Chu Chu? After Fatty Tao's comment, I shook my head, admitting that I was unsure. Lu Chu Chu was still an enigma to me, as she had played a long game to extract useful information from me without revealing her true intentions. It was evident that she was not someone easily understood. If the person advising Huisu was indeed Lu Chu Chu, it would make sense considering she was aligned with Qin Feng. Her schemes to create discord among us would benefit him. However, I could not comprehend how Lu Chu Chu had managed to get close to Huisu or how he had come to trust her. I was reluctant to delve deeper, fearing that the fragile image I held of her might shatter entirely. At that moment, Fatty Tao shrugged and said with indifference, All right, let's not dwell on these matters. We are not the orchestrators of this action, nor the core participants. Even if Lin Ran seeks revenge, it is likely she will target Huisu first, along with the fleeing Wang Jiangwan. Whether she will come after us remains uncertain. After Fatty Tao's words, I nodded and addressed him, along with the bear and Xiao Fei. Starting tomorrow, let us ensure that none of us are alone at school. Whether it's for meals or restroom breaks, we should stick together. After school, we need not worry. Wu Tian and the others will come to pick us up. For now, this is a critical period, and we must all be cautious. Everyone nodded in agreement, and after washing up, we returned to our respective beds to rest. The next morning, the news of Dong Lang being stabbed to death by Wang Jiangwen spread throughout the school. Such incidents were beyond the school's ability to resolve. For several consecutive days, police vehicles arrived to investigate, and students from both the senior and junior classes were periodically taken away for questioning. Initially, Fatty Tao and I were concerned, as we were not the masterminds but had participated nonetheless. It was impossible to claim we had no connection to the matter. However, as the school convened a meeting, We were not mentioned among the freshmen, which alleviated our anxiety. The day after the incident, I shared the matter with Wu Tian. Upon hearing that someone had been fatally wounded, he expressed his astonishment but remained remarkably composed. He reassured us that as long as we were not the culprits, there was nothing to worry about. Furthermore, he urged us not to fret over Lin Ran. Even if her father was the notorious crime lord of our city, it was improbable that he would take drastic measures for the sake of his daughter's friend. At most, Lin Ran might discreetly seek revenge. But we were not the masterminds. Hui Su and Wang Jiangwen were the true instigators, and any retaliation would likely be directed at them first. After a brief pause, Wu Tian advised us to keep our distance from Hui Su and to focus on our own affairs at school. With two of the top figures gone, it was our opportunity to carve out our own influence. Only by becoming stronger could we truly assert our power. Wu Tian's words resonated with us deeply. Following the revelation of that fateful night, Du Yao became increasingly vigilant over me. However, I understood the necessity of caution. The death of a student was no trivial matter, and the school would undoubtedly enforce strict regulations to maintain order. Anyone attempting to stir trouble would be courting disaster. In the days that followed, I observed Hui Su, Lu Chu, and even Lin Ran several times, yet they all appeared unchanged on the surface. I wondered if this calmness was merely the eye of the storm. On that Friday afternoon, the school convened a meeting for all faculty and students to address the stabbing incident. I cannot recall the specifics discussed, but the principal's remarks were crystal clear. The school would initiate a campaign to enforce discipline, rigorously scrutinizing the possession of knives. Any student found fighting would face severe consequences, at best, a major demerit, at worst, expulsion, with no room for negotiation. After the meeting, we departed the school. Wu Tian and Jiu Gu arrived in a van to pick us up. Once we were settled, Wu Tian inquired about the situation at school over the past few days. I managed a wry smile, responding that given the gravity of the situation, the school was surprisingly calm. The upcoming week would see the commencement of disciplinary measures, and I suspected even bench legs might be confiscated. No one would dare act recklessly now. The principal had made it clear that any fighting would lead to serious repercussions. Wu Tian nodded quietly, and after dropping Du Yao off at home, he took us out for dinner. Initially, I had intended to stay with Du Yao, but Wu Tian mentioned an important matter to attend to, so I refrained from protesting. Du Yao had bodyguards at home, so her safety was assured. Wu Tian brought us to the Jinling Grand Hotel, the most opulent establishment in our county, frequented by the affluent for banquets due to its prestige. This was my first visit, and upon entering, I was awestruck by its grandeur. The hotel exceeded mere luxury. It was a spectacle of extravagance. In the lobby, a large aquarium housed a leisurely swimming shark, and I longed to observe it closely, yet I restrained myself from appearing overly eager. As we ascended in the elevator, Wu Tian informed us that the Tian Air and Hei Wan Mao were waiting upstairs, and after dinner, we would strategize for our first territorial acquisition. Hearing this, I discerned the significance of his earlier statement regarding the night's agenda. It appeared Wu Tian was finally ready to make his move after a prolonged silence. An exhilarating thrill coursed through me. This was not merely schoolyard skirmishes, but a venture akin to those depicted in films. Upon reaching the 6th floor, we entered a private room numbered 66, a deliberate choice by Wu Tian, symbolizing auspiciousness. Inside were Hei Wan Mao, the Tian Air, Xiyuan Yuan, Ji Duo Xing, and Ming Ming, no one else. I wondered silently if our numbers were sufficient against the formidable societal forces we faced, despite the prowess of our companions. However, before I could dwell further on this, Wu Tian briefed us on the gang we would confront, numbering around 30 to 40 individuals, located at Lushanmen. Although the area was not ideally situated, it was poised for development with the impending relocation of the old bus station. After Wu Tian's insightful commentary, I found myself impressed by his foresight. Jiugu then added that we had conducted our own reconnaissance on Lushanmen, confirming that the small gang operated under that name. He cautioned that while their numbers were modest, we should not underestimate them. At this juncture, Wu Tian turned to me and Fatty Tao, stating that while he was including us in the plan, it was not with the expectation that we would engage directly in the fray. This was a serious confrontation, unlike the trivial disputes at school, and for our safety, he suggested we abstain from participation. Before we could respond, Wu Tian lightheartedly remarked that we should keep an eye on the situation, ensuring nothing went awry. Fatty Tao assured him that he would take responsibility for any potential issues. He insisted that we should be included in the action, promising not to embarrass ourselves. Wu Tian chuckled and shook his head, but at that moment, Jiugu interjected, advocating for our inclusion, suggesting that men must endure trials to grow. With Jiu Ji's endorsement, Wu Tian acquiesced, and we were elated. He then encouraged us to enjoy our meal, stating that after dining, we would strategize further on how to proceed. If we were to act, it would be decisive, aiming to eradicate Lu Shan men from our territory entirely. Wu Tian's assertive declaration invigorated us, and the atmosphere during dinner was charged with anticipation. In light of the impending conflict, we opted for beer over stronger spirits, mindful of Wu Tian's guidance. After our meal, we departed from the Jinling Hotel, climbing into the van where Jiugu elaborated on Lu Shanmen as operations. Their stronghold was a 3-story entertainment complex, with an internet CAF on the first floor, an arcade on the second, and administrative offices on the third. The first floor of the internet CAF posed no issues. Yet the second floor's gaming arcade concealed significant secrets, predominantly consisting of gambling machines. It was said that the daily transaction volume was substantial, with reports of several tens of thousands in revenue each night. After a brief pause, Brother Gio continued, explaining that the third floor was primarily overseen by a few leaders, while the majority of the combatants were concentrated on the second floor. Upon our arrival there this evening, we planned to enter in groups. Once inside, we were instructed to remain composed, and I would notify everyone when it was time to act. Acknowledging Brother Gio's words, we all nodded in agreement. He then started the car, heading towards Lu Shaman. On the way, Tiange distributed 1,000 yuan to each of us, instructing, once we arrive, De Xiong, Xiaofei, Ming Ming, and Ji Duo Xing, you will remain on the first floor at the Internet CAF. Only ascend when reinforcement is required. The rest of you will enter in batches, pretending to be here for games, and be cautious not to reveal any vulnerabilities. Await Brother Gio's orders. We will all act together when he initiates. After Wu Tian's remarks, we nodded in silence. By the time we reached Lu Shaman, half an hour had passed. Before disembarking, Wu Tian handed each of us a machete, its blade sharpened and wrapped in newspaper, concealing the weapons beneath our clothing. We noted that the entertainment venue controlled by Lu Shaman was not particularly extravagant, given its location on the urban-rural fringe. Upon arrival, De Xiong, Xiaofei, Ji Duo Xing, and Ming Ming promptly exited the vehicle to stake out the first-floor Internet CAF. After they departed, Brother Gio assigned roles. He and Wu Tian would first assess the situation, while we would enter in pairs at intervals of a few minutes. We had no objections to Brother Gio's plan. Everyone nodded in agreement. Once it was clear we understood, Brother Gio and Wu Tian exited the vehicle and made their way towards the entertainment venue. After about 4 or 5 minutes, I and Oolong entered as the second group. I had visited arcades in my childhood, but this was my first time at a Lu Shaman establishment. Upon entering, the overwhelming smell of cigarette smoke almost choked me, illustrating the atmosphere's suffocating density. As we stepped further inside, we observed numerous young people bustling about with keys, while many players shouted phrases akin to level up. At that moment, I spotted Brother Gio and Wu Tian already engaged at a fishing machine. Without hesitation, Oolong and I found an unoccupied fishing machine and joined in, mimicking the players around us. While fishing, we discreetly surveyed the arcade's environment. The establishment was quite spacious, likely around 200 to 300 square meters, bustling with at least 50 players, a mix of genders and ages. It was evident that gambling attracted a diverse crowd, regardless of age or gender, underscoring its pervasive dangers. Aside from the players, several young aides were present, assisting with transactions, the number of which was roughly 10. Estimating the number of onlookers was challenging due to the many individuals not engaged in gameplay, making it difficult to distinguish between spectators and players. After half an hour, Fatty Tao and Tian joined us. We continued playing for a while, with Brother Gio yet to take action, so we restrained ourselves. Honestly, I felt a twinge of anxiety, as I had never dealt with individuals from the underworld before. To claim otherwise would be mere bravado. Fatty Tao sat beside me at a fishing machine, appearing far more composed. Sensing my tension, he whispered, "Xiao Gu, there's no need to worry. With Brother Gio and Oolong here, we're merely along for the ride. Everything will be fine." Just then, a large shark appeared on the screen, and Fatty Tao, lacking points, urged me not to move as he took over. In a moment of excitement, his machete accidentally clattered to the ground, landing with a thud on our fishing machine, drawing the attention of nearby players and aides. At that instant, my mind went blank. Chapter 82, Resignation. Fatty Tao also froze momentarily, but being quite fearless, he quickly regained his composure, grinned, and tucked the machete back into his clothes. At that moment, Brother Gio, seated nearby, suddenly lifted his chair and smashed it forcefully onto the fishing machine before him, shattering its screen. I watched as Brother Gio brandished his machete, shouting to those around us, "It's all good, get lost. I'm here to cause chaos." As Brother Gio wreaked havoc on the machine, some individuals began fleeing downstairs. With Brother Gio now wielding a machete, the gamblers abandoned their game, scrambling for the exit. In no time, the once crowded arcade was left with only about 20 of Lu Shaman's people and our small group of 10. Those who remained appeared to be affiliated with Lu Shaman. Yet they stood still, with one individual communicating via a walkie-talkie. Shortly thereafter, a dozen more individuals descended from the upper floor, armed with machetes and steel pipes. Once they arrived, Brother Gio brazenly took a seat while the rest of us brandished our machetes. At that moment, I felt a sense of calm. Observing Brother Gio and Wu Tian's composure settle my nerves. From the group emerged a tall, bald man adorned with a large gold chain. He was hefty and towering, wielding a long machete in his right hand while casually playing with two hefty iron balls in his left. Approaching us with an icy demeanor, he halted 5 meters away and coldly addressed Brother Gio. "Brother, which faction do you belong to? You seem unfamiliar." Brother Gio remained unfazed, glancing at the bald man before lighting a cigarette and responding with a smile. "We're in the same line of work." "Are you the infamous leader of Lu Shaman, Black Bear?" Upon hearing Brother Gio's words, the towering bald man forced a smile, his expression menacing. "Indeed, I'm Black Bear. What brings you here? What faction do you represent?" Brother Gio, still holding his cigarette, stood up, looked at Black Bear, and said, "We're not affiliated with any faction yet. We're just starting out. We find your location quite appealing and wonder if you could relocate elsewhere for your operations." Brother Gio's polite tone could mislead an uninformed observer into believing he was being respectful. However, Black Bear's expression darkened, his demeanor transforming into a snarl as he retorted, "So, a bunch of little pups looking to bite off more than they can chew? Do you think you can just take over someone's turf without consequences? I've been in this game for over a decade. It's not as simple as you think." Maintaining his smile, Brother Gio replied, "Bear, I'm still speaking to you respectfully because I regard you as a senior. However, should you continue your prattle, I will undoubtedly ensure you leave here with some parts missing." After the words of Brother Gio, the Black Bear was momentarily taken aback, but he soon burst into hearty laughter. Once he had finished, he pointed at us and exclaimed, "A bunch of little brats. Instead of studying hard, you're trying to learn how to survive in the streets. Brothers, charge at them and teach their parents a lesson." Following his command, his subordinates shouted and rushed towards us. We hesitated not, drawing our machetes to meet them. In comparison, my combat abilities and those of Fatty Tao were the weakest, leading Wu Tian and the others to consciously shield us from the front line. Yet, despite this, 4 or 5 youngsters brandishing watermelon knives charged towards us. Anyone who is truly engaged in a brawl knows that it resembles a battlefield. Perhaps before the fight, one might feel anxious or afraid, but once it begins, there is little time for such thoughts. The chaos unfolded as we clashed. The combat was erratic, with wild swings exchanged. Their reckless attacks forced us to retreat hurriedly, and we reciprocated with frenzied slashes. Although they were outnumbered, we fought with reckless abandon, embodying the saying that even the most formidable fear those who have nothing to lose. Meanwhile, the fighting on Brother Gio's side was intense. The Tian Air and He Wan Mao displayed combat prowess beyond my imagination, easily handling 2 or 3 opponents at a time. Brother Gio and O Long were even more formidable, each capable of injuring an enemy with just a couple of strikes. Only Wu Tian seemed to struggle slightly, perhaps due to his weight, as he bore a cut across his back, staining his shirt with crimson blood. Noticing Wu Tian's injury, Brother Gio dispensed with any hesitation and advanced towards the Black Bear, who remained rooted in shock, clearly astonished by the unexpected ferocity of what he deemed a group of little brats. However, as Brother Gio approached, the Black Bear regained his composure and shouted, swinging his watermelon knife at him. With a calm smile, Brother Gio did not flinch. He simply sidestepped, causing the bear's strike to miss, and in a swift motion, he slashed at the bear's arm. Although Brother Gio restrained his strength, a deep gash marred the bear's arm, eliciting a pained howl as the knife clattered to the ground. Seeing their leader injured, the black bear's subordinates sought to assist, but they were entangled with us. The 4 or 5 youths who had been fighting us also attempted to rush to their leader's aid, but Fatty Tao and I seized the opportunity, each taking down one of them. Our strikes targeted their flesh rather than aiming for fatal blows. It was not a desperate struggle, and I lacked the gall to strike vital areas. However, witnessing one of the ruffians fall to my blows boosted my confidence immensely, and I charged at the remaining youths with a fierce battle cry. Now, without a weapon, the black bear clutched his wound and began to retreat. Brother Gio did not pursue him further, but instead approached with a grin, asking, "Do you yield?" The black bear, still defiant, retorted, "I'll never yield to you." Just as he finished speaking, Brother Gio, maintaining his smile, struck again at the bear's left arm, leaving him wounded on both sides. With a cry of pain, the bear continued to back away until he found himself against a wall, gasping for breath. Standing before the black bear, Brother Gio proclaimed, "You've been with the Six Doors for 14 years, during which you've oppressed countless people. You think you can escape justice? Today, I am here to right the wrongs." With that, he raised his machete, aiming for the bear's head. As the blade descended, the black bear cried out, "I yield! I yield!" The knife halted mere inches from his forehead, and Brother Gio, smiling, sheathed his weapon, saying, "Don't you think you should tell your men to stop?" Upon hearing this, the black bear, panting heavily, commanded his subordinates, "Stop! Everyone back off!" In truth, the bear's lackeys had long since lost their will to fight. After years of residing comfortably within the Six Doors, they had never expected trouble. When faced with us, they had presumed it would be an easy victory, only to find themselves up against foes who wielded knives without a hint of hesitation. They, too, were human and feared for their lives. So when the black bear ordered them to cease, they complied immediately, gathering together, panic etched upon their faces. Though the black bear had sustained 2 wounds, the bleeding had ceased. However, the pain caused beads of sweat to dot his brow. Gritting his teeth, he asked Brother Gio, "What do you want from us?" Brother Gio chuckled, casually pulling up a chair, and replied, "Is your hearing impaired? I've told you repeatedly. Your gang must vacate the Six Doors starting today. Whether you disband is your own concern." Brother Gio continued, "Those who recognize the times are wise. You, Black Bear, have dominated the Six Doors for too long, oppressing the common folk. The heavens are watching. You've profited immensely over the years. I'm giving you 1 hour to decide. You can sell everything here and leave with your men. Of course, if you can sell your assets to me, all the better." After Brother Gio's proclamation, the black bear's expression soured. He furrowed his brow, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, he replied, "I need to discuss this with my brothers. I'll give you an answer in an hour." Brother Gio waved his hand, allowing them to confer. The black bear and his gang retreated to the other side of the arcade to deliberate. While they discussed, Fatty Tao and I sat smoking and boasting. However, I found myself puzzled as to why the frightened players hadn't called the police. Were the authorities? During this waiting period, Fatty Tao and I wandered around a bit. The internet CAF had temporarily ceased operations, yet the Xiong, Xiao Fei, Ming Ming, and Ji Duo Xing were engrossed in their game of League of Legends. The 2 attendants stood by, too intimidated to ask them to stop, especially since the Xiong and his friends had their machetes resting beside their computers, flaunting their bravado. Upon seeing us, they quickly exited their game and inquired about the situation upstairs. Fatty Tao, with an air of confidence, waved his hand dismissively, saying, "What else is there to say? You are unaware, but just a moment ago, Xiao Go and I wielded our machetes, traversing back and forth through the enemy's camps several times. The foes we fell numbered at least 1 or 2, if not 10. You cannot imagine the scene." Upon noticing Fatty Tao boasting yet again, I stifled a yawn and remarked to him, "You stay down here. I will ascend to see how things stand above. Surely, a conclusion must be near." Fatty Tao didn't even glance my way, merely waved me off and resumed his exuberant chatter with the Xiong and the others. Observing his demeanor, I could not help but chuckle bitterly, shaking my head as I made my way upstairs. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, I beheld He Xiong at the forefront, with his subordinates kneeling in a row behind him. At that moment, I pondered what on earth is going on. How could they have knelt so quickly after my brief absence? I then overheard He Xiong addressing Zhuge, stating, "The Six Gates is our old haunt. Without it, We truly do not know how to survive. For my part, I am indifferent, but my brothers have followed me for over a decade, and I do not wish for them to suffer hunger alongside me. We have deliberated and decided to relinquish our claim on the Six Gates territory, but we wish to join you. Please accept us. As soon as He Xiong finished speaking, his followers echoed, "Accept us." At this point, I was somewhat bewildered. How had this turned into a plea for allegiance? What nonsense was this? Just then, Jiogu burst into laughter, and we witnessed him rise, slapping the table, declaring, "Excellent. This is even better. From now on, the Six Gates shall be under the banner of our Mieshan society. This is our leader, Wu Tian." With that, Jiogu gestured towards Wu Tian, who stood beside him. Upon hearing Jioji's words, He Xiong and his men turned their attention to Wu Tian. Observing that he was but a youth of not yet 20, He Xiong and his companions were momentarily taken aback. However, being a seasoned veteran in this realm, He Xiong understood that age holds no sway in the world of society. Otherwise, he would not have faced such a crushing defeat today. Moreover, despite his youth, Wu Tian commanded the loyalty of numerous formidable individuals, indicating that this young man was undoubtedly extraordinary. Having come to this realization, He Xiong proclaimed loudly, "I, He Xiong, and my brothers pay our respects to Brother Tian." Following his lead, his subordinates roared in unison, "We pay our respects to Brother Tian." The sight of 20 or 30 individuals collectively acknowledging Wu Tian was indeed somewhat awe-inspiring. At that moment, Wu Tian remained remarkably composed, as though he had navigated the vicissitudes of society for many years. He smiled and addressed He Xiong and his men, "Rise, since we are now comrades. There is no need for kneeling. We, the Mieshan society, kneel only before our parents, not even to the heavens." Wu Tian's words resonated with a commanding authority, and upon hearing them, He Xiong hesitated briefly before being the first to rise, prompting his followers to do the same. Once everyone was standing, the atmosphere became significantly more congenial, and we exchanged introductions. At that juncture, Wu Tian instructed the injured to attend to their wounds. He Xiong had sustained 2 cuts. Though they had not reached the bone, they still required treatment. After He Xiong and the injured departed, He Wan Mao furrowed his brow and inquired of Wu Tian, "Should we follow them to see what they are up to?" Wu Tian chuckled lightly. "Why should we? Are we afraid they will flee? Since they are willing to ally with us, we must extend our trust. If we lack trust, we can never expect their unwavering loyalty." Wu Tian's reasoning was sound, and He Wan Mao refrained from further protest. Approximately an hour later, He Xiong and his group returned, and upon their return, He Xiong boisterously declared, "I, He Xiong, have occupied the Six Gates for many years without contemplating expansion, but now that I am with you, my dormant fervor has reignited. I have reserved a table at the hotel next door. Shall we indulge until we are inebriated tonight?" After hearing He Xiong's words, Wu Tian glanced at Jiogu, who nodded slightly. Wu Tian then smiled and replied, "No problem." During the meal, Wu Tian inquired in detail about the situation at the Six Gates and their sources of income. It became clear why Jiogu had previously remarked that He Xiong had been a scourge to the common folk for over a decade. Beyond the small entertainment venue, every merchant in the Six Gates was obligated to pay protection fees regularly. Even the elderly women selling vegetables were not exempt. After learning the details, Wu Tian downed a bottle of beer and said to He Xiong, "In this line of work, one must adhere to certain principles. Though I am young, I grasp some truths. Rather than instilling fear in the populace, it is far more beneficial to earn their affection. From tomorrow onward, aside from entertainment venues, all protection fees will be abolished." Upon hearing Wu Tian's pronouncement, He Xiong appeared somewhat anxious, rolling his eyes and responding, "Brother Tian, that simply won't do. We will lose a significant source of income." Wu Tian smiled and replied, "Just follow my lead. I have my methods for managing finances, and I will ensure that no brother of the Mieshan society is left wanting." With Wu Tian's assurance, He Xiong felt compelled to acquiesce. The dinner continued until nearly midnight, and Wu Tian and the others decided to remain at the Six Gates for the night. At this point, I bid Wu Tian farewell, indicating I would be returning home and would not be staying here tonight. Wu Tian said nothing further, and after saying goodbye to everyone, I hailed a taxi and instructed the driver to take me to Du Yao's residence. The taxi then set off toward its destination.